The main character from the ordinary world finds himself in a new one where martial arts and strength rule. When Xiao Yan came to a new world, he gained incredible strength, but then someone took away his abilities, which made it hurt and caused problems. During breakfast, the hero falls from a tree and hits his back painfully. When the guy heard sounds behind him, he saw that a poor girl was being bullied in the forest. The man looked at his new opponents with a menacing gaze in order to scare them away from the innocent girl. The main character ordered the offenders to release the innocent creature. One of the bandits noticed the badge on the main character's chest and realized that he was a famous weakling who had lost his strength. Men attack a single person so that he no longer interferes with their abuse of the girl. Xiao Yan received many blows from his opponents and could not withstand their strength. The hero asked the girl to run away while the bandits were distracted by him, but the fragile creature was immediately caught by the main bandit. A man gives a club to a girl so that she can hit her defender. The girl apologized, but she had no choice, so she hit Xiao Yan in the face. Suddenly, a beautiful lady appears and saves the hero from bandits. At the last moment, the beautiful girl draws attention to the victim who also offended her friend. Xiao Yan asks his friend not to touch the victim because the bandits ordered her to attack with a club. After the battle, the girl who saved the hero decides to help him with his injuries. The guy apologizes and says that he was useless as always. The girl gives the man hope and says that in the future he will regain his lost powers. The hero's girlfriend's name is Dou-qi, and they are not brother and sister but very good friends. It turns out that their clan's martial arts exam will be held today, and Dou-qi wants her friend to also attend this event. The events are transferred to a city where people were very unhappy that some weakling named Xiao Yan was holding the hand of a famous warrior. The main elders of the clan met young fighters who wanted to take the exam. Dou-qi showed everyone around her abilities, and with the help of martial arts passed the exam perfectly. At this time, the elders were discussing that if it weren't for the strange disappearance of Xiao Yan's abilities, he would have been much stronger than Dou-qi. When the main character was tested in the exam, the magic stone said that he was too weak. The clan elders, together with Dou-qi, were worried about the fate of their clan heir, who had been very strong in the past. Suddenly, servants come running and say that important guests have come to the heads of the clan. From the carriage appears a beautiful lady named Nalan, who is supposed to marry the heir of the clan. The elders were very puzzled because there was still a lot of time left before the wedding. At this time, Dou-qi was able to find her friend and woke him up from his sleep. Xiao Yan is the heir to the clan. Although for the last 3 years he has not been able to show his strength due to the mysterious disappearance of his abilities. The hero thought that Dou-qi wanted to marry him and not let him go to the mysterious Lady Nalan. The friend said that she could be his servant and be happy, and the union of the clan's heirs was more important than her desires. When the main character saw his future bride, he realized that she was very beautiful. Still, the hero says that if you compare the new one from Dou-qi, she is not so good. The hero's clan received gifts and a large number of various artifacts from the guests. It turns out that the Nalan clan is one of the strongest in the empire, and the Xiao Yan clan is slightly lower in rank. An elder from one of the strongest clans apologizes because his gifts are more of an apology. Nalan explains that she came for one purpose and wants to call off her engagement to Xiao Yan. The elder of the arriving clan explains that they will do everything to break the engagement, which greatly offends the owner of the Xiao Yan clan. The leader of the Xiao Yan clan uses his lion ability to show his inner anger due to the breakdown of agreements. To prevent a duel between the two clans, the hero stops his leader and also his father. The guys ask Nalan, why did the girl decide to cancel the engagement? And she explains that she decides her own destiny. The elder of the Nalan clan explains that Xiao Yan is not worthy of such a beautiful lady like her. Suddenly a pink sword appears from the air, and the tip of the blade is directed towards the hero. It turns out that the guest decided to show off her abilities. If Xiao Yan is worthy of marrying her, he must repel the attack of his future wife. The hero laughed and explained that people laugh. The family doesn't respect him, and now the bride herself is threatening him. The guy is no longer going to endure humiliation, so he falls on the bride's blade to kill himself. Unfortunately, the sword did not touch the heart, and the hero will survive today's humiliation. The hero explains that he would rather die than allow his clan to be a laughingstock in the face of other people. The girl doesn't want the guy to die because of her, so she agrees to the engagement. The only thing Nalan wants to ask for is this condition, and she will fight Xiao Yan in 3 years. If the guy wins, then she will be his bride. Otherwise, she will leave. Dai watches as her best friend rips the blade from his body. The hero writes a divorce certificate with his own blood. After this, the guy kneels before his head and promises that in 3 years he will bring victory to the clan. The head of the clan said that he was proud of the son he raised, while the guests walked away. When Nalan left, Dai threatened her. If something happens to Xiao Yan, she will destroy her entire clan. After all the events, the hero wakes up in the ward and hears how the guards behind the wall call him a weakling and a non-entity. Fortunately, the guy had something that constantly calmed him down, and that was the ring his mother gave him. A voice sounded from the ring that explained to the hero the true postulates of a warrior. Suddenly, a snow-white guy appears and explains how to become stronger. The new teacher tells the truths that should give the hero strength and victory. The next morning, the guy wakes up and realizes that he probably had a bad dream. In a dream, the hero remembered his beautiful mother who promised that her boy would become the strongest. After the guy recovered, he came to his deceased mother and thanked her for the gift of hope. A man will not allow his clan and himself to be humiliated because his mother gave him life. Suddenly the ring spoke again, and Xiao Yan realized that he had not dreamed of that communication with the mysterious man. It turns out that a man who wants to train Xiao Yan may appear from the ring. The guy tries to attack the ghost because he's scared, but nothing works. It turns out that the person who appears is supposedly a phantom who can change his body. The ghost shows the essence of the flame because he wants to prove his strength to his student. It turns out that the spirit inside the ring has been absorbing Xiao Yan's energy for 3 years so as not to disappear. It was because of this strange ring that the boy became an outcast in his own clan. The hero already wanted to leave the spirit that ruined his life, but the mentor explained that he could make the guy an alchemist. There is a profession in the world called alchemist that allows people to create elixirs that can cost as much as an entire city. The loser was glad that he met the difficult criteria to become an alchemist. The teacher explains that they will have to train in order to meet all the standards because this is a common practice in their world. The hero doubts that the ghost will be able to teach him because in this world there are only a few dozen real alchemists. It turns out that the mentor's name is Yao Lao, and he first needs to teach his student how to control fire. In this world, martial arts are divided into 4 elements, and one of them is fire. The ghost shows his student a list of various ingredients that he needs to buy. At this time, the clan elders are discussing the future of Xiao Yan. The guy will have to pass a selective test. If he fails it, then go to the side branches of the clan. At this time, the hero and his girlfriend Dai were walking through the market in search of the necessary elements. The girl was offended by the guy because he didn't even pay attention to her beautiful outfit. When the hero read the list given by the teacher, he was shocked because one of the most important ingredients that the spirit requested was the core of the monster. The monster core costs 1,000 gold, while in his entire life the guy managed to save only 400. The teacher says that before his elixir of growth required such resources that they could not be found, and Xiao Yan was lucky. The hero will have to lend money to someone or get it in some other way, because without the growth serum, he will not be able to increase his powers for alchemy. At some point, Dai interrupts the hero's thoughts and says that they are being followed to the market by 3 mysterious people. The guys discuss possible risks and understand that Dai will be able to cope with any bandits, so there is no reason to worry. Also, the hero almost forgot to ask the girl for money, which Dai had prepared in advance. The girl provides her bank card, which contains 1,000 gold coins. Behind her back, the heroine hid a card containing a lot more money in case her friend suddenly needed it. The guy promised his girlfriend that he would return the money, but inside herself, Dai understood that she needed love and not money. It seems that the past event returned the man's former confidence. Over time, the girl finds a beautiful piece of jewelry, but unfortunately, she did not take any pocket money with her. Dai tried to contact Xiao Yan, but at that time he was haggling with merchants to buy ingredients for the potion. The girl was offended by her friend, and therefore walked away from him. It turns out that the main character was now searching for the mysterious core of monsters, and it was difficult for him to concentrate on Dai. Suddenly a man falls in front of the girl, and the rich son of one of the large clans named Jolly mocked the fallen man. Suddenly the rich man notices Dai passing by and greets the girl. Dai reacts very coldly to the young master, while he is pestering a girl. The guy hands his lady a gift and says that she is very beautiful today. All the girls would be delighted with such a wonderful boyfriend like Jolly. It turns out that Dai noticed a demonic core on the decoration that Xiao Yan needed so badly. Although she didn't want to accept gifts, she would have to take it because she loves Xiao Yan. The main character stops Dai and says that there is no need to take gifts from this strange man. It turns out that the main character does not like the rich gentleman who is trying to court his girlfriend. The hero explains that if a girl wants a bracelet, then let him take the one he recently bought for her. The heroine notices the very bracelet that she was choosing at the counter and was surprised by the attentiveness of her friend. The rich gentleman explains that his bracelet is 10 times more expensive and cooler than trash, what Xiao Yan provides. The gentleman hoped that Dai would take it. It was his bracelet. But it turns out that the girl was more happy with Xiao Yan's gift. It turns out that the girl does not need money but needs the attention that the main character shows. The gentleman still thinks that the girls only need money, and he is not going to just lose an argument with a loser. The hero explains that his girlfriend cannot be attracted with money and let Jolly give up before it's too late. The rich son decides to attack the loser who has lost his abilities. The market territory belonged to the Xiao Yan clan, and he understood that guards could protect him. The head of the guards appears and is going to protect his young master. The hero, under the protection of guards, explains that a 21-year-old warrior wants to challenge a 15-year-old schoolboy, and is this really right? The rich gentleman tries to offend the hero and says that his engagement to the Nalan family was broken. In order to frame the rich and arrogant Jolly, Xiao Yan, with the help of his friends, dresses up the fallen guy. Before this, Jolly beat one of the passers-by. And now the Xiao Yan clan may have questions for Jolly because the passerby was wearing clan clothes. The rich son tries to explain that he definitely did not beat up one of the Xiao Yan clan members. The guards surround the rich son and his guards, saying that they are breaking the rules of the clan. The guy explains to his girlfriend that you shouldn't always use force because there are smarter ways. Dai and Xiao Yan continue their journey through the market in search of the magic core. Suddenly the voice of a master is heard from the ring and notices a strange, cheap metal plate. The hero was able to buy back a large amount of junk for little money. After all the adventures, the hero and his master communicate in the house. It turns out that that cheap piece of metal, it was an item created by another alchemist. Inside the metal plate is a hidden skill of quite a good level, and Xiao Yan was happy about the treasure. The guy explains that such an ability costs about 10,000 gold, and for him this is a great value. The master explains that he would not even look at such a cheap ability and will show his student stronger things. It turns out that the ability that was hidden in the piece of metal was truly secret. The Void Fist could only take the blood of an opponent if he was equal or weaker in strength to the caster. The master asks his student to forget about that piece of iron and look at the creation of the elixir. At this time, outside the servants heard strange sounds in the master's room, and there was a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside. Inside the room, the master showed his ability to create an elixir. The hero hopes that he will be able to become an alchemist after using the elixir because it will help him become stronger. The spirit explains that to be an alchemist, a strong spiritual resonance is necessary. Also, the hero will have to carefully control the fire, because the slightest mistake and the potion will be destroyed. To become one of the alchemists, Xiao Yan will need to control his spiritual energy at the highest level. After preparing the elixir, the hero immediately decided to try drinking the created potion. The master explains that if the hero drinks the elixir, he will immediately die from a terrible spiritual illness. Yao Lao says that his student needs to put the elixir in water and train in this water. The hero goes in search of water and accidentally burns his father with water from under the kettle. The head of the clan explains to his son that the elders have decided to hold a coming-of-age ritual in 6 months, not in a year. His son has little time left to prepare, and he hopes that the guy will succeed. A man wants to help his son. After all, he will not be able to look into the face of his wife after death. The main character promises his father that he will force everyone else to recognize him. After the conversation, the hero goes to the room where he was able to accumulate a sufficient amount of water. When the guy managed to get into the water with the elixir, he begins training. With the help of such training, the guy will be able to achieve 7 stages of training in 6 months. A month later, the hero was able to take several scrolls from their clan's library. The library defender knew that these scrolls were useless abilities, but the hero was pursuing an important goal. Passing by the battle hall, the hero had a suspicion that he heard a familiar name. Looking closely, Xiao Yan saw his friend Dai, who was fighting against the head of the guard. The girl notices her friend and smiles joyfully at him. While Dai was smiling at her boyfriend, a guard appears behind him and decides to attack the girl. The heroine was easily able to escape from the guy's attack and end up on the side. After creating a magic ball, she was able to push the guard away from her. The man says that this is the kind of battle he expected from the strongest girl of their clan. At this time, Dai visited her friend and asked how he was feeling. After all, they haven't seen each other for a long time. An enemy appears who happily explains that she is getting stronger every day. Maybe the guy wants attention from the girl, but she loves Xiao Yan more. The guard doesn't understand. Why did the girl choose this weakling because he is much stronger? A man wants to give advice to a loser so that he leaves the girl alone because he is not a match for her. After some time, the hero continues his training with the master and hopes that he will soon be able to show everyone his strength. The hero complains to the teacher that they have been studying for a month, but the training has not yet yielded any serious results. The spirit says that there is a way to speed up the acquisition of power, but then you will have to endure severe pain. The master says that the skill given to Xiao Yan is very strong, although of a lower rank. If the hero strengthens his physical strength, then with the help of this skill, his spiritual energy will increase. At night, the hero continued his training and wanted to quickly become stronger in order to prove his strength to the clan. The master used fiery explosions to train his student. The hero always remembered his offenders and wanted to become stronger, so he did not give up. With each blow, Xiao Yan demanded even more training from the master. After 2 months of intense training, the main character became much stronger. The master says that in his entire life he has never seen a person like Xiao Yan because he is a born spiritual master. Unfortunately, the spiritual elixir for developing fighting spirit is over and the hero will have to buy a new one. In order to find money for the next elixir, Xiao Yan had to disguise herself. The guy was able to introduce himself as a second-level alchemist and sell the elixirs he made. The appraiser from the trading house decided to try the elixir by smell and realized that the master was not lying, and this was a real elixir of the second level. The appraiser, who was going to sell the elixirs of the master alchemist, asked his subordinates to take care of the safety of this important client. Events are transferred to the main auction hall where a large number of people have gathered. The guests were greeted by a beautiful and pretty girl named Yafei. The beauty was the main shareholder who held the auction in their large hall. All the people around were shocked by the beauty of the very first lady of the auction house. The first to be sold was elixir, which made it possible to increase the speed of development. The initial bet on the elixir was 8,000 gold coins, and the main character was happy that he had apparently become rich. The spirit inside the ring said that he was the only one in the empire who could prepare this elixir, so it would cost a lot of money for the student. At this time, Xiao Yan's father decided to buy the elixir for 40,000 for the sake of his son. The man could not even suspect that his son was personally selling this elixir. Irina happily gave the goods into the hands of the patriarch, who bought the elixir for 40,000. The main character understood that his father simply adores his son and bought this elixir for his sake. The student decides to stay at the auction for another hour to see interesting things. The last item that was sold was a top-level scroll that was supposed to develop the abilities of a spiritual fighter. The master told Xiao Yan through the ring that this item was not worth buying. One of the higher clans demanded to buy this scroll for 400,000 gold. Xiao Yan's father offers to buy this scroll for 410,000. When the price rose to 50,000, Xiao Yan's father refused to bet higher and lost to his opponent. Xiao Yan understood that his father was very reasonable if he simply decided to bankrupt the clan of rich people hostile to him. After the auction, the main character visits Irina, who provides the money. After deducting interest, the girl notices that the guy has the voice of an old man, but his hands are very young. She does not know that the spirit communicates through the ring to hide the student's identity. After the alchemist leaves, Ya Fei talks with his uncle and realizes that this guy is truly an alchemist, although he is very young. It turns out that in the past there were entire wars for the sake of obtaining a recipe for creating elixirs. The main character continues training with his master in order to become stronger. The hero locks precious ingredients in his safe and realizes that they will be enough for 18 months of training. Soon a father comes to the child who wanted to visit his son. What has been hiding in the room for 2 months? The man says that his son is the best, but he should not blame himself for losing. The hero answers his father that in 3 years he will show the strength of their clan and will be able to prove his loyalty. The guy is going to prove to everyone that he is not a weakling, so he assures his father that everything will be fine. The man says that if his son intends to win, then he is going to help him by providing the elixir. The guy takes the elixir he made and thanks his father for caring so much about him. Although the potion cost a lot of money, Dad will do anything for his son. At this time, Dai appears and says that the hero is very close to his father. After the father left, the guys were talking and the girl suspected that the main character was communicating with the girls. After all, it has a strange smell. The hero was embarrassed, but still answered that Dai is the most beautiful and best girl he knows. The guys said goodbye and the spirit of the master appears, who wants to continue training with his student. After talking with a friend, Dai visits the clan heads and gives them a card for 100,000 gold so that they will no longer quarrel over an expensive potion. 2 months later, the hero was actively training in the forest, and his strength was excellent. The hero destroyed several trees and was glad that he could finally use the powers he had once lost. After the training, the guy's hands were very sore, and he was grateful to the teacher because thanks to him he was not injured. Suddenly, the Ghost Master appears and says that the main character has already become much stronger than he expected. Now the hero's 6th level attacks had a strength of 8, but he was still too weak. Due to the fact that the hero knew too few skills, he had to combine his techniques. Xiao Yan only had 2 abilities, and he used them to create explosions from a distance. When the hero launched the stone into the air, he used the Fist of the Void to tear it apart, and this was his counterattack. Master Spirit was very glad that his student was able to come up with such a brilliant idea. Xiao Yan's ingenuity works very well, and he shows resourcefulness in his skills. Still, the hero was not happy because he needed more skills to combine attacks. The master says that he had a suitable elixir that he once made in the past. Soon the day of the exam came when all the children of the clan had to show their abilities. Dai supported her friend Xiao Yan, while the head of the guard was very unhappy with their relationship. The daughter of one of the prefects, named Xiao Mei, also came to the exam and was able to achieve only 8 stages in a year. The main character was shocked because the girl behaved very arrogantly, even though she had not achieved much for such a long time. Cousin Xiao Yan also came to the initiation ceremony under the name Xiao Yu. The girl says that she wants to see how her cousin will be expelled from the clan because of his weakness. The girl calls the guy a pervert, but he explains that he only saw his cousin bathing in the hot spring once, and it was by accident. The cousin tried to attack the arrogant pervert, but Dai defended her comrade. Dai was next in the exam, and her stone glowed the brightest. The heads of the clans and the people around were amazed at the strength of the girl, who showed that at an early age the highest class of spiritual energy. Soon the last participant was called. It was Xiao Yan. The main character went to the exam with a smile, and my friend wished him good luck. Everyone laughed at the loser who most likely had not even reached the 4th level of development. The father looked at his son with a smile and wished him success. The elders told the head of the clan that his son was a loser, but his father believed in the guy. The hero surprised everyone around him when I was able to jump onto the altar on my own without a ladder. The end of the hero's torment has come, and he will be able to demonstrate his strength to the people around him. People were amazed when they saw the 8th stage that Xiao Yan demonstrated. Dai burst into tears because her friend overcame 5 stages in 6 months, and this is a real miracle. The clan has a strong heir, and the guys understand that perhaps the guy has regained his talent. The determination of strength was completed, and the stage of duels began. The elders thought that Xiao Yan used some kind of trick to make the stone demonstrate his great strength, and believed that in duels he should be exposed. One of the warriors decides to fight against the main character during the duel and attacks the guy. The main character meets his opponent with a smile and is not at all afraid of his slow attack. Just one palm was enough to push the clumsy warrior away. The hero pushed the enemy away from him with just the touch of his palm. The son of the head of the guards, who was the hero's opponent, was shocked by his abilities. 3 years ago, when the hero had the same powers, he also amazed people with his arrogance and abilities. The son of the head of the guards and part-time brother of Xiao Yu wanted to fight the heir. The girl gave her brother a pill. What can strengthen forces in a situation if the enemy turns out to be stronger? Now the head of the guards wants to destroy his opponent in order to get the hand and heart of Dai. The main character was able to easily counterattack and throw the enemy aside. People couldn't believe their eyes because the strongest warrior of their clan had just been thrown aside by some loser. The guys continued to fight with each other, but Xiao Yan had not yet demonstrated his full strength. The second blow from the new heir to the clan was able to force the head of the guards to lose control of the battle. The father of the head of the guard was very afraid for the life of his son. No one could believe that the strongest warrior lost to Xiao Yan. After absorbing the secret pill, Xiao Yan's opponent tears off his clothes and reveals enlarged muscles. No one could believe what the guy could do. In such a short time, increase your strength. The guys clashed in a strong fight, and spiritual energy scattered around. The main character was able to defeat the head of the guards, and Xiao Yu flies into the ring and wants to challenge him. Dai offers to fight her. After all, Xiao Yan is most likely tired after the fight. The head of the clan demands that Xiao Yu get out of the ring because this is an initiation ceremony, and you can't just interfere in their affairs. At this time, shareholder Ya Fei was watching the fight and understood the strength of Xiao Yan. The conversation between the hero and Dai is interrupted by Xiao Mei, who is trying to ask a strong warrior for help in training. The heroine takes her friend and says that he is already busy training with her. The hero thanks Dai for helping him get rid of the annoying girl who despised him when the guy had no strength. After the competition, 5 days will pass, and everyone who passed the exam will go to the pavilion to gain higher skills. Everyone who has passed the ceremony receives permission to enter the pavilion to pick up the necessary skills. Each person can only choose one ability and must leave the pavilion 2 hours after entering. Having learned their main element, applicants will have to go through the appropriate corridor for their scrolls. The main character had a bright red glow, and this meant that the guy had acquired the element of fire. After the hero, the next one was Dou-qi, who turned out to have a purer radiance. Why did the magic ball crack? The spirit says that this girl has amazing energy, but unfortunately it is more combative than alchemical. The father says that this is an amazing bride, and he is jealous of his son that he became friends with such a girl. People walked towards their elements, and they were divided into fire, wood, and wind. The heroes passed through the gate together. After all, they were of the same element, so they ended up in the Hall of Fire. Having reached the end of the hall, the guys found the strongest door where the most powerful spell was kept. The hero decides to use an octane blast to get through the barrier. The student's strength is enough to destroy the barrier behind which the ancient scrolls are hidden. Dou-qi says that her friend is the best, and she was delighted with his strength. Walking into the hall, they discovered an ancient scroll of fire, which was the most powerful of their clan. The girl invites her companion to take the best scroll, but he refuses and wants to take another. The guy said that he would acquire a more serious skill, so he invites the girl to leave. After a while, the guys find Xiao Mei, who was unable to break through the strongest wind barrier. The main character asked the guys to step aside, and Xiao Mei thought that her brother would help with the task. The guy passes by, and the girl falls to her knees in tears because she herself ruined their relationship. The guy still can't just leave the girl in trouble and offers to forget everything that happened in the past. The girl bullied Xiao Yan when he lost his strength, but the guy is still going to help her. Using fiery power, the hero manages to destroy the wind barrier for his girlfriend. After some time, the master and his student studied the scroll they had received, but it was of too low a rank. The main character was worried whether he could defeat the famous Nalan, which has the support of clan alchemists. The master tells the student that the alchemists who support Nalan are too weak for him. The spirit decides to create special tablets for all the heroes' meals to increase the accumulation of spiritual energy. The guys will create a large number of elixirs in order to sell them at auction and buy the necessary ingredients for the tablets. When the main character came to the auction, he was surprised because the company painted his portrait as an advertisement for magic elixirs. The main character understands that he doesn't like hearing laughter from people around him, but he needs pills, and for this, you need to earn money. Arena goes to the site and tells that today they will sell spiritual elixirs, and the starting price is 10,000 gold. People fell in love with a beautiful girl and immediately began to give all their money to buy magic elixirs. Alchemists are the richest people on the continent because even their weak elixirs cost a lot of money. At this time, cousin Xiao Yu and the head of the guards were talking about entering the academy, and the guy was excited. The cousin says that she will tell the necessary people good words about her brother, but Xiao Yan overheard their conversation and laughed at their naivety. Dou-qi asks his friend if he wants to enter the academy, but the guy is not at all interested in this. Xiao Yu trained at the academy for a very long time, but the hero did not see any amazing results, so he does not want to go there. At this time, Xiao Yan's father continues to bargain with his opponent, who very easily succumbed to provocation. When the amount rose to 100,000 gold, Xiao Yan's father did not bargain, thereby again hitting the enemy's finances. The head of a wealthy clan declared war on Xiao Yan's father for his provocation. Arena asks people to calm down and say that the last pair of elixirs will now be sold. Xiao Yan's father immediately placed a big bet, and people understand that they will lose, as did the head of a rich clan. Arena announced the winner of the auction, after which the main character ran to the toilet due to his deteriorating condition. For real, the guy changed into his secret uniform again and decided to collect the money for the elixirs he sold. Alchemist. In addition to taking the money, he also bought rare ingredients from the auction company. The auction decides to give these ingredients to their regular customer because he brings in a lot more money with his potions. When the main character was leaving, the father noticed the guest of honor and did not recognize him as his son. Xiao Yan decides to help his father, and before leaving he says that he will be glad to work together with his clan. Arena says that if an important guest decided to work with the Xiao Yan clan, then great luck awaits them. After the auction, the main character continued to train with his teacher. The guy was able to train his spiritual energy on a completely different level. With the help of the created tablets, the spiritual warrior managed to break through the barrier and became much stronger. The heroes notice that his master has become more transparent, and he says that he has not used the student's energy for a long time to renew his strength. After increasing the rank, the master invites his student to take one of the scrolls to gain a strong skill. The teacher suggested a red scroll with the fire ability and a black one with the ability to evolve. The guy wants to choose a black scroll, but the teacher asks if he is sure of his choice. The master says that the essence of flame is the greatest skill that people can have. Once upon a time, a teacher spent 8 years in the Forgotten Snows to discover a chilling flame and absorb its power. The hero understands that probably. It was then that the teacher died. But the mentor explains that this is not true. The teacher remained alive only thanks to his great spiritual power, which transformed his body into a spiritual form. There are still several things in this world that the spirit must complete, and only then can it finally go to another world. The master was thinking about acquiring a new body. If his student took a fiery flame, then in the future he would be able to create a body from fire. Of course, the master will not forbid the guy to take any scroll. The guy decides to choose a fire mantra in order to help his master and gain great power in the future. Unfortunately, now the hero does not have enough spiritual energy to fight for a long time with his fiery ability. The student will have to quickly finish the fight so as not to fall exhausted. A few days later, Dai was finally able to see Xiao Yan, who had not been in the settlement for a long time. The guy greeted his girlfriend and gently stroked her head. The girl knew that everyone had already learned their skills and would like to see her friend's skill. The hero demonstrates the soft glow of fire on his hands, but he is too weak, so the girl was surprised. The heroine is surprised. Why did the guy refuse to take a strong ability and take a weaker one? The man says that his ability can develop in the future, and his ability will develop along with his strength. He doesn't want to deceive the girl and says honestly that he made the right choice. The guy's conversation is interrupted by a guy running by who tells the head of the clan that their merchants are leaving. It turns out that a clan hostile to them has begun selling medicinal powder, which attracts all the merchants from the surrounding area. The hero understands that for such medicines, some alchemist had to come to them. Dai guesses that this is an alchemist of the first rank, and the main character does not know how such a weakling could create so much noise. When the guys were able to buy this powder, the teacher said that it was a very low potion and had practically no effect. The master says that the main character can help his clan if he starts making better quality potion for their market. The master also explains that you need to try to make your first potion and not be afraid of it. The hero decides to try but is still scared. Xiao Yan was able to order ingredients to create potions at an auction. The head of the auction knows that one of the ingredients is a preservation ring, which costs a very large amount of money. The alchemist explains that there is not enough money on his card to purchase these ingredients, but he will create energy storage tablets for the auction as payment. Arena and her uncle agreed to the proposal and bought the necessary ingredients. At this time, the hero's father demanded a reduction in rent for places in the market in order to retain their traders. Unfortunately, there was not enough money, and the elders were very angry with their boss. Xiao Yan eavesdropped on the conversations and felt very sorry for his father. Using the magic ring that he bought from the shareholders, the guy was going to help his clan. At this time, in the cave, the master prepared everything necessary for a large production of potions. This was an alchemical furnace that would allow Xiao Yan to create many elixirs. In order to use the furnace, the hero must activate his fire ability. In order to prepare a potion, you need to use fire together with wood. which makes the alchemist a universal warrior. Using a variety of healing ingredients, the hero is able to begin creating a potion. Unfortunately, the man encounters problems in the process of preparing potions. The master explains that the student did a good job and helps him finish working on the elixirs. When everything is over, the spirit distributes all the potions into glass vials to sell them. Now all that remains is to help their clan save the situation in the city. At this time, Xiao Yan's father continued to quarrel with the clan elders. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, dressed as a mysterious alchemist, visits the office. The head of the clan understands that this is his chance to save the clan from poverty. The hero provides the men with a large quantity of potions for their market. The head of the clan suggested, take 10% for selling potions at their market and give 90% to the alchemist. The main character agreed to divide the profit into 2 equal halves, and he does not need the money. When the hero found himself alone, he told his master about his hopes of saving the clan from the crisis. After visiting his father, the hero decided to attend the auction and donate 5 spiritual energy enhancement pills to Ya Fei. In return, the hero demanded help from his new friends. The alchemist of the enemy clan examined the potions that Xiao Yan had made and asked for 3 times the payment for his services. The enemy clan wanted to ask the alchemist for help, but he nevertheless began to work with dissatisfaction. It turns out that the hero asked the auction to prohibit the sale of potion ingredients to a hostile clan. Arena said that they will support the Xiao Yan clan in the clan war. During the communication between the 2 clans, the girl noticed the hand of the heir, which was similar to that very alchemist. A beautiful girl asked to accompany her, and Xiao Yan suspected that he might have been exposed. Arena turned out to be a very smart woman, and it was difficult to hide something from her. The guy's conversation is interrupted by a servant who asks the heir to help Lady Daer. At this time, the alchemist and his enemy clan men visited the Xiao Yan market square. Daer, along with Xiao Yu, were ready to fight against the emerging competitors. Unfortunately, the enemy clan was much stronger than Xiao Yu, but Daer had not yet entered the battle. The conversation between Daer and the alchemist is interrupted by Xiao Yan's voice that has finally come to them. The hostile alchemist says that apparently they are distracted by some weakling, but later the hero's fist crashes into the face of the ill-wisher. The troops of the opposing clan surround the student, who will not allow his clan to be offended. The enemy alchemist screams for this little hooligan to be arrested. The clan heir raises his hand and orders his soldiers to enter the square. His father's army appears behind the hero, and they faithfully serve their master. The heir of the opposing clan attacks the hero because he loves Daer and cannot lose. The girl is ready to intervene and save her beloved, but the hero was able to bravely defend himself. After being hit by Xiao Yan, the rich son of the opposing clan broke his arm. The hero approaches the enemy and threatens him with death. The father of his rich son intervenes in the fight and attacks the main character. The hero calls his father's enemy names because they have been fighting for a long time. The student decides to release his powers, and Daer, with magical vision, was able to see his strongest spiritual energy. Xiao Yan's father rushes into the battle and will not allow the head of the opposing clan to attack his son. The father protects his heir and proudly repels the invaders. The opposing clan realized their situation and they had to retreat. The alchemist, who was not a member of the clan, was surrounded by Xiao Yan troops. After the battle, the enemy alchemist was very wounded. The rich clan asked the alchemist to help them again, and the guy agreed. In return, the man demanded that he be given a pretty girl named Daer, whom he saw in the square. At this time, Xiao Yan and his master watched the development of events. The man cannot allow the enemy alchemist to take his Daer because she is his friend. At this time, the enemy alchemist draws a Daer and imagines himself next to her. The insidious alchemist told the portrait of Daer that he was ready to do anything for her. The pretty girl the alchemist spoke about appears in the window. The heroine is surprised. Is he really going to do anything for her? The girl shot an energy beam at her opponent and killed him with one blow. Xiao Yan and the master watched the death of the stupid alchemist. When everyone already thought that the alchemist had died, he finally opened his eyes because he used the turtle aura tablet for his protection. Xiao Yan appears at the window and says that he will have to finish the job if Dai failed to do so. The hero was very offended that the alchemist drew his girlfriend so poorly and he wanted to punish him for this. The enemy alchemist asks, "Is the hero going to kill him?" Xiao Yan shows his master who wants to do it with his own hands. Kill the enemy. Using the fiery essence of the spirit, the master was able to destroy a person without leaving a trace. When the hero was about to leave, he was interrupted by Dai who wanted to find out who was in front of her. To hide Xiao Yan's voice, the master spoke from the ring that he was asked for a favor. Dai activated her ability and explained that if the mysterious man did not directly state his goal, she would kill him. The spirit had to explain that his customer was Xiao Yan and he was helping him. The girl understands that apparently this mysterious master was the same person who helped her friend gain strength. The girl said that if this mysterious man did something bad to her friend, she wouldn't just let him go. The master stops Dai before she leaves and gives the elixir of restoration. It turns out that the spirit specially gave the girl an elixir so that she would begin to respect Xiao Yan more because he is clearly infatuated with the girl. In order to hide where the heir of the clan disappeared, the hero had to deceive his father. The guy said that he would learn from the old master who attended the auction and also helped their clan. Suddenly an arrow appears that interrupts the conversation between father and son and crashes into the leg of the head of the clan. The father was very angry and wanted to destroy the one who had just attacked him. It turns out that there was a message attached to the arrow and someone wanted to gather in the clan hall along with all the elders. The main character decides to find out who wants to meet with his father in order to protect the clan. Xiao Yan, together with his teacher Yao Lao, were able to find out who was moving towards their clan and realized that this was a serious opponent. It turns out that the teacher of the deceased alchemist was riding in the carriage and wanted to avenge his death. The man is ready to take revenge on the clan that dared to kill his dearest heir. The carriage, along with all the troops, is stopped by Xiao Yan, who was dressed as a mysterious alchemist. The main character explains that he is going to bury everyone who wants to destroy his clan. The main character used his most deadly ability with the help of his spirit master. When the Xiao Yan clan arrived at the site, all they saw was a destroyed field. Xiao Yan's father thought that the guests could only be destroyed by the mysterious alchemist who was truly his son. But no one knew about this. The next morning, the father showed his son the agreements from the mysterious alchemist who had taken on the heir of their clan as an apprentice. Father and son want to completely destroy the enemy clan, which was previously very rich and interfered with their development. The old master alchemist helped their clan and saved it from destruction, and they are now his debtors. At some point, the conversation between father and son is interrupted by Dai, who asks her friend to come to them. It turns out that academy employees came to their city and began selecting students. The guys from the academy wanted to take the strongest spiritual warriors into their ranks. The spirit and mentor of the hero demanded that he penetrate the academy because the essences of the flame are hidden there, which will help the development of the guy. Dai decides to enter the academy and the hero says that he will accompany her, although this is not entirely true. Suddenly, Xiao Xiaomei and the son of the head of the guards appear, who were fans of the academies and believed that this was the best solution for the young fighter. Xiao Yu decides to take his friends to the academy through the back entrance so that they can get to know the teachers better. Cousin explains that the guards were probably drunk and therefore did not guard the entrance well. When the son of the head of the guard tried to pass through the guard, he froze in place. The hero immediately realized that he needed to use spiritual protection to resist the monster's attack. It turns out that the guard used spiritual energy to protect the gate. The rest of the friends could not pass due to the fact that they did not know how to use spiritual protection. Xiao Yan asked if the guys wanted help from him, but they refused. The guard notices the beautiful Dai and says that he has never seen such beautiful girls. Cousin intervenes and attacks the guard and says that he should not pester the new students because he spoils the face of the academy. Another academy student appears and notices the newcomers. The guy demanded that the newcomers kneel in front of him, and this amused him. Xiao Yu doesn't understand. Why did Liu Bu organize a beating of new students within the walls of the academy? Liu Bu says he's just trying to teach the new kids proper manners and respect for their elders. When Liu Bu tried to attack one of the newcomers, Xiao Yan intervened and attacked the exploding student and sent him flying with his powerful blow. The main character asks the injured newcomer to get up and helps him after the beating. When the hero helped the newcomers, he began to continue beating the student under the name Liu Bu. Professor Ruo Ling, who is surprised by the strength of the freshman, intervenes in the battle. The woman helps Liu Bu so that he does not die and protects him from Xiao Yan's attack with a water shield. The teacher also healed the new students from injuries caused by Liu Bu. Xiao Yu jumps to his professor and thanks her for her help. It turns out that among the freshmen, Xiao Yan and Dai Er appeared who were of high rank, and the girl even surpassed her friend by 2 stars. It turns out that a flying machine will soon arrive, and in a week will take all the new students to the academy. The hero asks to be given a leave of absence for 1 year so that he can take care of important matters. The professor realized that Xiao Yan was very serious, so she allowed it. The only condition that Ruo Ling set was that the student withstand the attacks of her energy. The guy has to dodge the lightning-fast attacks of the teacher. The hero manages to counterattack with his sword, but this is not enough to defeat Ruo Ling. The teacher protects herself with a water dome to destroy the enemy's sword. The hero uses acceleration and attacks from different sides along the water dome. Xiao Yu and Dai Er are surprised by Xiao Yan's strength, but the teacher is still superior to the guy. The woman uses water barriers and the threads wrap around the hero's hands. In order to fight, the hero has to use a secret weapon. Unfortunately, the guy's fiery explosion is suppressed by a water snake that was summoned by the teacher. When everyone thought that the heroes had already been defeated, he emerges from the fog almost unharmed. The woman had to approve the leave of their student because he had proven his strength. Professor Ruo Ling decided to visit Father Xiao Yan and the head of the clan. The woman was surprised that the man was able to raise such a strong and brave son. The main character visited his friend Yafei from the auction so that she could help him prepare the necessary resources. The girl will help collect the necessary ingredients, and she can guess what power the guy will receive after the trip. The girl hugs the young alchemist and asks him to return alive because apparently the journey will be very dangerous. At this time in the estate, Xiao Yan's father asks the servants to wipe his back. The main character appears, and the man immediately realizes that this is his son, even though they were silent. The father is surprised at how quickly his son has grown up, and apparently Xiao Yan came to say goodbye before his journey. The hero visits Dai Er to say goodbye to her before the journey, but she does not understand why he is leaving her. The next morning, the master explains to the disappointed student that it is time to hit the road. Coming out of his room, the hero notices the bracelet that he gave to Dai Er. Dai Er appears from the bracelet, but she was in the form of a spirit. The girl says that she will wait for her friend to return, so she asks him to return alive. Xiao Yan promises that in a year he will return alive and become even stronger. At this time, Na Lan was conducting her spiritual energy training on the sacred mountain. The girl's father came to her and said that she made a mistake if she decided to refuse the engagement because this is not accepted in their world. The man says that her fiancé was able to regain his strength and the potential was equal to his daughter. The girl says that she will not apologize to this man because she is proud. At this time, the main character began his journey, and along the way he destroyed trees while training his ability. In order to increase the speed of his student's progress, Yao Lao gives him a heavy black sword. Now, during the entire journey, he had to wear a black sword on his back. After a long journey, the hero was finally able to reach the first city on his way. Due to the fact that the guy was too heavy, the floor was destroyed with every step he took. Inside the shop the hero visited, he was able to discover the essence of the yellow lotus. What will help create a potion to improve training? Unfortunately, the hero does not have time to take the goods as a strange girl with purple hair beat him to it. The seller was amazed by the beauty of his visitor and even gave the girl a discount from the store. The main character was very angry and tried to find the girl, but when she left the store, she immediately disappeared. At this time, mercenaries were recruited in the square to protect the caravan that would transport medical ingredients. The hero felt the opportunity to get the necessary ingredients, so he pushed away his opponents and decided to become a caravan guard. Xiao Yan meets a young master and mercenary leader named Mu Li. The mysterious girl with purple hair was one of the mercenaries who guarded the caravan, and the hero wanted to take the essence from her. At the time of the march, the caravan was attacked and the commander ordered to be ready. The people were attacked by ice snakes who wanted to destroy the pitiful creatures. The mercenaries immediately decided to repel the attacks of the monsters. The main character at this time watched as his target, a girl with purple hair, was attacked by one of the ice snakes. To protect the girl, she had to use a heavy sword given by the teacher. The hero could not believe that this ice snake dared to attack what rightfully belonged to him. The cursed snake was able to send Xiao Yan flying with his strongest blow. It was very scary to be a mercenary because their people were freezing from the breath of the snake. Suddenly the guys saw something strange in the air, and it was Xiao Yan returning, falling onto the kites from the sky. The main character fell on the ice snake and activated his fire ability to give his blow more power. The piercing great sword was able to destroy the ice demon. After the battle, the hero stood over the defeated monster. The people around were shocked at how quickly their mercenary was able to deal with the monster. Unfortunately, the hero did not survive the long flight well, and it was difficult for him to recover. A girl with purple hair approaches the man and says that she has a gift for the guy. The girl was able to give him medicine, but unfortunately it turned out to be a laxative. When night fell in the mercenary camp, the girl with purple hair used sleeping pills to sprinkle all her friends. A girl with purple hair tried to climb onto a nearby rock, but the main character was already waiting for her. The guy demanded that the girl explain to him why she put all the people around and gave him a laxative. A terrible monster appears behind the beauty and wants to kidnap her. The hero has to use his big sword to protect his companion. After defeating the monster, the guy catches the frightened girl. The student's master says that he was able to make this beauty fall in love with him. The girl lost consciousness for a minute, but when she woke up, she saw a handsome hero in front of her. The girl slapped the insolent guy who was trying to kiss her. The hero tried to prove that he did not try to touch her, but the girl could not be convinced. After the conversation, it turns out that she is grateful to the hero for saving her life and will allow him to visit her family's treasury. The guys set off together on a journey to find treasures that the adventurer knows about. The guys visit a large cave where, according to a girl with purple hair, there is treasure. The guys visit a strange labyrinth and find a secret button there. When they were able to enter the cave, they found a lot of gold and jewelry there. The master of his students says through the ring that he has discovered a rare ingredient, and it is the flaming flower. The adventurer girl also discovered a beautiful flower and tried to touch it, but it burned her hands. The heroine was crying in pain and the guy had to calm her down. The hero began to cool the girl's burnt hands with his breath. The girl felt a strange feeling seeing the hero's eyes, and the guy didn't pay any attention to it. After the teacher's prompts, the hero was able to correctly pick up the flower and place it in the box. The guys were collecting treasures and thinking about how to take everything with them. Suddenly the girl says that Xiao Yan is touching her too much, and she asks him to stop. But the man was on the other side of the room. It turns out that the skeleton inside the treasury came to life and tried to molest the girl. After a battle with the skeleton, the heroes found out that he was immortal and could recover. The monster was easily able to restore his body in a short period of time. The master says through the ring that this used to be a strong warrior who guards his treasures. The skeleton tries to attack the guys, but Xiao Yan takes the girl with him in time and escapes the disaster. The master says that his student will not be able to withstand such a skeleton and needs to run away. The guys continue to retreat, but the girl wants to fight the skeleton. The hero tells his friend that she cannot defeat this warrior. The girl uses her throwing needles to paralyze the skeleton. When the girl was able to destroy the monster's body into small pieces, she said that she was stronger than the guy. Xiao Yan discovered that inside the skeleton there was a strange creature that controlled the entire body. It turns out that the girl was able to hit the strange creature with her needle and kill the monster. Inside the skeleton, the guy discovers the keys to open a secret room. The guys were able to discover scrolls with strange contents that emanated power. The guys were able to read scrolls that talked about the use of secret poisons. It turns out that on their continent there are combat medics who are capable of slowly killing their opponents using poison. Poison Master is the most hated and terrifying profession on the continent. After all, they fight unfairly. Xiao Yan hopes that his companion is not going to become a master of poisons with the help of the discovered scrolls, but the girl silently takes the contents of the boxes into her bag. In another box, the guys found a scroll with a different energy. It turns out that the discovered scroll is a flying spell that can allow its owner to fly. The last chest remains. But suddenly the sound of a bowstring is heard, and the hero has to save his girlfriend from flying arrows again. It turns out that mercenaries appeared who were able to wake up and discover the absence of their friends. The purple-haired girl and the hero were surrounded by their former partners. It turns out that the mercenaries wanted to take all the wealth for themselves and were offended by the guys for their blatant provocation because they wanted to use the girl with purple hair and kill her after discovering her family treasure. Xiao Yan says that they will have to fight if they do not share the treasure peacefully. The girl with purple hair says that she treated the mercenaries all the time because she was a priestess on their team. It turns out that the head of the mercenaries used special means to monitor his people. The healer uses poison to fight her former comrades. At this time, Xiao Yan defends the girl from the attacks of the head of the mercenaries. The power of the head was enough to defeat the main character, and he attacks the girl. A hero appears behind him, who has not yet been completely defeated, and he wanted to fight further. The guys fought fiercely, and their strength was equal. Xiao Yan and his commander tried to figure out which of them was stronger. Unfortunately, the team captain had a lot more people, and the guys had to retreat. When they left, an ambush awaited them outside. One of the arrows crashes into the hero's back as he covers his purple-haired girlfriend. The guys are finally caught and presented with the fact that they were able to bring their squad to the cave with treasures, and for this, the commander is grateful to them. The squad leader will save the guy who tried to help the girl with purple hair. The hero activates his abilities and decides to take revenge. The girl breaks out of captivity and decides to save her friend. After all, he understands that their strengths are not equal. A flying beast appears on which the girl could travel and lands on its back. The archers try to shoot down the guys who are running away, but they fail. In the morning, the hero finally wakes up and the healer was able to explain that she cured his wounds. The girl explains that in this world, human hearts are much worse than the hearts of magical animals. The hero believes that only with the help of force can one prove one's right and show justice. The healer decides to return to her family because she is from a very important house and they will not dare touch her. The hero understands that if a girl is confident, he will not stop her. Guys say goodbye because Xiao Yan will have to continue his training, while the girl will return to her family. During the forgiveness, the purple-haired girl hoped that Xiao Yan would survive because she enjoyed traveling with him. Later it turned out that the priestess was able to return home, and the mercenaries did not dare to touch her. The head of the mercenaries reported to his father that they were able to take the treasury that belonged to the family of healers. The father ordered to find the warrior who was able to escape with the healer. At this time, the hero continued his training, and the father of the head of the mercenaries was right that the enemy must be destroyed immediately, because the enemy is becoming stronger every day. The hero continued his battles against the most powerful monsters while learning battle skills. One of the abilities of the healer's treasury was the wings that the hero learned. With the help of his wings, the guy was able to fight monsters with greater efficiency. The hero got tattoos on his back that transformed into real wings when the ability was activated. The alchemist teacher explains that his ability in the future will be able to develop to a very serious level. The master used a potion to speed up training and asked his student to destroy 4 more of these fish. After some time, the mercenaries were able to discover one of Xiao Yan's lairs where he and his teacher studied. At this time, the hero continued his training and watched as magical beasts fought with each other. The white monkey was able to grab the red wolf cub and could tear it apart. The hero decides to intervene and save the little red wolf from certain death. The monkey was very angry and attacked his opponent. At this time, a detachment of mercenaries was just approaching the hero's camp and did not expect that a huge white monkey could attack them. People fought against a strong monster, but unfortunately the forces were unequal. After a serious fight, Xiao Yan finally approached his former friends and said that they fought poorly. The hero decides to end the fight and destroy those who have been pursuing him all these weeks. One of the spiritual magicians bursts into the battle and attacks the hero with a ranged attack. The man has to activate his fire ability to fight a stronger opponent. Unfortunately, the forces were too unequal and the master suggested that it would be better if the hero disappeared. The man used purple wings to retreat, but after the battle it was very difficult to activate them. A red wolf who saw a man falling decides to help him, just as the guy had helped his child before. In the evening, the hero trained with his teacher near the waterfall and activated his purple wings. The teacher explained that we needed to learn to control our wings better. The hero felt that the potions given by the master helped improve his abilities. Unfortunately, the training was too strong for the student, and he could not withstand the load. After treatment, the hero is visited by a red wolf who brings healing plants as a gift. The guys became friends with the red wolf who helped Xiao Yan after he saved his child. The guys turned out to be best friends during the time they spent training in the forest. At this time, the teacher was busy catching crabs and fish while his student was hunting strong monsters with a wolf. With the help of special potions, the hero was able to activate the evolution of the wolf and make it stronger. The magical creature was tamed by the main character, and they were able to develop their abilities together. By using the red wolf as a mount, the hero was able to increase the speed of his movement through the forest. After some time, the guys reached the central parts of the forest where there was a large amount of spiritual energy and a lot of rare resources. Suddenly, the whole forest shook and the guys felt that a strong battle was taking place nearby. Taking a closer look, Xiao Yan discovers a girl who is fighting from a very high-level demon. The girl and the demon were almost equal in strength, and it was interesting which of them would win the battle. After some time, the girl was seriously wounded and she had to retreat. The hero and the master were able to find the girl and decide to help her recover. When the heroine finally opens her eyes, she finds herself in a cave. The hero and his pet animal greet the girl and bring her medicine. The warrior demands an explanation from Xiao Yan and was very strict. After waking up, she left, and the master says that her powers are so weak that the monsters can easily deal with the girl in this forest. The guy decides to pursue his new girlfriend to save her from certain death and arrives just in time. A girl is attacked by a pack of magical boars and the guy has to protect her. Although the warrior was much stronger than the hero, now she needs to recover so as not to lose in the battle against the animals. Unfortunately, the heroine does not stop stubbornly going in the necessary direction and the hero protects her. After some time, it is still possible to convince the girl to come to the hero's camp where it was safe. While the guy was fighting to protect the warrior, he was all wounded and his strength was at its limit. The warrior notices that Xiao Yan is in very bad condition, and after examining the guy, she saw that he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. After some time, the man wakes up and sees that the warrior is lying on his chest. The master says that the girl sucked the poison out of his neck and helped him cope with the poisoning. When the warrior wakes up, she is happy to discover that the guy is awake and promises to bring water. When she comes, she independently gives hot water to the patient. It turns out that the warrior doesn't even know how to cook food, and the hero has to do everything on his own. After a little effort, the guys sit down to a late dinner. Behind the conversations, they were able to become friends, and it turns out that the warrior is grateful to Xiao Yan for her salvation. In the next morning, the girl managed to activate her abilities and regain her previous strength. Xiao Yan was sleeping, so the beautiful girl said goodbye to him and quickly left before he woke up. When the guy woke up, he found lying scrolls and the girl's armor. The master says that the armor and scrolls given to the guy belong to the highest rank, and this is a very valuable gift. It turns out that the girl decided to fight the royal demon again, but the hero tried to catch up with the girl. The man asks his girlfriend to be quiet because the demon can hear them. The hero explains that the things were donated by the girl. Very valuable, and he wants to help her defeat the demon because this is a very important goal for her. The warrior says that her goal is not to kill the demon but to steal the purple crystal that the demon guards. The girl gives her friend the red crystal, and while she distracts the demon, he must steal the purple crystal with the help of a gift. The royal demon flies out of his lair. When I could hear my friends, Xiao Yan visits the cave in order to quickly discover the purple crystal and take it for his friend. It turns out that inside the cave where the purple crystals were located, there was a cub of a royal demon. At the top, near the cub, there was the most precious crystal, which the warrior wanted to get. Using a red wolf to attract a cub, they were able to divert his attention. Having climbed to the top, the guys tried to take the crystal, but the alchemist student did not succeed. The heroes decide to give their friend the purple crystal that was on the neck of the demon cub. Unfortunately, the demon was too fast and was able to catch up with Xiao Yan and bite him into two pieces. The armor donated by the warrior withstood the attack and destroyed the cub's teeth. The hero broke the essence of the purple crystal in order to absorb its power. After the fight, the guy felt very bad because the essence of the purple crystal was too strong for his weak body. The hero provided the most valuable purple crystal to be placed on the cub's neck. The hero also admits that he used the essence of the purple crystal on himself and now he feels very bad. The warrior is going to take on some of the energy of the purple crystal to help the guy survive. The student finds himself in a strange place and asks the master where he is. Suddenly, a great demon appears and tells the stupid man that he will pay for his actions. A person is burned by the endless energy of the purple essence that he foolishly absorbed. Suddenly, great whales appear and attack the demons inside the hero's mind. It turns out that the warrior wants to help her friend and uses her spiritual protectors. A battle has broken out inside the hero's mind and the whales are helping him survive. Air appears before the guy's eyes, which he has always dreamed of and which he missed during his journey. The man hugs her, but it turns out that it was a warrior, but she accepted him and hugged him. The hero wakes up and sees a master in front of him who was not very happy that the guy absorbed the purple essence without his permission. The spirit conveys to his disciple a message from the warrior who said goodbye to her friend. It turns out that the warrior is connected with the strongest alchemist of their continent and wanted to provide the purple crystal just for him. Suddenly, the hero's conversations are interrupted by the furious scream of dying people. It turns out that the guy was protecting his sister from the bandits who attacked them. The bandits were going to kill her brother and kidnap her pretty sister. The brother tried to resist, but nothing worked, and the poor sister ended up in the dirty hands of bandits. Suddenly, an alchemist appears who is going to punish the bandits. The main character is going to fight against the bandits and protect the poor girl. The battle begins, and the alchemist easily deals with the clumsy bandits. The head of a group of bandits was beaten by a red wolf who also enters the battle. The hero uses the acquired powers from the purple essence. When the guy opens his eyes, he sees that all the opponents were destroyed with just one attack. It turns out that the purple essence gave the hero a lot of strength and the warrior helped him survive. The guy pays attention to his seriously wounded brother and his little sister who is crying. The girl says that she does not want to see the death of her brother, who protected her all this time. The alchemist gives the girl a potion and says that it can cure her brother. The guys tell the hero that they are from a healing clan, and a girl with purple hair demanded medicine that they collected in the forest. It turns out that Xiao Yan's friend was stricken with a terrible disease, and she needed to be helped somehow. On a sign in the settlement where the healer clan lived, it was written that the healer clan was looking for a doctor for their daughter. Xiao Yan appears as a mysterious alchemist to save his purple-haired friend. The clan servants bring their guest to a girl who was sick with a terrible disease. It turns out that inside there was not a real girl, but bandits who wanted to grab Xiao Yan. The mercenaries wanted to take revenge on the man who crippled their people in the treasury and used meanness for this. The hero had to use the abilities of the purple essence and break out of the settlement. Various demons tried to restrain the hero, but he fought against them with the help of a large sword. It turns out that the poor brother and sister in the forest framed the main character and told him false information. The father of all mercenaries was going to destroy Xiao Yan because he was their main enemy. The hero is going to find his girlfriend with purple hair so he can destroy the entire city until he can save her. Inside the dungeon, the hero found the father of a girl with purple hair, and he says that his daughter constantly talked about him. The father admits that he is useless and could not protect his girl named Xiao Chen. The teacher decides to help his student and reminds him that he has created magical potions that can help heal the healer's father. The alchemist's apprentice doesn't know whether to use the potion because last week an experimental animal melted into mush after using the potion. The conversation between teacher and student is interrupted by the appearance of the mercenary's father, who threatens the hero with death. It turns out that no one has ever escaped from the personal prison of mercenaries, and it's time for the hero to meet his minions in hell. The alchemist remembered that kind guy about whom the head of the mercenaries was now reminding him, and his soul felt pain. A huge explosion erupted in all directions, demolishing buildings. The hero shouted with all his might that he would immediately destroy all opponents who dared to threaten his family with death. The head of the mercenaries considered himself stronger in rank and was not at all afraid of the alchemist who attacked him. Xiao Yan demanded that the villain immediately give him the girl with purple hair and the rest of his friends. The head of the mercenaries explains that they have all been dead for a long time, even though the hero does not believe his words. With the help of a huge sword, the alchemist manages to repel the attacks of the lightning spear of the head of the hunters. The mercenary is trying to reach the boy with his long spear, but so far he has not succeeded. In order for the hero to survive, he has to retreat because the enemy was not easy. During the battle, the student found himself inside a strange building where there was a purple web everywhere, and the teacher asked the alchemist to hold his breath because the air was poisoned. The hero took a closer look at his surroundings and noticed many oddities. It turns out that in the center of the web there was a girl with purple hair. It was the same healer named Xiao Shang whom the hero wanted to save. The guy tries to call his girlfriend and asks what is happening to her, but unfortunately he does not hear an answer. At this time, the alchemist's teacher felt a strange power and his hair caught fire. It turns out that the head of the adventurers set fire to the buildings in order to destroy his enemies once and for all. The hero realized that he was trapped because the web began to wrap around his arms and legs. It turns out that before these events, the villain promised Xiao Shang that he would let her go alive if she helped catch Xiao Yan. The girl was against helping her enemies, much less giving them her faithful friend. The healer had to fight against the mercenaries so as not to give them the opportunity to catch the alchemist. The healer managed to use the ancient curse of poison on her opponents. The head of the mercenaries was shocked by the behavior of the captive because she would not be able to escape using such tricks. Then Xiao Xiang realized that she apparently had a bad fate and would have to use her trump card, after which she ate a magic ball with strong poison with a strange effect. The bandits surrounded the girl and piled on her with all their bodies, but she did not give up and a bright light appeared among the bandits. It turns out that the girl used a magic demonification pill that turned her into a demon. The girl decided to deal with the enemies of her kind once and for all. The head of the mercenaries decides to use his tame spider, which wove a cocoon around the demoness and sealed her inside. While the girl is inside the cocoon, she will not be able to break out on her own and will have to wait for help from outside. At this time, the hero is trying to get his girlfriend out of the trap, but the villain is only glad that they will all burn together inside the house. The alchemist tries to get to his friend through threads and fire. A loud creaking sound is heard and a large log falls from the ceiling. The teacher says that he will have to help his student, but unfortunately he cannot do this because his spiritual energy was not very strong. Xiao Yan sees a huge piece of wood approaching and has to dodge the danger. A red wolf appears nearby and decides to help his friend, while the teacher realizes that his strength is leaving him. The hero orders the red wolf to save Xiao Xiang's father, and he independently makes his way to the girl. Yao Lao shouts to his student not to try to get to the cocoon because it is impossible and let the alchemist escape. The hero explains that Xiao Xiang found herself in such a bad situation precisely because of him, and if he cannot save the girl, then it does not matter whether he dies or remains alive. The guy came to see Xiao Xiang alive, so he will reach his goal. When there was very little distance left to Xiao Xiang, the girl was able to reach the guy with her hand, but she was no longer the same one that Xiao Yan remembers. The girl's hand attacked the man's shoulder with a strong blow, tearing the skin and flesh to the point of bleeding. It turns out that the demoness was insane and did not see people as allies, but fortunately the main character was protected by the girl's father, who exposed his body to the deadly blow, thereby sacrificing his life for the sake of the hero. The father, with tears in his eyes, hugs his beloved daughter and apologizes because he could not protect her. The girl inside the demon felt her father's touch, and for a second she regained her composure. Memories of her mother's death appeared inside her. Then the girl saw a mysterious man come in a terrible storm and rain. She met with tears in her eyes a person who could help her. The man then told the girl that he had heard how in this village people were poisoned with a terrible poison, and he wanted to help the woman. The girl tried to protect her mother, so she attacked the healer. The man explained that most likely the girl's mother had been dead for a long time, and he would not be able to help her. The girl believed that her mother had simply fallen asleep, and the man was deceiving her. But the girl's scratch caused the man to become poisoned, and he recognized the same poison. It turns out that the little girl knew how to poison people around her, and the healer was able to successfully protect himself, but unfortunately not the villagers. That day she called the healer her father, although he was not her direct relative. The girl hugged her savior and explained that her mother had mentioned her father's coming. She said that the father would be very handsome, just like this mysterious man who came to their village. After the father helped the girl bury all the people in the village, he decided to take her with him and raise her as his own daughter to help control the poison. Returning to the present events, the father hugged his daughter, who tore his chest with her hand. The guy told his daughter that he couldn't protect her, so he was to blame for everything. The man fell dead to the floor, and Xiao Xiang regained her consciousness again with tears in her eyes, watching the death of the person closest to her. Suddenly, the villain's people noticed that the fire had turned purple, and they were afraid of what was happening there. Xiao Xiang and Xiao Yan joined forces to destroy their enemies once and for all. Xiao Yan activated his strongest abilities, while the healer also did not lag behind. The friends managed to use the fire to burn the mercenaries to the ground. The enemy warriors felt a strong burning sensation, and the flames were so fierce that no one could resist it. The hero hugged his girlfriend, and together with her, flew over the city on his wings to get a better look at what was happening. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's ability was not absolute, and he could no longer create wings, so he began to fall down. The girl immediately saved the situation by taking her friend and calling on a large winged eagle to fly away safely together. The friends reached a very beautiful place where the girl decided to bury her beloved father, who had given her so much happiness in life. The hero wanted to cheer up his friend and said that her healing skills had increased. After all, the burns he earned during the battle went away. The girl was not at all happy with her improvements and wanted to tell her sad story to her friend. 12 years ago, there was a village that lived by collecting plants, and its inhabitants were very kind and hard-working. One day, a mother appeared in the village with her 3-year-old daughter. The residents happily accepted them, and this family remained to live in the village. After some time, the girl was playing near the village and found a beautiful flower, and this flower was called the money flower. It was very beautiful but contained a deadly poison, and an alluring aroma emanated from it. A 3-year-old girl could not resist the temptation. She ate this attractive, deadly flower. After absorbing the flower, the girl lost her mind, but she did not die at all. She killed all the residents and friends who loved her and cared about her. That time, it was an accident. But this time, she specifically absorbed the poison in order to fight the enemy. But unfortunately, she again killed a person dear to her, and it was her adoptive father who raised and trained her all these years. The teacher says that this person's spiritual energy increases after absorbing the poison. What is the peculiarity of the organism? The body of a poisonous disaster is born once every thousands of years, and this girl is very deadly and poses a great danger to others. The higher the toxicity of the poison, the faster the strength of this person grows. And when the poisonous aura reaches a certain level, the girl becomes a master of poisons, but unfortunately her body can become a demon. In the worst-case scenario, if she consumes a huge amount of deadly poison, she will no longer be able to return to human form, and the demon will forever gain consciousness over the girl until she completely exhausts her body and dies. The hero approaches his girlfriend and says that he is to blame for how Xiao Yan acted and absorbed the poison. It's not her fault that her father died, and they also avenged him together. Xiao Yan says that the slope of this mountain buried her friend's mother and stepfather, and she doesn't want Xiao Yan to die because of her. She is cursed and offers to meet the hero in the next life. The girl tried to pierce her heart with a needle, but the hand of the alchemist stood in the way of the sharp blade and could not allow the girl to die. The guy calls his girlfriend names and explains that the path he took was always incredibly dangerous. He was lucky to meet people like her and those whom he can call friends for life. Death is the most cowardly decision, and he believes that she should continue to live for the sake of those who loved her. If death helps solve all the problems, then he will undoubtedly follow his friend. But does she really think that those close to her would want such an end for Xiao Yan? The guy tried to explain that not only Xiao Yan had a very difficult life, because he used to try very hard to gain the power that he has, and he also had a lot of problems that he ran into, but he did not give up and is still trying to pursue his main goal. The healer immediately regained her confidence and even slapped her friend so that he would stop yelling at her because she already understood. The girl also decides that she needs to heal the alchemist's pierced hand because he set her up in a very careless manner. The guys are interrupted by a red wolf who immediately appears from the forest and attacks the hero, kissing his face. It turns out that the red wolf did not come with empty teeth. Inside his mouth, he hid the treasure that he stole from the hands of the head of the mercenaries. It turns out that the wolf had a ring that can store things inside itself, and when they opened the container, the guys discovered ancient treasures that they found in the healer's cave. The friends even managed to find bloody lotus essence there, which teacher Xiao Yan wanted so badly to get. The girl says that fate is magical, and they met because of this, and for the same reason they survived many dangers and became best friends. She returns the essence of the bloody lotus, which should belong to the one who came to this city for her. The guys also discovered a scroll that contained the spells of a furious lion's roar. It's impossible that such a small group of mercenaries could get such a thing, and probably this scroll is from the last box in the cave, which the guys did not open due to the appearance of enemies. The girl says that after everything that happened to them, she plans to leave the empire and travel around the world to find a way to cure the body of the poisonous disaster. But she would like to know what Xiao Yan wants to do after everything that happened. The hero sits down on a pile of gold and explains that obviously he is going to look for dangerous places and train, because he made a 3-year promise to someone when the time comes, he will make all his enemies bow their heads and beg for mercy. The guy also gives the girl the preservation ring that he received at the auction, and he gives it to her as a keepsake. The next time they see each other, he will definitely help Xiao Xiang find a way to heal her body. The wolf also wanted attention, and Xiao Yan explains that they will go on the next adventure together, and when they meet Xiao Xiang again, the wolf will become the king of the mountains of magical beasts, and will surprise the girl with his talents. The next morning, the people of the healing village found a large amount of jewelry from the healer's cave on their doorstep. Along with the treasures, there was a letter where the girl thanked all her friends for their help, and she apologizes for putting all her loved ones in danger. But she will go on a difficult journey to cure her illness. Events move to a completely different city on the opposite edge of the empire, where a villain in a black robe tried to hide from his pursuers. Cute girls tried to catch a thief who stole a precious ingredient from the alchemist's guild. The guy in the black hood told the pursuers to look up because something dangerous was hiding there. The girl with yellow hair asked the criminal to shut up because he couldn't deceive them in such a simple way. But her friend with white hair said that there was really someone up there. It turns out that Xiao Yan fell from the sky, who explains that that devil just pushed him down from the beast and probably decided to kill him. It turns out that it was the healer Xiao Xiang who said goodbye to the hero and flew away on her magical beast to unknown lands. Xiao Yan fell straight onto the girl with yellow hair who was underneath him. The girl with yellow hair is called Lin Fei. Her friend said that the guy was already trying to run away somewhere. Them. Might have to chase this guy down. The white-haired girl's name was Shui Se, and her friend had a fierce desire. Punish her because she didn't stop that strange man who fell on Lin Fei. Using ropes, the yellow-haired girl captivated the guy, and the teacher said that this beauty masterfully made his student. Lin Fei found a precious ring on the guy, and most likely it was an amulet with a teacher, and she explained that she would take it because the guy had harmed her. Xiao Yan could not do anything because he was tied up, and he was very disappointed that he would now be left without a teacher. The next morning, the hero came to the alchemists where those strange girls most likely lived. The guy tried to bribe the guard to allow him to go inside, but after offering several potions, Xiao Yan heard only refusals. When the hero was able to provide a whole bunch of potions, he was happily allowed inside the building. Once inside, Xiao Yan saw how alchemists were being accepted for a qualifying exam to confirm their qualifications. The hero says that he has a letter that his sister gave him, and it's possible. This document will help confirm the guy's identity and act as a recommendation before the exam. A strange man appears behind and asks, "Are they really discussing recommendations for apprenticeship to the King of Elixirs?" And he would like to see this for himself. It turns out that the letter was written by the same warrior whom the hero helped find the purple crystal, and she wrote the letter using spiritual energy, thereby striking the strange man. The strange old man is the head of the alchemists, and he would like to talk to Xiao Yan personally. The guys go to the main hall of the Alchemists Guild, where there were a large number of new people who wanted to show their abilities. The head of the alchemists says that it seems that the hero has not passed the exam before, and that means he has come this time to participate in the examination for the first degree of alchemy. Suddenly the hero heard the call of his teacher and discovered the very girl who stole his teacher's ring. It turns out that the yellow-haired girl came to the exam to get the second alchemical degree, but this guy somehow made his way into the hall and demands that she return an incomprehensible old ring. The head of the guild intervenes in the conversation and asks the pot-bellied master who brought his 2 students not to give them much freedom, because last time they blew up the alchemical furnace. The pot-bellied master says that apparently the head of the guild has fallen very far if he is going to take an exam from this hillbilly. It was clearly noticeable that there was a fierce struggle between the 2 masters, while the pot-bellied master's student continued to play with the hero's ring. The guy says that if he passes the exam, then they will return the ring to him and even ask for forgiveness on their knees. It turns out that the hero offers to take the exam to the second level with the girls, and only then will they give up the ring and also ask for forgiveness. But no one believes that the boy will be able to skip one level and show the second degree of alchemist on the exam. During the exam itself, the guys were given the task of creating a pill in the allotted time using the ingredients located on the table. It turns out that 3 people took the exam. It was Xiao Yan, as well as his rivals, the 2 girls he had met earlier in the morning. Xiao Yan had a task to create a meridian enhancement pill, and each of the players had their own task. The hero was very disappointed because it turns out that the meridian enhancement pill is practically the highest rank of the second degree, and the obviously pot-bellied master has something to do with the fact that Xiao Yan got such a difficult task. But he needs to return his master so he can easily do the job, and before that he had already learned this from his teacher more than once. The guy was missing only one ingredient, which miraculously turned out to be in the girl he was fighting with. Lin Fei says that apparently the guy also needs this yellow magic core, but he didn't have time to take it, so he will most likely fail the exam. The hero takes out another magic stone and says that if the alchemist is strictly attached to the recipe, then they are the real alchemist. But in reality, his master screamed loudly inside the man's mind, so that he would just take the yellow stone. Xiao Yan uses fire essence to create his potion. The guys saw that their opponent was using unusual witchcraft, and this is obviously a very rare type of animal flame, but to have such concentrated animal flame at such an early age is a very rare ability. The workshop hero mixes a variety of ingredients. While studying the creation of potions, the hero checked all the components from the temperature to the combustion point of the substances. When he discovered the required time and location, he immediately sent the red crystal inside the magic cauldron. The masters who watched the exam realized that this guy had an incredible teacher. If he is able to see the creation of potions from the inside and understands when to throw in the necessary element, and also use completely different components in order to ultimately get that same potion. During the test, the girls got into trouble because their stove began to burst from the inside due to a very strong fire. In any case, Lin Fei was happy because she had taken away the necessary magic core and thought that because of this, Xiao Yan would still not be able to make the correct potion, and they would all fail together. The hero screamed furiously, and purple flames burst out in all directions because he was going to create potions using his skills. Lin Fei shouted that this newcomer's oven would now be torn to pieces. He used the wrong ingredients, but the hero explained that she doesn't even understand how to properly make potions. That's why. It's better to be silent. After preparing the elixir, the hero managed to create 2 tablets and demonstrated his final result to the masters. The masters observed that this alchemist managed to make unusual tablets, and tablets from special marks, and only high-quality tablets in which purity and radiance have reached the maximum peak can have such marks. The masters studied the tablets in detail and realized that they have great power. But changing the ingredients can do more than just enhance the meridians. But in addition, it increases strength thanks to the fiery core of the essence. As for the second tablet, it was created from the remaining ingredients. If the hero had done everything correctly, then everything would have been limited to just 1 tablet. Since Lin Fei took the necessary ingredients from him, he invites this girl to try the effect of the mysterious pill herself. The friend with white hair immediately took an unknown pill. The girl said that all the ingredients that this guy used were high quality and nutritious, and that's why it was impossible to create poison from it. Let your friend calm down and try this pill on herself. Suddenly, the girl started coughing loudly, and the pot-bellied master immediately threw his ropes on Xiao Yan, saying that if his student gets hurt, he will destroy the guy. A moment later, the girl screamed furiously because her breasts had increased by several sizes. It turns out that Xiao Yan managed to create a completely new product that will help girls enlarge their breasts. The young alchemist's opponent said that the guy was a real pervert if he created such a tablet, but he tried to justify himself that she received a great benefit for herself and now she must return the ring. At this time, the head of the alchemists enters the conversation and praises Xiao Yan, calling him a breakthrough scientist in a world where no one has demonstrated such great and extensive knowledge in alchemy for a long time. The pot-bellied alchemist demanded from Xiao Yan that he create a pill for him that would make him a handsome young man, and he would like to spend more time in a beautiful body. After the chief alchemist calmed the pot-bellied master, they gave Xiao Yan an honorary uniform of the second level, which can only be worn by masters of the second degree of knowledge of alchemy. With the help of the second degree of alchemist, the guy will be able to obtain rare plants and ingredients from the guild, and he also has in his hands the ability to use the tools of the guild for a specific price. Next, Xiao Yan demanded that the girl who lost the argument give him the ring with the teacher and also ask for forgiveness. The girl tried to find protection from her teacher, saying that they could not return the guy's ring. After all, it was he who fell from the sky and prevented that vile thief from being caught. It turns out that the pot-bellied master was very offended by Xiao Yan. After all, it was because of him that it was not possible to catch the thief who stole the flower of living souls, and this flower was very dear to the alchemist. When the master was young, he injured himself while collecting the flower of living souls in the mountain valley, and was saved by a beautiful girl. They fell in love at first sight, and one could say that they lost their minds because of love. But unfortunately, even the heavens began to envy them, and the beautiful girl became infected with an incurable disease, after which the master did everything to save her. Then she gave a beautiful flower to her lover and told him to continue to take care of it after her death. Flowers of living souls are incredibly rare and they can retain a small part of a human soul. Xiao Yan heard this sad story and also cried at the loss of the pot-bellied master. The hero said that if he knew where this thief was hiding, he would immediately save this flower and give it to the pot-bellied master. It turns out that they knew the location of the thief, but no one had caught him before. That same night, the hero went where he was told to find the thief. This thief has very great connections, and unfortunately the guys from the Alchemy Corps cannot do anything against him. So Xiao Yan will have to very carefully steal the flower and return it to its previous owner. It was very interesting to find out who needed to receive it. This flower, but upon entering the building, someone immediately attacked the hero. It turns out that the same thief who ran away from the crime scene fell on the guy. The thief took Xiao Yan in and decided to show him the problem he was facing. It turns out that the soul flower was very furious and fought for its life. The thief says that the guy can take it, this flower, but the hero was in no hurry to just leave, and he saw on the thief that he was wearing the uniform of an alchemist of the third degree. The guy asked why the thief needed this flower. The thief replies that he simply does not want the precious treasures to be in the hands of mere mortals. The main character noticed that at that moment the interlocutor sat down on a sofa made of cobwebs, and it was surprising that such a precious material was used only for furniture. Having looked closely at all the things inside the house, the student realized that this third-level master had almost all of his things precious. The thief says that these treasures should not be given to mortal hands. After all, only in the hands of someone who knows their true value will these things shine. It doesn't matter who this mysterious interlocutor is, and what's more important is that his older brother is the greatest alchemist on the entire continent, and the guy turns out to be called Gu Te. The hero does not know why people are so afraid of this mysterious Dou-qi. It turns out that the main character does not know Dou-qi's brother. Therefore, he is not afraid of him at all. Continuing to ignore his interlocutor, the young alchemist notices that the temperature inside this building is lower than outside, and especially near the mysterious box inside of which there is something incredibly rare. Dou-qi understands that apparently the hero knows how to recognize treasures, and he offers to send him his brother's autograph. But the hero refuses because he doesn't even know who this person is. It turns out that inside the strange chest there was magical spring water, which is necessary to create the fiery essence. The hero uses plants that start screaming at the poor pig thief so that he urgently returns her to the fat man. Dou-qi comes close to the hero and says that if he manages to interest him, he will share a small part of his treasures. Dou-qi understands that the interlocutor has already seen his wonderful collection of artifacts, and it is unlikely that Xiao Yan will be able to give him something that might interest the great alchemist. The hero realizes that he has something special, therefore it shows an animal flame that shines in purple. The collector interrupts the hero and asks him to wait a little because he is trying to find among his artifacts something that can definitely help him. Having opened some strange book, the collector manages to find a line about something that is so similar to the guest's abilities that are used by the heaven's devourer. And this is the animal flame from the purple cave. The collector is interested. Did the newcomer really manage to meet the newborn royal lion who appears once every 1,000 years, and he got the essence of the violet crystal inside the cave? The hero does not understand why this pervert is touching his hands, and Dou-qi has to explain that such treasures make him nervous. Hero! He is about to leave, defiantly saying goodbye, but the collector stops the guy because he is interested in his abilities. The alchemist says that if he managed to interest the collector, then he would probably take the chest with precious magical water, but in return he had to give some essence of the purple crystal that the guy got in the cave. The collector also guesses that spring water is necessary for Xiao Yan to create a capture of the essence of the flame, and if he guessed right, he can help a little as a sign of their nascent friendship. The collector will give his guest a wonderful thing, and let him go to the specified place and give it to a special person. And when he gets there, he will immediately understand everything. The next morning, the hero gives the pot-bellied master a flower in which there was a piece of the soul of his long-dead Lyubov. After returning the flower, Xiao Yan demanded the return of the ring with the master. Lin Fei noticed that the hero is worried about this strange ring, and if he tells what the secret of this treasure is, then she will return the ring. The hero approaches a pretty girl and with a manic smile says that this is a cursed ring, and the ghost of an old man, even more talkative than that strange flower of a pot-bellied master, has settled inside it. Late at night, this spirit emerges from the ring to absorb the energy and blood of other people. Having heard about the terrible ghost, the young student immediately gives the ring to the alchemist. At the end, the hero thanks the head of the Alchemists' Guild for his help. The man says goodbye to his friend and says that in 6 months, a large alchemist festival will take place in the capital of the empire, and he will be waiting. There's a friend there. Before leaving, the alchemists also want to give their new friend rare ingredients for potions. The main character says goodbye and leaves while the white-haired girl notices that this guy is very unusual. The one who taught this boy is a very good master, and the chief alchemist is wondering who this person is. Later, Xiao Yan and his master went to the flying transport, but the master was a little offended by his student for calling him a terrible spirit that absorbs human blood. The master also wanted to set off on foot, but Xiao Yan did not understand. Why do this? Because on foot they will reach their goal in only 3 days. During the line, someone attacked the main character and kicked him. The guys who attacked the hero were alchemists and called the guy a thief because most likely he stole the alchemist's form. Later, the guy was able to buy a ticket and it was very expensive, but still the hero wanted to save time and use the flying airliner. During the flight, the hero discovered that on the flying board there was a large variety of amenities, as well as delicious food. At this time, a master named Yao Lao sat quietly near the window and reflected on philosophical topics. A little later, the hero learned that his spiritual master had a fear of heights and was dizzy. Interrupting the torment of the masters, Xiao Yan decides to show a gift from a new friend named Gute. Having delivered the mysterious scroll, the hero demonstrates instructions that indicate where they could find this essence of flame. But for this, they need to go through many tests. Most likely, the cleansing flame is located in the Tagir Desert, and this is great because the hero has already prepared all the necessary components to create a bloody lotus. The master happily looks at the ingredients provided by the student and asks him to observe what is happening. Unfortunately, due to the flight, the spirit is unable to create potions and he is very nervous about this. Because of the noise, the same daring alchemists who attacked him in the morning during the queue came to Xiao Yan's room. Having made their way into the room, the alchemists found on the table precious ingredients for creating very serious potions. The alchemists tried to take the jewelry from the hillbilly because they thought that he had simply stolen the jewelry. Xiao Yan is already angry and decides to use his power. But the teacher asks the alchemist not to move. The mentor promises that he will get rid of those alchemists who have forgotten honor and are engaged in theft from their own fellow tribesmen. The teacher explains that his head is already spinning, and these scum make his well-being even more disgusting. He hates trash who so disrespects his prophet and creator of alchemy. People cannot believe the strength that the teacher demonstrates. Is this really the perfect essence of flame? The hero asks his teacher to be more lenient because he can destroy everything around him. Because of the huge flame, everything was destroyed, and it turns out that the brazen robbers survived, although they suffered. The main character saw the same daring robber who kicked him in line. The alchemist could not contain his laughter and pointed his finger at the naked thieves who tried to offend his teacher but lost all their clothes and hair in the fire. Now the hero is going to take revenge on his offenders and uses purple essence. When the hero's fists were already approaching the opponents, an alchemist of the 4th degree appeared and held back the guy's killing spell. It turns out that it was the teacher of those 3 fools who dared to attack the hero. And unfortunately, the alchemist of the 4th degree was much stronger than Xiao Yan. Later, the alchemists, already dressed up, showed their teacher the very important ingredients that they had stolen from the guy. Xiao Yan explains that he earned all these ingredients through honest work and demands that he be untied. It turns out that the guys did not want to return what was stolen and decided to personally give these treasures to the Lord, after which the teacher also wanted to reward his students for the capture of such great valuables. After such a miracle, their alchemist clan will have a lot of jewelry and gold, and this will increase the rank of their overall wealth. Xiao Yan realized that it turns out that these brats care about support. On the part of other clans, they themselves do not represent much political weight in high society. The guys laugh because how can such a hillbilly like Xiao Yan understand politics, and they are much higher than this brat. The master gave orders to his students to guard the newcomer so that he would not do anything dangerous again. When the master left, the guys decided to punish this new guy. The hero was led as a prisoner, and it turns out that they were in the possessions of the great capital of the desert. In addition, the hero understood why the teacher ordered him to go to this particular desert, because here the space is overflowing with spiritual energy and it is much easier to train in this air. The villain ordered the guy to go faster. After all, they are in a hurry. But the hero was not going to leave anyway, because these guys stole all his things from him. Suddenly, the insidious teacher of the bandits appears and says that this new guy should speak only when he is allowed to. The guys are going to find that same lord, and you can easily get lost in the desert, so the guys have a good plan and they will go for a map that will definitely not get them lost. Entering the room where the old master was working on cards, The teacher demanded that he give them the best cards, and the seller replied that such a card would cost only 100 gold. The daring alchemists are trying to show that they are wearing the clothes of the order, so this master must sell them the card for free. After all, when they travel, they eat and drink for free. The guys see that the seller does not react at all to the pogrom committed in his shop, so they attack the master himself. The next moment, violet flames open from all sides and strikes the alchemist's arrogant students. It turns out that Xiao Yan could not watch how the ancient master would be beaten by some bandits, so he dealt with them on his own and asked for help from the master, because the teacher of these robbers was beyond Xiao Yan's strength. The students demanded that their mentor deal with this seller as quickly as possible. But their mentor already realized that he would not be able to fight against the Ice Master, because his strength was spoken of in neighboring countries. An icy wave immediately attacked the brazen robbers. The teacher of the arrogant alchemists tried to save his life and said that he was an alchemist to the 4th degree. If he was killed, the order could avenge him. The hero realized that now people were in the ice, and if they were broken, they would never be able to come to life again. At the same moment, the freezing magician used his power to destroy the ice statues and finally kill the robbers. The hero immediately hurried to the fragments and found a ring in which his ingredients were hidden. It turns out that the master was the very person whom Dou-qi recommended, and that's why he helped Xiao Yan after learning that this guy was sent to him. The hero realized that these guys were most likely friends, and he also wanted to convey messages to the ancient magician. But unfortunately, the ice sorcerer was very angry when the conversation turned to Dou-qi. Because the master was angry, Xiao Yan tried to hide from his attack because apparently Dou-qi had made this master very angry. Great magician asked, "Did Xiao Yan seriously decide to absorb the flame essence?" But unfortunately, there was no time left for reflection because the ice could destroy the hero at any second. The ice sage decided to finally deal with the messenger from Dou-qi, so he shackles the guy in ice. But Xiao Yan was not a very simple person. After all, he had spells of the strongest ranks in his arsenal, and he used his wings to destroy the ice wall. The ice sage realized that this guy had a couple of interesting trump cards, and it was no wonder that Dou-qi sent him here. The hero tried to hide from the ice master, but the sage used some kind of technique, which is why the hero's body immediately became heavy. After control, the magician used his ice shards to wound the fugitive. The hero did not run away and decided to take revenge, so use his great sword, and at the moment of impact, the alchemist promises that such abstruse sages should not just kill because of their desire. The ice sage says that these are just dying attempts, and he uses an ice shield to deflect the sword's attack. The ice wave throws the hero aside, even though the master's shield was destroyed. The next moment, ice shards envelop the guy from all sides, and he tries to somehow fight off the sharp needles rushing towards him. Finding himself on the verge of death, the hero tells his sensei that he really cannot cope with this ice master. If the spirit does not help, then it will really die. The mentor asks the student to simply close his eyes and trust his body, because in this case he will be able to help in the fight. Spiritual energy of incredible power appears inside the ice ball, and the ice master understands that that weak boy cannot be there because the power he feels exceeds even his own. It turns out that someone snuck into their duel and is now trying to destroy the ice master. A man tries to use ice armor to protect himself from an unknown enemy. Xiao Yan has already merged with his master, and the spirit feels incredible power in the new body. Even though the master does not have much power in his spiritual form, he can still destroy this petty ice master. The cartographer understands that this spirit has the essence of flame, and he has long been waiting for a duel with such an opponent. But before the duel, he offers to tell one story. Decades ago, the ice master accidentally found an incomplete map in the Tagir Desert. But it turned out that he was hunted by the mistress of this desert called the Queen of Jellyfish. and she was very strong. The master, being an emperor at the peak of his strength, could not cope with it. In the end, the man managed to save an incomplete map, but he also suffered serious injuries and was cursed with the seal of snakes. The man shows the seal on his neck, and he explains that because of it, he quickly aged and his strength fell to the level of the spirit. It turns out that the card in the hands of the master is the same card that Yao Lao is looking for, and it tracks the essences of the flame. Seeing Xiao Yan's full strength, the Ice Master offers a deal. Recently, the Ice Sorcerer discovered a way to get rid of the seal, and it is a rank 6 pill called the Pill of Destruction. Xiao Yan understands that if he guessed correctly, this tablet can be made by an alchemist with the essence of flame. The Ice Master says that if Xiao Yan can free him from the seal, then the card will be his. But Xiao Yan can simply steal this card and have enough strength to kill his opponent. The Ice Master reminds that he is a cunning cartographer, so he will not carry with him a real map that was hidden in a very good place. The teacher gives his student control of the body, and Xiao Yan says that they have agreed. Unfortunately, the Emperor forgot to mention that he has not yet been able to discover all the necessary ingredients, because some of them are more expensive than the capital of the desert. To keep Xiao Yan from getting discouraged, the Emperor says that there are other flame essences in the desert, so he can tell you something about it. After some time, the devastated hero walked through the desert and realized that most likely the Ice Emperor had lied to him because he had never found the essence of flame, and there was too little water left. Terrible desert monsters constantly tried to eat the weakened man. The hero continued to destroy the nasty cannibals who pursued him in the desert over and over again. The teacher supports his alchemist by saying that the guy was just able to kill a rank 3 magical beast with one blow. Months of training were not in vain. At this time, the hero was studying the essences on the map that the Emperor spoke about, but unfortunately they did not find them. Not a single essence. The teacher was not upset at all and offers to use the meat of a magical beast to taste a delicious lunch. Using the essence of flame, the teacher is able to cook magic crab claws into very tasty meat. The teacher also reminds his student that the time has come to do the same thing, but Xiao Yan was not happy about having to repeat it again. The guy says it hurts a lot, but the teacher is trying to explain that to defeat his opponents, the hero will need to increase his strength, so let him quickly fall on the sand and they will begin the procedure. The teacher stands over his student and strips him to the waist using magic potions. He burns his back and does everything to cause as much pain as possible. But this trains the spiritual channels and increases the strength of the student. The hero tries to endure incredible pain and imagines air in his head, which gives the guy hope and helps him endure incredible torment. At this time, air decides to take a little rest after studying at the academy, and hears a man behind him who wanted to bring her a letter. Having opened the message, the girl saw that Xiao Yan's father and the head of their clan had written to her, who wanted to inquire about how the training was going. The heroine was very glad that her father was worried about her health, but she would still like to receive a letter from his son, Xiao Yan, because he is very bored. It turns out that in the desert where Xiao Yan went, there live 2 brothers who have not returned to their home for a long time. Air knew about these brothers and hoped that if Xiao Yan and his mysterious teacher went to the desert, he would definitely meet their relatives. At this time, the hero sneezed and realized that someone was thinking about him if he had so many sneezing attacks. The teacher continues to study the map and tries to figure out where the essence might be. A conversation began between the teacher and student about girls, and the alchemist says that in his heart there was always only air, which he dreams of during his travels. The guy's conversation was interrupted by someone's crying and looking towards the moon. Xiao Yan saw a little girl who was clearly injured. The girl saw the captain in the face of the hero. She was confused and did not take a good look at the guy in front of her. She asked the captain to hurry up and save the mercenaries because they were attacked. The girl loses consciousness and snake people appear nearby, who were disappointed that the human child can no longer run away, and their hunt has come to an end. The hero has to cut the snake people into pieces so that they no longer threaten the little girl. Using his wings, the guy hurries to help the mercenaries. It turns out that the captain the little girl was talking about was one of the Xiao Yan brothers who lived in the desert. At this time, people unsuccessfully defended themselves against the superior forces of the snake people. It turns out that the people were controlled by Xiao Yan's brother, whose name was Xiao Li, and he promised that he would destroy his opponents with one hand, while his staff immediately shone with a bright magical light. Returning to the history of the Xiao Yan family, you can find out that there were 3 brothers, and now they are all in the desert. At this time, Xiao Li shouts at the arrogant snakes that secretly paralyzed people with their poison and injured the hero's hand. The leader of the snake squad says that this man is stubborn before death. But in any case, they will destroy it, and the deserted city will belong to the snakes. The snakes easily attacked the poisoned people, while the captain used his last strength to destroy the snakes. The man realized that his people were dying, and he needed to demonstrate his best skills now to save them. The electrical impulses from Xiao Li's blade should destroy the serpents in one blow. Using his secret technique, the captain manages to hit most of the snake opponents. Unfortunately, Captain Snake survives and attacks the people, killing one of the mercenary captain's assistants. The snake laughs because these pitiful people lose spiritual energy from their snake venom, and they do not know how to resist poisoning at all. The man shouts that this snake is dirty trash that uses poisons instead of attacking head-on. If the captain dies today, he will take the snake with him. Xiao Yan defeats the remaining living demons as well as the leader. The man says that everyone who dares to touch his brother will die. Xiao Li saw his younger brother and immediately fell to his knees in front of him, but the hero asked his relative to get up. The people were glad that the captain's younger brother came to their aid and was able to kill all the remaining snakes. Captain Zmeev was glad that a naive person thought that he could cope with them because there was poison in the air, and the captain warned his brother not to breathe it. The hero does not notice any poison and cuts the monster into pieces. The mercenaries cannot understand how this man can resist the poison. But in fact, after communicating with a poison master named Xiao Xiang, Xiao Yan gained protection from most poisonings. Also, during the conversation, the hero says that if it weren't for this girl with green hair, he would not have found the mercenaries and would not have been able to save them. But the people in the camp treated the girl with contempt. The younger and middle brother were met in the city by the elder brother of the great clan, who was surprised to see his youngest. The older brother was worried that the younger brother was all alone in the desert and could have been wounded. But the middle brother laughed because it was Xiao Yan with his own hands who was able to save the entire detachment of mercenaries from certain death. The elder brother was surprised at how quickly Xiao Yan grew up, and apparently too many years had passed since their separation. It turns out that the main character is already an alchemist of the 2nd degree. And he not only became stronger, but also regained his genius talent once inside the deserted city. The hero and his teacher decided to visit a public bathhouse where they spent a lot of time together. After the guys needed to go out, the elder brother prepared very small clothes for Xiao Yan, which restricted all his movement. The girl who was saved by the main character was meeting her guest, and it was very difficult to contain her laughter when she saw the great warrior in such an unremarkable outfit. After changing clothes, the hero finds out that the little girl's name is Qing Lin, and she says that the captain is sorry. For such small clothes, they decided to provide more suitable ones. Qing Lin will never be able to repay the young master for saving her. So she has already talked to the captain and will be the master's personal maid during the guy's stay in the desert city. Inside Xiao Yan's head, a teacher's voice appears and speaks from the spiritual ring that he does not lose the opportunity, even if in front of him is an ordinary lowly and he is a real pervert. During dinner, the hero brings up the topic of Qing Lin and says that the mercenaries who owe her their lives did not look very grateful, and it looks like they are deliberately ignoring the girl. The older brother explains that the younger brother arrived in the deserted city quite recently and does not understand the situation. In this desert, in addition to people, there is another very cruel race, and they are called snake people. The snake people gathered in the center of the desert, and the merchants who come across the snake people never return. Snake people, entire villages and settlements scattered across the desert, are often slaughtered. Their leader, who has already reached the 7th level, is the jellyfish queen. This is why snake people are becoming more and more aggressive. The brothers decided to lead the mercenaries to track down and destroy the snake people near the desert city. And it was this scene that Xiao Yan found during the duel between the mercenaries and the snake people. The hero understands that the topic of the jellyfish queen is being raised again, against which even the Ice Emperor could not withstand. The brothers also talk about Qing Lin, who was born from a human woman who was raped by a snake man. People and snake people cannot have children, but Qing Lin is an exception, and therefore everyone treats her very coldly. The hero does not understand why the girl is being bullied because she is a victim. The brothers are trying to calm down the younger one, who even destroyed his glass out of rage and cut all his fingers. Behind the wall at that time was Qing Lin, who overheard the guy's conversation, and at Xiao Yan's words, she even burst into tears. After a while, it turned out that Qing Lin washed the young master's clothes, but did not check the pockets in which the essence card was located, and it was completely ruined. It turns out that the middle brother had a similar essence card, and it was drawn by an old man in a card store, and everyone buys such cards as a souvenir to give to someone. The master, together with Xiao Yan, examined the map and realized that the Ice Emperor had tricked them and forced them to wander through the desert using a completely fake map. The middle brother says that it seems that this is just a joke card and the flame essence is a very rare thing, and how can it end up in this desert abandoned by everyone? Qing Lin bursts into the conversation and says that the essence of the flame really exists inside the desert. People immediately pay attention to the girl who says that she has the blood of snake people in her. She can understand their language. A few days ago in the evening, she was delayed and tried to get home. Unfortunately, the girl broke a jug of wine, but while she was trying to recover, she heard snake people behind her. The snake people said that the essence of the flame was somewhere nearby. If they kept the queen waiting, she would definitely get angry. The girl says that she felt like the Snake Queen was in the city that day, and it turns out that the essence of the flame was in the center of the city all this time. After discussing the topic a little, the guys realized that the Jellyfish Queen came to the city 6 months ago, and most likely her goal was the essence. But if the Queen personally visited the city, then she probably already took the essence, and now there is nothing in the city. The guys wanted to support their younger brother and said that when the Jellyfish Queen left, she was very wounded. The master says that this is definitely the essence of the flame because it is not so easy to get. The hero furiously shouts that even if he risks his life, he will still go to the place where the essence of the flame is located. He wants to see for himself how amazing this energy is. The boys' conversation was overheard by spies who arrived to their master to report on the found essence of the flame. It turns out that one of the mercenaries betrayed the captain and stole from him a map where the essence of the flame is located, and they are already moving forward, but he was able to sneak away to tell everything to the spies. Now the trader asks his customers for payment, but it turns out that the owner just wants to kill the one who is bothering him. The man has already fulfilled his function, so the owner cuts off the loser's head. Why pay him when you can just get rid of the person? At this time, Qing Lin, like a faithful assistant, tried to tell her friends, "Where is that very essence that led the entire caravan behind it?" Unfortunately, the girl led the mercenaries to a place 15 miles from the city. People from the caravan thought that the little girl was mistaken, but Xiao Yan was the only one who supported her and told her not to worry because he believes in her and that the essence is very close. The younger brother turns to his friends and says that it may be difficult for them, but the essence is clearly somewhere nearby, so they must start searching for it. The older brother decides to use his strange spiritual magic and uses it on a cactus growing nearby. Xiao Yan remembers that the elder brother had the ability of the wood element, and he can use the roots of plants to reveal what is under the sand. The elder brother says that throughout the desert, a thick layer of earth energy is felt, but a couple of tens of meters below them, the powerful energy of the fire element is felt. The middle brother calls all the people to his place to begin excavations that can last more than one day. The main character says that they don't have that much time. Therefore, he decides to use his purple essence and independently excavate a place where the fire essence may be located. People were shocked by the huge tornado of purple energy, but when it was all over, Qinglin turned her attention to the excavations. It turns out that there was more than one cave, and apparently the essence of the flame itself could be in one of the shafts. Fortunately, the people had Qinglin, who sensed the trace left by the jellyfish queen. The hero trusts the girl and says that there should have been an essence of flame in the indicated passage. Xiao Yan says that most likely it is dangerous in the cave, and he is going to go alone. But the middle brother asks the guy not to pretend to be cool because the essence of flame is very rare, and of course they want to go with him. The older brother says that they created a lot of noise, so the snake people could come here, and he leaves the middle brother outside to guard the passage while he personally goes with the younger one. Qinglin says that the caves inside are very confusing and she could show the right way. Xiao Yan says that the girl is really a good tracker, and she will be able to help them well in searching for the essence of the flame. The middle brother's thoughts about the subsequent duel for the essence are interrupted by the sound of a falling body. Taking a closer look, the hero discovers one of his scouts who was supposed to study the area and prevent opponents from getting to their squad undetected. At the top, those same mysterious personalities appear who threaten the mercenaries that no one from them will escape death that day. The heroes take a close look at the arriving guests and understand that this is spiritual magic of the 4th level, and it will be difficult for them to cope with such opponents. Meanwhile, the elder and younger brother continue their journey as Qinglin guides them through the tunnels. The girl stubbornly shows the further path and demonstrated her ability to see the aura. Entering the last cave, the guys discover a huge shadow of a jellyfish that rules the desert. It turns out that the rest of the team did not see such a terrifying silhouette and tried to return Xiao Yan to consciousness. The teacher from the ring tries to shout to his alchemist and says that he is too sensitive and simply saw the remains of the trace of the queen jellyfish. When the guy came to his senses, the guys went to the next branch where there was molten lava that flowed like a river through the underground caves. The hero tells his companions to guard the entrance and he will try to get to the goal on his own. Suddenly, Xiao Yan interrupts the furious roar, and turning around he saw a red, fiery snake blocking his path. The furious snake immediately attacked the pitiful man and tried to kill him with one blow. The hero frantically tries to use his purple essence to escape from the fiery whirlwind. Elder brother protects Qinglin in the green dome, while the younger one defends himself from the red snake's furious attacks. Using the flight skill, the hero activates the essence of the violet flame and attacks his opponent. Unfortunately, the red snake was afraid of its opponent and immediately sent new fire whirls after the fleeing Xiao Yan. Even the master from the ring said that there is no plan against such a strong beast, because its body feeds on lava, and the strength of this monster is at the level of the 5th greatest rank. So he simply admires this monster. At some point, the hero noticed that the attacks of the fiery serpent had stopped, and he decided to turn around to see how the 2 heads of a huge giant were tied in a knot trying to catch up with the flying man. Now the alchemist only needed to make a confident appearance as if he had originally planned this style of fight. After the battle with the snake, the master says that most likely the essence of the flame is under the lava, and if he uses his spiritual energy, he will be able to protect the body of his student while he swims. Suddenly, mysterious sounds were heard inside the lake, and the elder brother demanded that Xiao Yan immediately come to him for protection. The fire snake, which was able to overcome its injuries immediately, attacks the guys and uses a fire whirlwind. Elder brother uses green protection from the tree dome to protect the hero and Qinglin from the fire whirlwind. The elder brother shouts at the snake that he tried to kill his beloved brother, but he will not allow it. Unfortunately, the elder brother's strength was coming to an end, and streams of blood gradually poured out of his mouth, and Xiao Yan had to fight against the great beast on his own. At some point, the beast turned out to be too strong, and the guys could not contain its fiery flame. Qinglin didn't want to die or let the snake kill her friends. The girl uses her bloodline power of snakes to manipulate the consciousness of the fiery serpent, and mysterious signs appear in the girl's eyes that hypnotize the terrible monster. Xiao Yan does not understand what is happening, so he immediately runs to the girl to help her. Unfortunately, the man is thrown aside by the monster's huge tail and hits the cave wall painfully. It turns out that the ancient snake protects his new mistress and does not allow any living people to approach Qinglin. The girl immediately began hugging the beautiful monster, who completely ignores people when they don't come close to the girl. Xiao Yan cannot believe his eyes, because even the great jellyfish of the desert could not cope against the red snake. But some half-breed girl was able to tame a 100-year-old monster. Qinglin says that her new friend knows where the flame essence is hiding, and he can get it. The essence of flame is deep inside the lava lake, and the monster is ready to take Xiao Yan to that place. The girl says that her friend is good and he won't lie, so Xiao Yan shouldn't worry that the monster will take him to the depths of the lake, where he can easily destroy him. To make the final decision, the alchemist needed the advice of a teacher who promised that in case of serious danger he would protect his student. The older brother worries about his younger brother. Will he be able to resist the fiery element in the depths of the lava lake? But the hero assures that he can completely cope. Following this, a large monster dives into the lake, and the heroes go after the essence of the flame. The captain asks the girl with green hair if everything will be okay, and she says that she will control the situation because the consciousness of the red snake is felt. At this time, the guys dived further under the lava lake, whose color gradually became blue. The master from the ring says that if it were not for his protection of the bone-chilling flame, the alchemist would have long ago turned to ashes. The hero turns to the snake and explains that the temperature is getting higher. He is worried about the place the snake is talking about. Immediately, the monster grabs the stupid man with its tail. Xiao Yan thought that now he would be destroyed. The master calms the student and explains through the ring that let the person relax and look into the distance where it is hidden, why they came down here. Having looked closely, the man saw a stunning sight. It was a huge flower of blue flame. It turns out that this is an unusual flame and a geocentric blue lotus that can withstand even the teacher's flame. A huge blue lotus that pumps in the depths of magma. It has the 19th rank among other flame essences. The main character was disappointed with the 19th rank. But the teacher explains that Xiao Yan is unlikely to be able to absorb this flower, and let him quickly take it away. Swimming up to the flower, the hero noticed that up close it looked incredibly beautiful. Unfortunately, when the hero opened the flower, he did not find his honestly earned essence of flame, which he expected to see inside the flower. Near the lotus, the guy was able to discover a strange object, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a pink snake scale. Seeing the snake's reaction to the pink scale, the hero realized that apparently it was the snake that took away his essence, and he was left empty-handed. Now the alchemist decides to go in search of the desert snake to take away the essence of fire. The master says that snake people cannot absorb the essence of flame, and it is not entirely clear. Why did the jellyfish queen need essence? At this time, the middle brother named Xiao Li came to the cave and brought a gift with him. It turns out that the middle brother was able to capture those fools who tried to attack their squad. It turns out that the guests were from a respected clan, so the middle brother asked them to go inside the cave and escorted them. Members of a respected clan became lost after the middle brother hid inside the caves. The man watched from around the corner as these idiots circled in one place like a bunch of mosquitoes, and it was funny. After a battle with a poisonous snake, Xiao Li managed to get its poison, with which he poisoned the scouts. The man also thanked his older brother for leaving landmarks, because otherwise Xiao Li would not have found their cave. After hearing the story, the guys told the middle brother that Xiao Yan fell into the lava and the hero thought that his brother drowned and died there. At that moment, while Xiao Li was distracted by the death of his younger brother, Qinglin tried to explain that everything was fine and he did not die. But unfortunately, the prisoners broke out and attacked the guys. One of the men threw a girl with green hair into the lava and said that the brothers would be next if they didn't tell. Where is the essence located? The green girl fell into the lava and asked for help. The red snake bursts out from inside the lake and Xiao Yan was riding on it and saves the little girl. The brothers were happy that Xiao Yan was able to successfully escape from the lava lake and save Qinglin from certain death. The girl showed her opponents to her snake, and he attacked the thieves who tried to burn Qinglin in the lava lake. Now the great clan asked for mercy and knelt in front of the guys and asked for an apology for their actions. It turns out that they are just a small search team that was sent to the Tager Desert, and they are looking for the same thing as the team of brothers. This is the geocentric flame of the Blue Lotus. Xiao Yan said that they were unlucky, and they all arrived too late. As expected, the flame essence was taken by the jellyfish queen. Seeing the reaction of the great clan, the guys realized that they knew something. It turns out that 6 months ago, reports came that Queen Jellyfish had come to this place, and they assumed that it was because of the essence of the flame. Then they received a map of the Snake People village. When the younger brother looked at the map, he realized that it was more detailed than the maps of the Winter Emperor. The hero said that he would take this card and go to the jellyfish. The older brother said that he would forbid the younger brother to go to the lizard village because it was too dangerous there. The hero asks everyone to relax because he calmly swam in the lava and can withstand the jellyfish. At this time, people from the great clan asked the hero for mercy and to let them go. After all, they told everything they could. The green-haired girl ordered her red snake to rest, and it turned into a red bracelet in the girl's hands. While the heroes were surprised at the girl's new acquisition of a half-human, the nasty thieves from the great clan tried to escape and shouted that they would take revenge, but Xiao Yan immediately hurried to catch up with the villains. After everything that happened, the company finally got out and was able to meet the dawn together in the great desert. Qinglin approached the young master and asked him to take her with him so that the dragon could help in the battle with the jellyfish. Xiao Yan says that the little girl is too fragile a creature for war and let her just stay in the capital while he fights the jellyfish. The brothers decided to warn their youngest that the jellyfish queen was a strong opponent. At this time, somewhere in the great desert in the village of Snake People, the great jellyfish told her subordinates that she would destroy the geocentric flame of the Blue Lotus. After some time in the desert, the number of squads of snake people increased, and some of the patrolmen discussed the disappearance of one of their squads. Xiao Yan emerges from the sand, who has been tracking down the squads of snake people all this time. The hero continued to hide under the sand and approach the great 8 villages of the snake people. The guys have been tracking the jellyfish's lair for 2 weeks now and trying to find it. Xiao Yan was very impatient as the master continued to teach him fortitude and the ability to wait. In the evening, the guy managed to get to a desert oasis, and there were quite a lot of snake people, and the weakest of them was a third-level master. In order not to accidentally be discovered, the hero used leaves and, under the cover of the night, could freely fill a flask with water before the next run through the desert. Unfortunately, the hero was discovered, and a beautiful girl with golden hair and elven ears appeared from inside the lake. The girl realized that someone was spying on her and asked who could be hiding in the dark night. The hero began to apologize to the girl and explained that he just wanted to remind his flask of water, and that he was an ordinary traveler who decided to pass through the great desert. It turns out that the beautiful girl was also a snake people and could raise the alarm at any moment. She approached the handsome man, and their faces practically touched. At that time, the hero could not understand what such a pretty girl could do in such a dangerous place. From the ring, the alchemist heard the voice of the teacher, who warned that a terrible poison was hiding in the air and that he needed to hold his breath. The hero immediately jumped away from the dangerous enemy. The girl says that people hunt their snake men women because they are very beautiful and everyone wants to enslave them. But they must protect themselves, so she uses poison. The teacher also told the hero that this opponent has the level of the sixth king, and therefore she is very dangerous for the alchemist. The man immediately decides to apologize for peeping and activates his wings to escape. Snake men warriors appear from the bushes, who heard the noise and decided to check how their mistress was doing. The woman said that the snake people were useless and immediately killed them, even though they apologized to her. The girl decided, "Still catch that handsome guy who tried to escape with the help of his wings." At this time, Xiao Yan was surprised. Why was it so easy for him to escape? After all, this snake man is the sixth level of the king. It's unlikely that she would let a person go so easily. The next moment, the stupid person is attacked by a strong aura that destroys his wings. The beautiful girl explains that if she allows a third-level master to escape, then everyone in the tribe will laugh at her. So she, as the head of one of the 8 great snake people villages, must catch the fugitive. The alchemist understands that if this is the head of one of the 8 great villages, then he certainly cannot cope without the help of a teacher. The mistress of the snake people village thought that the hero was frightened and stopped resisting, so she decides to quickly end the battle and calls on the sand snakes to deal with the man. The hero is not going to say goodbye to life so easily, so he tears apart the sand snakes and continues his escape. Fortunately, in addition to wings, the hero also had purple essence, which he decides to use for a counterattack and give himself the opportunity to escape from a serious opponent. The lady continues to attack her opponent, the man who is defending himself with all his might from her sand snakes. In the heat of battle, the hero did not notice how the snake man disappeared from his field of vision. Suddenly, the boy felt the sharp nail of a beautiful snake man touch his cheek, and he also heard the beauty's evil laugh behind him. The girl attacked her opponent with a powerful explosion, and he lost a lot of blood from internal injuries. The hero was already shaking, unable to resist the power that the mistress of the snake people showed. After reflection, the girl finally came to the conclusion that she wanted to take this guy into her harem so that he could become hers forever. The hero demanded that the master help him because he did not want to become the toy of the beautiful snake man girl. Unfortunately, the teacher refused to help because he was busy writing a love story about a man and a snake man, and also noticed the forces that could reveal him. At this time, the mistress quickly asked the person to come to her. Otherwise, she will kill him with one blow. The hero felt blue snakes created from the purest spiritual energy approaching him. In order to defend himself, Xiao Yan simply put his hands forward because he could no longer use spiritual energy after such a serious battle. But suddenly the snake simply disappears. The lady is trying to figure out who interfered in their duel, and she looks up where she found 4 great level 7 emperors against whom she cannot fight. One of the emperors asks a strange young guy to run away from this dangerous place. Now the great duel will begin. The hero felt a strong aura. These people, 7th-level emperors, are among the strongest human warriors in the entire world. One of the emperors asks the girl, "Is she really the leader of one of the 8 great snake people villages?" The man introduces himself by the name Dou-qi and explains that he wants to be escorted to Queen Jellyfish. After all, they want to offer her a deal. The main character understood why his teacher disappeared because such serious level 7 emperors could easily detect the ancient spirit. The mistress says that the snake people have been at enmity with people for a long time, and everything they do, both sides shed each other's blood. If these people have at least the rudiments of reason, they will quickly leave the desert. One of the strongest people in the empire, nicknamed the Lion King, explains that it is useless to talk to this jellyfish, and you need to kill it and then bring its head to the castle of the main jellyfish. One of the elders of the empire explains that they should not wait because every second the chance of finding the object they need decreases. The lady decides to attack the people while they were talking to each other, and the Lion King decides to be the first to fight against the Medusa. The man uses Lion's Roar as one of his most powerful skills to counter the beauty's energy snakes. The main character, who at that time was trying to bury himself as deeply as possible in the sand, was amazed at the energy that emanated from the center of the battle. At this time, people who did not participate in the battle discussed that the most powerful snake people could tame the spirits of magical beasts and use them in battle. Unfortunately, or fortunately, a beauty who fights against people will not be able to use the spirit beast form for a very long time because this ability absorbs a lot of spiritual energy. While people were just warming up, the mistress of the desert felt that her strength was leaving her and her body was gradually covered with wounds. The girl understands that she cannot cope with people using the usual method, and she uses her trump. But no matter how hard the guys tried, they did not have time to stop her spell. Snake separation techniques scattered in all directions from the mistress of the desert. The small snakes tried to escape and even used the sand as a place to escape. People tried to destroy all the snakes while one of the energy snakes crawled up to Xiao Yan and ordered the guy to follow her. One of the great emperors immediately approaches the man and destroys the dangerous snake. The alchemist says that he is in a dangerous situation and thanks the great warrior for her help. The Lion King was surprised that their granny even saved someone today. But she looked at the man with such a look that he immediately cooled down and turned away from the terrifying girl. Xiao Yan was warned that one of the most grandiose battles in this empire would soon begin, and he must quickly escape from this desert. After the battle with the snake people, the 4 great emperors traveled to the center of the desert, in search of its main mistress, the great Medusa. The hero and his teacher reflect that apparently the 4 emperors, like the Great Clan, are trying to find the flame that they were also trying to find. While the battle was intensifying in the center of the desert, the master from Xiao Yan was thinking about how to benefit from the subsequent events. The snake people fought in their villages and resisted the coming emperors, and the leader of the black tribe of snake people came to the defense of the tribe. The Lion King asked how long they would have to destroy the representatives of the snake people for their queen to appear. People suggested everyone calm down and make a wise decision. After all, they came here only for the sake of the queen. Suddenly, a servant runs up to the leader of the village of black snake people and says that terrible explosions erupted inside the village, and at the scene of the crimes, they found human slippers. The black snake man and the head of his tribe announces that despicable people attacked them from behind, and they say beautiful words while they are really preparing sabotage. In the rear, the spears of snake people who no longer want to talk to them fly towards the 4 emperors. The emperors have to activate their most powerful abilities and destroy the entire settlement until the empress appears. The main characters watched from behind the wall as the village of snake people was gradually being destroyed, and he realized that apparently the plan for sabotage inside the settlement was much better than he had assumed from the very beginning. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan needed to disguise herself as a human snake, because otherwise he could have been easily detected. It turns out that the master created a special alchemical tablet for transformation and thereby was able to disguise his student. Their idea is quite dangerous, and if they make a mistake at any stage, they will all die. The snake people attacked the emperors, although people tried to negotiate with them, but the fury of the snake tribe could not be stopped. The battle flared up even more with every minute. Xiao Yan understands that Emperor Dou-qi definitely came here for the essence. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan cannot continue to explore the battlefield because he must find the essence first. The hero goes to the entrance to the royal castle, and the guys think that most likely the essence of the flame may be located. There, after all, the teacher feels a strange, strong aura from that place. At this time, the Lion King had already defeated the defender of the Dark Snake Village and demanded the appearance of the Jellyfish Queen. Then a strange sound of approaching danger appeared, and the impudent Lion King received an incredible blow. The Lady of the Desert arrived to her enemies to give them battle. The Lion King was still able to recover from the injury, and he guessed that the woman who hit him was the strongest jellyfish in the entire desert. Dou-qi understands that the Empire did not just turn a blind eye to the behavior of the snake people, because their defender could cope with the strongest warriors of their guard. At this time, the main character was watching the battle of the great creatures from below, and his teacher through the ring suggested that the essence of the flame was nearby from the mistress of jellyfish. The hero continues to hope that the essence of the flame is truly hidden in the castle, where he sneaks while no one pays attention to him. Having opened the doors to the palace, the hero discovers the geocentric flame of a blue lotus that stands in the center of the castle. At this time, the battle of the great creatures stopped. Dou-qi tries to negotiate a deal with His Majesty the Jellyfish. The emperors learned that the geocentric flame of the blue lotus is in the hands of the jellyfish. And, as everyone knows, due to the characteristics of the bloodline of the snake people race, they cannot absorb the essence of the flame, and such a thing will be more useful in the hands of people. Dou-qi wants to offer Jellyfish a rank 6 spirit pill and a rank 7 transformation pill in exchange for flame essence. The snake people and other emperors were surprised because they did not expect that Dou-qi would offer such a high price for the flame essence. The man also mentions that with these pills, the queen will have a very long life like magical beasts and also human learning ability. And in the future, she will be able to even reach Saint 11th level. The queen says that the offer of Crucian carp is tempting, but she will most likely refuse. The Lion King believes that this crazy jellyfish decided to bury the essence with her memory because the emperors will not back down from not taking such a precious artifact. The queen immediately noticed the main warrior of their detachment and immediately attacked him again. The old witch comes to the defense of one of her allies and creates a magical shield to prevent the jellyfish from attacking the Lion King. The woman tells the jellyfish that Dou-qi was just wasting their time, because even if he offers the Empress of the Desert more trophies, she will still refuse, and there can only be one reason for this. At this time, Xiao Yan continued to fight with the protective fish that did not allow him to get to the center of the palace where the essence was hidden. The teacher cannot help his friend because he might be discovered. It also turned out that the water in the stream was poisoned, but the fish still continued to live in it despite the concentration of the deadly poison. Over time, Xiao Yan noticed that the snake people could not absorb the essence of the flame, and he still did not understand the point of keeping this precious artifact and what the jellyfish queen was up to. The teacher says that once upon a time, long ago, he read in an ancient book that when the queen of the snake people race reaches the level of the 7th emperor, with great luck, she has a chance for a miraculous evolution. The queen, after evolving, can freely transform into a human. Her strength increases to the level of the 8th ancestor. but the chance of successfully evolving tends to zero, and one mistake can create irreparable damage that will turn the host into ashes. At this time, the witch was fighting against the jellyfish queen and realized that she wanted to use the flame essence for evolution, because this thing could help create more suitable spiritual energy during the acquisition of powers. When the guys attacked the jellyfish, they discovered that it was a clone. No matter how many times the emperors attacked the queen of the desert, she continued to stand in place in the form of a cloned creature. After a while, it dissipated, and the witch realized that apparently the queen herself was hiding in the center of the palace and preparing for evolution in order to protect herself and her tribe from the invading emperors. Dou-qi says that they had a very rare opportunity to get the precious essence, but they will have to get involved in a battle, and it remains to be seen whether the emperors will be able to get this essence. Leaving the old man to the snake people, the other three emperors went to the center of the palace where Xiao Yan, together with the teacher, made his way to the flower. Suddenly the hero felt that someone was standing next to him and immediately hid behind a tree. The empress sat on her throne and quietly ran through her hair and said that it seemed like the time had come to take the risk that she had been postponing all these months. The hero could not understand where the queen of jellyfish came from here, because she was supposed to be outside the palace. The master himself guessed that apparently the empress sent her clone outside while she remained in a safe place guarding the sacred flame. The hero from the bushes watched as the jellyfish used the ice spirit spring water, which filled the entire lake under the essence of flame. The woman took the blue flower in which the essence was stored in her hand and began to absorb it. The queen at that moment was loudly discussing that if she succeeds, then all the stupid people will die, and she will be able to give her people prosperity. The woman began to absorb the essence of the flame with her mouth, and Xiao Yan and the teacher could not believe what they saw. A bright light appeared inside the queen's belly and spread out in all directions. The next moment, a large explosion erupted from inside the palace, and the shadow of a huge snake appeared. The emperors realized that the jellyfish queen had begun her evolution. After observing what was happening, Dou-qi discovered the essence of flame that was in the center of the evolutionary cocoon. One of the mistresses of the sacred jellyfish tried to stop the magician, but the witch covered him and did not allow him to be stopped. The beautiful snake tried to create an energy strike to counter the witch. The snake attacked the witch with all its energy, being in order to destroy her with one blow. At this time, the leader of the emperors approached the evolutionary cocoon and tried to take the essence. Unfortunately, the force inside the sphere was incredibly powerful, and the emperor was thrown aside. Apparently, the queen protected herself with an energy shield, and one of the mistresses said that pathetic people would not be able to stop her queen. The witch frightened her interlocutor, the mistress of the desert, because such evolution rarely ends in success. The ruler of one of the sacred villages says that the queen will definitely evolve and become stronger, so stupid people are simply afraid. The witch smiles and explains that she also hopes that she will be able to see the queen who has completed evolution. At this time, the teacher held his student alchemist by the tail, not allowing him to fly away. The guys were very close to the center of evolution and little by little observed its origin. The master explains that the snake people have one secret method of implanting the souls of snake-type magical beasts into their bodies as soon as they are born. In difficult times, such an ability made it possible to increase the strength of the snake people race very quickly, even now. They observed the real body of the sacred jellyfish queen. Unfortunately, Queen Jellyfish underestimated the power of the flame essence, which was more powerful than her body. Xiao Yan saw a huge snake falling straight on him, and he tried to move to the side so as not to give up under the monster's rubble. The snake carcass fell near the alchemist, allowing him to better see the core of the jellyfish. The master explains what to the hero. There is no need to worry, because the essence of the flame tore the snake's stomach, and now they can watch its death. The hero touched the snake's body and it began to evaporate. The master says that the queen was fried to a crisp, and he even wondered what the snake tasted like. Inside the deceased body, the master and his student were able to discover a strange artifact that shone with a bright light. At this time, people were behind the barrier and felt the essence of the flame weakening, and the aura of the jellyfish queen completely disappeared. When the guys paid attention to the sky, they noticed that divine light had appeared there, and apparently a divine beast was being born. A large lightning bolt appears from the sky and strikes the hero, and he complains about fate that he has become so unlucky. The teacher tries to explain that lightning did not strike the alchemist, but the egg that he is holding in his hands. When the stone on the hero's palms began to crack, a strong aura appeared from inside the barrier, which the emperors noticed. The defenders of the city of jellyfish were happy that the queen's aura appeared, and managed to evolve at a time when Dou-qi ordered his allies to retreat. The Lion King wanted to continue the fight and explained that they could not just give up and retreat. The emperors are stopped by the fire serpent, who is one of the lords of the ancient snake people. The rest of the snake people appear in the air and decide to take revenge on the stupid people who broke into their capital. Dou-qi realized that all the heads of the 8 villages had arrived, and they should seem to become much more serious. To return home. The witch said that they need to retreat while she covers everyone else so that they have a chance to survive. It's difficult to fight 8 kings of the 6th level, and if the witch has to cover her allies, they won't have a chance to escape, and therefore, let them run faster. The other 3 emperors did not wait long, and told the witch that they would wait for her at the base, and hoped that she would return alive. One of the elder heads of the jellyfish said that the witch is very arrogant, even if she is a 7th-rank emperor. The girl says that they can always test her skills in practice and show the sacred sword in their hands. At this time, inside the castle, Xiao Yan and the teacher watched a snake appear that had a 7-color body color and a faint aroma, as well as a strength that was definitely of a divine level. After the evolution, Queen Jellyfish became a divine beast snake that devoured the heavens, and now she is comparable to the rank of saints. What does the 11th level mean? Unfortunately, evolution has completely freed the jellyfish from its former body and allowed animal instincts to take over. Probably the queen spent too much energy during evolution and her soul is still sleeping. The hero tried to tame the little queen jellyfish, but she immediately hit the stupid man with her tail. The teacher says that this was the expected reaction from the queen, and it shows who is the boss here and the king of all creatures. After a strong blow, Xiao Yan's legs returned again, and he had at least one reason to be happy. It also turned out that they are now hidden under the queen's barrier, and no one can get to them. Xiao Yan suggested taking the essence and running away, but the master sees an opportunity in the current situation. The teacher shows the Blood Lotus tablet and says that the essence of the flame is now weakened and no one can stop them. Of course, its absorption is still dangerous, but the chance to absorb the essence is ideal. The hero doesn't know if it's right to absorb the essence now because he's not ready yet, but the teacher asks the alchemist to relax and trust him. The guy eats a fiery flame from his sensei's hands and feels a transformation inside his body. The human shell began to be destroyed, and the hero felt himself losing his skin. The master asks his student not to be afraid because he will be covered with armor from the blood created by the bloody lotus pill. And first he needs to focus his attention on the essence of the flame in order to maximize the effect of its absorption. The hero approached the hot flower trying to feel its energy. Unfortunately, the essence of the flame was too strong, and its energy threw the person aside. Even with the protection of the bloody armor, the hero was too difficult to get close to due to the intense heat. The teacher said that the bloody armor would not last long and he must believe in himself and hurry. Otherwise, all their work would be a failure. Xiao Yan says that he has finally seen the essence and now he can absorb it. This flower therefore stretches out its hand to him, Taking the flower in his left hand, the hero felt incredible pain and burning as he consumed the fire. The master shouts to his student that he has done well and now must spread energy throughout his body in order to stay alive. At this time, the barrier that restrained the queen collapsed, but the battles between the witch and the snake people continued. The great heads of the snake people did not give up and fiercely resisted the witch's attacks. They tried to poison the girl with the help of poisons, but she continued to throw away her enemies. With their last attack, the snake people tried to use a grade 8 poison seal. The heads of the snake clans decided to destroy the witch once and for all, and no longer give her the opportunity to survive. The snake people showed their true forms, and terrible monsters approached the witch, who did not expect such resistance. The next moment, a clear blue flame erupted which consumed all the snakes inside its body. It turns out that Xiao Yan entered the battle, cleanses the witch, and with the help of his body, repelled the attacks of the snakes. Some of the heads of the snake people thought that the queen herself had come to them, but they were mistaken. Xiao Yan is furious because his body has just begun to absorb the essence of the flame, and now it is being torn apart by the strongest energy. At this time, the teacher and mentor named Yao Lao did not know what would happen from Xiao Yan because now his fate is decided only by his own willpower and the luck that the hero now has. Sensei takes the snake by the tail and says that she has already suffered so much, and except for the lightning strike, the queen's snake form was destroyed by the essence of the flame. At this time, the snake people were trying to create their strongest poisonous seal of the 8th degree, which was created by the joint efforts of all 8 heads. The witch felt that she would not be able to withstand such a combined attack and that all hope lay only in the warrior who had come. The main character feels that he is killing himself because a fierce flame bursts out from inside his chest and destroys him all around. Xiao Yan managed to create a furious wind of sealing many souls, and this ability created a whirlwind of extreme power. All the snakes sent to destroy the hero were destroyed, and the heads of the clans realized that this was the essence of flame, and tornadoes merged in rotation. At this time, the witch took advantage of the hesitation of her enemies, and she helped Xiao Yan spread his flame essence towards the enemies. The snake people realized that they could not withstand such a couple, therefore we decided to retreat. The girl watched the people leaving the snake, but unfortunately she lost too much strength and could not resist the poison. The hero found himself next to the girl and his armor took on a completely new shape. He furiously rushed at the girl, trying to destroy her, but she could not understand why this creature was attacking everyone around her. The girl tries to stop the guy while the master realized that his student had lost control of his body. The warrior attacks her opponent and tries to get to his face in order to raise whoever is in front of her. Having destroyed the outer armor, the witch realized that this was the same Xiao Yan whom she met in the forest. The girl is trying to get through to the very hero who helped her cope with the Emperor of Beasts. She approaches Xiao Yan and tells this dumbass to remember her because her name is Yunji, and all the memories that he experienced in the forest appear before the hero's eyes. The girl was finally able to ensure that the guy returned to his human form and was freed from the armor of the exoskeleton. Unfortunately, the fire inside the guy's chest continued to spread, and he asked Yunji to run away before it exploded. The girl realized that she needed to retreat, but she could not understand why her friend was suffering so much. The master now shouts to his student to make his aura rotate and combine it with the essence of the flame because this is the last chance to absorb the incredible power of the flower. The main character screamed with rage, and the master realized that Xiao Yan was already at his limit, and he couldn't stand it. Unfortunately, the master now cannot help his alchemist in any way. A level 11 snake bursts into the battle and decides to intervene in what is happening. The snake god blew on the hero, thereby creating a cold environment around him, and the hero saw in what was happening a chance to absorb the essence of the flame. Inside the whirlpool of cold that the jellyfish created, Xiao Yan was spinning and trying to take possession of the flower. When the hero managed to connect his soul with the essence of the flame, he approached the warrior Yunji and thanked her for saving him from death again. The guy looked amazing in his new image as a savior, and he hovered over the girl as an angel. She couldn't believe what she saw Xiao Yan, but unfortunately the poison that the snakes had struck her spread throughout her body. The alchemist immediately approached his friend and realized that she was now poisoned with the strongest snake venom. The master says that given the strength of this girl, she will definitely not die from this poison, and instead of wasting his spiritual energy on healing the Empress, it would be better if he tried to awaken his master. The hero asked his teacher to still help save the girl because he could not bear to watch Yunji suffer. Xiao Yan knows that this is the Empress, from the 7th level and keep one of the great clans. But for Xiao Yan, she remains the same clumsy warrior Yunji who doesn't know how to cook. A couple of days later, in the morning, a commotion began in the deserted city, and a man tried to calm the raging lady. Yunji destroyed all her chambers and demanded an explanation from the people. Where is the person who left, and what did he say before leaving? The owner of the house was already crying seeing the destruction, and gave a letter to the warrior who was left by the strange guy. Xiao Yan wrote that he cured the girl from poison and she may not thank him. He also ate the essence of flame, which tasted very hot. The warrior realized that this damn boy made her worry, and the next time they met she would take care of him. At this time, the main character watched as a fire broke out in the opposite part of the desert capital from the destruction caused by the warrior. The master says that this is not unrequited love, because Xiao Yan wants Dai and is ready to do anything for her, so he continues to ignore even such beautiful women as Yunji. After the battle in the center of the desert, the friends were left with a sacred snake of level 11, and it is still sleeping because it ate part of the flame, and the guys need to decide what to make of this strongest monster. Suddenly the beautiful snake bloomed with a bright light, and the guys realized that it was no joke, and they urgently needed to dig a kilometer-long hole where they would bury it forever. But the snake reassured them and smiled sweetly. While the guys were happy about that beautiful snake, she immediately began to bite Xiao Yan, to destroy him once and for all. The alchemist used the essence of flame to fight off the terrifying monster. To the surprise of the guys, the snake absorbed the essence of flame that Xiao Yan released from his hand, and they thought that the snake would die by consuming the fire. Surprisingly, they watched as the snake joyfully exhaled and poisoned the resulting essence, and joyfully hugged the man who fed it the essence of the flame. The teacher understood where Xiao Yan should now go after receiving such strength. The guys went to the cartographer who, without even turning around, said that his store was closed and let the customers come later. Behind the Ice Emperor, a huge fire whirlwind erupted from which he had to run away. The cartographer cannot understand what impudent person decided to allow himself to attack the master in his own house. Suddenly, the Ice Master realized that the essence of flame was fighting against him, which was destroying his ice needles. Xiao Yan, who has finally gained the desired power, understands that now the ancient emperor is no longer his enemy, and he came to talk. The hero also decided to show a 6th-ranked tablet that can break the ancient seal that fetters the Ice Emperor's power. The alchemist lied that it was very difficult for him to find rare ingredients to create this tablet, but the master mentions that they were able to find all the necessary ingredients in the palace of the Great Medusa. The Ice Emperor says that apparently the guy has gone through a lot of trials and holds out his hand to receive the pill. But the hero is not going to just give it away and wants the Emperor to fulfill his promise. The man says what is needed. Check the tablet because he must be sure that it is the right tablet. The hero understands that this old fox will deceive him again, so either he gives up the card or will continue to live forever with the seal. When the hero was about to leave, the Ice Emperor gives away the full card of flame essence, and he swears on his life that it is real, and now he asks to give him a pill. The hero got what he wanted and gave the man the pill. And after so many years, he will finally regain his strength. The Ice Emperor will again be able to truly become an emperor and not just in words. Strength returns to the human body, and he can become great again. Xiao Yan realized that if this old fox regains his strength, he might try to take the card back, and even if he has flame essence, he is still at the third master level. The teacher says that he foresaw this situation and added a secret to the pill. After transforming into an Ice Emperor, he became a small and harmless-looking child. The hero had to hold back his laughter with the last of his strength, seeing the once terrible Ice Emperor. The man said that this damn kid tricked him and gave him the wrong pill. The hero tried to explain that his pill was supposed to restore his strength, and he asked the teacher to help him. The master tells his disciple what he must say. The main character gained confidence and, having destroyed all the pieces of ice, explains what he wanted to say. Xiao Yan says that he cannot believe that the emperor turned out to be such a person, because the destruction pill not only returned his strength but also the youth lost due to the seal. However, he did not take into account how outstanding his skills were, and the effect was significantly stronger. While the emperor asked the enemy to shut up, the hero explained that he was such a worthy person. Now he wants to kill his savior, and the young brilliant alchemist was killed because the effect of the medicine was too strong. The emperor already doubted his intentions to destroy the stupid guy, and is trying to say that they simply created the wrong pill for him. The hero says that there is no point in lying to him because he takes full responsibility on himself, and even if he has to go around the entire globe, he will find a way to return the Ice Emperor to normal. So he asks to wait for him, and they will see each other soon. The Ice Emperor demands to shut up. The guy won't fall for something like that. Now where should Xiao Yan go there, and he and they will travel together until the Ice Emperor returns to normal. The hero says that he cannot do this. After all, he has too many enemies, and the Emperor may suffer. But the man says that while he is nearby, no one will dare lay a finger on the traveler. From now on, the alchemist will become his servant, and even death will not save Xiao Yan from this fate. The joyful emperor says that he will finally be able to show the world his strength and ensure that Xiao Yan returns him to normal form. While the little boy turned away, the hero and the teacher were happy that they had an emperor-level bodyguard, and thanks to Xiao Yan's acting skills and the master's cunning, they managed to deceive the boy. Next, the friends visited a clothing store where they bought the most stylish clothes for the Ice Emperor. After a lot of time, the hero notices that his friend did not choose anything, and the emperor demanded that his servant take all these things that he had put aside. The hero was shocked that the boy wanted to take so much, and the seller suggested that the boy's dad was probably stingy. After the emperor froze the store of a seller who considered Xiao Yan the father of the emperor. They went on about their business. At night, the friends decided to visit the deserted city, but found only ruins there. The emperor considered that there was no one alive in this city if they could not see even one resident during the search. The main character cannot understand what happened in this city and why there is no one else here. Returning to the quarter where the hero's brothers lived, he tried to find his middle and older brother. The hero had to use the essence of flame to try to discover the souls of people hiding around. It turned out that the entire city was filled with mercenaries who were from the highest clan. Xiao Yan understands that he has knocked out all the people from the mercenaries and will now not be able to get information because of his stupidity. The Ice Emperor eventually brought back the middle brother of the main character, whom he froze. After all, this strange man had been following them from the very beginning. The middle brother was unfrozen, and he brought Xiao Yan to his friends in the caves. The elder brother was alive but wounded in the arm. The elder decided to greet his youngest, who was not injured and safe. The hero noticed that all the soldiers were very wounded, and there were also many refugees from the city. He cannot understand what happened. The guys say that soon after the younger brother left, people from a high-ranking clan named Yun Lan came, and they surrounded the city and also plundered and then burned it. Their group of mercenaries tried to protect the city, but unfortunately the High Clan was too strong in the end. They were able to save only part of the townspeople and take refuge in a shelter. The main character asks where Qinglin has been all this time. After all, she had a demonic beast, the red dragon. The elder brother says that the girl was kidnapped, and among the people from the Yunlan clan, there was a man named Mo Cheng, who was a 5th-level spirit with 7 stars, and the red dragon was not his rival. Therefore, he was able to kidnap Qinglin. The Ice Emperor knew Mo Cheng, who was from a northern city called Sali. If he took their friend, then she must be different from other people because she is a very strong warrior who is difficult to interest. The hero's elder brother looked intently at the boy who appeared and could not understand who was standing in front of him. The older brother tried to understand when the younger brother managed to have a son, because their father became a grandfather. The Ice Emperor was very angry, so he bound his elder brother in ice and said that since ancient times, the Mo Cheng family had been hunting people with unusual abilities. The hero asked, "Why did the Mo Cheng family need Qinglin?" And the emperor explained that it was all for the sake of organ transplantation. The hero promised that he would definitely save his friend because he couldn't let terrible people take her organs and kill her. The Ice Emperor says that now young people are reckless, and apparently this guy decides to go there without trial and take the girl by force. But from these thoughts, the boy's hands itched. Before this, the city was burned by mercenaries from the Yunlan clan, who did not leave even a single intact log of the buildings. The mercenaries wanted that not even memories remained of this city, and they hoped that after the death of all the mercenaries and townspeople, no one would be able to tell about the tragedy that happened here. Then the mercenaries of the Allied forces, led by the middle and older brother, attacked the robbers who destroyed most of the city's population. The robbers were glad that they didn't even have to look for the brothers who were guarding this city. The men hoped that without the girl Qinglin with the fiery spirit, these two would not be able to oppose anything against the Grand Master of the 4th level and his guys. Suddenly a purple flame appears and attacks the robbers. The man feels his hand being torn off, and he realizes that Xiao Yan's younger brother has entered the battle. When the brothers defeated the bandits, they demanded to be told. Where is the girl named Qinglin now? The guys were told that she should be in the residence of the main Yunlan clan in a city called Salt. And they also heard that they were going to kill the girl at night under the full moon and disassemble her body for organs. The robber said that it was none of his business, and he didn't want to deal with Mo Cheng's family, so he asked not to kill him. The main character, with just a movement of his hand, destroyed a stupid mercenary who, through his actions, killed many ordinary citizens. Next, the hero turned to the Ice Emperor to stop watching the city burn to the ground. The boy flew over the entire city and activated his ice ability to destroy all the fire. The main character asks his brothers to wait and rebuild the city while he goes in search of the girl. Let the eldest and middle brother do the construction, and he and the Ice Master will go in search of the missing girl. 2 days later, events moved to a city called Salt. Once in the city, the guys realized that this place was much more developed and stronger than a deserted city. The main character tells the Snow Emperor that there are too many people here, and he asks. He doesn't go far, but then the guy notices how the girls noticed the little boy and began to look after him. Although the Ice Emperor wanted to get rid of the child's body, it was clear that he was taking advantage of his position. The guys continued on their way, but only Xiao Yan had to take the boy on his shoulders. After all, if someone else pushes the emperor, he threatens to freeze this person to death. After passing through many blocks, the guys noticed that many shops were under the sign of the Mo Cheng family, and these guys clearly monopolized power in the city. At some point, the city became empty very quickly, as if someone had turned a switch and all the people fled. In the empty city, the guys managed to find only one old grandmother, and they asked her, "Why did everyone in the city run away?" Granny said that it's all because of the Mo Chung family's mansion. Because every full moon there are terrible screams coming from there. Recently, the screams became more and more terrifying, and then shadows appeared in the light of the moon, and everyone who saw them died. Today is the full moon, so all the townspeople are trying to hide, and the granny decides to take with her the child who truly was the Snow Emperor. After a while, the child was already with Xiao Yan, and was eating cookies given by his grandmother. The Snow Emperor thinks that being a child is quite cool, but the main character realized that apparently the Emperor had lost the dignity of his 7th rank. At this time, the servants decided to come to the elder of the Mo Chung family and say that everything is ready, and they hope that the clan will not find out anything. Head Mo Cheng dreamed that they could destroy the clan alliance and become the greatest entity on the continent. The success of their family will be ensured for many generations, and they will rule the whole world. The guys are also preparing for the ritual. As soon as midnight comes, they will begin it. The head of the clan had been looking for a man with a shamrock in his eyes for a long time, and now that they had found the girl Qing Lin, they could do everything right. At this time, the hero unsuccessfully tried to find his green-haired girlfriend, but with him. So far, nothing has worked. The Ice Master believed that the alchemist's abilities would help him find the girl, but it turns out that they cannot save her. The hero asked his teacher for help. The master very reluctantly agreed to help Xiao Yan with the search for his little friend. The Snow Emperor thought that if the boy fell on his knees in front of him and begged, he would still help him find his girlfriend. Xiao Yan refused and decided to use the powers of his spirit master. A terrifying energy spread in all directions and completely scanned the entire city. The Ice Flame Master realized that Xiao Yan's strength had increased tenfold, and such an aura would definitely be able to detect the girl. At this time, the same bride was flying around the city who in 3 years by agreement was supposed to fight Xiao Yan. The bride realized that only a high-ranking alchemist could have such powerful spiritual energy, and she could not understand who could visit their city. Xiao Yan at that moment could not believe what he discovered, and he decided to share the information with his friend. It turns out that Xiao Yan felt his bride and could not understand what she could do here. Unfortunately, the hero was unable to detect the girl with green hair, but he was able to sense an old rival with whom he had already encountered. The master says that they must get together and find the half-breed. Suddenly, the roof under the friends' feet is destroyed and they find themselves in the air. There is a strong earthquake throughout the city, and the heroes use their energy to seize the moment and find Qing Lin. At this time, a girl with green hair asked for help and cried, and also did not want opponents to approach her. The Red Snake tried to protect his mistress and attacked the head of the hostile clan Mo Chung. The man said that the Red Snake woke up early, and it was useless to try to resist. And if the girl was good, she would die quickly. The girl did not want to die and asked the snake to save her. The old man says that he wanted to leave the snake alive so that he could subdue it later. But he is so devoted to his mistress that he will have to destroy him. After the battle with the snake, the master realized that if the spirit was wounded, the mistress would also be harmed because she had lost consciousness. The bloodthirsty man wonders what is hidden under the skin of this pretty girl, and he moves a sharp knife towards her face. Suddenly, the roof of the building is destroyed by a powerful explosion, and the master stops his atrocities. Bride Xiao Yan saves a poor girl with green hair. The main character's bride's name was Na Lan, and she was from one of the strongest clans, so she could not believe that the Mo Chung family was engaged in dirty sacrifices. The head of the Mo Chung family said that he could come to an agreement with Madame Na Lan, or he had no choice but to kill the witness. The man extends his hand and says that he will have to kill the follower of the main clan, and then the clan family will not know anything about the atrocities that are happening under these catacombs. The girl flies to the side and a bloody fountain erupts from her mouth. The man only touched the girl and was already able to hit her with a devastating blow. Blood scattered in all directions, and now the old man could kill poor Nalan at any moment. With the last blow, the old man wanted to send the girl to the grave with her ancestors. The old man fails to carry out his plan because the main character rushes into the battle, saves his bride with a strong blow, and cuts off the old man's hand. The man cannot understand who this mysterious warrior is who burst into their duel with Nalan. The Ice Master says that Xiao Yan is a very good master for a hidden attack. But the main character, instead of chatting, wanted more to see how the master would fulfill his part of the contract. The Ice Emperor shows all the guards of the Mo Cheng clan whom he froze for a fee with alchemical tablets. Nalan thanked the mysterious hero who saved her from certain death, but the man says that he did not come for her but for the girl. The main character takes the half-breed into his arms and says that they can finally go home. Nalan says that in any case, she is indebted to the mysterious warrior, and she is from the Yunlan clan of the highest branch. If there are any problems, the mysterious savior can ask for help. The guy's conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a monster, and it turns out that the old man evolved into a demon while no one saw him. The Ice Emperor received an alchemist tablet for each killed guard of the Mo Cheng family, and he could help if a friend paid to kill such a monster. The monster shouted that the Shamrock's eyes are his and he must take them away from this girl. The hero understands that this old man is truly crazy if he sacrificed a person's life for the sake of a demonic existence. At the most inopportune moment, the monster attacked the hero, but Nalan decides to protect the guy at the cost of his blade, which shattered into pieces from the demon's attack. The guy sees that his bride was very ill because she lost a lot of blood. The girl says that she just saved a man's life and they are now quit. After these words were spoken, Nalan lost consciousness, and the hero now needs to pull himself together to emerge victorious from this battle. Xiao Yan shouts that he doesn't want to be saved by Nalan. Her debt is much greater than this, and the guy uses the essence of the flame to win. The incredible power of the essence destroys the terrible demon that was created from many dark souls. It turns out that dark souls are very serious opponents, and the Emperor of Ice decides to enter the battle to protect his comrade because he knows that he cannot cope with them. There were a lot of dark spirits, and even for the Ice Emperor it would be difficult to cope with them. The spirit of the Red Snake bursts into the battle and decides to protect Xiao Yan from the monsters that have appeared. The hero understands that apparently Qinglin decided to intervene and save her friend. The master from the ring says that the snake's body was destroyed, but as long as the bracelet is intact, he will be able to recover from his spiritual form. The Ice Master says that he was not even given a chance to enter the battle. He was very bored, but he saw Xiao Yan hugging two girls in his arms. At this time, a woman's laughter was heard near the city, and a very strong aura filled the space. Teacher Xiao Yan says that he definitely didn't imagine it, and she came. Now the student needs to quickly run away before he meets this crazy woman. The Ice Emperor probably didn't feel anything, and more wanted to ask why his partner was saving Nalan, whom he hated, but the hero admits that he promised her to fight in 3 years, so until that time he needs to save her life. The guys do not have time to hide and the mysterious woman appears. The girl controlled a black 8-winged serpent, and its strength was at the level of a level 7 emperor with 6 stars, which is 4 stars more than the Ice Emperor. The girl came for the girl with shamrock-shaped pupils. The black snake and its owner got into a conversation, and it turns out that they have been partners for more than 100 years. Xiao Yan says that this beautiful sister made a mistake, and the girls with such eyes that she is looking for are not here. The girl was flattered by the words of the handsome heir, but she decided to use her spell to kidnap all the people who were at her disposal. When she saw that Qinglin, she realized that this was the girl she came here for. She has beautiful eyes, and finally she was able to find that same girl. And for her capture, the black snake will receive the promised reward. The main character shouts that he doesn't care who this mysterious woman is, because he won't allow his friend to be kidnapped. The black snake says that this boy does not appreciate their kindness. Therefore, we need to end it. When the snake tried to destroy Xiao Yan, the Ice Emperor used his ability to protect his partner. The 7th level Ice Emperor decides to fight with a black snake that tried to offend his servant. At this time, at the Yunlan clan residence, the head boss and empress of the clan was surprised that Nalan herself went to the Mo Cheng family residence. The chief elder knew that Nalan was now on a turning point towards becoming a great master of the 4th level. But unfortunately, due to the betrayal of the Mo Cheng clan, the girl could not stand it, and, out of emotion, rushed there to save the captives of the traitors. The warrior says that this girl reacts too strongly to any incident because of her young age, and why the old man didn't stop her. The elder explains that he tried, but Nalan waited for the moment when he was not ready and was able to knock out the old man. In the east, the guys felt some strange aura, and it seemed that not only the empress felt a flow of strong spiritual energy. In the east of the empire, 3 auras of 7th level emperors were felt, which flared up sharply in one place and at one time. The elder saw one of the heads of the Yunlan clan in front of him and fell to his knees in front of him for not noticing him right away. The warrior did not know that Ji Lao would decide to visit their empire. The man said that he wanted to visit old friends to unwind. At some point, the 2 emperors disappeared in a stream of energy, and the old man was left alone in the throne room. At this time, a little boy, or to be more precise, the Ice Emperor, was trying to fight against the 2 Black Snake Emperors and his mistress. The boy did not intend to lose this fight, but the forces were not equal. The main character noticed that today the Ice Emperor was very angry. The man shouted that he didn't want to talk now and demanded silence from his servant. The main character is going to use his flame to support his comrade and friend. The hero shouts that even if an 8th level ancestor comes against him, he will tear him into pieces with the help of his flame essence. The black snake laughed because at such an age, having the essence of flame is a very worthy achievement. At this time, the mistress of the black snake had already taken Qing Lin into her arms and said that the whole empire already knew about their presence, and they needed to leave quickly, until more serious opponents arrived. The fiery flame blocked the path of the departing emperors and did not allow them to simply leave. The main characters, together with his assistant, the Ice Emperor, tried to take their girlfriend away from the guys. The owner of the black snake gave her assistant the honor of fighting these madmen while she carried the girl away. The black snake demonstrates the true strength of the ancient emperor and shows what he can be capable of. The heroes found themselves in a burning black substance through which nothing could be seen. The Black Emperor did not want to kill these naive people, but they would not be able to get out of his trap, and when the mistress left, he would free them. Xiao Yan unsuccessfully tried to destroy the inner walls of the Black Dome with his flames. How can they sit idly by while their friend is taken away? The little level 11 snake woke up when it felt so much energy. The snake absorbed all the black essence that the 7th level emperor created. The master from the ring tells his student that apparently the snake wakes up when it smells delicious food. When the guys were able to get out of the black dome thanks to their river snake, they notice a black snake who was taking a mud bath at that time and did not suspect that his rivals could escape so easily. Suddenly, the 11th level snake saw its longtime relative, the black snake, and felt his friendly aura. The black snake had been looking for such a beautiful snake all his life, but no one would let him near such snakes. The man did not want to mock the little snakes, but just be a little mentor and teacher for them, and he would not have caused any harm. But the other snakes did not let him near their children. It turns out that the black snake follows its owner, only because she promised him to find a mate and he didn't expect to find his beautiful cheating snake. But now he found the love of his life after seeing a level 11 snake. The Ice Emperor hid under Xiao Yan's cloak because this little snake makes him tremble because he feels its divine power. But Xiao Yan understands that this is the same jellyfish queen who kept the entire desert under her power. The black snake tried to approach the little snake of the 11th level and wanted her to travel with him. But she hit the black snake and hid in Xiao Yan's robe. The black snake was offended. It turns out that this snake is Xiao Yan's pet, and he demanded that he give it back, and then he would repay it with high-ranking skills. The main character says that the black snake can only dream of a snake because she decides her own fate, and he is also hundreds of years older than her, so he is a real pervert who cannot be trusted with children. The black snake offers a bet and says that if the hero injures him in 100 moves, then he will help him find the green-haired girl. But if he fails, then the black snake will take the snake of the 11th level. The hero says that the black snake underestimates him because without treacherous agreements, he can return the girl with green hair on his own, despite the fact that he is a third-level master. The hero uses his huge sword and flies into the black serpent with great power. The hero immediately attacks the monster's head, but unfortunately his attack does not lead to obvious consequences. The black snake does not notice how a great flame is growing on its head. Suddenly he lost the man and could not find him nearby. The main character ended up behind the snake and used stealth to attack his weak point. The great battle for a girl named Qing Lin continues, but it is difficult to know who will be the winner. The black snake understands that this guy is third level, not as simple as it seems. The Ice Emperor cannot understand when his servant managed to get behind the black serpent. The hero used his second move, Octane Burst, but only added fiery essence to it. The Ice Emperor helped save his friend from falling after using the technique, but the guy's hand was severely injured. But despite this, he still shouted for the black snake to return Qing Lin and not resist. The black snake says that his strength is impressive, but if you look carefully, there wasn't even a scratch left on the Emperor after Xiao Yan's attack. Even the Ice Emperor could not understand how this snake remained unharmed. And this is apparently the strongest armor that can only be created by a great master. The black snake comments on the attack of the main character, saying that his technique is quite strong, and if it is combined with flame, it will be at level 5, which is called the spiritual level. Unfortunately, this is not enough against a black dragon. It's unfortunate, but the black snake is right, and the difference in strength is too great, because the strength of the 7th level Emperor greatly exceeds the attacks of the 5th. The alchemist recalls his training with the master, spending each day in a grueling attempt to become stronger. Then the main character told the teacher that after absorbing the flame essence, his Huang class intermediate level skill moved to the Shuang class intermediate level. Then the hero became interested in what would happen if several essences were combined. The teacher said that if you use the mantra with another flame, its power will increase incredibly. But it is extremely dangerous, and in fact it can create an explosion that will destroy everyone around, including the bearer of this power. The teacher guesses that Xiao Yan decided to take a risk and create an attack that will be stronger than all his previous attempts. When the hero decided to connect the two fiery energies, a small snake came out of his clothes, which the black pervert saw. The main characters decide, combine two flame essences, but the black snake has not yet figured out this enemy's idea. At the last moment, the monster realized that inside this guy there was not only one essence of flame, but there was also a second flame of an unknown nature. The teacher knows that the alchemist has the flame of bestial chaos absorbed in the purple cave, and Xiao Yan will be able to combine pure flame with fiery chaos in order to save his girlfriend. He will risk his life. The fire mantra was created in the glow of the flames of two sources, which created an attack of incredible power that was supposed to destroy the black demon. The main character cleared everything, and the frantic flame awakened his inner potential, which covered the entire space around him. Xiao Yan used the terrifying force of the uncontrolled explosion to focus it at the desired point and hit his opponent. The Ice Emperor realized that apparently his servant was crazy, and he moved away to protect Nalan, who was nearby. Suddenly it began to rain blood all over the city, and the boy turns his attention to the battlefield where Xiao Yan remained. It turns out that the hero was a real psychopath because he was still able to wound the Black Snake Emperor, but he survived and threatened that he would be able to take the little snake. The Ice Emperor bursts into the battle, although he was less experienced than the 100-year-old Black Demon. Still, he was able to repel the Black Snake's attack. The snake understands that he is now wounded, and it will be difficult for him to resist the enemy who has not seriously engaged in battle all this time. So he runs away. After the battle, the main characters met the dawn together, and the Emperor of Ice hoped that his servant would wake up. In the morning, the townspeople were surprised that the Mo Chung family, which had been terrorizing them, had disappeared, and its entire composition had been destroyed. At this time, the heads of the Yunlan family arrived at the site of the battle, which had long since ended, and found Nalan alive but unconscious. Then the warrior was able to find a fragment of the armor that she gave to Xiao Yan, and apparently he was seriously injured, since the sacred armor was destroyed. While the main character was passed out, he dreamed about the past when he was still a little boy with abilities after being reborn into a new world. Many girls approached Xiao Yan and tried to make friends with him because they saw in him a future husband with whom they would like to join their lives. Then the guy was at the top, and there were no signs of trouble. One day, his own mother came to the guy and he boasted to her that even though he was 10 years old, he was already a second-level student. Every girl in the city wants to become his bride. Mom said that the guy is the pride of their city, and one day he will rise above the whole world with the help of his abilities. Xiao Yan says that he will become the youngest emperor of an entire level, or even the 12th god. At this moment, the mother gives her son that very artifact. It was a ring. The woman said that she would not be able to see with her own eyes the happiness and success of her son, but let him take this ring, and through it, she would monitor his successes. After what happened, the hero lost his mother and missed her very much. After being given the ring, Xiao Yan no longer took it off, but his strength also disappeared, and as he learned in the future, this was due to the fact that the master absorbed his spiritual energy. Everyone bullied Xiao Yan, and he stopped showing the hopes he had before. The young master's opponents mocked him and said that he was worthless trash. Of all the children, only one girl named Dai defended the heir. The girl said that she would protect the boy, despite everything. Unfortunately, despite the lost strength, the hero was the heir of their clan, and all the boys laughed at him, saying that this was the weakest heir that could ever appear. The hero apologized to his mother because he lied to her and would not become a great spiritual warrior as he wanted. The image of Dai appears in front of the boy and stands above him. The girl said that she loves Xiao Yan the most, and he is the best. Therefore, he will succeed. The next memory was communication with Nalan, who mocked the hero because she was his bride, but he lost his powers. The hero promised that he would become the strongest in this world, and he would be able to acquire incredible strength. Suddenly, the guy finds himself in his subconscious where that very ring and its master were. The hero realized that he was in a dream, but the master says that this was not a dream, and the hero simply met with his demons inside his head and the fears that he had. The master says that his student is great, and if the hero is so strong, then he will not worry when the master comes, and he is really happy that he accepted the boy as a student. Xiao Yan was scared because he didn't want the master to leave. The man tells the alchemist that his spiritual energy has been depleted. Fortunately, the ocean armor and the Ice Emperor Po Dong were able to protect the hero. The master was glad that the student was able to teach that impudent black snake a lesson, but unfortunately the use of such great power weakened the sensei. The main character says that spiritual energy is not a problem, and he asks the master to absorb a little of his energy as it was before, so that he does not disappear. The master says that even if after this Xiao Yan remains trash again, the time will soon come to keep his 3-year promise, and isn't he really afraid of losing? The hero says not so confidently that the most important thing for him is closeness with a teacher who can give him even more wisdom and knowledge to regain his strength. The master says that the boy is a fool, and unfortunately this is. It won't work. Inside the ring there are many ingredients, recipes, and scrolls of skills that he collected while he was alive, and if the heroes need something, just let him look for it in the ring. Tears appear in the hero's eyes. He doesn't want the teacher to joke like that because he doesn't believe in the disappearance of his best friend. Sensei says that the boy's body needs restoration. The hero can find how to go through recovery inside the ring. The boy immediately shows his hands and demands that the spirit absorb his energy. The master says that accepting such a good guy as a student was the best moment of his life. If he can come back again, he will definitely see this guy on top of the world, so he says goodbye and disappears into endless space. Xiao Yan wakes up with tears in his eyes and raises his hand up to catch his master. He ends up only in a hospital inside a deserted city. The older and middle brother were glad that the hero woke up and quickly called the doctor. It turns out that Xiao Yan lay unconscious for 5 days, and when Po Dong brought the hero, they thought that he would die. The hero continued to cry because of the death of his teacher, and no one could understand why this was happening. After 3 days, the hero locked himself in the room and did not come out, and therefore the middle and older brother were very worried and tried to somehow call their brother, for example, with the help of delicious food. The Ice Emperor says that it is useless to call Xiao Yan. After all, he got it very badly. After talking a little, the guys decide that they need to remember those things that their younger brother liked in order to return him to public life. The brothers remembered that their perverted younger brother loves them most, and they know from childhood that he is obsessed with girls. So they changed into a beautiful dress and asked in a female voice to open the doors. The Snow Emperor couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that these 2 idiots were actually dressed in women's clothes. Po Dong no longer had the patience to wait for this Xiao Yan to open the door, so he simply destroys it with a kick. When the guys opened the door, a huge amount of various treasures of gold and artifacts spilled from the room. The guys could not believe that among the artifacts there were scrolls with high-level skills. And where did their brother get such a treasure? Having opened the doors, the guys found a tired and sad younger brother who, from the teacher's entire collection, could not find a single method of restoring spiritual energy. The emperor asks what happened to Xiao Yan's spiritual energy and why they can no longer sense it. The middle brother asked, "Has the youngest lost his strength again, and is he afraid that he will now run away somewhere, and his wounds will open again?" While Xiao Yan was running away, the Snow Emperor was surprised why the alchemist's spiritual energy should have disappeared again, and he asks what happened in the past. After a while, the Snow Emperor finally found the main character who came to the lava lake. Po Dong tells the tired Xiao Yan that he is the #1 trash in this world. The guy promised the emperor medical pills, and after his teacher disappeared, he turned into nothing, and how the hero is going to pay off Po Dong. The emperor asks Xiao Yan not to pretend to be stupid because the brothers told everything, and one day the hero lost all his energy and then met a mysterious teacher and was able to recover. Being only a 3rd-level master, Xiao Yan was able to defeat the Snow Emperor of the 5th spirit level, and he also hid enormous spiritual energy in his body. This white flame is the flame of the teacher that he used in the past. On that day when the hero defeated the Serpent King, he probably forgot the one who saved him from certain death. The Snow Emperor saw everything with his own eyes, after all. After using a destructive skill, the hero lost consciousness and the teacher took almost all the damage. If it weren't for him, the hero would be dead. Xiao Yan burst into tears because of his action, The teacher lost all his spiritual energy and died. The Snow Emperor tells Xiao Yan not to cry, and he lost his energy and not his life. And once he was already able to recover, and now he will also succeed. His teacher disappeared, but this does not change anything because he must continue to move on. The hero says that the Snow King told some nonsense because he was just remembering the teacher, and why would he think about suicide? Podong truly thought that Xiao Yan came to the lava lake to drown here to death. Xiao Yan says that at first he thought that he would find flame essence in this lake, but he only found an empty platform. He had to abandon the platform and quickly leave. Before he left, the teacher said that with the help of this platform, the hero will be able to restore his body and energy, and he still has people whom he is obliged to protect. And if he can't, then he will definitely take revenge, even if it takes hundreds of years. As long as his heart beats, he will not stop working hard. Also, the hero almost forgot to give the recipe for the 5th level recovery pill. This is a legendary tablet that can restore lost strength, and the hero gives this thing to the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor says that Xiao Yan has already helped him enough with these spells, and he accepts this gift. The next day, the hero locked himself in his house again, and did not come out, leaving a sign so that no one would bother him. The emperor asked the brothers to change their clothes. After all, they were annoying in their dresses. At this time, Xiao Yan was busy restoring his strength with the help of the Blue Lotus platform. The hero remembers the words of the teacher who said that you need to eat half of the sacred seed that he hid in the ring. But suddenly the snake that had been there all this time ate the seed nearby, and the hero had to punish her so that she gives the seed. The main character remembered that he only had to absorb half of the seed, but he was so afraid that the snake would take his seed that he swallowed the whole seed. Now a man can overfill his meridians and simply explode, causing death very quickly. The guy screamed that apparently he would die because of this crazy snake that completely ruined his plan. But suddenly the guy felt like restoration completely healed his wounds and returned his spiritual energy. The guy realized that apparently he had coped with the load. His body is in order and energy can function calmly in the body, and apparently the teacher was mistaken in his calculations. Suddenly blood poured from the hero's head, and he felt his heart become very overstrained, increasing the pressure in his body. Due to the increase in pressure, all the hero's blood vessels began to explode, and he took the snake in his hands, saying that because of its stupidity, he would now die. The snake immediately kissed the main character and began to absorb his excess energy in order to save him from death. Xiao Yan felt that the snake easily took away the excess spiritual energy that would now kill him. At the end of the transformation, it was not just some small snake that left the person's lips, but a real woman. The naked jellyfish queen finally returned to her true form and, turning into a human, accused the hero of turning her into a pet, so he must pay for everything. The woman says that the guy really wants her to call him master because he picked her up in a moment of weakness. The snake moved closer to the guy and began to greedily absorb his energy, trying to completely empty his body. At this time, behind the doors, the eldest and middle brother felt a terrible power and realized that they needed to help their brother. The Ice Emperor ordered the guys to stop because this is the mistress of jellyfish against which they are powerless. The building was destroyed by a huge shock power, and Xiao Yan moved away from the strongest jellyfish. The alchemist says that the snake will not get the aura of his body, and he will kill it along with him if it does not retreat. The hero's energy power flew into the snake, but it greeted the attack with a smile. Did the person really decide that the essence of the flame could harm her? After all, she was reborn thanks to this very essence to which she already has resistance. This despicable person thinks that he can threaten her jellyfish queen, who is now at the 11th level, and she demands that the guy go to hell to his ancestors. Now the guy realized that apparently his life would end the moment the queen killed him in this fight. He so hoped that this snake would grow up differently, but it seems he was wrong. Suddenly, the woman felt that she was turning into a snake again. The girl said that it seems that this boy's luck was at the highest level, and this time he will survive. If by the next awakening the spiritual fusion pill is not ready, it will take his life. The little snake returned to its beast form and greeted its master. The guy said that this was his good girl whom he always remembered. Having fed the snake with his flame, the hero hopes that next time she will also save him from the wrath of the queen jellyfish. The middle and older brother burst into the destroyed building and noticed that the hero's wounds have healed, and he has regained his spiritual energy. The Snow Emperor also approaches him and asks him to stop pretending. The man asks why the jellyfish queen's aura appeared in this place because he couldn't be wrong. Xiao Yan explains that his pet snake is a jellyfish, but they don't believe him. The older and middle brothers say that the younger one is probably hungry, but the hero asks them not to worry about them, and he has another request. The brothers were glad that they were finally useful to their best younger brother, and explained that for his sake they would go to the city and find the ingredients that the guy asked for. Xiao Yan says that he needs to create a tablet for his protection, and he will send his brothers to get the ingredients while he begins creating the artifact. The brothers were happy that the alchemist appeared in their family, while Xiao Yan promised the teacher that he would definitely become stronger. The main character continued his training, and using the artifacts and knowledge of the teacher, he tried to create a tablet for his own purposes. After some time, the hero finally manages to create a tablet, and he rejoices. Unfortunately, the creation of the tablet was comparable to a huge explosion, and people are already accustomed to the fact that in their city laboratory there are constantly explosions from the younger brother of their protector. The older and middle brothers say that this is already the 36th explosion this month, and the hero has again torn their house apart. The Ice Emperor was angry with his subordinate because he could not create even a 4th-ranked tablet. And he needs level 6. The brothers defended their youngest, saying that he was just studying and they still had a couple of houses where he could start making pills. A festival was also held in the city. The middle brother was engaged in the production of alcoholic beverages and treated all the townspeople with his signature potion. The older brother approaches Xiao Yan, who at that time was sad for his master, and offers the younger brother a little drink. The hero says that his mother would be disappointed by his failures, but his older brother says that his younger brother is stupid, and he would like to tell why he created a detachment of mercenaries with his middle brother and went to a deserted city. Xiao Yan has never thought about the brother's purpose and is curious. The older and middle brother say that everything is for the sake of the younger one. When the main character lost his energy, the clan elders stopped looking at him as an heir. That is why they could not allow their younger brother to be neglected, and they left the family and went to wander the world to provide their younger brother with a bright future. Xiao Yan burst into tears after learning that his brothers sacrificed their career growth for his future. The elder brother says that this is not their sacrifice. After all, they created a detachment of mercenaries and became brothers to each other in order to always take care of each other. And now they achieved their goal because Xiao Yan became stronger and was even able to return spiritual energy and became an alchemist. Also, with the accumulation drink from which the middle brother prepared his drink, they can set up business all over the world and earn a lot of money. But the main character believes that he caused a lot of problems, and he went against the family of the great clan, and also his girlfriend with green hair was kidnapped. The Snow Emperor tells Xiao Yan not to worry because the green-haired girl will become 80% a saint in the palace of the Heavenly Snake where she was kidnapped. The hero did not know that the Snow Emperor knew where Qinglin was taken. A mysterious group living in the northeast turns out to have created a heavenly paradise for snakes. The middle brother says that the 3rd anniversary of the cancelled engagement with Nalan is coming soon, and tomorrow the hero becomes the girl's opponent to finally prove his strength. But the guy explains that actually, this day will come only in a month. The guys are already very drunk, and the Snow Emperor says that the brightest stars illuminate the holy city and especially the residents of the clan of great families. They will go there and turn everything upside down to prove the strength of the hero and defeat Nalan. The older brother, who was the most cultured of all, says that the younger one can always count on their support and they will never leave him. The hero raises his glass to the sky and says that soon the day will come to fulfill his promise to Nalan and he will prove his strength. At this time, that same Nalan with pink hair went to the grave where she usually spent time these days. The girl sadly held the gravestone in her hands and looked at the gravestone inscription. The father came to his daughter and said that soon the day of battle with Xiao Yan will come, and he knows that his girl is against the engagement. Nalan says that she wants to decide for herself who she will marry, but her father wants to say that even if Xiao Yan has not even regained his strength, his talent for learning is amazing. Nalan explains that she doesn't need a genius husband, and in their world everything is determined by strength. She wants to become so strong that she can protect herself. The father understands that since it's a girl, everything was decided by his words to nothing. The conversation is interrupted by a strange sound and they realize that perhaps the poison in grandfather has become active again. It has already penetrated into the bones, and if Master Dou-qi does not do something, then grandfather's life will quickly end within 3 months. Nalan asked what they can do to save her grandfather, and her father says that only an alchemist with the essence of flame can help. The heroine remembers that mysterious alchemist whom she met that day who protected her and the strange girl with green hair. At this time, the main character goes to the central city of the empire where the residence of the Yunlan clan is located. The Snow Emperor understands that looking at the alchemist, one might think that he has not seen the world at all. They found themselves in a sacred city, and the Snow Emperor had not been here for a long time because they say that this city has many secrets. The alchemist saw his partner going to a place where people live, and he was screaming, calling some person for a debt. A pretty girl comes out from the door and says that if the little sister gets angry, the boy will be in trouble. Events shift to Nalan's backstory. The father scolded the girl for fighting with the boys, but she explained that they were the first to attack her again. The father ordered his daughter to remain silent because if someone finds out about the incident, the father's reputation may suffer. Now the girl will be punished and must sit until she understands her mistakes. Nalan remembered an ugly boy who constantly scolded her, and because of this she did not want to stop being his fiancé. A man with a joyful smile appears in front of the girl and offers to eat the hot bunnies that he prepared from dough. Nalan saw the beautiful bunnies and said that these were very cute cookies. It turns out that this is the estate servant who is responsible for the food. The heroine, with a joyful smile, thanked the good uncle who decided to feed her. The man said that he had absolutely no talent for martial arts, but he really likes to cook. When people enjoy the food he has prepared, he experiences the same joy that one experiences when receiving a high-quality skill. Nalan tells the kind uncle that if he had cooking skills, she would definitely rank his skill no lower than a 7th-level emperor, because he cooks very tasty. The man says that in fact hares live in the mountains and live bunnies are many times cuter than those that my uncle prepared with his own hands. Unfortunately, when the guys got out into the forest, it started to rain and they found dead bunnies covered in blood. The cook knows that these places belong to his owner's family and he knows that hares cannot be hunted here. But why are these bunnies dead? Suddenly Nalan saw someone and asked her uncle to run after her, but the cook was afraid that they might stumble upon poachers. Nalan saw men with weapons and said that apparently they were the ones who wounded the Zaitsev. The cook asks his mistress to be careful because these can be dangerous people. The poachers laughed because the heiress of the great Yunlan clan was now being guarded by some old man. The cook says that this territory contains the rarest herbs and animals. Recently, there have been rumors that a certain 7th-level emperor hid rare skills in these mountains. Did the robbers really come here for this purpose? Now the man needs to bide his time and hope that the guards will discover that dear madam is missing and find them in the forest. Nalan screamed at the robbers and jumped at them screaming, "What will take revenge for their behavior?" Unfortunately, the girl was very small and could not resist the strong poachers. One of the spiritual magicians raised his hand to finish off the girl who was lying in the bushes with a bloody face. The cook decided to protect the girl from spells and daggers, so he took all the attacks on his back. Fortunately, the robbers did not have time to deal with the girl, because the Yunlan clan discovered the disappearance of the mistress and sent out their warriors. Then the girl cried a lot because her uncle promised her that he would show her cute bunnies, but he died. Na Lan apologized for being very weak and unable to protect the faithful cook. 5 years later, a maid came to the girl and told her that her fiancé had lost all his spiritual energy. Na Lan said that she didn't care, but the maid couldn't understand why she didn't care that the future groom turned out to be a weakling. Then the lady took out her sword and said that she could defend herself, and she did not need a husband. Events return to the Snow Emperor, who remembers the very girl who was the only one for him that he loved. The boy's eyes began to water, and he remembered his youth spent with this beautiful woman. Now the great emperor was small, and the girl stroked him and offered him candy. The Snow Emperor threw away the candy and asked, "Is this girl's name really Yaya Fairy, and who is Teng Shan for her?" It turns out that Teng Shan is the grandfather of this beautiful girl. The Ice Emperor understood everything and activated his terrifying power. The girl screamed when she saw ice needles fly off in her direction. The main character immediately rushed to the aid of the unprotected Yaya Fairy and asks what Po Dong is doing because he can kill someone with such atrocity. The Snowmaster says that even if the girl's grandfather is already quite an old man, he is still to blame. Xiao Yan runs away while the little emperor goes crazy. Suddenly, the head of a very important guild felt the aura of that very person, and he understands who it is. The conference is destroyed by an icy impulse, and the head immediately runs away towards the aura that appears. At this time, the main character is trying to calm down his partner because he came to close his accounts, but he will now destroy half the city along with the debtors. Po Dong says that Xiao Yan is absolutely right, and he won't believe it until he smashes everything here brick by brick and the old stupid Teng Shan comes out to him. The old man Teng Shan comes to the Emperor of Snow and says that he feels nostalgic after seeing a giant icicle in action. The old man happily looked towards his old friend, but he did not see him until he looked down and he recognized the Emperor standing in front of him. The old man hugged the baby and asked how Xiao Yan could abandon his child, and he had long wanted to see his friend, but unfortunately, he could only see his descendants. The old man began to ask the child how the great emperor died, but the boy explains that he is the same emperor and kicks the old man in the face with all his might. When the old man flew to the side, he felt the same sensation during the battle with the emperor. Level 7. Snow Emperor Po Dong was very upset that Teng Shan, who had the rank of 6th level king, was now lying on the floor. The old man burst into tears because he could not believe that his old acquaintance had returned. The emperor was finally glad that the old man recognized him. Yaya Fairy realized that this child is one of the founders of their family, and his name is the Ice Emperor Po Dong. The hero also saved a girl from the emperor and forgot that all this time he was holding her in his arms. Since their last meeting, Xiao Yan has grown quite a lot and become stronger. 3 years ago, he left the Yaya Fairy stockhouse, and time flies very quickly. A little later, in the VIP guest room, the main character asked how to awaken sleeping spirits. And unfortunately, Yaya Fairy knew nothing on this topic. But she has something that can restore spiritual energy, and she knows where to get it. But still, the girl says that this is a very difficult method, because getting something from this person is more difficult than climbing to heaven. The main character takes the auctioneer by the hands and explains that it is not important what you will have to go through. The girl approaches the alchemist's ears and explains that she can still help him with something and tells him the secret. The main character asks, "Is everything that the girl told him true?" The alchemist says that the word surrender is missing for him in his personal dictionary, and he will go and try even if he has to enter the lion's den, because all this is for the sake of the teacher. The friend replies that it seems like a lot has happened to Xiao Yan over these 3 years. His clothes are also the clothes of a second-stage alchemist. He also used the essence of flame to save the girl. The hero has a bad feeling, and the beautiful girl says that she will help the guy, but he must promise her one thing. Events move to the Yunlan estate, where Nalan continues his sword training. A servant comes to the girl and tells them that an alchemist has come to them and wants to help heal their grandfather. The alchemist immediately comes up from behind and stands opposite Nalan. The girl says that for 3 years, many people tried to lie to her, and not one who deceived her. The trust of the family Yunlan could not live long enough to even reach the door. The girl hints that the alchemist will truly cure her grandfather. The guy says that the poison of shame was used on grandfather, and only an alchemist with the essence of flame can heal him. Nalan recognized the voice of the alchemist, and also remembers that person with the essence of the flame. The guy says that after demonstrating how he destroyed her sword with the help of essence, it's not enough to prove his qualifications. At this time, at the academy, Dai moved away from the main building to talk with her servant. The hidden spy Dai appears. The girl asks about Xiao Yan. And where is he now? The man says that Xiao Yan is already in the Empire, and he recorded every step of this guy in a scroll which he gives to her. The girl opens the scroll and replies that this is excellent work, and she is pleased with her servant. Over these couple of years, the guy met a lot of amazing people and became an alchemist, and also met the Emperor of Ice, received the essence of flame, and also got a pet 7-colored snake, and he is still an amazing person. It was not for nothing that Dai fell in love with him. The servant asks, "Has the lady really gone through everything?" The story should begin with a meeting with the girl Xiao Xiang. Then he trained in the mountains with the leader of the Yunlan clan, who was called by the name Yunji. Not worth it either. Forget about the unusually beautiful Queen Jellyfish and Little Qinglin. Dai burned the scroll and says that she read it and they are just friends and doesn't see anything wrong with it. Be that as it may, the Heavenly Snake Palace dared to injure the guy and they need to teach them a few lessons. The servant replies that everything will be done. Dai also says that she would like to know information about the mystical spirit that lives in the guy's body. The spy replies that he could not detect this spirit, but the spiritual aura belonging to him suddenly disappeared. Now he is targeting the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 ghosts, and for his sake, the young master volunteered to rid Nalan's grandfather of the poison of shame. The heroine cannot understand what kind of spirit this is, for the sake of which the guy risked his life. The girl orders her servant to go and see how Xiao Yan will act next. The girl began to cry. When her servant left, she didn't know whether the guy would remember her or whether he had forgotten his promise to return to her in a year. She will wait for him forever, because she has always loved and will love. At this time, hidden under the spells of the transformation elixir, the main characters communicated with the Nalan family. The guy wants to get the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 ghosts for his work. Nalan's father says that this is the first alchemist who immediately named the price. Many alchemists have already come here, and everyone. As a result, he disappointed his father. If this guy succeeds, he will receive his reward without any problems. But they would like to discuss what will happen if he fails. The main character replies that there is no need to waste time worrying. After all, he needs this elixir. The father laughed at the guy's confidence and asked him to come with him. The father told the girl to be careful with the alchemist, and Nalan decided to see off the guest herself, so the hero became worried. Why should they be careful? Nalan says that her grandfather killed a fifth-rank magical beast and was exposed to the poison of shame. All these years he has been using his energy to hold back the poison, but as time passed, the poison stopped getting stronger until 6 months ago when it suddenly activated. Grandfather is alive now. It is only thanks to the ice of the saints and how Xiao Yan can see that the poison has spread throughout the ice and a black tint appears. And therefore anyone who touches the ice will immediately become infected. Nalan says that he has been frozen in this position for a long time. Grandfather is a general in the Imperial Army, and he fought a lot for his life. He was always strict towards Nalan and everyone else. Even when she was a child, he did not make any concessions in raising her. The heroine remembers when she complained to her grandfather that her hands hurt and she wanted to take a break, but the man shouted that any member of the Yunlan family has a strong spirit, even if it is a girl. The grandfather asked his granddaughter to get ready and she should swing the sword. After all, no one will respect her if she does not respect herself. She had to remember everything her grandfather told her because he was an excellent teacher. The funny thing is, she worked so hard on herself that she didn't notice how she turned into a girl who couldn't find happiness in life. The heroine was told that it had long been decided who would become her husband. The groom is a real genius. If she is not good enough, the honor of the Yunlan family will be disgraced. Grandfather wanted his granddaughter to be worthy of Xiao Yan's genius, but she is not like that. The same man the bride is talking about stood behind, only hiding under a different personality. The girl says that because of her pride and old-fashionedness, everyone was afraid of her grandfather, and she only wanted him to be happy. The man promises that he will save this grandfather. If he can't, no one in the empire can. When the granddaughter left, the grandfather opened his eyes and asked, "Is this guy a chemist who will decide to rid him of the poison?" The hero is surprised. Was Grandpa pretending to be asleep? Grandfather was more surprised that a second-rank alchemist was trying to cure him of a dangerous poison. The main character speaks, that it doesn't matter whether he is capable or not, because they need to try and only then will they find out the truth. The old man saw the essence of flame from the alchemist and says that at such an early age it is very rare. The old man was clearly intrigued while the alchemist says that he has already investigated the poison that is deep in the man's bones. If he wants to be cured, then the essence of the flame must enter his body. A small mistake and it will turn to ashes, so it's very dangerous. The old man replies that even without his flame essence, he will soon die from poison and let the alchemist be bolder and show his skills. The hero says that the essence of the flame will definitely burn his skin and bones when it enters his body and will be unbearably painful. The hero asks if the ancient old man can endure such great torment. The man has been a military man all his life and no pain can harm him. The stupid girl is still waiting for her grandfather and he wants to see his granddaughter. The hero agrees, but just for grandfather's sake. Then I was no longer offended by him. The alchemist used the fire whirlwind from his essence to save the old man from the poison. At the last moment, the poison of shame appears from inside the old man, and now he attacks the alchemist. The old man hopes that the alchemist will cope with this monster. This poison of shame can transform into physical form, and the alchemist will need to truly fight the monster. If it is the same poison, then it should also be subject to the essence of fire, and the alchemist will be able to destroy it. Using his energy, the guy manages to destroy most of the demon. The old man asks the guy to be careful because shame is poison. Not so simple. The monster immediately gathered into a dark ball, preparing for the next attack. The hero understands that he will have to use a stronger attack to destroy this poison. The main character is trying to protect himself from the bloodthirsty poison of shame that attacked him. This creature moves like a living thing, and why does this poison even have spiritual energy? Each time it becomes more and more difficult to block these attacks, and at some point the poison even attacks from behind. The old man decides to protect the alchemist and protects the guy with his body. The hero asks why the old man did this, but the man only spews blood from his mouth. It turns out that all these years the old man used his spiritual energy to slow down the poison. No wonder he was able to absorb spiritual energy and evolve. Spiritual energy is controlled by the demon of poison, and the young alchemist will not be able to cope with such a monster, so he must get out of here quickly. The main character is just as stubborn, like granddaughter of grandfather, and not going to leave. All his life, the old man was a military man, and his word was always more valuable than life, because the only thing he regrets is that his stupid granddaughter broke off the engagement. The old man uses protection from the demon and says that I will die so soon and it's not worth dying with him. The old man also asks that Xiao Yan meet a person from the Xiao Yan family and apologize because he let this glorious family down. The old man asks the hero to give messages to his granddaughter. After all, he has only one granddaughter and she is his pride forever. The hero says that the old man will tell this to her personally. At this time, Na Lan was waiting for her grandfather to appear, but her heartbeat increased due to excitement. The father appears and says that the alchemist has been working with his grandfather for a very long time, and he is worried because the essence of the flame will not be able to save his father's life. A huge pillar of flame essence bursts out from inside the dungeon. The father understands that this is a huge flame. And is it really still not capable of stopping the poison of shame? A father has to save his daughter from a strong energy attack from a flame. Very dense energy bursts out from the depths of the basement. They guess that it was grandfather. Na Lan, with scaffolding in his eyes, watches as an old man emerges from the dust who did not want to make his relatives cry. The man says that it is a shame for him to die from some pathetic poison, but fortunately he survived. The girl immediately ran to her grandfather and hugged him for all these years. The father could not believe that the grandfather was able to be healed, but now the guys remembered about the alchemist and wanted to find out how he was feeling. The old man says that this kid is really capable, and in the end, with the help of the essence of the flame, he was able to completely cleanse him of the poison of shame, and his flame control skills are excellent. But the real protagonist was infected with the poison of shame. The poison of shame is already difficult to remove from the body, but it also penetrated into the alchemist himself. But the guy doesn't tell his friends about this and doesn't say anything. The old man even clapped his alchemist on the shoulder with joy and said that such a miracle could not even be done by the king of elixirs. Na Lan catches the alchemist and thanks him for saving his grandfather. After all, this person is very valuable to her. Xiao Yan replies that he was glad to help, but he is not weak enough to need support, so he lets the girl go. The father says that apparently it was very difficult to heal grandfather, and he has already ordered that Xiao Yan be brought the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 dragons. The old man promised that he could give the alchemist any of his artifacts from the treasury, but the main character refused and said that that was enough for him. Only elixir. At this time, a servant runs up and tells the owner that someone cleaned out their treasury while they were distracted. The man also said that the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 ghosts had disappeared, and for the main character this turned out to be a great tragedy. The servant gave a letter which said that only those who know its true value can possess this treasure, and he takes the blue spiritual ghosts. The main character recognized the handwriting of his one crazy comrade. The old man said that this thief definitely has courage because he decided that he could steal straight from the mansion and also leave your signature. The old man promises that he will find the thief and return the reward, and the hero answers the old man that in any case he trusts his grandfather and will leave him to do this for him. After Xiao Yan left, father and grandfather discussed that this young man was worthy of becoming their son-in-law if Na Lan liked him too. The girl blushed and replied that it seemed that this alchemist hated her. After all, when she touched the guy, he pushed her away. The main character visited the auction house where Yaya Fairy was. The girl says that none of the alchemists could remove this poison, but Xiao Yan was still able to do it. The alchemist takes off his mask and says that it was an irreplaceable thing so as not to arouse suspicion among the Yunlan family. Yaya Fairy says that the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 ghosts was stolen, but not to worry. After all, the Yunlan family will definitely find this scoundrel, but still the girl first of all cares about the alchemist fulfilling his part of the contract. The main character says that he will go to the Alchemist Guild tomorrow, and the girls will have to lend him this mask again. Yaya Fairy blows a kiss to the guy as a sign of their friendship and hopes that they will see each other tomorrow. When the hero was left alone, he realized that the greatest thief of the treasure was his old friend Gu-te, and he stole what was rightfully his. He also cannot believe that the poison has now attacked his body. It is not clear why, but the poison has already begun to spread, and we need to figure out a way to get rid of this curse. Inside his bedroom, the main character tried to study the poison and understand what to do with it. When trying to destroy the poison, it destroyed the walls around, and the heroes were very scared because he did not live in his own house, but in a rented apartment. The hero also became a danger to the people around him because the objects he touched remained infected. This poison is somehow strange, and when the hero tries to hide it, he obeys his thoughts. True, he cannot remove it, but also this poison does not kill the body. The old man was able to restrain the poison with his energy, and in Xiao Yan's body, sooner or later the poison would simply melt. After all, he possesses the essence of flame. On top of that, the hero is just one step away from becoming a 4th-level Great Master. The hero has already started knocking on the door and says that it's already morning and it's time to go. The main character opens the doors and is greeted by Yaya Fairy, who congratulates the guy because he will represent the auction house at the alchemist tournament. The hero could not believe that his friend had gathered such a large number of people that they came to greet him before sending him to the alchemist's house. Journalists also came to the guy and wanted to ask a few questions about the future alchemist tournament. Yaya Fairy says that they always provide their support to up-and-coming alchemists because the Yaya Fairy auction house never makes a mistake in choosing their friends. The main character took the girl to his room away from people and asks what she is doing because he wears a mask for a reason. She brought so many people here and someone might recognize him. The girl confuses the guy by touching his face and saying that no one will suspect anything, and the guy made her a promise. Since he agreed to participate, he must win anyway, and in this case their auction house will make a huge profit. The girl opens the window and shows Xiao Yan fans. The guys came to support their champion. The alchemist was able to destroy the poison of shame, and the whole city already knew that Xiao Yan was an incredible master. Xiao Yan fans burst into the room and try to attack their best alchemist in the city. The girls immediately attack the guy who drowns in their kisses and tenderness. The house is also broken into by defenders of the Yunlan clan who want to protect the alchemist who saved their eminent grandfather general. Because of the noise, a level 11 snake wakes up and destroys half of the auction house with its power. Yaya Fairy saw how the hero flew away on his wings and asked him to register for the tournament at the Alchemist Guild, and they themselves would restore the ceiling at the expense of the Yunlan family. At this time, the Capital Alchemist Guild also looked crowded as a huge number of people came to the festival. Near the main building of the alchemists, the main character met the Snow Emperor who did not recognize his friend. After a few seconds, Po Dong manages to recognize Xiao Yan and asks how the guy was able to change his face. When the main character told about everything that happened to him, the Snow Emperor says that Yaya Fairy is a very smart girl. She is a real businessman. The alchemist really thinks that this girl is just a treacherous merchant. The main character draws attention to the fact that the Snow Emperor looks like a child, and was he really kicked out of the house? The Snow Emperor says that everything is in order, and he wants to take the main character with him. The Emperor reveals the best market for alchemists in the southern part of the empire. Every year, millions of rare ingredients and tablets are sold in this market because here, the buyer can find everything he wants. The alchemist appears on the stage and asks for attention. Today, the auction house is buying up the ingredients for the purple recovery pill at the highest prices, so they just have to name their price, and the house will buy the ingredient. The main character was surprised. Did the Snow Emperor really arrange all this for just one pill? But the guy explains that everything that belongs to his house is rightfully his, but unfortunately this property is useless. The main character does not have time to find out from his comrade. Why is Thoth so sad when he immediately saw his old girlfriends, the unsuccessful alchemists Lin Fei and Shui Se, who were also at the festival? The girls, of course, did not recognize the new alchemist who had appeared as the very guy who was able to defeat them in the argument and immediately attacked him with questions about the victory over the poison of shame. Lin Fei wanted to know more about the healing process of the great general of their empire, and how Xiao Yan managed to cope with the poison. The girls took the famous guy to the teacher to quickly register this alchemist. Teachers who had known each other for a long time met that same famous alchemist, but they did not suspect that this was the same Xiao Yan whom they remember well. After a moment of suspicion, the guys immediately asked Xiao Yan for an autograph because he was very famous. The main character asked in return to quickly register him. Lin Fei already wanted to ask what her idol's victory speech would be like, but Shui Se exploded with rage, saying that not only this guy was counting on victory. Shui Se says that the reward for winning this competition will be authority, and secondly, the support of the royal family and unprecedented fame. In addition, he will be able to obtain a prescription for a 6th-rank spiritual fusion pill. The young alchemist remembers the same jellyfish who asked him for a spiritual fusion pill and understands that he must win this fight in order to help the jellyfish. After a short conversation, the guy tells the teachers that it's time for him to go to another friend. The Emperor of Ice guesses that the hero wants to visit his beloved, but he replies that it will be the Emperor's lover. The guys are walking under the cover of darkness to an old acquaintance, and they show a very rare artifact that teacher Xiao Yan had. Behind the door was a guy with blue hair whose name was Dou-qi, and the main character says that it's time to return what was stolen. The man cannot understand who these people are, and he is the younger brother of the King of Elixirs, so they must leave, until they got what they deserved. The hero, together with the Snow Emperor, began to study the artifacts that Dou-qi stole during his work. Dou-qi was difficult. Watch as his precious collection is taken apart piece by piece. Dou-qi threatened the people who broke in that divine punishment would await them, but the guys only became worse because they told the thief that he was the kidnapper here, and divine punishment would be waiting for him. Xiao Yan said that it doesn't matter who they are, and he demands that the thief quickly return the spiritual elixir of the 7 signs. But the guy with blue hair says that you can kill him because he won't say anything. Suddenly, the guy recognizes the same young alchemist Xiao Yan in front of him and says that they were friends. So he asks him not to allow the Snow Emperor to steal everything. Dou-qi says that if Xiao Yan wants to get the blue spiritual elixir of signs and not be discovered among the people gathered at the festival, then they can make a bet. Events are moved to the start time of the festival. Yaya Fairy greeted all the guests of the alchemist tournament, and she thanks them for buying their expensive tickets. First, she wants to show the greatest alchemists of the 5th rank of the empire who have gathered in the stands above to watch the tests. One of them is the head of the Alchemist Guild from which the King of Elixirs came out, and he is now so tired after work that he is sleeping. After the alchemists, she introduces an ancient general who, after healing one of their candidates, was able to attend the event. This is a general named Na Lan who arrived with his family. Surprisingly, Na Lan was also present at the event, and the old man was surprised. Does she really want to meet that outstanding young man, Xiao Yan? Suddenly, a rain of petals fell in the arena. This was a genius of which few were born in their empire, and the dream of millions of girls. After all, this is one of the main contenders for an alchemist of the second stage, and a student of the king of elixirs himself. This guy's name is a flower magician named Lu Ling. The flower guy approaches the main character and says that he is his friend Xiao Yan, and the flower guy heard that this new guy calls himself the most beautiful alchemist. The alchemist replies that he is not the most beautiful. After all, no one compares to a flower guy. The blonde was grateful for the fact that he realized this, and in any case is grateful for saving the grandfather of his beloved Nalan. The flower guy says that his beloved Nalan will definitely be with him and all this glory will fall at her feet after the victory of Liu Ling. The grandfather who was next to Nalan caught one of the flowers throwing the handsome guy and destroyed him, explaining that his granddaughter was against this union. At this time, Yaya Fairy asks to move on to presenting the third candidate for victory. A flying carriage appears from the gate in which there was a cute little girl, and she was accompanied by a serious man next to her. The guys felt the aura of a level 7 emperor, and could it be that the teacher of the next candidate is showing all his power? It turns out that the youngest alchemist in history who received the 3rd degree entered the arena. This is a brilliant and noble princess named Yue, as well as the princess's grandfather, the defender of the empire, the 7th level emperor Jixing Tian. A sweet girl gets out of the carriage and looks at all her opponents with a menacing gaze. The cute girl's grandfather is standing nearby. All alchemists say that the young princess is empire. Very elegant and becoming a rank 3 alchemist at the age of 14 is clearly a credit to her family. Grandfather heard the conversations of the alchemists and says that they are scoundrels and what right. They generally have to say such things about the princess because she is incredibly smart and talented. The man simply looked at the podium, and from this, people felt the incredible pressure of the 7th level emperor, which made them even unable to breathe air. The granddaughter tells her grandfather that if he doesn't stop, she won't take care of him later. The man was offended that his granddaughter called him an old, irritable man because he really wanted to be a protector for his granddaughter. Even the judge says that old Jixing Tian not only stands guard over their empire, but is also extremely serious about protecting his beloved granddaughter, because such love is worthy of emulation. From the stands, the Snow Emperor says that these are not defenders of the empire, but just an old lolicon. Po Dong believes that this old man doesn't care about the empire and doesn't care about it at all. 2 great emperors decide to show which of them is stronger, and the old man threatens the little boy who is insolent to his elders. An incredible energy erupted that amazed the people in the stands. Some could not even resist and flew away from the ongoing battle. Grandpa Nalan says that these 2 emperors are very noisy. Emperor Jixing Tian recognized the boy as an old acquaintance, while the Snow Emperor noticed that this old man's bones were still strong and he was able to withstand his blows. The main character realized that these were crazy acquaintances, and they had just nearly destroyed half of the arena. At that time, the alchemist notices that the princess was very sweet. Yue notices the hero standing next to him and says that he is only at the 2nd degree and already has the essence of flame. This is a pretty interesting ability. The girl hopes that the hero will continue to work hard to glorify the empire, because each strong warrior strengthens the formation of the country. The alchemists manage to wake up their leader and force him to announce the 8th tournament. At this time, people were discussing that they had just witnessed the battle of 2 7th level emperors, and it was a wonderful performance. After a short break, the participants take their places, and the first round is about to begin. It turns out that the places of the most powerful alchemists were on a high platform. The judge announces that the first task is purification, and there is an hourglass behind Mr. Manager. Players must clear their crystals before time runs out. If the alchemists fail, they will be eliminated, and the first round begins. Alchemists throughout the stadium began to use their abilities to purify the crystal and prove their strength. One of the strongest alchemists, named Lu Ling, asks the hero standing next to him why he froze in amazement, and really, he doesn't have an alchemical furnace. The flower guy can show the hero his stove, and only such a beautiful and elegant stove is worthy of his beauty. At this time, the princess also showed her alchemical furnace, which was just as cute, just like the girl herself. The main character shows his stove, which resembled bloodthirsty cobras and did not look so expensive and elegant. The flower guy says that the main character has terrible taste, and fortunately, he has at least the essence of flame. The hero says that you shouldn't use a hammer to crack the nut because it's just cleaning and its purple essence will be enough. The flower guy notices the violet flame of the winged lion king, and it seems that this alchemist has many secrets. At this time, the two emperors were sitting in the highest seats of the stadium and discussing who would win. Ji Xingtian did not see any outstanding abilities in the new alchemist and believed that his granddaughter would win, but the Ice Emperor believed that his comrade could defeat everyone in this tournament. Half of the allotted time has passed. Most alchemists are already done, but their three favorites are still focused on their work, and the little princess finishes first. It turns out that the princess had a blue crystal, and Yaya Fairy explains that these crystals have 8 degrees of purity from black to red. With each new level, the difficulty increases. If the alchemist's abilities are not good enough, then he will not be able to refine even to the blue crystal. The judge says that anyone who only received a purple crystal will be expelled. At this time, Shui Sei and Lin Fei, longtime acquaintances of Xiao Yan, were able to refine their crystals to the blue level. After the first round, already 58 alchemists have left the stage, but the main favorites continue to work, and there was a fierce struggle between the flower guy and Xiao Yan. The end result was a green color for the flower guy. The most popular member, Xiao Yan, is still working and time is almost up. If he does not make it on time, he will be expelled. While the alchemist was working, the report began and the allotted time was about to end, and Xiao Yan may not have time to show his result. When the last grain of sand fell from the hourglass, the judge's voice sounded, ending the round at the same moment. Xiao Yan demonstrates the resulting orange crystal. People are surprised. After all, this result even exceeded the flower guy, and the young alchemist turned out to be incredibly strong. At the last moment, the alchemist managed to obtain pure orange color, and everyone around him was amazed at his power. Yaya Fairy announces that the winner of the first round is Xiao Yan, but she is interrupted. It turns out that one of the alchemists, who was not even at the top of the stadium, showed a red crystal that was stronger than Xiao Yan. People are surprised that an unknown alchemist was able to appear and even overcome the champion. The tournament is becoming more and more interesting. This unknown alchemist was stronger than even the 3 favorites chosen by the judges. It turns out that the dark horse won the first round. The only one who purified the crystal to red was a 17-year-old second-stage alchemist from a neighboring empire. This guy's name was Li. The people at the stadium were very angry because it turns out that the winner in the first round was a foreigner, and they were very unhappy. So they asked him to leave for their empire. The main character was surprised by the strength of the unknown guest. The princess understands that it is the empire that still continues to send troops to destroy their country, and they know that they can defeat them in honor of their struggle, and therefore they use dirty methods. It turns out that the neighboring empire uses poison masters. This is a terrible specialty, but it is familiar to the alchemists of their empire. Every time the fighting begins, the poison masters from the neighboring empire take advantage of the confusion and release poisons. Mainly soldiers and civilians suffer. The main character realized that this scent alchemist was a master of poisons. The newcomer asks the judge to declare his victory in the first round. Yaya Fairy says that they have no restrictions on participation based on nationality. An alchemist from a neighboring empire thought that they had already chosen their winner in advance. But Xiao Yan explains that he only won in the first round and should not be arrogant. The head of the tournament says that skill is everything in this tournament, and they are interested in any new alchemist under the age of 30. They announce the first winner of the first round, an alchemist from a neighboring empire named Li. The alchemist from the neighboring empire says that he will not stop only at victory in the first tournament and points his finger at the audience, saying that they are all just trash and let them enjoy the spectacle. All the inhabitants of the empire were offended by the statement of the guest of their tournament, but no one began to argue with him. Yaya Fairy asks the public to calm down, who are threatening to tear this foreigner apart. But the girl does not want to disrupt their competition and suggests starting the second round after a short break. At this time, the alchemists and the emperors communicate with each other, talking about a foreigner who was clearly sent to take away the victory in this duel. At the tournament itself, the main character approaches the guest and says that his real goal is not victory. If he doesn't even manage to participate due to his origin, or an alchemist from an enemy country will be the winner. This will deal a serious blow to the reputation of the alchemist guild of their empire. This is the true goal of the newcomer. The guest replies angrily that even if all this is true, could this really be prohibited? The three main contenders for victory from the empire answer the guest that the winner will be one of them, and not this imposter who is trying to offend their country. Suddenly a judge appears and tells all the guests in their hall that the second round of the tournament is about to begin and their contenders will create pills. Participants must take their seats and open the recipe scrolls. At this time, Lin Fei opens her recipe and cannot believe what was written there. The organizer says that a worthy recipe must be written with the help of spiritual energy. In order to read it, the guys must also use their energy. The recipe will be written into their soul. If they can reproduce the recipe, it will never be forgotten. The recipe for this round is written using paper and pen, and each participant has 2 sets of ingredients. If they end, the guys will be disqualified. Some alchemists could not even understand what was written on the scrolls. The main character got a flight pill, and he made it for his brother in the desert, and the ingredients are not a problem. For the main character, the task was quite easy, and many other favorites also thought that this task was for beginners. Xiao Yan has doubts because there is definitely something cunning hidden in this task. The Emperor of Ice shouts to his friend not to stand still, and there is no time for doubts. Let him quickly get down to business. At this time, one of the main alchemists asks the manager of the Alchemists Guild why he chose such a difficult task. The head of the guild replies that if these alchemists cannot find a catch, then they should definitely change their profession. Nalan asks his grandfather at this time, why did the head of the alchemists say that the task was difficult, although the participants said that it was easy? Grandfather says that the girl is probably worried about Xiao Yan. She blushed and said that this was not true. Suddenly, all attention was turned to the first explosion. After all, one of the alchemist's furnace burst. Many participants burst their furnaces together from Shui Sei and Lin Fei, who were also surprised. Why their chemical furnaces were torn apart? Yaya Fairy speaks from her podium that real horror is happening now, and most of the participants failed. Only a few of them used the second set of ingredients. Even the favorites had problems with their furnaces, and they cannot understand why they were unable to make a tablet. After all, they did everything according to the recipe. Yaya Fairy noticed that 2 favorites had already failed, and fortunately they had 1 set of ingredients left, so not everything was lost. The only ones who have not yet crashed are the winner of the last round, a guest from a foreign empire, and their favorite Xiao Yan. Suddenly, the guys notice that the main character has destroyed his spare ingredients, and something strange is happening to him. The Ice Emperor notices that his friend is in danger, so he jumps from the stands towards him. The second emperor stops his ice friend and explains that if he interferes, Xiao Yan will be disqualified. The guild leader replies that the purple flame of the royal winged lion that Xiao Yan used is a very amazing thing. Some kind of poison was activated when it met the flame. Because of the poison, the man's perception was damaged and all 5 of the man's senses became useless. A guest from a neighboring empire realized that his most important competitor had suffered a poisonous attack and no one could help him now during the tournament. The main character understands that he must cope on his own, but he cannot understand how he can feel at least something, because it is as if he was inside his own consciousness. An image of a friend appears behind her and says that Xiao Yan is a real dumbass. It turns out that a girl with purple hair appeared inside the consciousness. This was the same Xiaoxiang healer that the hero knew. While the man was in his inner consciousness, his body stood motionless and showed no signs of life. Yaya Fairy cannot understand what happened to the main contender for victory who lost consciousness. At this time, the head of the guild could not understand when this guy was attacked with poison. At this time, the Snow Emperor tried to call Xiao Yan so that he would finally wake up, but at that time he was communicating with Xiaoxiang inside his mind. The girl says that she asked her friend to be careful, and he had already managed to poison himself. The hero asks what is happening, and Xiaoxiang replies that when they parted, she introduced a cleansing poison into his body. If he is on the verge of death due to poisoning, her ghost will appear to help. The heroes were surprised. Was he really poisoned when a guest of a neighboring empire threw his red crystal at him? Xiaoxiang replies that she was able to successfully remove the poison. However, her purifying poison can only be used once, and it takes a huge amount of effort to create it, and it is too valuable. And she spent it on Xiao Yan. In any case, she saved her friend, and now his life belongs to her. If he loses even one of his limbs in the future, she will turn him into a pig because he is already worth too much after using such a precious antidote. When the hero regained consciousness, Xiaoxiang's last word was name-calling, and after that he felt an incredible headache that pierced his body. A guest from a neighboring empire was surprised what was happening because his poison was neutralized, but no one intervened and he cannot understand how it happened. In the stands, Xiao Yan's friends noticed that he was able to neutralize the poison and that he is a very interesting guy. Everyone hopes that the hero will be able to defeat this newcomer from another empire. The hero feels that his head continues to hurt, but he has already been able to regain control of his body and will be able to at least continue the competition. The people in the stands were saying that Xiao Yan should defeat this snake from the neighboring empire who was definitely fighting dishonestly. The hero says that Li poisoned him. Did he really think that with such dirty methods you could ensure your victory? Guests from the neighboring empire cannot understand why they accuse him because there is no evidence, and it is better to let the guy think about the tournament. Yaya Fairy announces that half the time has passed, and member Li is still in the lead. Their favorites' ingredients have been destroyed, and he only has one chance left. Li laughs at the main character and wants to see how he gets out of the situation he finds himself in. The alchemist understands that there was an explosion in the furnace during the cleaning process, but he never found the catch. The flower guy helps the main character and says that everything happened because of the dense earthy sesame because it contains some impurities. Therefore, you need to be careful with flame control during the cleaning process. The princess says that everything is true, and that is the reason the furnaces exploded. The head of the alchemical guild understands that such knowledge is exactly what was expected from the student of the famous elixir master in Dou-qi. The princess says that from now on they are unusual participants in the tournament and warriors who fight for their empire, so they decide to help Xiao Yan. The princess asks the main character to fight for part of their empire while Li laughs at the stupid people. After all, they were only able to discover the catch, but they still won't be able to catch up with their main competitor. The hero shouts that not everything is over yet, and he has every chance to win. Suddenly, the hero uses all his abilities, and the guys realize that he plans to purify 9 different ingredients at the same time. Not every 4th stage alchemist is capable of this. Apparently, this will greatly speed up the progress of potion production. This will allow you to catch up with your opponent. But if the guy's spiritual energy is not strong enough, he will definitely find his death, because the furnace will explode with such force that there will be nothing left of him. There is almost no time left, and will Xiao Yan be able to turn the situation back in his favor and defeat the foreigner? At this time, Li shouts that his purification is complete and the tablet is already half ready. The man begins to form the tablet itself, and Yaya Fairy comments that the other participants are still busy cleaning, and is everything really already decided, and the winner will again be a foreigner. At this time, the hero was unable to contain the energy inside the furnace and it tore into pieces. The people in the stands were disappointed because the hope of their empire had just lost, and Li explains that this guy has not yet reached his level. But suddenly, the judges pay attention to the fact that the alchemist's ingredients were not destroyed. It turns out that this guy, with the help of his flame, protected the ingredients from the explosion and created the oven space with the help of his inner, fiery flame. Li explains that despite this, all of Xiao Yan's efforts will be in vain because his tablet is almost formed, and he has not even finished refining yet. The main character said that it is possible to form a tablet during the cleaning itself. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, but it was immediately concentrated in the hands of the young alchemist. The hero began creating a tablet, and overcoming all his strength, he showed the highest class of creating alchemical means. It turns out that the hero combined 2 processes, but no one could do this before. He purified all the ingredients at once, and also created the tablet at the same time. The head of the Alchemist Guild guessed that this young alchemist teacher could be the most famous alchemist in their world, Yao Lao. But this has not yet been proven. It turns out that the hero swore in front of his teacher that he would not let him down and would prove his strength to the world. At this time, Grandfather shouted that this guy was truly amazing, and Nalan also believed in the victory of her idol. Everyone hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to defeat this foreigner who tried to break the rules of their game. The foreigner thinks that these are just cheap tricks, and in the end he is still ahead because all he has to do is add one of his ingredients, and the pill will be completed. Suddenly, the foreigner began to have problems with flames, while the hero began to use his flame essence to absorb the firepower of neighboring alchemists. Yaya Fairy says that when the essence of flame appears, all other flames must bow to it, so now all the alchemists who stood next to Xiao Yan had a weaker fire. The hero concentrated a huge amount of energy in himself and asked his teacher to give him a little more power. When the work was completed, the hero was able to create a tablet of flight consciousness, and now victory will be his. The judge happily announced that the winner of the second round is the main character Xiao Yan. After finishing work, the guy decides to take a break and shows that his opponent is not good enough for him to compete. An angry Li successfully creates the tablet, but only after Xiao Yan and the judge says that he has received the right to participate in the finals. The foreigner says that he will make the hero feel the pain of losing in the finale and he should just wait. The hero says that in the finale victory will go to him, but he does not notice how he stumbles and falls exhausted from his pedestal. The alchemist remembers his teacher, and unfortunately, he is very disappointed that he does not see his success. The judge says that their finalist just fell and clearly lost too much strength. People in the audience couldn't believe that their pet had just suffered a serious injury. The Snow Emperor tells Li that he has poisoned Xiao Yan again. Nalan also goes towards the players, and Li is afraid that they might beat him up now. In order for him to be intact, he has to use a reserved technique, and the hero presses the magic button, after which poison bombs explode behind the Snow Emperor in the stands with people. People in the hall are screaming in pain because this is poisonous smoke. The guards immediately run to save the poor people who receive severe chemical burns. Nalan runs up to the fallen alchemist while the guards are trying to restore order and remove the poisonous gas. When the hero finally wakes up, he hears how the same girl sits next to him. Nalan says that the guy is stupid because she is his wife and should take care of Xiao Yan. The main character cannot believe that Nalan recognized him as her husband. They haven't even fought yet. The girl hands him the soup and asks him to eat a little. But when the hero nevertheless comes to real consciousness, he saw in front of him the Snow Emperor who asks Xiao Yan to eat a little medicine. The Snow Emperor was surprised by his friend's cry. The main character is simply glad that he fell into a dream where his opponent turned out to be his wife. It turns out that many alchemists and doctors worked on the alchemist and tried to somehow help him so that he would recover as quickly as possible for the final. The hero does not understand what kind of crowd of people this is, and the Snow Emperor says that the hero spent all his energy and they had to ask everyone for help, and he is a real dumbass. After all, everyone was scared. Old Man Nalan and the rest of the heroes decided to visit the alchemist who showed the highest class of skill. The friends had to jump away from each other. After all, a large number of people have gathered and they may think something wrong when they see the Snow Emperor sitting on top of the alchemist. The last princess approaches Xiao Yan and says that she is very glad to see her comrade okay, because he was able to defend the honor of their empire and is a real hero. Xiao Yan believed that the princess was exaggerating, but he had no idea that the same Nalan that he saw in his dream was nearby. Her grandfather, a general, appears near the girl and says that his granddaughter suddenly became feminine, but recently she was very courageous while she was taking care of Xiao Yan. The main character coldly replies that he is grateful to Nalan and everyone else for the help they did for him. Yaya Fairy says that they have so far told the audience that there will be a short pause because only Xiao Yan and Li can participate in the finals. The princess says that this is true, because a gas bomb exploded in the stands, and she and the flower guy decided to help the townspeople, so they failed the tests. Compared to victory, human lives are much more important. Xiao Yan lost consciousness, so he did not know about the gas bombs. The Snow Emperor says that someone gave the man poison and subjugated him, and he doesn't even remember what he did. The main character understands that this is definitely the work of that foreigner. Due to the terrorist attack, it was decided to continue the tournament the next day. The old general says that the head of the guild wanted to see Xiao Yan and he wanted to say something important. At this time, the head of the guild recalled his conversations with the real alchemy master Yao Lao. Then teacher Xiao Yan showed the impossible and he created a magic crystal using a flame as a furnace. Then the master asked his friend to remember how he used the flame. He must feel everything and create everything that is possible, because this is the meaning of the existence of the alchemist. The guild leader wakes up and says that he had a good dream. The hero hopes that he will not fall asleep again because he had to wait 5 hours for the head to wake up. The head says that he has a lot to do and is very tired, and he also called the guy to give him the box. He can take his time and open it tomorrow at the tournament. Someone gave this box to the head of the guild a long time ago, and now he wants to give it to Xiao Yan. She can guarantee him victory and a method that will bring him luck. The alchemist wished good luck to the Grand Master and thanked him for the gift. Xiao Yan understood that most likely this was some kind of legendary scam, but the head of the guild says that this is just personal advice, and he does not want to call it a scam. Also, this thing must belong to a true disciple of that legendary alchemist, and it does not belong to the head of the guild. The next day, many fans gathered who wanted to support their favorites, and, of course, the Imperials more wanted to see their hero Xiao Yan as the winner. Many people also greeted the princess and the flower guy because these guys sacrificed their victory in order to save civilians. Yaya Fairy understands that although the princess and the flower guy did not make it to the finals, they created even more popularity for themselves. At this time, the young alchemist and his opponent, a foreigner from a neighboring empire, stood opposite each other at the alchemical table. At this time, the Grand Master of the guild told his servants who wanted to disqualify Li that they could not do this because it was a violation of the rules. And even if they do this, it will be of no use, because Xiao Yan should definitely win. At this time, the main character says that the winner between alchemists should be determined through the creation of medicines and why it was necessary to release poison and make people suffer. Li says they have no evidence. The hero asks his opponent to stop talking nonsense because he will definitely become a champion and will make sure that Li pays for everything he has done tenfold. The presenter says that the theme of the final is freedom of choice, and what recipe the finalists will use they must decide for themselves. They must also use only the ingredients they brought with them. The winner is the one who, within the allotted time, creates a tablet of a higher rank than the opponent. The heroes did not expect that they would have such great freedom of choice. It turns out that both participants are second-degree alchemists, and creating a third-rank tablet would be a reasonable and safe decision. If someone goes beyond their capabilities and creates a rank 4 tablet, then victory will be theirs. Near his opponent Xiao Yan, a lot of different ingredients appear that he hid with him, and he laughs because this empire is even crazier than he thought because he will easily win. Li says that he will create a rank 4 mid-level tablet, and this tablet will be called Soul Absorption, and his opponent will definitely not be able to create something better. If it is a soul absorption pill, then it is a terrifying pill that absorbs all spiritual energy. She crystallizes it so that she can increase the strength of another person. This tablet is classified as a black potion because it allows you to use other people to strengthen yourself. Li says that if a person has everything to win, then justice is on his side. If we consider their pitiful empire as light, then their empire is darkness that will absorb all the light. They use other black arts to win. Member Li creates a rank 4 mid-level pill and uses some strange black flame. The main character decides to see what was given to him in the box. Before the round itself, the hero opens the box to see what was there. Suddenly, he finds himself in the place where he constantly communicated with the teacher. And he heard the voice of his teacher, who explains that the transition from a gaseous state to a liquid and further transformation into a solid substance. This is what everyone who trains their spiritual energy must go through. The voice calls itself Yao Lao and says that he can help create a tablet for a third-level master to become a great master 4. But if a fourth-level grandmaster uses it, his strength will increase to 3 stars. The alchemist cried with happiness because he again felt the touch of his teacher's hair. The master's voice further says that half of the earth demon root and also 4 parts of the sharp spiritual leaf must be placed in a certain way and cut into 2 parts. The main character memorized the entire recipe for creating a rare pill. The hero understands that a rare recipe should allow him to win this round. At this time, Li says that learning a new recipe will not help the enemy. Li laughs that Xiao Yan does not have the rare recipes that are necessary to create the spell he has learned. The student replies that he will show who the foreigner is really fighting with. The people around saw Mr. Gu-hee's fire forge, and did he really give it to Xiao Yan before the start of the competition? It turns out that all the alchemists lent Xiao Yan their tools and rare ingredients so that he could show the foreigner the power of their empire. The head of the guild says that finally there is a person who can create a tablet according to Yao Lao's recipe, because this is definitely a student of the legendary master. At this time, Li says that apparently he decided to use only the violet flame, but it definitely won't help against his black flame. Xiao Yan understands that he needs to turn the gas into liquid and then make the liquid solidify in order to study the required consistency. The hero ignores his opponent and practices alchemy. People see that the hero uses the flower flame together with the violet flame and the strength of the flame. The temperature is completely different, so the furnace will most likely break into pieces. Lee also understands that the simultaneous use of two types of flame costs the hero victory, because he will definitely fail now. The Snow Emperor remembers how the hero overdid it in his duel against the Black Snake and was defeated. The hero wants to focus on controlling the flame and then everything will work out. Now he must use the moment of amplification to enhance the magical effect. The hero remembers his teacher and sees a ring on his neck that gives him hope. He surprises everyone around him because at a certain moment his flame froze the air and the audience felt the cold. Suddenly a terrifying fire broke out in all directions, and people now began to run away from danger. The Snow Emperor protects the people in the stands. All the emperors stand ready to protect the people in the stands from the alchemist's fiery explosions. All people were amazed that the hero used such a wonderful combination of cold and flame. Lee understands that he needs to poison this guy because otherwise he will definitely win. Suddenly an ice ring appears around the alchemists. The Snow Emperor says that he wants to protect the audience from poison. Therefore, if Li Ni is nasty, he will stay nearby. Li understands that now he will not be able to poison everyone with his poison, and he hopes that Xiao Yan will kill himself with his own flame. He must now simply try to win in a fair fight. When Li finally manages to create a soul absorption pill, the hero is still struggling with his flame and the enemy laughs that he will soon die. A fiery flower spreads in all directions and absorbs the ice wall. The main character finally creates a tablet of the 4th rank of the highest level, and it is stronger than the enemy's tablet. People around cried with happiness because their favorite defended the empire and defeated the foreigner. Lee says they're just a bunch of idiots and they can laugh. But despite his loss, no one will leave this hall alive. The foreigner shouts to all the people that they are fools, and he will have the last laugh. The alchemists discover that it turns out that this young master was. Undercover, he turned out to be a 6th-level king, and was the elder of the alchemist guild of the neighboring empire. Now it's clear why this guy has such a good pill creation technique and an incredible amount of spiritual energy compared to other candidates. The guild leader says that apparently he took a rejuvenation pill to hide his age and suppressed his energy. But the effect lasts only 3 days, and today it went away. The main character understands that it looks like he killed a pretty cool alchemist. The enemy agent says that Xiao Yan was just lucky. He doesn't care about such children's tournaments because now all the important alchemists have gathered at the stadium. He had a good chance to get rid of everyone. The man shouts that he has placed a lot of poisonous capsules throughout the stadium. And as soon as he breaks these balls, the poison will fill the entire space, and this poison is terribly strong. Even a 7th-level emperor would bleed and die from it. The hero understands that this guy is crazy, and many ordinary townspeople will die. People start to run away from the stadium. The enemy agent tears up the first ball and says that they are all stupid. They don't care. Everyone will die, so there is no point in running. When the man broke the first balloon, nothing happened, and nothing exploded in the stadium. The emperors of the Allied Empire say that let the agent try to destroy at least one more ball. The man shouts that they are all stupid and he destroys all the balloons, but nothing happens either. The head of the Guild of the Allied Empire answers that all his balls hidden in advance were neutralized long ago, so everything is in order now. Just yesterday they had plenty of evidence that it was this Lee who was involved in the explosions at the stadium, so they checked him before the final. The scout says that he is a follower of the imperial family of a neighboring empire. If something happens to him, the army will invade and destroy their entire empire. The general says that she was already finished. The main forces of the enemy imperial army retreated long ago and abandoned the spy, who did not even know that his troops were defeated by their troops. The hero demands that the scouts stop resisting because it is useless. Li asks everyone to shut up and then he will at least take their alchemist with him. One of the emperors noticed that the scout's hand was heading towards their boy, so they tore it apart. The emperors say that in terms of poisons, they are not as capable as this 6th-level king, but in terms of battles, they are the 7th-level emperors and will be able to destroy this petty intruder. Li watched with tears in his eyes as the emperors approached him, and Xiao Yan said that he didn't want to look at it and asked his friends to have fun. A little later, it was announced at the stadium that the winner of this year's alchemist tournament was the representative of the chemical guild of the Blackstone city of their empire, Xiao Yan. Nalan looked at her winner and realized that he was simply irresistible. The main character hopes that the teacher would be proud of him because he did not want to disgrace his merits. The hero was also told that he would be given all the awards as well as a cash prize. The alchemist is handed a very secret scroll with the promised potion, and Xiao Yan is surprised. Where's the money and everything else? The head of the guild says that due to sabotage, the princess and the flower guy were rewarded with part of the prize fund. After all, they deserve it too. The chief alchemist understands that sometimes it is necessary to make concessions for the sake of people in higher circles, and he hopes that the winner understands this. The hero understands that the main thing is that he got a recipe for a pill of unity of spirit. Even later, he will take away the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 ghosts. Soon the hero will definitely meet the teacher and be able to save him. Yaya Fairy announces that this year's tournament is officially over, and the sponsor of these events was the Mitter Auction House. She approaches her candidate and says that it's time to take the chance to fulfill the promise. The hero says that he was very happy to be the champion this year. The guy has to show it. All their acting skills and saying advertising slogans that the alchemist's path is full of pain and hardship, but there is a place that will always be on their side. The champion's choice is the Mitre Auction House, and he states that he will always support the Mitre family. All the alchemists were shocked, and even the head of the guild could not believe what they heard. The hero was very ashamed, but he endured it because a promise is a promise. People didn't care what their champion said. After all, they saw his pathetic appearance and were already all fans of the man who showed the strength of their empire. At night, a dinner party was held at the Mitter residence, where the little snow emperor congratulated his friend. The Mitters also made a real crystal statue that showed the main character. It turns out that the sculptures were actually made from ice, and this was done by the Snow Emperor, who created his own sculpture nearby to show his greatness, and it was even larger than the winner. At this time, the princess's grandfather tried to stop her from drinking wine because it is very bad at her age at the time when the flower guy approached Nalan, who was looking only at Xiao Yan. The flower guy tried to give his love a rose flower, but the grandfather protected his granddaughter from the unwanted man. The girl was glad that she was lucky that her grandfather intervened, and she could not offend this guy directly because of Uncle Gu-he who was raising him. At this time, the main character was quietly looking at the moon, and there was no one near him, although the festival was organized in his honor. The girl approaches the star of the evening and tries to talk to him. The guy says that he is already returning. The girl asks him to talk a little. She is one of those people who does not like to remain in debt, but it looks like she owes this guy too much, even if he doesn't want to be with her. She wants to say something. Nalan admits that she likes Xiao Yan and is his fan. The main characters look at their bride in surprise and cannot believe their ears. The girl continues to say shyly that she really likes the guy. She didn't even notice how she fell in love with the young alchemist. The hero laughed and told a secret that 3 years ago a girl created real chaos in the Xiao Yan family and sprinkled her sword with blood. Is this really the same Miss Nalan who quite cruelly broke off the engagement? The girl cannot understand why the hero laughs at her, and the guy replies that he is afraid to confess. but most likely he is not worthy of the love of such a noble girl. The man leaves and wishes her a good evening. The girl burst into tears, realizing that she had been rudely rejected. In a dream, the hero dreamed of Dai, who said that apparently he will now be with Nalan and he no longer needs her. So she says goodbye and hopes that they will be happy in their marriage. The main character wakes up and tells her not to leave him because he truly loves her. But at this moment, a jellyfish falls under his hand and has again turned from a snake into a human. The mistress of jellyfish tells the man that they have not seen each other for only a few days, but he has become bolder. She appeared where she was sleeping, and it turns out that this stupid snake is always next to the person. It turns out that the jellyfish wanted to get a spiritual fusion pill, and the hero was glad that fortunately he just received this scroll today. Medusa threw away the scroll and said that she needed the tablet. The master says that he is just a small third-stage alchemist, and he cannot create a sixth-rank pill. Medusa can wait, when he becomes stronger, to create the necessary tablet. Medusa says that she will leave this stupid man to live and gives him 1 more year. If he fails, he will definitely kill him. The little snake returns to its beast form. The hero understands that when this snake falls asleep, it is very cute, but her human form is terrible. A knock was heard in the window, and the hero turns to the man, who tells him that he is from the Air Express delivery service, and a package has arrived for the hero. It turns out that the package was sent by Gute, and he wrote on the box that the hero won, and he hates him for it. But there is a contract. The box contained the blue spiritual elixir of the 7 ghosts, which the hero earned after his victory and the fulfillment of the Gute agreement. The hero says that with the help of this artifact, he can return the teacher right now. The hero uses the sacred artifact on the ring to recreate the spirit and let it into this world. A silhouette of a master appears in the room, and he seems to come to life from the void. The hero stretches out his hands to him and hopes that the master will be next to him again. Unfortunately, the spirit dissipates again, and the ring simply falls to the floor. Tears flow from the student's eyes, and he cannot believe that the teacher is truly dead. At this time, Nalan was sad at the top of the mountain, and her grandfather decides to talk to her about what happened. Nalan tells her grandfather that 3 years ago, by her own decision, she went to the Xiao Yan family and broke off the engagement, and 3 years later, the person to whom she confessed rejected her, and is this really retribution? She asks grandfather to explain to her what happened. The old man says that they had a very harmonious friendship with the Xiao Yan family, but now only a ghost remains from her. Nalan understands that they were both wrong. The old man decided very early on to create this engagement without consulting his granddaughter. The next day, many Xiao Yan fans visited the Midder auction house. Yaya Fairy was popular and told distinguished visitors to get in line if they wanted to visit their hero. Suddenly, an energy beam crashes into the auction house, and no one can understand what is happening. It turns out that the hero conducted a small experiment and it ended in failure, so he destroyed his room. Yaya Fairy says that this is the 2nd time he destroyed Yaya Fairy's room, and now he has to pay for it. The guys also notice that the young alchemist's energy has increased, and he says that he took the pill that he created in the finale. He had now reached the level of a 4th-level grandmaster. The head of the auction house approaches the guy and says that after returning from the clan, they will discuss compensation for the room and let him be careful on the way to his goal. The guy understands that the time has come to settle accounts with Nalan, because their 3-year promise has come to an end, and he will return safe and sound to his home. At this time, Nalan was meeting her betrothed, with whom she had argued 3 years ago. The girls wonder who will be the winner, the genius who regained her strength, or she who never lost it and trained all her life. The main character rises to the top and is met by a servant of the Yunlan clan, whom they have not seen for 3 years. The guy asks, "Did the elder really decide to greet him?" The man, along with his warriors, says that their clan is the strongest and Nalan is the heiress. Even if they have some kind of agreement, it doesn't mean that Xiao Yan can pass just like that. The hero understands that these guys won't just let him pass and he'll have to have a little fun with them. Xiao Yan laughed. Because these guys are the strongest warriors of the Yunlan clan. If they are disgraced by some young alchemist, then their part will be destroyed forever. Snow Emperor Po Dong appears and says that he will help Xiao Yan get to Nalan and fulfill their agreement. A level 7 emperor can easily hold off hundreds of the best guardsmen because he is superior in strength to them. The Snow Emperor tells his friend to quickly go to his girlfriend and not interfere in their duel. The hero says that the Snow Emperor can destroy the long-standing alliance with the clan if he enters into battle with the Yunlan people. In any case, the hero has no time to chat with these people. Do they really think that 100 people can stop the heir? At this time, the heiress of the Yunlan clan was waiting for her opponent. It turns out that emperors and even the head of the Alchemists' Guild came to the children's fight. Grandfather replies that he called all his friends today as witnesses to the battle. At this time, the younger followers of the Yunlan clan said that in order to pass all the tests that Xiao Yan had prepared, the guy must grow wings. And at this time, the main character appears in the air. The guy lands on the arena with his wings and loudly makes himself known. The hero stands up pathetically and says that he has arrived from the Xiao Yan family as promised. People cannot believe that this strongest warrior is the same trash who lost to everyone 3 years ago. He can use flight, and it's amazing. One of the emperors says that this little one is from the Xiao Yan family, and he looks like a very serious warrior. The Snow Emperor who appears nearby says that this guy looks like a real monster. The head of the guild sees this guy and has a strange feeling as if they have already met somewhere. The Snow Emperor says that they not only saw each other from Xiao Yan but also talked. People could not understand how the hero got there because the elder of the clan blocked his path. Although the clan elder was at the 5th level spirit level, he could not resist the main character with his flight speed. The guy was also covered by the Emperor of Ice. The old man believed that the Ice Emperor and Xiao Yan had disgraced him, and he would take revenge. The main character approaches the heiress of the Yunlan clan and says that he has gone through 100 of her people. And is it really possible that in order to fight her, he will also have to go through 1,000 who are standing nearby? The granddaughter is stopped by her grandfather who sees the heir Xiao Yan and says that he remembered his grandfather well and knew him personally. The hero hopes that the emperor will not interfere. After all, they had an agreement. Nalan asks not to interrupt grandfather, but the hero explains that in comparison with the girl's prank, he is still very polite. The old man asks to listen to him because today he invited many people to be his witnesses. The old man says that he and Xiao Yan's grandfather were good friends and agreed on the engagement of their grandchildren. He couldn't think that Nalan would actually decide to refuse, and he was to blame for their wallpaper. He may be the greatest man in some people's eyes, but in reality, he is a terrible grandfather. Nalan burst into tears and said that she loved her grandfather. Grandfather stands next to the hero and bows to him, saying that today he, on behalf of the entire clan and on behalf of the entire family, asks the hero for forgiveness also to his family. Nalan asks grandfather for permission to figure it out herself, but the man says that he wants to hear Xiao Yan's answer first. The main character bows much lower to the general and says that he cannot accept his apology. The guy replies that grandfather should not have apologized because he was not to blame for anything. Xiao Yan says that shame and disgrace are what the Xiao Yan family learned after the engagement was broken, and it's time to keep their promises and everything will be resolved. Here and now with Nalan. The girl says that she will fight with all her might. If one of them dies, then this is fate, and there is nothing more to talk about. The guys attack each other, and a great battle between two sworn enemies begins. The hero has been waiting for this moment for 3 years, so he has accumulated a lot of strength. Nalan also waited and trained with all her might to don't retreat. The guys clashed their swords, and an explosion of spiritual energy erupted in all directions. The girl was easily able to dodge the hero's quick attack. The blade of the heiress's sword moved towards the flying master's face. The guy was able to move to the side and retreat from Na Lan's piercing blade. The girl noticed that her betrothed has become much stronger over these 3 years, and the guy replies that everything is thanks to her efforts. The Yun Lan clan said that the lady was invincible because she was able to draw first blood to the enemy. At this time, the elders and emperors discussed what had happened. Grandfather understands that at least they are in debt to the Xiao Yan clan. He is still rooting for his granddaughter, so he shouts for her to give all of herself to the battle and not disgrace their family. The girl shows the sword to the enemy and asks him to show his true strength because it's time to end this completely. The hero moves in the attack and explains that he absolutely agrees with this, so with just one blow he demolishes the pillar on which the girl stood. The heiress decides to use the spirit of the wind to defeat her opponent. The wind spirit is used to attack with the forms of the 10 swords, and the phantom swords attack the guy from all sides. The hero has to dodge the quick attacks of the girl who destroys the entire arena. The girl asks him not to even think about dodging or hiding from her attacks. These 10 ghost swords will be able to find Xiao Yan anywhere in the arena. But the main character is not going to hide, and only chose a good moment to repel all the girl's attacks. The guys closed their eyes because they saw a bright shine from the heir of the Xiao Yan family. The hero uses all his strength and, approaching the girl at maximum speed, uses a sword strike. The girl was able to use the wind clone to outwit her opponent and dodge his sword. She has to create 10 more new airballs to hit Xiao Yan. He tricked the girl and used the stone table as a weapon. People are watching how 10 sharp blades crashed into the place where the guy had just stood. The hero uses a heavy black sword as a dodge because he threw it aside in order to move away from the explosion as quickly as possible and get closer to the enemy. When the distance between opponents was minimal, the hero used his signature octane explosion technique. Grandfather got up from his seat because he saw that his granddaughter was wounded and blood began to pour out of her body. The hero is not understood. Why didn't the girl dodge because she could? Na Lan replies that this is an attack. This is her apology to the Xiao Yan family. 3 years ago, she was too small and stupid and therefore chose the stupidest way to break off the engagement and disgrace her family. Receiving this blow is her way of apologizing for her misbehavior. In any case, breaking the engagement is her choice, and she does not regret it. The hero laughed, saying that it was well said, and immediately hit himself on the chest, showing that he had severely wounded himself and blood began to flow out of his body. The guy says that he is returning this blow to Na Lan because the Xiao Yan family does not need her help to restore dignity, because the guy himself will return it. The Snow Emperor notices that these guys are standing next to each other and both are stubborn like sheep. Grandfather probably should have been upset if he missed out on such a groom for his granddaughter. At this time, that same granddaughter understood everything that her opponent said, and words here would be superfluous. The hero says that everything is understood correctly, and he goes into the next attack. The swords touch and the guys again plunge into deadly sparring. The hero feels that his strength is leaving him, and he is going to use the next octane burst to resist the girl's pressure. The stones fly at full speed towards the heroine, and she has to dodge all the attacks. The hero suddenly finds himself behind the swordswoman, and she understands that such an attack was unpredictable. In order to somehow break away from the huge sword, she has to use the technique of 1,000 stellar winds, thereby creating a mini tornado. The hero finds himself in a tornado and cannot even move. The girl decided to finish off the enemy using the great phantom sword called the Scythe. Cutting swords began to cut the hero, hitting his skin. Now the windy whirlwind consisted not only of wind, but also of the enemy's blood. She decides that it's all over now. People were already happy that their young heiress had won. But the Snow Emperor believed that this was just Xiao Yan's game. The hero jumps out of the tornado, covered in blood, and says that she is rejoicing too early because their battle is only at its height. The guy uses a splitting wave of flames from his purple beast fire. The emperors are worried about what will happen now, and whether the girl will be able to withstand the violet fire, while the ordinary subordinates of the Yunlan clan are upset by the strength of their young mistress's opponent. Suddenly they see that the girl above was able to use the power of the wind and resist the fire tornado. It turns out that the girl had the ability to fly. This ability also protected her from enemy attacks. Nalan uses solar rays along with his fall ability to destroy his opponent. The girl understands that she should have finished off her opponent, but she sees that the silhouette of a guy appears in the smoke and cannot believe what is happening. It turns out that the hero also had armor which he used to confront the girl. It turns out that the armor of clerics can only be used by great masters of the 4th level, which were Nalan and Xiao Yan. At this time, the emperors argued about their age. They could already create all the armor, but these still very young guys can only use part of their abilities. The old man and the head of the Alchemist Guild noticed that this guy's aura was very familiar. At this time, Nalan tells the enemy that his armor is quite strong, but how long can he maintain it and stop wasting it? Time after all, it's time to end the fight. The hero dissolves his armor and says that he too will finish the fight as soon as possible. At this time, the flower guy was trained by Dou-qi. From the window, one could see Nalan fiercely fighting with Xiao Yan, but unfortunately, apart from explosions, nothing could be seen from such a distance. When the flower master felt Xiao Yan's energy, he realized that apparently he was also present in that fight. The hero at this time shows a fiery flame that completely destroys his disguise that he has been creating all this time. The guys understand that this is the aura of the geocentric flame of the Blue Lotus, which they have already seen from one alchemist. Nalan understands that apparently the winner of the tournament turns out to be the same Xiao Yan whom she rejected 3 years ago, but the girl cannot believe her eyes. The young alchemist has to apologize for impersonating another person, but deceiving Nalan was not his goal. In any case, he cannot accept the feelings of a girl like Xiao Yan. The girl was on the verge and was already laughing quietly, saying that there was no longer a conversation about her feelings. She remembers that it was raining that day too. The kind cook who gave her the test bunnies appears before her eyes. The girl cries and remembers that act when she promised that in 3 years she and Xiao Yan would fight again. All these memories appear before the girl's eyes with Xiao Yan, who saved her grandfather and also herself, and showed her his skills. The girl says that she is stupid and at the same moment attacks Xiao Yan with a strong blow. The hero does not remain in place and uses fire essence to fight her. The girl uses wind protection, which does an excellent job against the essence of the hero. The Snow Emperor asks his friend to stop giving in. He needs to end this duel. Suddenly, the Snow Emperor notices how the hero uses 2 flames at the same time, and he remembers the episode when his master died, and understands that there is no need to repeat these mistakes. The head of the Alchemists Guild remembers how the hero used this ability to create a tablet, but does not know what will happen if he uses it in battle. The girl uses a furious wind and an ability called Falling Solar Beam. The main characters use the ability of a small, raging flame called Awakened Lotus. The hero understands that with this technique, he will put an end to their battle, and the wind collides with raging fire. The entire space is torn into pieces and the poor girl flies to the side. Nalan feels like she has lost the sword that fell from her hands and she continues to fly away to the side. She sees before her eyes the Xiao Yan whom she fell in love with and realizes that she was really wrong in her decision. It turns out that the explosion of the lotus was visible from all sides of the capital. People were amazed at what happened. When Nalan opened her eyes, she saw in front of her the same Xiao Yan who was holding her in his arms. She cannot understand why the hero saved her, but he explains that he only wanted to win and not kill, and also he did not save the girl, but just came up to help. It turns out that the main blow of the spell was taken by the grandfather who stood next to him, bloodied. Nalan says that she deserves to die and does not understand why she needs to be saved. Grandfather slaps his granddaughter and asks, "Did she really want to die just to escape from reality?" Because that's not what he taught all this time. Grandfather cries and says that all this happened because of his stupidity, and if something had happened to his granddaughter, he would not have been able to stand it. Nalan apologizes to him. Grandfather also says that their family was defeated in this dispute, and they apologize to the Xiao Yan family for breaking off the engagement. At this time, the head of the guild said that not only was Xiao Yan an excellent alchemist, and a great fighter too. Old man Jixing Tian could not understand who taught this young man. Looking back, the man saw nearby, where should Po Dong stand, an incomprehensible monster? It turns out that Po Dong got scared and protected himself inside the snow. The boy had just shown his real spiritual energy armor, which was very childish. At this time in the arena, the girl creates in front of Xiao Yan a piece of bloody cloth that she has been holding all this time. After 3 years, the girl still kept the bloody piece of Xiao Yan's cloak when she pierced his chest with a sword. Grandfather asks, "Did the granddaughter really decide not to go back on her words?" And she says that from early childhood, grandfather taught that a strong person will never run away from reality. She kneels in front of Xiao Yan and says that she is the former daughter-in-law of the Xiao Yan family, and according to the 3-year promise, she must fulfill her role. Nalan cried and said that she would follow Xiao Yan until she died as a maid. The hero uses his fiery flame and burns a piece of bloody cloth, explaining that he does not agree with this agreement. The guy tries to help the girl get up and explain what she did. Then it's correct, but I chose the wrong way. The hero only wanted an apology, and that would be enough. The guy replies that besides, he himself wanted to cancel their engagement. After all, he has already found his true love, and his Dai heir appears before the guy's eyes. The girl now realized, why did the alchemist reject her when she confessed her feelings? She addresses the alchemist, sincerely wishes him happiness in his future exploits. The guy, in turn, sincerely smiles in front of the girl and says that one day she, too, will meet the love of her life. Nalan smiled, looking at the alchemist, while the hero thought that if he took the girl with him on a trip, Dai would definitely be offended by him. The alchemist also gives away a tablet that he created himself, and it will help the girl recover after the battle. To prove that the pill was not poisonous, he ate the same pill himself. When the hero felt the restoration of spiritual energy, he decides to set off on his further journey. Nalan is surprised that the guy had such rare pills all this time. After all, if he used them during a duel, he would definitely win with ease. The hero replies that it would be dishonest to use these pills during a duel, but he is interrupted by the Ice Emperor saying that his friend should look back. Looking behind his back, the guy discovers a dark hand that reaches out to him, and a strange silhouette appears behind the hand. A huge dark hand created from darkness tried to swat the guy. It turns out that Nalan's grandfather saved the hero from this attack, and Xiao Yan was attacked by the great elder Yunleng. Nalan's grandfather says that all differences between the families have been settled, and there is no need for the Yunlan clan to interfere in the confrontation. Nalan tells the Grand Elder that she will personally apologize to the head for today's incident, so she asks to release Xiao Yan. The Elder replies that this is not why he is detaining Xiao Yan. Yunleng asks the alchemist to turn his attention to the man in the crowd. Clan members bring forward a wounded soldier who suffered at the hands of Xiao Yan and his friends. Yunleng says that a year ago, they sent many people to the Tagir Desert in order to discover the essence of the flame, but Xiao Yan, along with his friends, was able to destroy them. Yunlan later sent a detachment to search for the missing warriors and found only one survivor. The surviving commander of that squad says that the demonic blue lotus burned all his friends and he died slowly from the blue fire. Yunleng says that they also found out that Xiao Yan most likely took the essence of the flame. He also killed all the clan's followers so that no one would talk about it. People could not believe the accusations made because they did not expect such revelations. The hero smiled and said that the Yunlan clan knows how to turn everything upside down. And now he has truly seen the light after seeing how they distorted all the events in the desert. The king of elixirs, Dou-qi, appears nearby and says that all the followers of the alchemists in the desert were dead, and he hopes that Xiao Yan will provide an explanation for the events that happened. At this time, Ji Xingtian understood that if Xiao Yan has such great abilities and destroys their own imperial allies, then in the future he will become a great danger to all residents. Yunleng explains to the general and Nalan's grandfather that they are detaining Xiao Yan not because of their own claims, but to prevent a catastrophe in the future. The hero says that the Yunlan clan tells good stories. He admits that he received the essence of flame in the village of snake people, and is also associated with the destruction of their followers. The hero says that he admits all this because he did what he had to do, because those whom he killed deserved it, and he doesn't regret it one bit. The hero turns to General Nalan and replies that he cured him of his illnesses and received a reward for it, so he no longer asked for help. The guy also turns to Nalan and says that if she is going to stay in such an evil place, she should be careful because there are rotten people here. The hero also warns the flower guy to always be careful because the Yunlan clan has long been rotten. The Snow Emperor does not understand why Xiao Yan confessed to everything, because he must say that it is all a lie. Then he can protect him from the Yunlan clan. The hero apologizes because it looks like he will no longer be able to have dinner with the Ice Emperor today. Yunleng orders his servants to seize Xiao Yan because he will not be able to escape from here alive. 4 kings of the 6th level with wings are trying to kill the main character, and he's going to fight them with full force. A real person should live without regrets in his heart, and the Yunlan clan should know that if Xiao Yan dies today, he will definitely make them pay for all their sins with interest. Xiao Yan shouts that the heavens see everything, and today the Yunlan clan insulted him and they will pay in full for this. The kings attack the hero and tell him that he will declare this in hell. The 6th level kings were instantly swallowed up by ice and enveloped in the protective sphere of the 7th level king. Podong says that he also took part in the incident with the destruction of Yunlan's followers and alchemists, so everyone should know about it. Nalan doesn't believe that Podong could do such a thing. Podong says that it was a pathetic couple of greedy alchemists and followers of Yunlan, and they wanted to burn the whole city. Yunleng says that he knows that the emperor has a good relationship with Xiao Yan, but they should not protect this villain and let the 7th level emperor leave, otherwise they will declare him an enemy of the clan. Podong replies that even if he is a villain, the guy said that he doesn't regret it, so he will continue to protect him. Xiao Yan: I did not expect such actions from the Snow Emperor, and even a stingy tear appeared in his eyes from real male friendship. Emperor Ji Xingtian and the guild leader realized that it seemed like both sides were staying in their places, and Podong truly trusted this guy. Podong tells Xiao Yan that his Boo adventure was a success, only because the kings were not ready, but currently he could only hold off 4. The hero says that he will not run, and today they will fight as one, either die together or survive. Yunleng announces that from now on they will become enemies of their clan. Yunlan: they will not allow chaos in the future, and today they simply must kill the embodiment of evil, Xiao Yan. The great battle between the 6th level kings and 1/4 level Xiao Yan and his 7th level friend begins. The minions of the Yunlan clan did not expect that their kings would be defeated by the lightning attack of 2 friends who were truly strong. The level 7 emperor protected the main character, while he concentrated his flames and attacked enemies. The alchemists' attacks were lightning fast and held back the pressure of the kings. At this time, Yunleng tried to attack the hero from behind, but unfortunately ran into the emperor's ice barrier. The hero immediately finds himself behind his opponent who came too close. But he must not forget that the young alchemist is not a weakling. The hero manages to defeat the Great Elder with a powerful blow, and this gives them a chance for victory. Emperor Ji Xingtian was surprised how a 4th-level grandmaster could throw away a 6th-level king. And if he starts using his strongest skills, his strength will become simply incomprehensible. When the heroes tried to fly away from the kings, who had been defeated for some time, they encountered a barrier. It turns out that the elders of the Yunlan clan formed an energy barrier to prevent their friends from leaving. Even a 7th-level emperor would have to try very hard to break through the barrier that was created by the joint efforts of hundreds of elders. The Ice Emperor tried to destroy the barrier with his ice shot. Nalan tries to stop the fight and asks everyone to stop because she will arrange an investigation. And if the truth is on Xiao Yan's side, then she will be able to guarantee their integrity. The hero replies that the Yunlan clan ruined his reputation and tried to kill him, and even gathered all the elders to defeat him. He has something to be proud of. The hero, of course, trusts Nalan, but the young heiress will not be able to resist the entire clan. At this time, Yunleng and the Great Elder were all bloody after being hit by Xiao Yan and were very angry with the guy. The elder shouts that Xiao Yan has caused very serious damage to the reputation of their great Yunlan clan, and now he will show the true strength of the elder. Did he really think that he could run around under this dome and misbehave with impunity? The elder orders all troops to prepare. Now all the clan fighters will resist the power of Emperor Xiao Yan. The elder asks all the soldiers of their Yunlan clan to lend him some strength. After all, they will create all the enveloping clouds to destroy this villain. Nalan orders the warriors not to do this, but no one listens to the girl. The elder creates the most powerful attack, and shouts that now they will definitely be able to take revenge on the killer of their people. Friends understand that they are now seeing a murderous attack that was created by the forces of the united warriors of the Yunlan clan. The elder shouts that Xiao Yan should be proud that he will die from the greatest defensive technique of the Yunlan clan, and the Ice Emperor should not beg him for mercy because he will go to hell with this villain. All spectators of the great battle understand that such destructive power can destroy even a 7th-level emperor. A tired Yunleng asks if the emperor and his partner were able to survive their concentrated attack. It was clear that the ice around the friends was cracking in all directions. To the surprise of all viewers, the friends succeed. Survive this attack despite numerous wounds. It turns out that the heroes used the enhanced tablets of the young alchemist, which he decides to use to restore energy and protect against attacks from enemies. Yunleng wants to see if these pills can help after the next attack. The heroes defend against subsequent attacks from the 6th-level kings. The main character asks his faithful friend to leave because the Yunlan clan is hunting him first. Faithful comrade Snow Emperor will not bow his head to these stupid people. At this time, Emperor Ji Xingtian realizes that his old comrade Ice Friend may die in this battle. Nalan breaks free from his grandfather's arms and runs to the clan elder to ask him to stop the fight. Yunleng has to hold back his attack so as not to injure the heiress who comes to Xiao Yan's defense. Nalan says that a huge mistake happened today, and she asks to forgive Xiao Yan and wait until they thoroughly understand the current situation. The elder says that the reputation of the entire clan is at stake, and if they do not destroy Xiao Yan, then the whole world will look down on them, so she must give up her feelings for the common good of the clan. The girl says that they have long-standing rules. If the head of the clan asks for something, then in return for his request, he loses his position. She is an heiress who wants to take advantage of this opportunity. Nalan gives up her position as heiress, and her only wish is this: let Xiao Yan leave this place freely. The clan warriors could not believe that their beautiful goddess was refusing her inheritance, while the elder gloomily asks, has Nalan thought of everything? The girl says that all this happened because of her rash actions and only she is to blame for everything. But suddenly Xiao Yan comes up from behind and knocks out the girl with one precise blow. The guy thanks Nalan, but she's had enough and she won't participate in this any further because he'll definitely get out alive without her help. Yunleng tells Xiao Yan that he was given a chance from above, but he did not take advantage of it, and now he should not blame them for this. The clan elder's bloodthirsty attack heads towards Nalan and Xiao Yan. The heiress's grandfather bursts into action and asks, "Does the elder really not care about the life of the heiress?" Emperor Ji Xingtian saw that the elder's priority was killing Xiao Yan and not preserving the life of the heiress, and he acted somehow suspiciously. The man replies that any sacrifice is justified if it is for the good of the Yunlan clan. A level 11 great snake, which was Xiao Yan's pet, appears from the ice and attacks the clan elder. The man cannot understand who is opposing him but still uses his great attack to attack the snake. People cannot understand how such a great beast could end up in this battle and whether it is really Xiao Yan's pet. The main character silently carries Nalan in his arms, that she lost consciousness. The grandfather runs to his granddaughter and the alchemist replies that she is simply unconscious, and now he owes it to her. The hero orders the snake to cover them, and he and the Ice Emperor leave while there is a chance to escape. The boy cannot believe that this snake managed to grow so quickly. The clan elder cannot believe that this magical beast can resist the all-encompassing cloud. The man asks everyone to watch as he now smashes this stupid animal to pieces. At this time, the Snow Emperor and Xiao Yan were making their way through the barrier to quickly destroy it and get away from here. All this time, the main characters raised their snake, and during their travels, they became good friends. The snake remembers how Xiao Yan fed it with various lights many times and also entertained it when it was bored. Now that same snake was wounded defending its owner, because he always helped her and she wants to repay the same. The hero saw how difficult it was for his pet, so he tried to quickly destroy the barrier in order to escape as quickly as possible. Ji Xingtian notices that this barrier was created by a large group of elders, and each of them was at least the rank of a king. The Snow Emperor realizes that normal attacks do not work against the barrier, so he decides to use his strongest skill. The heroes discover the weak points of the barrier and decide to attack it with their combined forces. By identifying a weak point and a destructive attack, the friends managed to destroy the barrier, and the priests of the Yunlan clan felt their forces leave their bodies. Surprisingly, the barrier miraculously remained in place, and they could not understand whether the attack had not worked. The clan elder says that resistance is useless. Even if their students had half the energy left, the guys still won't be able to withstand the power of 1,000 people. That they created a barrier. Suddenly the guys succeed, still break through the barrier, and no one expected that they would still do it despite their initial defeat. The clan elder does not want to just let the fugitives go and sends a powerful attack after them. The snake and Ji Xingtian are worried about the guys while a strange man is covering for them. A strange guy protects the guys from a strong attack and tells them not to be so self-confident because it was he who destroyed the barrier. The princess's grandfather felt that the new person who appeared on the battlefield had an aura definitely at the level of a 7th level emperor. The man who appears says that the Yunlan clan went downhill after Yang's death. He also doesn't order the guys to leave. For now, he will cover them. The elder demands that this strange man not look down on the Yunlan clan, or that he decide that he can come and go as he pleases. The man says that the elder does not know when to shut up, and after all, if his plan is to stop them, then he Ling Ying will destroy their entire clan. The Snow Emperor counted that this was said in vain, because a portal appears and its power struck Xiao Yan, who could not restrain himself and grabbed his head in pain. One of the strongest warriors of the Yunlan clan appears from the portal and wants to see the one who wanted to destroy his native clan. The clan elder saw the great ancestor who appeared to protect the clan. This is the previous head of the Yunlan clan, and he has reached the level of the 8th level ancestor. This old ancestor is not only alive but also has not lost his strength. The Snow Emperor saw with his own eyes an ancestor who blocked his path, and it turns out that Yun Shang is very short. The older he gets and the higher the level, the younger he looks. Yun Shang replies that the old man was much younger than him, although he did not have much strength. Po Dong replies that he became like this because of one charlatan who slipped him the wrong strength pill. I didn't add it because I was poisoned by an ancient jellyfish, and all this time I worked as a cartographer. On top of everything else, it's good that the ancestor came because he can teach a lesson to his students. After all, they distorted the truth and discredited the name of a good man. Yun Shang asks the elder, "Did he really use the all-encompassing cloud?" The elder kneels before the great ancestor and says that this guy named Xiao Yan killed his disciples and ruined the reputation of their clan, and he even brought someone. To destroy the entire clan, they were obliged to use all the pouring clouds in order to defend the honor of the clan. The ancestor asks the Snow Emperor what his opinion is, and he replies that that is why he is also involved in these murders. Let the ancestor decide for himself who is more worthy of trust, while his conscience remains clear. The ancestor also asks the head of the Alchemist Guild and the princess's grandfather, "Have they really not interfered all this time?" The guys answer that this matter concerns only the Yunlan clan. Xiao Yan also greets the ancestor who has appeared. The ancestor understands that the case is unusual, so he will not make hasty decisions and will investigate everything before passing a verdict on him as well. We need to listen to both sides. The ancestor also says that this is not all. It's not important. Why? But Xiao Yan created real chaos in this place and destroyed the Great Protective Dome, and he cannot forgive this. The ancestor says that the punishment for the hero will remain on the mountain of the Yunlan clan for the next 30 years. Yun Shang can save the hero from execution after the fact. This will be problematic. He broke into the clan's territory and destroyed the Great Protective Dome. Therefore, the guy will have to be imprisoned for the next 30 years. 2 7th-level emperors came to the defense of the protagonist. Po Dong and the strange Ling Ying will not allow this guy to be captured just like that. Po Dong shouts to the guy to run away quickly, because the ancestor is not the opponent he can stand against. The hero saddles his snake, but the ancestor shouts that they can no longer escape. The snake collided with the barrier and the heroes flew down. Yun Shang uses binding winds that absorb all the space around, and the guys understand that it is impossible to resist such a force. The ancestor says that they themselves did not want to obey, and now they will have to pay for it. Po Dong says that the ancestor has gone crazy because he doesn't care where the truth is and where the lies are. Yun Shang wants to explain that this guy insulted the clan, and therefore he cannot forgive it so easily. Yun Shang clenches his fist and explains that Xiao Yan will pay for this with his blood, and at that moment all the winds hit the hero, shackling his body and wounding him. In addition to the fact that the winds injured Xiao Yan, they also caught a snake, which turned into a terrifying desert jellyfish. Crucian Carp saw the transformation of a magical beast and realized that this could be the same jellyfish they were hunting for. The Snow Emperor understands that apparently this is the same jellyfish that poisoned him for many years. The ancestor realized that this was the daughter of the jellyfish queen named Yun Shan, and at that moment the girl decided to protect her alchemist. The daughter of the jellyfish queen explains that she is not going to listen to Yun Shang's nonsense, and she is taking Xiao Yan with her. If he tries to stop her, he will beat her thoroughly. From the current strength of the jellyfish queen, she has not yet reached the human 8th ancestor level, and the woman says that she can declare war on the entire human race, and then the snakes will attack their stupid clan first. The ancestor says that they have not seen each other for many years, but her character has not changed at all, so this time he will spare the guys and let them go. The winds disappear and the path to escape opens. At this time, The clan elder tells the master that he cannot let go of Xiao Yan, but the jellyfish queen does not understand. Since when did human waste learn to talk? The ancestor says that the queen should stop because there is no need to complicate everything. He orders the elder to leave because he might die, so he disappears in teleportation. The ancestor also tells Xiao Yan that he is letting him in because of the jellyfish queen and the snow emperor. But if he comes here again, he will pay with his life. The hero answers the previous clan ruler that it was clear to him from the first time that he will not return to this place again, because the people here are rotten. The flower guy asks the princess's grandfather, "Why was Xiao Yan released so easily?" And Jixing Tian says that once upon a time Yun Shang fell in love with the daughter of the jellyfish queen after their battle together. The jellyfish queen orders her allies to leave. Xiao Yan takes one last look at the hated elders of the Yunlan clan. The 3-year promise was finally over. All this time the guy hated Nalan, but after getting to know her better, he realized that this girl was truly good, and he was grateful to her for everything she did for him. If this girl had not broken off the engagement, then he would have remained a waste and would not have become himself. So Xiao Yan thanks his fiancée for the life lessons. At this time, the grandfather notices that his granddaughter has finally woken up. She immediately shouted where Xiao Yan was, and the ancestor who was standing nearby to explain that he had already let the guy go. The girl kneels before her ancestor and says that it's all her fault because she created huge problems for the clan, and even the ancestor came here, so she must die 1,000,000 times to atone for her guilt. The ancestor asks the girl to forget about this, because many make mistakes in their youth. And even if all these feelings are senseless, anyone will be ready to die in a fit of passion. Nalan turns towards the departed hero with tears in her eyes, and she understands that she will always love this young alchemist. 3 days after the battle in the Yunlan clan, the main character moved to the city of Black Flames. The snake from the great house, Medusa, demanded that he stop sighing, and the Snow Emperor ran away not because of her actions. The hero was supposed to be happy with the royal person, but why is he so upset? The hero admits that the Snow Emperor left due to his fault because the next day after the battle, Po Dong said that a change of power had begun in the Yunlan clan, and there was some deep reason for everything that was happening. The Snow Emperor wanted to stay in the Midder's stockhouse, and with their information network, they would definitely be able to unravel the mystery of the Yunlan clan. Then the jellyfish said that if Po Dong wants to protect the main character, wouldn't it be better to stay, and is this really called male friendship? The hero thinks that the jellyfish just really scares his friend. The emperor who helped the guys destroy the dome was also standing nearby, and the hero forgot to thank him for his help. The man says that he should not be thanked, and he looks around at the jellyfish that was standing behind. He approaches Xiao Yan and says that if something happens to his mistress because of Xiao Yan, he will lose his head. The emperor flies away, and the hero cannot understand what this means. And is the jellyfish the mistress of this man, or did he not understand something and it is someone else who controls this man? After everything that happened, the hero tells the queen, with whom he was left alone, that he would like to ask her something and why his beloved snake has not appeared yet. The girl says that such a beauty sits opposite the man and he is still unhappy. The hero says that she is more like a younger sister, but after the beating, the hero says that Her Majesty is a beauty who still needs to be found. The girl tells the hero to relax and everything is fine, because for the sake of saving him, she made a deal with the Empress. It turns out that the jellyfish is talking specifically about the snake. During the battle inside the girl's minds, the snake asked the jellyfish for help because she couldn't cope with the enemy on her own. Then the queen could not understand whether a pathetic person really deserved to be saved by a royal person. Then the jellyfish said that although this is not true, she still hopes that the guy will create a pill for her, and this is a great opportunity for him to save his life and develop further. Then the queen wanted the snake to accept her conditions. They will agree that they will switch places and the snake will fall asleep in this subconscious, and the queen herself will allow it to appear at the necessary time. Therefore, now the jellyfish will closely monitor the creation of the spiritual fusion pill, and God forbid the person will work slowly. But Xiao Yan does not understand what is happening because not even a year has passed. The queen destroys the middle wall and says that she doesn't like it when they try to bargain with her, and the alchemist has to calm her down because he is her humble servant and will rush to create the tablet. Some men come into the room and ask if he can. This boy will pay for the ruined estate. The hero suggested that they discuss the amount a little later, and the bandits no longer paid attention to him because they saw a beauty next to the guy. After all, they haven't met such girls yet, and maybe she wants to go for a walk with older men. Two friends of the giant detained the hero so that he would not interfere while the jellyfish was telling the pitiful people that she would destroy them and turn them into ashes. After the beating, the men asked to be saved. After all, they will no longer ask for money for a destroyed building. They don't understand how they couldn't recognize such a great man. Medusa says that we will probably have to destroy these guys and tear the life from them limb by limb. But the guys show all their money and say that they will pay for their lives. Xiao Yan asks the guys to leave, while the queen is kind and the warriors immediately run away. Suddenly, the hero notices the emblem of his own family on one of the donated gold bracelets and approaches one of the attacking bandits. Ask where they got this medallion from. The man says that they did not steal this medallion. After all, they just taught a couple of lessons to the bandits in the city of Dan, and a couple of days ago there was a skirmish, and from them these guys got the medallion. The main character says that this is a lie, and what other bandits after all? Only members of the Xiao Yan family can wear such a pendant. One of the guys says that a terrible battle took place in the city of Wudan, and it was almost completely destroyed, and the merchants fled from the main square. The hero throws one of the men and says that this is nonsense. His family would not allow the city to be destroyed. The queen laughed when the bandits, in tears, began to tell that they had heard how the third son of Xiao Yan died in a battle with the Yunlan clan. Then the family gathered all their forces and went against the Yunlan clan. However, at night, they were attacked by a group of unknown people. A couple of days ago, even the head of the family went missing. Nobody knows whether he is alive or not. The hero realized that now they must return to his home with the jellyfish and find out what happened there. The woman says that first you need to prepare a pill. Xiao Yan looked at the queen with his terrifying gaze and ordered her to stop showing her temper. If she needs a damn pill, she'll have to push her pride away. After all, they are returning home now. Medusa, seeing the man's anger, was frightened and could not understand where this fear came from. At this time, in the city on the estate of the Xiao Yan family, warriors defended the remnants of the clan that could still stand on their feet, while the neighboring clans tried to take away the remnants of pride from them. The Xiao Yan family couldn't understand how these jackals dared to return to them because a couple of days ago they burned down their neighborhood and drove away people. It turns out that neighboring clans do not admit their guilt for these atrocities. The neighboring clan says that they decided to show their generosity and throw 1 gold coin towards the Xiao Yan clan, saying that they want to buy out the remains of their trading area at such a high price. One of the elders of the Xiao Yan clan says that they are real dumbasses because they dared to insult their great clan. The neighboring clan says that they did not insult them. And on top of that, the head of the Xiao Yan family has gone missing, and no one knows if he is alive, and even now they cannot oppose them because only the old and crippled remain. The heir of a neighboring clan tells the wounded Xiao Yan troops to decide for themselves either to give up the trade district and leave the city, or they will destroy their entire clan, here and now. Suddenly a stone flies into the heir of a neighboring clan and hits him right in the head. It turns out that the little girl from the Xiao Yan clan says that this scoundrel is lying. After all, little brother Xiao Yan could not die. The heir of a neighboring clan understands that this girl wants to die, and he extends his hands to destroy the poor child. The man's hands rush towards the little girl, but the wounded warrior protects her, covering her with his back. Suddenly, a terrible fight breaks out, as the remnants of the Xiao Yan clan bravely fight against the neighboring clan. One of the magicians of a neighboring clan decides to destroy the girl who dared to injure his son. The girl is covered with her body by one of the elders of the clan, who, apart from her own pride, has no more opportunities to help her people. The head of a neighboring clan is blocked by a fallen majestic sword that stops him. The enemy is thrown aside by a powerful blow of violet fire, and the main character ends up behind the scoundrel. The heir Xiao Yan came to save his clan, and he understands that now he can destroy the entire neighboring clan that attacked his people. The purple fire affects all the warriors of the neighboring clan, and even the heir of the neighbors was mortally wounded in the battle. Xiao Yan is going to destroy all of them, even if he is one level behind the head of the neighboring clan. The main character easily repels all the attacks of the superior enemy, and a jellyfish appears behind the villain and tells him that this man has a disgusting face. As soon as she touched the bastard, the jellyfish ordered him to die, and the man immediately began to turn into stone. After turning into stone, the head of the neighboring clan was killed, and Medusa says that no one dares to harm her person. Otherwise, the queen will be merciless. The main character turns to the surviving members of the neighboring clan and promises that if he sees them again, he will kill not only their leader, but also all their warriors and people. The enemy clan leaves while Xiao Yan and his friends watch the crowd leave. The little girl who bravely defended her clan runs up to her beloved brother, and Xiao Yan says that he came to protect his friends. The clan elder says that before they did not take Xiao Yan seriously until today. But now they cannot look him in the eye without shame because now Xiao Yan is their head. The hero was glad that the elders accepted him, but this is too serious, and he also hopes that his father is still alive. Xiao Yan says that his surname will always be combined with the name of the clan, and he will always protect his family. A clan is a family. Therefore, there is no need to treat the guy as an outsider. The elders say that the heir saved them from death anyway. The hero asks them to forget about it, and he is more interested in finding out what happened and why all the fighters are wounded and where the father is. It turns out that at night the clan received news of the heir's victory over Nalan, and they celebrated the great victory. Then the old people understood that this boy was very talented if he managed to defeat the heiress of the great Yunlan clan. The father said that his son is the best. But at that moment no one noticed that 3 white shadows appeared above the moon. Mysterious men in angelic armor descended from the moon and said that the Xiao Yan clan was officially recognized as their enemy, and they would all go to hell. After the words were spoken, the clan's estate was attacked and everything around was torn to pieces. The hero remembers his childhood when he lost his strength and tried unsuccessfully to understand who he is and what the meaning of his life is. The father asks his son why such a little hero, who fought 1 against 10 today, is hiding here in the forest. The guy says he's a loser. After all, they called him worthless trash, and he wanted to prove that this was not so, but he lost. The father then said that losing is normal, because the hero will be able to accumulate strength and win next time. Then Xiao Yan pushed his father's hand away and said that his energy had disappeared, and how should he now train to become stronger? The boy cried and said that he had already tried to train 10 times and even 20 times more than others, and he didn't even eat or sleep, but he trained hard, and all this turned out to be useless because he became garbage without energy. The father then slapped his son and said that he may fail, but he cannot give up because this is the main thing in life, that he must always get up and go into battle no matter what. Then the father said that their family comes from the great ancestors of phoenix beasts, and he hopes that all the difficulties that Xiao Yan will encounter will only harden him, because phoenixes die but are always reborn after that. No matter how many times the hero fails, because he must not lose hope and faith in himself. Then Xiao Yan said that he understood everything, and even if he could not reach the level of a second disciple or a third master in his entire life, he would never give up and would continue to fight and be as strong as his heart. The father said that this is good motivation, and he offers to make a deal so that his boy will always pursue his goals. Then the hero asked, what happened to his older brothers, and the father said that they left their father and now retired to distant lands. The hero also wanted to wander around the world and go to different beautiful places. Events returned to the day when the Xiao Yan estate was completely attacked, and then the head of the clan tried to protect his people at the cost of his own life. The head ordered to gather all the people and run away because the enemy was too strong. Today, the head of the clan promises to protect the entire family, and he will not regret anything even if he dies. The man met his superior opponents using lion's breath. Now the hero goes to the places where his father fought. To protect his family, the head fought alone against 3 people in white and then disappeared. The hero understands that otherwise his father could already be dead, but the elders believe that the head is still alive. The young master is shown a strange box that can confirm the words of the elders. This is a piece of jade that came to the Xiao Yan family from their ancestors, and each head of their family left a part of the spiritual energy in it. If the head dies, the cross-section disappears, and now the glow proves that Xiao Yan's father is still alive. Unfortunately, the artifact will not help you find the location of the chapter. Xiao Yan asks how they can find his father. Medusa says that people are a crowd of stupid people, while they continue to play with the little girl who was standing next to them. Xiao Yan tries to calm the guys down so they don't quarrel. The queen says that she can open everyone's eyes and help in this investigation. The queen asks the girl that the family of the neighboring clan feared and respected them, but when the guys left the Yunlan clan, they were delayed a little, and 5 days passed after they left the Great Mountain. The queen asks the Xiao Yan clan members when they were attacked. She finds out that this happened 3 days ago. The shopping district was destroyed 2 days ago after a surprise attack. The girl says that people are stupid and let them try to guess it themselves. Why do those who have been trembling in fear for several years suddenly show up here and create chaos? Or did they just want to provoke a stronger clan? Xiao Yan understands that the neighboring family would definitely not want to have problems with their family, and it turns out that someone told them that Xiao Yan's family is now having problems. Suddenly the guys see that a representative of the House of Auction Business Mitters has come to them and says that he wants to offer his sympathies for what happened. Their auction house supports the clan no matter what. The hero says that their entire family is seriously wounded. But the soldiers, although bloodied, say that they will fight to the last with their master because they want revenge. The hero says that he has an idea, but unfortunately the warriors and elders are unlikely to like it. All members of the clan kneel before the young Lord Alchemist and say that now they find themselves in a difficult situation, but they hope that their strongest warrior and heir can help overcome this crisis, and they will obey their master to the last. The elder demands that the hero give orders, and they will carry out any order. A representative of the auction house also wants to help so that the Xiao Yan clan can defeat all opponents. The hero says that in this case he cannot betray their hopes and will definitely help the family take revenge for the damage received. Those who attacked the hero's family will pay severely, and he promises that he will personally sort it out completely. He will show what happens to those who decide to attack his precious clan. Events are transferred to the mansion of the clan neighboring Xiao Yan, where the elder does not know what to do now. The crazy heir tried to use glue to glue together the parts of his murdered father, who turned into a stone after being touched by a jellyfish. The elder says that we need to stop playing with the petrified remains. If they don't come up with anything, they will all die too. It turns out that all this would not have happened if some strange person had not told the heir that Xiao Yan was dead. After all, they did not count on his reinforcements. A servant enters the conversation and says that the great Xiao Yan family has arrived to them. They came to convey a message because they want to invite the guys to the Midder auction house to participate in the auction. Representatives of the auction house come to the clan's estate and invite them to personally attend the auction, while his guards and personal guards protected the man. The guys understand what it looks like. They must come to this auction because otherwise they may face unpleasant punishments. Xiao Yan thanks everyone who came to the auction, and he is glad to welcome the guys. The elder of the neighboring clan says that we need to end this circus. After all, if he wants battles, then go ahead. But Xiao Yan says that there is no need to think about fights. After all, they are now in the auction house. Today, the old estate of the Xiao Yan family and the contract for the trading area of his family are being put up for auction, and whoever wins the auction will become the owner of the city. The neighboring clan could not believe what was happening, but the hero says that they should not worry because he has not finished yet and the starting price is 1 gold. The heir asks, "Does Xiao Yan really think that he can play them off?" But the elder says that he is betting 1 gold because 2 clans cannot get along together, and he wants to make his family the most influential in the city. A conflict broke out between the heir and the elder because their clan was divided into 2 branches that were fighting among themselves for power even now. They tried to set the price as high as possible to become the strongest clan in the city. The price from 1 gold rose to 8 million, and the hero was glad that he was able to separate the 2 allied clans. The heir paid 10 million, but the elder could no longer stand it and decided to pay 16 million. Unfortunately, the heir could not pay more, and apparently the elder would take over the position in the city. Xiao Yan approaches the guy and tries to help him, saying that if he has valuable information, he can accept it as a bet. The guy says that this happened a couple of days ago and it was the day of the attack on the Xiao Yan family, and at that moment he was returning home to his father. The guy then got very drunk and saw a fire from the side of the neighboring family's shopping area. Suddenly, someone's body destroyed the adjacent wall, and the heir fell to the floor. It turns out that this body was the fighting head of the Xiao Yan family, who was covered in blood. Then the man asked who these people were and where this hatred towards his family came from. The elder of the Yunlan clan threw back his hood and said that let the father in hell talk to his late son. Then the man used a black hand to destroy the Lion Master. The hero destroyed the table over which he stood because after hearing the story, he realized that it was an elder from the Yunlan clan with whom he had fought before. The heir of a neighboring clan says that then the man in the white hood began to look around, but the Lion King had disappeared and could not be found. Xiao Yan doesn't understand how his father could disappear. The heir of a neighboring clan says that he has disappeared, and this man in white is also puzzled by this. Xiao Yan is already leaving, but the elder stops him and asks who won the auction. The hero says that for all their offered money and information, he will sell the estates to the elder, and the area in the trade quarter will belong to the young heir. A member of the Midder family says that this auction was held, and everything went without violation of the contract, so the guys were able to trade successfully. The hero, when leaving, told the representative of the Midder family that he would like to ask for a favor, but the auctioneer replies that they have received orders to help the hero by all means. In the evening outside the city, all representatives of the Xiao Yan clan thanked the Midder family who were able to help return the necessary assets and ruin the neighboring families. The representative of the Midder clan says that everything is thanks to the great idea of their young master. The elder of the Xiao Yan clan says that now their family will be able to find a new home, and besides, they gave them 8 saving rings in which they kept all the family artifacts. It was decided to move the entire clan to the Tagir Desert, which is located far from the Yunlan clan. And in that place, the guys will be able to find a new home for themselves and protect themselves from future attacks. At this time in the throne room, Yunlan Nalan asked the clan elder if he would admit his sins. The man knelt before the heiress and respected ancestor who controlled the entire trial. The elder says that their humble servant only wanted to know why so many 7th-level emperors were helping Xiao Yan, but when he remembered how Xiao Yan humiliated their clan, he could not restrain himself and poured out all his hatred on his family. Nalan says that the Yunlan clan has always been noble, and this elder dared to do such a vile act. The elder says that the heiress has the right to punish him. The ancestor stops their conversation and says that the two of them should stop. All this is not important, because the elder acted for the benefit of their clan. If everything just happened as he said, then it's good that the Xiao Yan family got away with a couple of destroyed houses. The elder says that most likely Xiao Yan will not just leave everything that happened. But the ancestor replies that he has already scared this boy, and if he comes here, he will personally deal with him. Nalan looks at the sky and asks Xiao Yan not to return to this place because the ancestor will definitely kill the boy. At this time, in the central city at the Mitter auction house, the Snow Emperor received a letter that it turns out that the entire Xiao Yan clan was leaving the city in order to protect themselves from opponents. The letter also said that Xiao Yan and his girlfriend, the Jellyfish Queen, were heading towards the Yunlan clan. The guys were surprised. Did these guys really become friends like that? While Xiao Yan and the Queen were flying, a conversation began between them about human children, and it turns out that the jellyfish became attached to the little girl she met in the city of Xiao Yan. The hero says that on the outside the Queen seems cold and proud, but in her heart she still loves children and takes care of the weakest. The woman says that then she felt something new for herself. They snake people value only strength, otherwise they would not be able to survive in the desert. Warriors of the snake people race rely only on the strength of their comrades, and as their queen, she only needs strong citizens, and they are not happy with weaklings because they only feel a desire to get rid of them. But people turn out to be completely different, even if they are weaklings. But they will fight to the end, to the limit, and they always try to save their loved ones, even if it could destroy them. People are very stupid, but for some reason the Queen became interested in their strange behavior and even smiled when she thought about their existence. The hero sees the central city of the empire and says that people are really stupid, and even if they know that this is impossible, even if they realize how insignificant they are, they will still risk their lives to protect something important to them. The Queen asks if the hero understands that they are flying into a trap and whether he still wants to try to find his father in this city. The hero says that he doesn't care about Yunshang 8 levels, which are the ancestors of the Yunlan clan, because anyone who dares to harm his family will pay him for everything, even at the cost of his life. The Queen says that the Yunlan clan has strong protection, and it will be difficult to go inside unnoticed. But the hero says that he is not going to sneak in unnoticed because real men must be extremely honest. The Queen laughs and says that when Yunshang sees the guy, he will be very surprised. She doesn't want to miss such a show, so she asks Xiao Yan to fly right behind her. The hero understood the order of Her Highness and immediately pursues his queen. The entire city felt the aura of the approaching Xiao Yan, who shouted that he had destroyed their house. They kidnapped his father, and today the Yunlan clan will pay him for all their sins. Yunshang felt the approach of a jellyfish, which is weaker in strength than him, but still practically reaches the 8th level ancestor. The hero and his queen immediately visited the main building of the Yunlan clan to get the necessary answers. The hero flew straight to the elder of the Yunleng clan, who destroyed his house and kidnapped his father, and why shouldn't he come out and confess his sins? Nalan asks. Did Elder Yunleng kidnap Father Xiao Yan? But the man says that let the young lady not listen to this guy because he is talking real nonsense. Yun Shang comes into play and asks the queen to leave because this is the business of their clans and there is no need for outside forces to interfere. The queen says that today she came here to protect Xiao Yan while he settles scores with the Yunlan clan. Yun Shang warned the guy that if he returns, he will die. While the hero replies that his goal is to find his father, and even if he has to go to the very depths of hell, he will still do it. Nalan asks Great Ancestor not to kill Xiao Yan, while Yun Leng tells the young heiress to control her emotions because she really wants Yun Shang to take back his words. The ancestor of the Yun Lan clan says that he released Xiao Yan as a young hero, but unfortunately he decided to come here again and die so he will fulfill his wish. The Jellyfish Queen activates her ability and says that they will have to deal with her to get to the guy. Yun Leng decides to attack the hero and shouts that his family was destroyed because of the act of the heir. If he kneels and begs, then perhaps the Yunlan clan will help him with his search. The hero activates his fire ability to make Yun Leng shut his filthy mouth. Yun Leng tells the Great Ancestor not to waste his time on this boy because he will deal with him on his own. At this time, the jellyfish activates its abilities to protect its friend from the influence of the Great Ancestor. The hero shouts that even if he has to turn the entire Yunlan clan upside down, he will definitely find the father and nothing will stop him. The alchemist attacks Yun Leng and says that if he does not return his father to him, he will destroy every last one until he can get to him. At this time, the Snow Emperor realizes that this young guy is making him worry. If it continues, it will be difficult for Queen Jellyfish to protect him because she is weaker than her ancestor. The Snow Emperor orders his heir Mitter to convene a Shadow Corps, and they should move towards the Yunlan clan, while the Emperor himself goes to the alchemist. At this time, the main character was defending himself from the attacks of the elder of the Yunlan clan and was already completely wounded. The elder says that this guy challenged him and now with this hand he will take his life. The Jellyfish Queen notices that the king of the 6th level is in a hurry to kill the Grand Master of the 4th to hide his crimes. The girl asks Yun Shang, is he really proud of such a student who creates a real crime? Yun Shang replies that Xiao Yan only has himself to blame. The queen realized that apparently this guy was crazy. After all, he has no logic at all. At the moment of the battle, the Great Ancestor finds himself behind the Queen Jellyfish, and she clearly did not expect this. The girl looks back, but the guy doesn't attack her. He just enjoys the smell of Jellyfish's hair and says that he wants to return to those times when they met for the first time. Several years ago in the castle of the Snake People, the young master Yun Shang decided to fight against the jellyfish. The heads of the great villages could not do anything to oppose the man who attacked them. The Jellyfish Queen realized that apparently this was the same person who surprised the entire continent and became the youngest emperor of the 7th level. Yun Shang then said that the 8 leaders of the Snake People created real terror in the empire. They say snakes have enormous power, and he decided to check it out. But they were all only 6th level kings, and it was impossible to fight against his emperor rank. The man was easily able to defeat all the heads of the great snake clans. The man pointed his sword at the queen and said that he wanted to see the strength of the strongest 7th level emperor. Moreover, according to rumors, the queen is so beautiful that people are speechless. Medusa said that this is a stupid man. Therefore, she pulls her hand in his direction and with one spell destroyed his protective barrier. Yun Shang then saw the queen in her majesty and fell in love with her at first sight. The woman then grabbed the 7th level young emperor and said that his stupidity would cost him his life. The queen approached the guy and told him to remember her great power, which he would not be able to approach even in his entire life. But Yun Shang said that he would reach the 8th level of the ancestor in order to defeat her and also win her heart. Then the queen decided to let the stupid man go to see how he could defeat her in the future. Returning to real events, Yunshang says that now the queen looks much more beautiful than before. Yunshan cut off a lock of hair that the ancestor was holding on to and said that she shouldn't be insolent because she would show the real power of jellyfish. At this time, the hero's great battle continued against the terrifying elder of the Yunlan clan, who was trying to kill him. Unfortunately, the attacks of the 6th-level king far exceeded the hero's strength, but he could not die because he promised the teacher that he would become stronger. The real strength of a teacher appears inside the guy, which he has accumulated within himself. He was so strong that even the king felt it was becoming difficult for him to breathe. A bloody tint appears in the alchemist's eyes, and he says that for the sake of his master, Yao Lao will remain alive. It turns out that at the moment when the main character felt that the strength was leaving his body and he could die from the next attack of the enemy, he felt some kind of touch. His master touched the boy and said that he had done a good job and should leave him. It's all up to the master. It turns out that Xiao Yan's body was captured by the spirit of the teacher, who stated that almost all the energy in this body had ended. Medusa saw Xiao Yan kneel in front of the 6th-level king, but Yunshang did not allow her to get closer to the main character. Nalan extended her hand towards her lover, but could not do anything against the power of the king, who would immediately destroy the hero and kill him with the help of his power. Approaching the hero, the man says that the forces that wanted to kill Xiao Yan and his father are much stronger than the Yunlan clan, and the guy will meet his father in the next world. Ice rock blocks the king's access to the guy and he fails to kill Xiao Yan. The disciples are afraid for their elder because they see how the sharp ice injured the man. 7th-level Emperor Po Dong says that if this bastard wants to harm the alchemist, he will have to go through him first. The king says that Mr. Ice Emperor should not become an enemy of the Yunlan clan, but the Ice Emperor says that he was never afraid of Drac. The guy turns to the alchemist and asks why he froze. Xiao Yan smiled and said that he was not going to run away because all this time he had been accumulating energy. It turns out that the hero's body had long been owned by a master who understood that his student was driven half to death by the Yunlan clan, and he was going to protect the guy. Everyone saw how the alchemist used 2 essences of flame and understand that the strength that appeared in the guy belongs to something divine, because he has surpassed all his abilities. The hero says that he will now use his frantic flames and attacks the 6th-level King Yun Leng, who burns in flames along with half of the air island that belonged to the Yunlan family. Po Dong hides in his armor and asks, "Did the alchemist really decide to kill them all because his power is simply terrifying?" At this time, Medusa could not believe that this guy was the alchemist she knew. The ancestor has to protect his people from the protagonist's attack, and Nalan is amazed. Is the young alchemist really that strong? The ancestor asks the emerging entities who he is, but the master replies that it doesn't matter who he is, because he has enormous power and is ready to avenge his student. A jellyfish flies up to the guy and says that now Yunshang will be really angry, and even she won't be able to save the young boy, and the Snow Emperor has the same idea. Yunshang says that they will no longer be able to escape because he intends to destroy the enemy of his clan. Nalan began to cry because she understands that the ancestor will now be serious, and will kill the young alchemist, and no one will help the guy anymore. The master says that there is no need to worry, and if he wants to leave, even the ancestor will not be able to stop him. Yunshang wants to see how long this young guy can hold out. The master takes out his sword and tells the ancestor to show all his strength. Greatest Yunshang attacks Xiao Yan with a cutting wind, but the master uses a dividing wave of flames to counter his powerful attack. Yunshang shouts that Xiao Yan will pay for his sins. The master inside his student's body says that he also wants to see Quantum Yunlan pay for his sins. The master's unfathomable power strikes the people of the Yunlan clan, who receive wounds from the attacks piercing them. At this time, the queen cannot understand how this guy can resist against the ancestor, but she also felt inside herself a desire from which she cannot hide. This was clearly a second personality. At this time, Yunshang sent the next blow towards the master. The Snow Emperor tried to defend himself and shouted to his friend to be careful. Taking a closer look, Podong notices that his comrade is pretending, and it is not difficult for him to fight against an entire 8th-level ancestor. The hero shouts that Yunshang is not strong enough to be called an ancestor because he is losing the fight. Suddenly the master disappears, and even the ancestor could not find him using traces of his aura. Yunshang shouted that today this alchemist was able to escape from his clan, but he would find him wherever he was hiding. Yunshang shouts that Xiao Yan destroyed their home and killed the clan elder, and he uses his title as the 8th head of the clan to announce the next order, because they must kill this guy and all the military clans must focus on executing this order. At this time, the Snow Emperor and the hero were trying to catch their breath because clearly their speed exceeded any speed that living beings had previously shown. The master, through Xiao Yan's body, thanks the Ice Emperor for protecting his student, but the Emperor says that this dumbass always gets into trouble, and he has to worry about him forever. The Ice Emperor says that in any case, there is no need to worry now, because the hidden squads of shadow warriors of the Mitter clan will distract Yunlan's attention while the alchemist must hide. The guys said goodbye very warmly, and it was clear that the friendship between these two was very strong. After the Ice Emperor left, the hero was finally able to communicate with his teacher, and tears flowed from his eyes because he thought that he would no longer be able to see his mentor. The teacher strokes his student and says that he is stupid because he couldn't just leave his friend. The teacher truly returned when the hero used the blue spiritual elixir of ghosts. The alchemist could not believe the information he heard. Was the teacher really there all this time but didn't tell him despite the tears the hero shed during all this time? The teacher says that he just wanted to sleep longer because of this stress, his skin became terrible. A sound was heard from inside the hero, and the girl said that these two were annoying her, after which a snake appeared and hit both men. The snake says that you need to address her politely and she is a majesty. It turns out that the jellyfish used a lot of power in a fight with its ancestor and turned back into a snake, but it remained with its consciousness even though the snake periodically gains power. After a while, the snake again regained control over its body, and the hero hugged his pet because he was very happy about its return. The master says that in any case, before fleeing the empire, you need to find a safe place and heal your wounds. We need to restore spiritual energy, and in these places there are many magical animals and medicinal herbs that will help with recovery. At this time, in the Yunlan clan, the warrior witch Yunji returns to the throne room and kneels before the ancestor, saying that she was too far away to help the clan. The warrior promised that Xiao Yan had humiliated their clan, and she would personally bring his head to the hands of the great ancestor. At this time, strange events were happening throughout the empire. The main character was constantly pursued by many warriors of the Yunlan clan who tried to catch up with him. On one such day, the clan warriors managed to drive the young alchemist to the edge of a cliff. Xiao Yan realizes that he has nowhere else to run and stops. Warriors of the Yunlan clan attack the young guy, but he scatters and disappears. At this time, at the other end of the empire, the clan warriors also find the main character. They attack the young alchemist, but discover that there was only a doll there. Throughout the empire, many copies of the alchemist were discovered, which turned out to be fake and simply pulled the forces of the Yunlan clan away from the main location of the hero. The warrior received a report on the search for the alchemist, but unfortunately, even after sending out many troops, they did not find this guy. They discovered traces of the guy throughout the empire, but then they all suddenly disappeared, and the clan's resources are now going nowhere. It turns out that there is a group of people who help the hero hide, and the interesting question is, where is the young alchemist himself now? At this time, in the Mitter auction house, The Snow Emperor discussed with his heir that they had already used almost all the forces of the Shadow Corps, which had been delaying the forces of the hostile clan for half a month. Unfortunately, now the news has come that the head of the clan, the great warrior, has gone to the magical mountains of beasts in person, and unfortunately, the Corps of Shadow Masters will not be able to distract her. If they try to stop her, it will immediately raise the suspicion that Xiao Yan is in that forest. The Snow Emperor understands that they were stalling for as long as they could, and now everything will depend only on the hero himself. At this time, the alchemist was recovering with the help of his teacher's lessons. With the help of meditation and the use of flame essence, the hero was able to heal his serious wounds. The teacher continued fishing at this time while the young alchemist increased his strength. The hero decided to brag to the teacher that he had advanced again and was now a Grand Master with 4 stars. Unfortunately, the teacher was not happy that the guy scared away his fish because now they wouldn't have anything to eat for dinner. The teacher also says that the hero took the pill that he created, and given the training, the alchemist's progress is still quite slow. The alchemist also wanted to discuss that they had been hiding in these mountains for a long time, but still not a single representative of the Yunlan clan appeared. The teacher explains that they should not worry about the fate of the Yunlan clan now, because they are distracted by the shadow warriors of the Mitter family. At the moment of conversation, the master notices a strange energy and understands that he needs to protect his student. A powerful attack is coming from the sky, which hits the entire forest around the young alchemist. The guy has to defend against the strongest attacks. Behind the hero is his old friend, a warrior who presents a sword to her friend and must cut off his head. Xiao Yan hasn't seen his old friend for a long time. The girl says that she found a fragment of her armor, which she gave to the guy, and with the help of it, she was able to find him. She could not even think that the flames of the awakened lotus that razed the Mo family mansion could destroy half of the Yunlan clan in the future. If she had not seen the destruction, she would not have been able to believe that Xiao Yan, who destroyed half of her clan, killed her great elder, and incinerated her followers. The girl burst into tears and could not believe that her comrade and friend whom she knew would kill her clanmates and family. Xiao Yan says that when they met in the desert, he already knew who she really was, and thought that this would lead to an awkward situation the next time they met. When he came to fulfill his 3-year promise and did not find the girl, he felt relieved because the relationship between them had become very strained. The head of the Yunlan clan says that he humiliated her, but she doesn't think about the fact that her clan destroyed the Xiao Yan family. The hero says that the girl hates him because he killed her great elder, but does not mention that this Yunleng sent the Punisher to his father. The girl did not know that Yunleng organized a punitive expedition and would destroy the Xiao Yan family. The hero replies that a man must be honest and a girl can kill him, but not humiliate him. For the sake of his family and his father, he, Xiao Yan, came to the Yunlan clan to restore justice. Hero last time says that Yunlan wants to exterminate the Xiao Yan family, that's why he came to them. If there is a war between their clans, how could he have done otherwise? After all, he came to find his father and kill the one who was involved in his abduction. Yunji does not believe that her clan could do such a bad thing because it is simply impossible. The hero laughs and asks the girl if she knows where she got this fragment of ocean armor, because in a city called Salt, a tragedy occurred on the estate of the Mo family. The elder of their family, who belonged to the Yunlan clan, abused poor people and took them for organs. Because of his own greed, he ordered the followers of the Yunlan clan to burn the city, and they simply burned, killed, and plundered there in revenge for the lost essence of the flame. A beautiful city became dead in just one night, and most of the inhabitants were killed. Yunji demands that Xiao Yan shut up, but he says loudly that the head of the Mo family also kidnapped his friend, a little girl named Qing Lin, and all because of her extraordinary eyes. If the hero had not arrived on time, not only Qing Lin but also the precious Na Lan would not have escaped death at the hands of the greedy elder. Yunji wounds the hero until he bleeds and says that deceitful elder Mo cannot represent her clan. The hero laughs and says that it's convenient when you can abandon an elder who did not live up to their hopes. The guy knocks off the warrior's sword with his hand, injuring his own hand, and says that their elders are terrible people who don't value a person's life at all. The hero looks at his friend with tears in his eyes and asks if she didn't come here to kill him. And who is she now? The friend of Yunji that he knew, or the head of the Yunlan clan who takes care of the murderers and robbers? The girl tells the guy that if everything he said is true, they will immediately return to the Yunlan clan, and she will give the guy the opportunity to speak out and tell the whole truth. The hero replies that their strongest warrior Yun Shang hates him because he destroyed half of their clan in revenge for his family and avenged his father by killing the elder Yun Leng. No one will listen to Xiao Yan, and he will simply be killed. Yunji shouts that she's had enough and the Empress's energy is being dispersed in all directions. The girl says that there is no longer a place in this world for Father Xiao Yan and their elder Yun Leng, and now she is the head of the Yunlan clan, and Xiao Yan is the head of his clan. The girl points the sword at the hero and he decides, don't back down and fight her just like she did. Two clan heads fight among themselves, and gradually the hero loses to the stronger empress. After the great battle, the girl easily defeated the weaker Xiao Yan and stuck her sword into the ground next to his neck. The girl is crying and cannot understand why this happened to Xiao Yan. After all, if it were another person, she would not feel these emotions. The hero also cried and said that there is no longer room in this world for those friends who used to love spending time together. Now they are the heads of clans, and they can no longer get back the time they lost. At this time, in the depths of the magical mountains, Na Lan, together with Dou-qi, continued to wander through dangerous places, in search of a teacher of the heiress. The girl thanked the king of elixirs for deciding to help her visit these dangerous mountains that she could not cope with on her own. The guys started talking, and Dou-qi found out that the young heiress likes Xiao Yan, and apparently she is not indifferent to him. The girl says that she did not have the opportunity to tell everything to Mrs. Yunji, who returned from her mission, and she must find her as soon as possible and stop her before she kills the alchemist. Dou-qi at this moment just notices the very woman for whom they came to this forest. Teacher Na Lan with a bloody blade comes towards the guys. The girl was scared. Could it be that this blood on the blade belongs to the young alchemist? The head of the Yunlan clan sadly walks towards the arriving guys. Na Lan asked directly. Could it be that the blood on the blade belongs to Xiao Yan? Yunji asked. Is the heiress really worried about him? The head of the clan explains that Na Lan is the heiress and why she then worries about their enemy. How she will look into the eyes of her followers, and how she will be able to look into the eyes of her teacher. Yunji does not understand how with such an attitude she can hand over the post of ruler to Na Lan. Na Lan says that this is not the case at all, and she wanted to say something completely different. The girl says the heiress of the clan while kneeling. She doesn't want to belong to the Yunlan clan anymore, and she doesn't care about the future of these people. The girl replies that the teacher was focused on training and left the management of the clan to the elders, and the elders decided that since they protected the clan, now they can use it for personal gain. The elders said that Xiao Yan killed their followers, but kept silent about the fact that they destroyed an entire city with innocent people. The heiress cries and says that the elders told Yunji that Xiao Yan destroyed half of their clan, but they did not say that the great elder Yun Leng destroyed the entire Xiao Yan family on his whim, and now no one knows where Xiao Yan's father is. The girl tells the teacher that she always said that if you become stronger, you can protect the clan and strengthen its influence. And therefore she completely concentrated on training. She wanted to become the strongest on the continent to protect their clan from any threat. But unfortunately, Yunji's followers saw in her only a sword that was constantly being sharpened. The girl did not notice how she became a terrible weapon in the hands of the elders. Nalan wanted to say that the elders deceived them. Yunji remained silent, and even Gu He could not say anything to the words he heard. The head of the clan turned away from the heiress and told her to return and tell the elders and the great ancestor that no traces of Xiao Yan were found in the mountains of magical beasts. Yunji also approaches Mr. King of Elixirs and speaks. Regarding today's incident, she hopes that this guy will forget about what happened here, and the guy replies with a smile that he will always help his allies. Now Yunji understands that it's all about the elders, and she will gradually take away from them everything that they owe to the clan. At this time, the main character lost consciousness and lay on the shore of the lake, unable to even get up after the battle with Yunji. A terrible red wolf appears near the man, which could easily kill him now. At this time, the main character dreamed that he was in the desert where it was very hot and he was thirsty. Daer appears nearby, offering to drink some water and showing a jug in her hands. The hero approaches his beloved Daer, and they practically kiss. But then teacher Yao Lao appears nearby and shows a fire hose to give his students something to drink. The hero finally wakes up because the teacher poured a bucket of water on his head. He says that finally the guy was able to wake up. The hero does not understand why he survived because Yunji should have killed him. Was she really unable to kill him? The master says the words that Yunji conveyed, and she spared the alchemist because this will be the payment for saving Nalan from the Mo family. The main character understands that Yunji still remained herself and will be kind again. But in fact, she remained the same manager of the clan, and therefore, only thanks to her conscience, she left the hero alive. The guy understands that in any case they were now able to find a good shelter. Here the guy's conversation is interrupted by the appearance of the great red wolf, who has been nearby all this time. The terrible beast immediately runs towards the main character, opening its toothy mouth. When the wolf manages to catch up with the wounded alchemist, he immediately licks his faithful friend. The master laughs because Xiao Yan forgot that in these mountains he left his best friend who had managed to evolve during all this time. The hero remembers that cute red wolf whom he tamed during his stay in these mountains. The guys understand that their friendship is above all, and even after all these years they still remain friends. The master says that, among other things, the cave in which they found themselves is quite strange, and they were brought here by a red wolf who was able to evolve in this cave. The master smiles and says that he has feelings that there is something good for them in this cave, and that's why. You definitely need to find this. The guys decide to explore a mysterious cave in which the master discovers something strange. The main character is surprised. Is there really an essence of flame in this cave because he feels the heat emanating from the walls? The teacher says that flame essences do not grow on trees and cannot be found in such simple places. In any case, it seems that the master had been in this strange cave before. The wolf is trying to show the place where that mysterious heat comes from. The wolf decides to pick up the guy and quickly go to the amazing place he discovered. The guys have already gone deep enough into the cave and it's getting hotter and hotter, so it's even difficult for the hero to breathe. The alchemist also inquired at the master, was he really in this cave when he was alive? But the teacher answers that it was not so long ago and he was already a spirit then. At the moment of reflection, Xiao Yan interrupts the jump of the wolf who is descending into a large depression. The master says that Xiao Yan has a violet flame to illuminate the dark path ahead, and the main character happily uses his ability. Using the violet flame as a torch, they were able to observe the great monster that was hiding in the depths of the cave. The wolf touches the floor, and finally you can get a good look at the ancient magical beast that left its bones in this cave. When this beast was alive, its rank was approximately 7th degree, and some of the fiery energy was still preserved in its bones. In the same place, the wolf was able to get a lot of tasty bones. Unfortunately, These bones are useless for people and are only suitable as food for dogs. And probably thanks to these bones, the red wolf was able to reach the 4th rank. Suddenly, the guys notice a strange obelisk and realize that the hero cannot contain the flame that is rushing to the center of the stone structure. After looking closely, they discovered that the obelisk glowed from the touch of violet fire. The hero was afraid that something terrible might start now, but the master shouts to him to calm down. This could be a chance to get good power, and the hero should not just lose it. To prevent knowledge from being lost, some clans used special devices in which they placed knowledge of their techniques, and it seems that this stone is one of such devices of ancient clans. The hero understands that perhaps the legendary secret technique is stored in these stones, but the master does not know about it. Both a high-rank analog and a low-rank analog could be placed here, so here is a lottery ticket. In any case, this stone responded to Xiao Yan's touch, and it is possible that the knowledge of the Self-Immolation Valley is hidden here, and this is a famous clan specializing in fire techniques. The strength of self-immolation exceeds the strength of the Yunlan clan. The hero rejoices. After all, if he manages to acquire the skills of the self-immolation clan, then he will be able to defeat Yunlan faster. Now the hero is really grateful to Yunlan. After all, they encouraged him to leave the empire. This is a chance to get an unforgettable experience and also see a lot of new and incredible things. The day will come when he will return and wipe out the Yunlan clan from the face of the earth. The master is glad that his student has found strong motivation for development. The main character hits the obelisk with his fiery clots to try to activate it. The master says that apparently you need to use something stronger, and the hero, I decide to use my blue flame. When it was possible to use the blue flames, the obelisk was activated, and the hero was able to read information about the 3 mysterious appearances of the divine flame. Because this is a secret technique of the Self-Immolation Valley that has incredible power. This secret technique can dramatically increase the user's strength for a period of time, but it requires the presence of essence within the user's body. This power seems to have been specially created for Xiao Yan. The guy is the carrier of the essence of flame, and the more essence of flame he has, the longer and stronger the effect of this spell will be. The alchemist is trying to absorb the energy of the skill in order to finally gain strength. After the hero learned the skill, he tore the earth's crust, and the guys were able to get out of the cave by a short route. The master says that this secret technique uses a huge amount of spiritual energy. The main character says that if you remember, Dai-Er's strike has instantly increasing strength skills. The master says that her technique will be better. She was able to recover by the next day, and it looks like there are serious forces behind this Dai-Er. The hero understands that this is wonderful because she is his ally. The hero wants to work hard to become worthy and connect his life with Dai-Er, which he simply adores. The hero also apologizes to the Red Wolf because he accidentally destroyed his cave, and why shouldn't he go with Xiao Yan? The wolf waves negatively, and apparently he is not ready yet. Suddenly, the guys felt the approach of some kind of force, and the cave turned out to be very familiar to the master, and it seemed that not only red wolves lived there. It turns out that inside the cave there lived a purple demon who shouts at Xiao Yan that he destroyed his cave, and this time he will not leave like in their last fight. The hero and the master are trying to escape because this is their old acquaintance whom they no longer want to encounter. The purple demon activates his long-shot ability and says that the hero won't be able to leave so easily. Xiao Yan has to escape with the help of the red wolf from the powerful explosions that the purple demon activates. The hero realizes that the red wolf is leaving him and leaves Xiao Yan alone. The master says that you need to stop whining and quickly hide in the bushes. At this time, the red wolf was able to successfully jump over the cliff they crossed together. The main character was unable to jump over the rock and ended up in a nest with birds. The alchemist tried to catch up with the guys, but it turns out that next to him there were chicks who were very angry with the man who broke into their house. The alchemist understands that these chicks pushed him, and he needs to activate his wings, but unfortunately his spiritual energy has not yet been restored to fly. The purple demon grabs the fast guy and prevents him from leaving. The demon tells the man that he returned to these mountains knowing what awaits him, and the demon wants to say that he admires the courage of this fool. The guy says that there were some misunderstandings between them, but the demon activates his killing ability and says that this guy who constantly bothers him will no longer appear in this world. The master uses his flame ability to repel the hero from the demon. Xiao Yan asks the teacher for help, because he still came back for him. The demon grabs the hero again and asks the master if he wants to return this guy. Then they will see if the master has enough strength. The master understands that Xiao Yan no longer has the strength to hold back, and now he will have to use his trump card. The hero realizes that the master does not have enough strength to help, and he has not yet recovered from the last fight, so he undresses in Lev's hands. The terrifying lion along with the wolf and the master cannot believe that their student is undressing. It turns out that Xiao Yan undressed for a reason because there was a snake hiding inside his clothes. This snake had an 11th level saint aura. The guy says that this is his tame magical beast, and if the emperor doesn't let him go then, let him wait for no mercy. The Violet Emperor has to let go because this guy turned out to be the trump against whom the beast was not ready. The master and Xiao Yan were glad that at least this time the snake did not wake up, because the jellyfish could have woken up. The master says that in any case they can no longer stay in these mountains and need to leave. There is one place that Xiao Yan just wanted to visit. After some time, the guy finds himself near a long familiar grave. The master did not know that the student would want to visit this place. The guy says that Xiao Xiang saved him at the alchemist tournament, and he should thank the father of the girl with purple hair for raising such a wonderful healer. Now he can leave the empire with peace of mind. The hero had to do this for the healer before leaving, so he pours alcohol on the grave. The guy also says that Mr. Father Xiao Xiang, at the cost of his own life, protected Xiao Yan from the murderous attack of the demon, and he never had time to thank him personally for this. The hero also had his father's crystal. If it sparkles, it means that the father is still alive and there is hope for his salvation. The master tells Xiao Yan that his father is still alive, and that means they kidnapped him. They don't want to kill him, and until their goal changes, his father will be completely fine. The hero understands that the master's words sound reasonable. The master understands that if the late Yunleng did not lie, then even if the hero finds his father with his current strength, he is not capable of anything. And it is necessary not only to create the Yunlan clan. You still need to defeat a secret group that was much stronger than the clan. Even if everything is like this, the hero cannot accept it because all he can do is work hard and become much stronger to bring back his father and deal with those people who attacked his clan. The hero understands that he will certainly rise above the entire continent in order to prove his strength, and so that all his opponents never dare to attack his loved ones. The main character understands that the border of the empire lies to the west of the mountains of magical beasts, and when he approaches its border, he tells his faithful assistant Red Wolf that he can leave the guy. The hero hugs his beast and says that they have to part again, but he hopes that the wolf will become stronger. The wolf bursts into tears and the hero says that he will not abandon him forever. After all, he is already a big boy and will soon become the ruler of these mountains. The hero offers to pretend to be a dog and guard the mountains for Xiao Yan, because it's true that he will return soon and can have fun with his friend when they both become stronger. The heroes offer to make each other a promise that they will become the strongest in the world in order to resist opponents and protect what is dear to them. The alchemist approaches the border of the empire. Where is the fortress of spiritual suppression? It was very difficult for people to cross the border because the guards were looking for some kind of criminal. And for any information about him, you can get Shuang class skills. The fortress is located on the very border of the empire, and the fortress is called spiritual suppression. If the hero manages to bypass this place, then they will definitely successfully escape from the empire. Unfortunately, the Yunlan clan sent out many leaflets indicating the reward for Xiao Yan and any information about him. The main character was very unhappy that the master was making fun of him because the leaflets showed a very ugly Xiao Yan. The guys also noticed that someone was helping the hero because on some sheets the guy's real face was not drawn. And apparently this was done by a friend who didn't like him very much because his face was ugly. It turns out that such leaflets were drawn by a flower guy who worked day after day for the benefit of the empire. The guy knew that Xiao Yan was definitely a kind person, and he wouldn't do much harm to society, so he distorted the drawings a little. Suddenly, the knights notice a guy in a black cloak and ask him to come closer. The master tells Xiao Yan that being in a black cloak is very suspicious and causes a lot of misunderstandings. The hero was ready to reveal himself and shows his face, saying that he is not a criminal. The guard looked at the leaflet and realized that apparently it was true. The master thought that it would be strange if the knights recognized the hero from the leaflets. But suddenly, the second knight shouts that he has discovered the thief. The man points to the leaflet and says that his eyes are exactly the same as on the leaflet, and that's why they have to catch this guy. The hero understands that he will have to fight against the guards, and he uses his violet flame ability. He does not change his last name and first name and admits that he is the same Xiao Yan that everyone knew about. When people found out that this was the same Xiao Yan, they were so scared that they began to run away. And even the guards realized that most likely there was no need to mess with the person, that he could resist the whole Mr. Yun Shang, who was level 8. At this time, Yaya Fairy communicated with the Snow Emperor. Because Xiao Yan remembered Yaya Fairy, who was clearly involved in intimidating the masses, she choked. The girl understands that apparently Xiao Yan remembered her, and she sneezed, because she tried hard so that everyone in the entire empire would be afraid of Xiao Yan. If someone stumbles upon the main character, he will obviously be speechless, because now in all the empires he is called the God Killer. At this time, the alchemist is very angry and understands that he wants to contact those friends, that they created a cult of a terrifying maniac about him. Suddenly, one of the warriors appears and attacks the guards and says that they are all trash and just run away. It turns out that it was one of the main gate guards who had the strongest force among the border guard detachment. The hero says that he killed the great elder of the clan who was at the spirit level, and this is the 5th level. The commander of the fortress says that he knows about this, but in addition to his own level, he also has many guards and security that will help capture the hero. The man laughs and says that he will gain the greatest skill, but suddenly a very stern voice is heard asking, "Is it really right to use the Imperial Army for the purposes of a separate clan?" It turns out that the aura of a 6th-level king appeared around. This was the army general and Nalan's grandfather. Grandfather wants to ask who allowed the use of Imperial soldiers to close the border, and he was very strict about this. The man asks, "Does the person in charge of this checkpoint really want to organize a riot?" But the manager tells the general that he is only a humble officer and has received an arrest warrant for the criminal. Suddenly, the voice of another very respected warrior is heard. It was Emperor Ji Xingtian. The emperor says that the Yunlan clan personally sent out arrest warrants for Xiao Yan. But the imperial law was not followed because the empire has not yet accused Xiao Yan. The alchemist is now a friend of Ji Xingtian and the respected general, and some fortress commander cannot just detain him. Grandfather Nalan supports the words of his friend, and together they stand in defense of the young alchemist. All the guard soldiers and the head of the checkpoint were forced to do several hundred push-ups. Xiao Yan asks the general, "Isn't he too strict with his subordinates?" The general says that these Empire soldiers violated the regulations. After all, they decided to serve the pathetic Yunlan clan. Emperor Ji Xingtian says that the general now hates the Yunlan clan. After all, they forced us to disrupt our military training. Emperor Ji Xingtian also says that Na Lan entered the door of life and death. This is the door that only the heirs of the Yunlan clan can enter, if they are approved by the head of the clan. Grandfather says that everything is true and only those who are not afraid of death dare to enter this door. The grandfather told his granddaughter that there was no need to be so rash, but she asked her grandfather to be more calm because she is the only one who resonates with the door of life and death. Sooner or later, she would have entered this door. Grandfather then said that Na Lan should not risk her life because she must be at least level 5 spirit to enter this door, or she wants to die. The girl felt that after the failure in her love, her character was strengthened only inside this door of life, and in death, she would understand whether she could get back out. Na Lan has her own pride, and she doesn't want to remain weak, so she asks her grandfather not to worry because she is a granddaughter who should be proud. Xiao Yan understands that Na Lan has changed a lot lately. Grandfather says that if even a hair falls from his granddaughter's head because of this door, he will bury the entire Yunlan clan. Xiao Yan doesn't know how they are going to destroy the Yunlan clan. After all, they have the strongest warrior in the empire, Yun Shang, who has reached level 8 ancestor. Even if the general and Ji Xingtian defend Xiao Yan, they will have huge problems. Ji Xingtian says that it was necessary to calm down the Yunlan clan a long time ago. Over the course of 100 years, the Yunlan clan became the strongest in the empire. Their followers penetrated into many territories, and the forces were in balance. But after Yunlan began to possess the strongest warrior Yun Shang, the hidden movement of their forces began throughout the empire. In addition, they issue their arrest warrant without taking into account the opinion of the royal family, and even the army has succumbed to their influence, and this clan is behaving too impudently. Ji Xingtian shows the form they specially prepared for the alchemist. Suddenly, Ji Xingtian says that he accidentally took out the wrong uniform, and the guys say that this old lolicon is crazy about little girls. When Grandpa has a princess, having already managed to get the necessary form, he shows it to Xiao Yan, and the guy says that this form is simply wonderful. Grandfather cries and says that he would be an excellent heir to their family, but unfortunately, he did not marry his granddaughter. Ji Xingtian says that they decided to send the hero to a safe place. The man shows the alchemist a paper on which it was written that this document was followed by Ji Xingtian and the general, because this is a letter of recommendation. The guys say that this is the Holy Land for all martial arts of the continent, and there the hands of the Yunlan clan will not reach Xiao Yan. The exam there is like hell, and it is very difficult. The hero tries to say something, but his friends don't listen to him. The guys say that the entrance exam there is very difficult, but they will try to help. This is the Holy Land, and this is the Jinan Academy, but the hero is trying to shout to the old people so that they will listen to him. The guy says that he was accepted into this academy a long time ago, and he is listed as a student there. The guys were surprised. How could this happen? It turns out that the beautiful teacher from this great school has already written a couple of times to ask him to come to school. And even now he was walking through the fortress of spiritual suppression to the academy. The next day the guys decide to see off Xiao Yan. If the hero goes straight after leaving the empire, he goes there to the border where adventures will await him. Their continent is huge and dangers await the guy everywhere. After all, they prepared a map for him so that he would not get lost. They also give some treasures to make it easier for the hero on the road. Severe training awaits the hero, but let him not forget about his alchemist skills. The guy receives rings that remind him of all the friends he has been with. Each ring was a gift from one of the friends. The guys wave goodbye to their friend, and he leaves the fortress on the border of the empire where he will leave it further. The main character remembers everything that he experienced in the empire and understands that he will return to this country in order to help his father and save his clan. The alchemist goes into the desert, and the master waves his hand at him to hurry up. At this time, Yun Shang asks for a report. He is interested in what happened to Xiao Yan, and the great ancestor of level 8 was told that Xiao Yan had successfully left the empire. The ancestor was very angry and said that the Xiao Yan family is really still in this empire. If this is true, then he will definitely come to protect the remnants of his family. But when he returns, he will immediately give up his life because Yun Shang promises that he will destroy this petty idiot. At this time, the same Dai-Air agent named Ling Ying, who has the 7th level of the Emperor and the one who helped Xiao Yan escape, decided to tell his mistress that the alchemist was leaving the empire. The girl understood that apparently he was going to go to the academy and they would finally be able to meet. Dai-Air missed her love. The oldest academy is located in the very center of the continent, and its name is Jinan Academy. It brings together brilliant students from all over the continent and is the holy land for all types of martial arts. The territory where the academy is located is quite specific, because this territory is called Black Rock. Here, weakness is crime, and only laughter survives honesty and politeness. The lands are filled with darkness and chaos, and the laws of the empire do not apply there. The Blackhorn territory is the center of a terrible desert where terrifying disasters have spread. One of the caravans that visited this desert understood that it was a black storm that attacked their people. The man shouts to his people to hold on because the storm should subside soon. Suddenly, the man's treasures fly away and he realizes that he will never be able to see them again. The guys see that the boss is flying away for his treasures. To understand the chest, he doesn't want to let them go. The merchant shouts for God to help him because he has seen so little in life. Unfortunately, the man didn't even know that in the dark hurricane there would be a black shadow of a strange man who approached this merchant with glowing eyes. The man grabs this guy who continues to not let go of the chest and uses his chained sword to get out of the storm. It turns out that it was the young alchemist Xiao Yan who, using his sword as an anchor, was able to escape from the black vortex and thereby saved the young man. The hero shows his majesty to the companion whom he saved. The man says that this is his savior and he will forever remain in his debt, and he can also dispose of his body. The hero falls to the floor and shows that he is very tired and has not eaten anything for a long time, so he asks the caravan driver to give him some food. In the evening, the guy ate a huge amount of food, and the man whom he saved decided to feed his savior well. It turns out that the kind man was a caravan driver, and he is on his way through the desert. It turns out that the main character is now on his way to the center of the desert to the academy. It turns out that the general, by chance, he gave the young alchemist not a real map, but a recipe for making meat pilaf. Also, the territory of the Black Horn turned out to be really treacherous because the hero helped one beautiful girl escape from robbers, but she stole all his donated rings. Unfortunately, the young alchemist was completely robbed and even had to sell his clothes to get some food. Then the master forgot to tell the hero that in this place all the people are arrogant, and here you need to be careful. But he told this to the hero only when he had already lost all his things. The young caravan driver says that it's nothing to worry about, because if the hero doesn't want to talk about what happened to him, that's normal, because these lands are truly cruel. The alchemist hopes that at least this caravan driver will not deceive him. The guys said that they were going to the closed Black City, and from there it was not far to get to Jinan Academy. The guys say that the savior will go with them and he will be able to protect them from danger because he is a strong bodyguard. The hero understands that apparently they definitely deceived him. But at least he will have food and he will be able to drink water along the way. The hero also wants to talk to his teacher because the alchemist saw something strange inside the black storm. There was a strange man who called himself a fifth-level spirit. He complained, "Why did the monster kidnap him?" And the demon replied that he only needed the soul of a pathetic person. After all, he doesn't care how strong a person of the fifth level is. He became the prey of the Hall of Spirits, after which the man screamed in pain because hundreds of daggers crashed into his body. The demon said that even if Yao Lao couldn't escape, he was no exception. Then the hero realized that Yao Lao was his master, and it turns out that he was still able to escape from the trap of this monster. Now the hero tells his ring what happened then. From that moment on, the teacher completely hid his aura and hid inside the ring as if he had never existed. Considering the strength of the teacher and his reaction, Xiao Yan cannot even imagine how strong the spirit is and why he scared the teacher so much. 3 days passed after the caravan set off with its new bodyguard Xiao Yan, and they went to the closed Black City. And when they arrived, everyone was very happy. The hero had no idea that there was such a big city in the territory of the Black Horn. And could it be that people there also live like dirty creatures that constantly fool people? The caravan master says that, of course, in this desert there is the largest city, and the head of the Eight-Door clan controls this entire place and is in 10th place on the blacklist. It turns out that a closed black auction in this city is held once a year and lawlessness reigns in this place. But it is also a paradise for the black market and smugglers. Here they will not ask how a person obtained treasures, but will simply buy or sell them. The hero also became interested in what a blacklist is, and it turns out that every empire has its own blacklist, and this place is no exception. The blacklist is a list of especially insidious and cruel people. Nothing is known about numbers 1 and 2 from these lists, but number 3 is a person who is at the peak of the power of a 7th-level emperor. In addition, he is a very talented alchemist, and he is the number 1 alchemist in the Black Horn territory. He is known as the Emperor of Medicine, named Han Feng. The caravan driver says that they need to hurry up and they will talk inside the city, and it will be bad if they don't make it before dark. At this time, the hero felt that a teacher had appeared in his work. The master says that it's time to tell his student something because he can no longer hide it. A long time ago, when Master was a venerable 9th-level warrior and great alchemist, of which there were a small handful on the entire continent, he was known as Yang Zhu-ji. Many people wanted to study at the Master's. The main reason for the teacher's popularity was his incredible beauty. And one day he continued to lead the 4 most handsome men on the continent. At that time, the master was completely focused on creating tablets and did not want to take on anyone as a student until one interesting day. There was an episode when the teacher saved an interesting boy who was independently defending himself from many villains. He made this boy his disciple, and his name was Han Feng. This boy was very smart and he grasped everything on the fly, especially making tablets and elixirs. Some people shouldn't even be compared with him because Xiao Yan is lagging behind this boy in mental development. But unfortunately, the teacher did not recognize the true essence of his student. Then he was incredibly glad that he had found such a little genius and wanted to pass on all his knowledge to him, so that this boy would become the strongest and most outstanding alchemist. The teacher could not imagine that this guy would take an evil path and pursue insidious goals. He was a truly insidious guy, and when he managed to prevent the teacher from seeing, he killed the small animals. Everything continued for now. One day the teacher still did not find his student's secret room. In the secret room, the little genius mocked various animals and human creatures. Back then, Han Feng used various parts of beasts to make terrible creations. The teacher asked, "What is his student doing?" Han Feng happily said that he crossed a human and a monster to create a new creature. Then the teacher slapped his student. After all, they are innocent forms of life, and why did the boy acquire these creatures for eternal suffering? The boy made excuses that it was all because he was strong, and the mountain bandits were stronger than his parents, which is why they killed them. The teacher was stronger than these bandits and therefore killed them. The boy is stronger than these insects, so he uses them in his experiments because he must become stronger, the teacher asked. Does the boy really think that since he is stronger, he can humiliate the weak and take over their lives? Then Yao Lao said that he was disappointed in his student and no longer wanted to communicate with him. From that moment on, Han Feng calmed down and he asked the teacher for forgiveness, saying that he would change. But the master still doubted whether it was worth teaching this guy the fire mantra, because he would prefer a student with a little power of which he would live a long and happy life, than a genius on the path of evil. In any case, the master miscalculated, and his student tried to poison the 9th-level great alchemist. Then Han Feng said that this poison has no color or smell, and it feels like a million insects are gnawing at the teacher's heart. Then they affect other organs, and the pain is simply incredible. Han Feng then stepped on his teacher and said that his mistake was to stand in the way of grandiose development. Then Han Feng was able to get the fire mantra from his teacher by forcefully taking it away. Yao Lao said that this could kill this weakling, and even if he did not even hope to use the fire mantra on himself. The master said that Han Feng is a real villain, and he does not respect human lives and his inexhaustible sins, and now he will not see the fire mantra from his teacher. Han Feng only wanted to become stronger, and that is what he violated. The master then said that Han Feng was mistaken, but his teacher was more mistaken, so he regrets that he did not kill this guy then in his secret room and gave him a chance to improve. Then the terrifying monster took out his sword and headed towards the teacher. The student pierced his master with a sword and said that he would go to hell, and Han Feng only regretted that they had not done this earlier. The evil student laughed while his teacher bled and died on the floor. When the master died, he reappeared in the human world, because it turns out that an alchemist of the level of a venerable warrior 9 can return to the world in the form of a spirit after death. And then the master reappeared before his student. Han Feng said that if he practices the fire mantra, he will definitely become stronger than his teacher and will be able to defeat him. The alchemist said that he would not allow this to happen and let the student prepare for death. The student said that Sensei really thinks that he was not prepared. Restraining chains appear that grab the spirit and do not allow it to move. The evil student says that everything is thanks to the soul absorption pill that the spirit hall gave him. It turns out that the boy was able to bring down the terrible and all-consuming teacher of the 9th level. Then the student said that a long time ago he made a deal with the spirit hall for the soul of a 9th-level teacher, and he would receive the essence of flame. That day the master risked his soul to get out, and his body was hidden in the ring until he met Xiao Yan. Turning to his student, the master asked why he was sleeping, and he revealed his whole soul to him. And the guy doesn't even appreciate it. The main character replies that he already realized that Han Feng is real garbage, and halfway through the story it was clear that he needed to be killed. The main character asks the teacher to relax, and even if he becomes much stronger, he will never disappoint the teacher. The hero says that he is already a student of the master, and he will definitely create a body for Yao Lao to return to this world. Together, they will destroy anyone who harmed the great teacher. The closed Black City is one of the most prosperous cities in the Blackhorn territory, and a closed auction is held every year, and they sell a bunch of different treasures stolen from all over the continent. In this way, people can buy the most precious weapon skill ingredients from all over the continent, and not the most unique goods are also found in this city. The main character was amazed by the variety of goods because there were a huge number of expensive things. The master says that the situation here in this city is quite specific, and stop looking at all these jewels. Where are the hero's ambitions? But he had no ambitions because first he needed money. The hero misses his friend the Ice Emperor, who was incredibly rich due to the fact that his followers built the Great Trade Guild. Suddenly, the hero realized that he remembered that the teacher said that Han Feng had great influence in this territory, and why don't they kill this bastard and take all his things, because in addition to justice, this will also bring a large amount of money. The teacher says that now his past student is a 7th-level emperor, and given his influence on this territory, if the hero approaches him, he will only find his death. The guy already wanted to cry because with such poor ambitions he cannot look into the eyes of his beloved Dai. The teacher says that he has never seen such a stupid alchemist, because his teacher will have to guide Xiao Yan on the right path. The master shows his personal savings, and the hero can spend them on ingredients. The hero understands that with so much money he is unlikely to be able to buy good ingredients. The master says that then let the hero remember all the recipes he has learned and which of them requires few ingredients. The chance of success and cost must be high in order to earn your first money. The hero realizes that he can use one of his favorite recipes to earn as much money as possible. 2 days later, the alchemist was running all over the streets of the great city. Then the guy asked the teacher, why didn't he wake up Xiao Yan when he needed to? The master says that he was also asleep, but the auction house should still be open and perhaps the hero will be able to make it in time. The guy ran towards the auction house because he didn't want to sleep through his only chance to get the necessary money. Entering the square before the auction, they understand that this house is much better than the houses of the Midder's auction, and here the hero will definitely be able to get the highest price for his pills. The guard at the entrance told Xiao Yan that he was homeless, and if he didn't have good goods, then let him go. The guy said that he has very expensive pills. Then the guard threw the pills aside and said that they already know homeless people like them who bring their trash. The hero was very serious, and the master said that all these guards are great masters of the 4th level, and will Xiao Yan be able to cope with all of them because there are many of them. Suddenly, a beautiful lady appears nearby and demands that the guards calm down because she can punish them. The girl says that if she had not come, this important guest would not have been able to get through and he was offered tablets. This is the famous triple seal of the spirit tablet. The guards could not believe that this master had such expensive pills. Xiao Yan thought that perhaps he had met his girlfriend Yaya Fairy. The girl turns towards the guy and says that her name is not Yaya Fairy. After all, they are meeting for the first time and the hero is already showing friendly relations towards her. The girl immediately began to play along with Xiao Yan, but she was very ugly and the hero was scared when he saw her scary face. The girl says that this alchemist's tablets are simply wonderful, and she asks the guy to wait because she can provide a good price for Xiao Yan pills. The hero was surprised. Is this really the manager of this establishment? The master says that one should not underestimate this woman, because whoever was able to achieve such success in this place is clearly an extraordinary person. The alchemist decides, after communicating with the head of the auction, to go into the house and see what is happening there. It turns out that the auction house was incredibly large, and there were such large amounts of purchases that it was impossible to imagine that anyone had such wealth. The hero cannot understand what kind of things they buy for so much money. At this time, 3 main factions competed at the auction. It was the representative of the Heavenly Snake Palace, Elder Quink, and the tomb of the Black Skull Protector Mo Han. Also at this auction was the heir of the Blood Clan, who says that in any case he could not miss the glowing vampire wings that were sold at this auction and therefore bought them. The master understands that the Blood Clan, as well as the Black Skull Tomb and the Heavenly Snake Palace, these clans have significant influence in this place, and it seems that the last lot will be the real treasures in this auction. The alchemist understands that here, the skill of flight costs 1,900,000 gold coins, and he was able to get such a rare skill for free, which amazes him. The next lot was the pills that Xiao Yan offered. These were triple spirit seal pills. People were amazed at the rarity of these tablets. The person who sold these tablets says that they are incredibly difficult to make and the effect is simply amazing. So he offers to buy these tablets. Only an alchemist with 2 types of flame can produce such high-ranking tablets, and the starting price is 500,000 per pair. People immediately begin to bargain, and the amount suddenly reaches 900,000 gold. The representative of the bloody clan offers 1.5 million gold. The master understands that these people from the Jade Snake Palace and the Black Skull Tomb are simply destroying the Blood Clan guy's stock of money because he doesn't know how to bargain at all. The price continues to rise and the snakes, together from the skulls, continue to mock the Blood Clan. In the end, the gentleman from the Blood Clan offered 2.5 million, and the auctioneer asks who will place the highest bid. The snake said that of course he wants to get these triple seal pills, but she doesn't have that much money, while the skull also says that he's giving up. The auctioneer says that the tablets will be sold to a gentleman from the Blood Clan for 2.5 million gold. The master's servant says that they were robbed because almost all the money was lost. Father also said that the gentleman must get that secret lot for any money, but they will soon not have enough funds. It turns out that the gentleman knew that the snakes and the Black Skull were playing with him by inflating prices, and he would later give them a real show. At this time, Xiao Yan realized that they were rich because they received a huge amount of money. The master says that this price is quite high, and the heir to the Blood Clan is quite young. It's good that they have nothing else to do at this auction, and the master offers to take the money and leave. It turns out that the next lot was magic rings that were given by Xiao Yan's friends, but they were stolen from him. This is a whole set of things for someone who decided to leave his family and go on a trip. After 15 minutes, Xiao Yan had to pay 300,000 gold to buy back his own rings. The next moment, the auctioneer says that he wants to present the most expensive thing they have today. It turns out that they are auctioning a low-level DI class skill, the Path of 3000 Lightning. Xiao Yan has never seen such strong pressure from a skill. People understand that if they learn this skill, they will be able to move at lightning speed. This is an excellent choice for those who like to travel or quickly kill someone and hide from their pursuers. The shareholder doesn't even have time to say the starting price when all the heads of the great clans immediately began to raise the price and ended up at 9.5 million. Xiao Yan would like to see who put this skill up for auction, but the master replies that if the Storm Hall found out about this, they would be very surprised. There is a black seal on the scroll. It was some thief who stole this artifact from the Tempest Hall. Xiao Yan says that it's a pity they can't buy this skill and will just watch the auction. The shareholder says that he asks for silence, and he asks everyone to remain silent. In addition to this scroll, something else will be sold along with it. According to their experts, this is part of some kind of treasure map. Xiao Yan guesses what kind of card it is, but the auctioneer says that unfortunately there is not enough information in this card, so it goes as a gift when purchasing this scroll. The main character knows that this is part of the demonic fire-purifying flame map. After all, he had already seen a similar map, Purifying Flame of the Demonic Lotus. This is truly a terrifying flame. They already have 2 parts of the map, and they must get this part in order to find the great treasure. Fortunately, no one knows which card this part is from, so it is given as a gift, and you can try to exchange it with the winner. Xiao Yan definitely doesn't have enough money to buy the scroll. At this time, the great clans were at odds with each other in an attempt to determine who would be able to get this scroll. At this moment, the young master's assistant said that he could not place any more bets. The scroll turned out to be sold by a representative of a celestial snake who received it for 11,200,000. The bloody head asked his servant to step aside and hit him. The master says that it's good that this particular snake won. After all, Xiao Yan has something in the Heavenly Snake Palace, and it's easier to negotiate there. The hero is asked, "Is this really the same little Qing Lin the teacher is talking about?" Suddenly a huge cage appears above the arena, which scares all the traders who came here. The guys activate their fighting skills and cannot understand what is happening. The next moment, terrifying guards appear and scare everyone with their terrible blades. The auctioneer laughs and asks everyone not to worry. After all these measures are only supposed to secure the last special valuable lot. Such a valuable item appears at their auction only once every 100 years because it is a very rare item. The main character is interested. What kind of item is this? And the master says that he doesn't care. After all, his friend doesn't have that kind of money anyway. It turns out that they are selling a rank 7 pill called Mysterious Yin-Yang Dragon Pill. Suddenly the most terrible sound comes out of the tablet, and it's a dragon's roar. The hero asks the teacher to look at this alchemical artifact, while the teacher shakes and says that he definitely did not expect this. The auctioneer says that only 2 people managed to create the mysterious dragon pill, and on their continent, only a few alchemists can create a 7th rank pill. The materials for this tablet are incredibly difficult to find and also require a rank 6 magical beast magic core of a dragon class. The auctioneer says that the only person who took such a pill was Gu Ling, who rose above the entire continent. People were horrified because it was Gu Ling who held the title of a venerable level 9 warrior. One day, when Mr. Gu Ling was a level 8 ancestor with 5 stars, he had a fateful battle and ended up being able to kill his enemy. He was very badly wounded, and his strength disappeared and no one knew where he disappeared. When everyone was already convinced that Mr. Gu Ling was dead, he returned and there was no trace left of his old wounds, and moreover, he became a venerable level 9 warrior. All this happened thanks to the mysterious yin-yang dragon pill, and this pill can help a person close to death to literally be born again. After taking this pill, if a person is mortally wounded, he will be able to be reborn and have a chance to become stronger. The master said that this is an ignorant crowd and invites the student to leave this place. At a time when all the clan heads were selling this pill at incredible prices, the master said that this did not concern them and they needed to leave. Yao Lao says that the hero will not be able to buy this pill, and he won't want to use it. They didn't lie about the effects of this pill. However, rebirth is accompanied by hellish agony, and even Gu Ling could barely cope with it. The hero suspects that the great master and teacher was familiar with Gu Ling because he knows a lot about his life, but he is responsible. That you shouldn't ask about something you shouldn't know about. This place is just huge, and now they need to find where to get the money. The head of the auction immediately appears and says that Xiao Yan has come first so far. The girl answers the master that of course she can help him take the money he deserves for his work. She also wants to show him something interesting, so she takes the guy with her. The guys find themselves in a storage facility for medical ingredients at a closed auction. A guy can get a 20% discount if he wants to create a good medicine for the future. Then he will need to deal with this girl, so let him come in and be happy. The master in this place was able to find many useful ingredients, and there are even 7th rank ingredients here. The master tells the hero to quickly buy all these ingredients. After all, they are necessary for the teacher. A little later, the hero got out of the auction house. But unfortunately, he had almost no money because he bought rare ingredients for his teacher. The guy says that they bought a lot of materials for the purple spirit pill and for the flame essence pills. But he doesn't understand why they bought natural shampoo along with all these ingredients. The master says that his hair has begun to bother him and he needs to take better care of it. They must also find the auction winner who bought the legendary Thunder Scroll in order to get the card. Xiao Yan understands that from above. Perhaps they would have seen the necessary person. But unfortunately, they were not able to consider him from the very beginning. The master says that you can use spiritual energy to see that same winner. The hero remembers the aura of the Quinque elder who bought the scroll and received a card as a gift. The hero, using spiritual energy, flies around the city and tries to find that same queen. Outside the city, the guy felt that the girl was now losing a lot of blood, and it was strange why this was happening to her now. It turns out that Queen received a severe blow from which she could not easily recover. It turns out that a follower of the Blood Clan, a second-level student with the help of blood poison, was able to weaken the Queen of the 6th level and can now kill her with the help of his knife. The main character appears nearby and saves the Queen from a worthless second-level killer. The girl immediately realized that this was Xiao Yan, whom she already knew about. The guy asks, "Did she really recognize him?" The girl says that these purple wings are their holy quinque often talked about the guy. Xiao Yan is surprised. Is the girl really talking about Qinglin, and is she being treated well? The woman says that she promised them to the saint. If she meets Xiao Yan, she will convey the news to him, but her time is already running out. Looks like I'll have to take my word back. The guy wants to somehow rid her of the poison, but the master says that everything is useless because part of the map was also stolen, like the life of the snake. The snake says that Xiao Yan must be careful because the heirs of blood used a terrible poison. The blood heir also stole the scroll of 3,000 lightning bolts, and also the mysterious yin-yang dragon pill, which was bought by the Black Skull Graves. It turns out that the heir's name was Fang Ling, and he was even more of a scoundrel. The main characters believe that the queen died from poison and says that they will have to personally meet Fang Ling because he plays these games dishonestly. At this time, Fang Ling rejoices and asks the skull, "Where is his smile?" because he was very cheerful at the auction. It turns out that the skull warriors with the king are level 6. But he couldn't even think that he would die from Fang Ling, who has the power of the spirit of the 5th level. The skull calls his opponent vile because he poisoned them, but the vampire says that they live in a world where the strong devour the weak and the fittest survive. Isn't that what the law of the Black Horn territory says? The skull says that this also applies to the vampire, or he thinks that no one will try to rob him too. Fang Ling says that after being infected with blood poison, the body literally turns into a pool of blood, and as a result, the person simply disappears from this world. The vampire's foot hits the skull's chest and a pool of blood spills from his mouth. The vampire says that he already warned the skulls to keep his hands away from the yin-yang dragon pill, or he will be a corpse, and gave it a chance, but he didn't want to take it and bought it anyway. The skull says that since he will die anyway, the vampire will leave with him, so he uses his most powerful technique. Dead hands appear from the ground. The skull warriors decide to give all their spiritual strength to use their joint technique and take the vampires with them. The air became cold and the vampires became afraid. Are they really going to die now? Suddenly, a huge number of terrible spiritual skeletons appear, and the head of the skulls says that his grave will absorb all the killers who decided to poison them. After the battle, the only survivor turns out to be Fang Ling. He was lucky that he had a protective stone. Otherwise, he would have definitely died. The Blood Brothers all died, and the vampire says that they should be proud that they gave their lives for their heir. Fang Ling also takes away the preservation ring of the skull, and now neighboring clans can forget about the path of 3,000 lightning and the yin-yang dragon pill, because all this now belongs to the vampire and the heir of the clan. With the help of this pill, he will be able to go beyond the 5th spirit level, and this will help him. The vampire understands that he will even become the emperor of the 7th, or even the ancestor of the 8th. Because this is no longer a stupid dream. When this happens, he will personally kill his old father and become the rightful head of the Blood Clan. Suddenly appears and says that this Fang Ling is the worst of all the scum he has ever seen. He dared to poison all the neighbors and steal their purchased things. Fang Ling asked, "Is this guy really crazy? After all, he is a 4th-level master and will not be able to harm the heir to the 5th-level Blood Clan." Xiao Yan laughs and says that he does not doubt his abilities, because he came here to take all these things that he stole from the guys and also his miserable life. The heir of blood decides to poison Xiao Yan with a deadly poison so that he will die forever. The main character tries to escape from the poison, but he is pursuing him, and one could expect a similar attack from an enemy of the 5th level. The heir of blood laughs, but the hero uses his speed and fiery aura to get closer to the enemy, and also the poison from the blood did not affect Xiao Yan, because the more serious poison of shame was able to create immunity for him from other similar poisons. The hero took poison pills and felt no effect. He attacks his opponent with fire. Having attacked the heir, the alchemist discovers that he remained unharmed, and the man says that now the hero will understand the gap between the spirit of the 5th level and the master of the 4th, because he will swat the guy like a mosquito. The hero says that he has a trump and uses 3 mysterious manifestations of divine flame. His first skill is the manifestation of Blue Lotosan. The hero recently, with the help of the obelisk, was able to obtain a magnificent skill that allows him to enhance attacks using his flame essence, and he decides to destroy the vampire. After the vampire was completely destroyed, the hero discovers the artifacts that remain. After him, the guy says that he avenged Elder Qing and hopes that their soul will protect Qing Lin, whom he loved so much and takes as his little sister. The master appears nearby and says that the master of the 4th level was able to kill the spirit of the 5th in a couple of seconds, and this amazes the alchemist. The hero thanks the teacher for the information because the Blood Clan specializes in cold techniques, and he has the essence of flame, and it helped destroy the heir of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, it would not be easy to fight with this guy. The teacher says that they finally got another piece of the map, and they are also wondering what they will do with the rest of the things. It turns out that the main character has already begun to absorb the mysterious yin-yang dragon pill and says that he doesn't feel anything, but suddenly he has a feeling inside his stomach. Spiritual lights appear from the hero and turn into large snakes. The teacher shouts that the guy is stupid. After all, if he ate a tablet of yin-yang spiritual energy, then an incredible transformation awaits him. The main character feels a terrible lump of fire approaching his mouth. He can no longer contain it. Real huge dragons emerge from the guy and scream throughout the area. The alchemist cannot believe that he even survived this appearance, and he feels as if there was a real fire inside his body. The hero says after everything that happened, it seems to him that this is some kind of Chinese fake, because he could only scream loudly, but he does not feel that his body has changed in any way. The teacher says that you should not take body pumping for granted. After all, this tablet contained the aura of a dragon. Those who took it have a tiny chance to accept the aura of a dragon and study the roar of a dragon. Now the guys can see how many flying animals the guy was able to kill with his roar. In any case, few are able to learn the roar, and even Gu Ling was not as lucky as Xiao Yan, who was still able to learn this secret skill. The alchemist says that isn't it just enhancing the voice skill? After all, this pill is not worthy of being at the highest rank. The teacher says that the student is stupid, because he has already been told that the effect of the pill will appear if he is on the verge of death. But he ate it just like that. Xiao Yan understands that he just wanted to test the skills of his predecessor, and this tablet was created by the one who killed the master, and he ate it so that it would not injure the master with its appearance. The teacher doesn't understand. Did the hero really guess that this tablet was created by Han Feng? He also ate it without thinking how much such an artifact could cost, because this 7th-ranked tablet costs millions of gold. The hero tells the teacher that now we need to decide what to do with the path of 3,000 lightning bolts and the glowing wings of a vampire, because it's probably worth returning them to their rightful owners. The master says that these things are stolen, and Xiao Yan will be mistaken for a thief if he tries to return them. Therefore, it is better to keep them and study them. Now they need to hurry in order to get everything done on time, and Xiao Yan agrees with his master. At this time, Han Feng receives a package from Crow and understands that the triple spirit seal tablet was put up for auction. Also, the flame essence aura appeared in the city, and after so many years, Yao Lao finally returned to this world. At this time, the main character was shocked by an incredible large green tree in the middle of a deserted area because he gave shade to travelers. Suddenly, the tree turned into a terrible monster and looked at the hero with its terrifying eyes. It turns out that this tree is the spirit guardian of the city that protects it. This tree is called the Tree of the Dead Spirit, which can kill even a 7th-level emperor. A master appears behind the hero who says that he will die here and scares him with blood. Xiao Yan screams and asks the master to stop pretending to be a ghost and scaring him in the middle of the day, because this tree is the most ordinary and the master just scared his student. After what happened, the hero asks the master if he is sure that these guys will be able to cope with the emperor of the 7th level, and he says that of course, they are great specialists. At this time, the huge giant said that the guys who stood in his way needed to leave. But the guys who stood in front of the city said that if a person wants to enter the city, he must register. Then you need to swallow this pill to check their intentions to kill, and there can be no exception to this rule. The sword master raised his hand to the city guards and said that he would not swallow the strange pills. The main characters were able to knock the swordsman to the floor, thereby preventing the guards from attacking him. He notices the shape of the people and thinks that they might be students from Jinan Academy. The guys say that everything is correct because this is the closest city to the Jinan Academy, and they were sent to this place by the academy to maintain order and follow the rules. Xiao Yan was glad that he was finally able to find the guys from the academy. The guy says that he is a student who took an academic leave 2 years ago. His name is Xiao Yan, and he arrived to study. The guys from the academy were surprised. Is this really the same Xiao Yan that Princess Dai talks about every day, because they can't believe that such a girl fell in love with such an ill-mannered guy? The hero also said that they may not believe it, but there is definitely information about him at the academy. Jinan students say that the teacher was thinking about the guy, and during all this time, she cried on the sheet with his information or spilled cups. The student sends a signal beam into the air and says that let the teacher come here herself to talk with Xiao Yan. Teacher Ruo Lin immediately arrives and asks, did they really find Xiao Yan's corpse? The students were surprised. Did the teacher really think that they called her because of the corpse? But Ruo Lin says that a yellow signal should be sent if they find traces of Xiao Yan, and a green signal if they found him. And a red signal means that they found a corpse. The guys say that they were only given red flyers. It turns out that the instructor landed straight on Xiao Yan, who gave up under her animal. The teacher says that the hero returned just in time and takes him with her to return to the academy where everyone has already been waiting for him. The teacher says that today the registration for the internal competition is coming, and it was the girl Dai who said that Xiao Yan would definitely come, so she registered him. The hero understands that apparently Dai felt in her heart when he would come. The teacher says that the hero is in vain rejoicing because he needs to show up before the time for registration is over. And for his sake, Dai promised to fight anyone who tries to get through before Xiao Yan. Therefore, the entire academy is waiting only for the main character. The guy couldn't believe that his beloved. Now, for his sake, he is fighting against the entire academy, so as not to let anyone in. People from all over the academy tried to get to the registration, but the stubborn girl explained that her brother Xiao Yan had to register first, so she would not let anyone in. Earlier, Level 7 Ling Ying came to Dai and said that young Master Xiao Yan would reach Jinan Academy by the evening if nothing happened on the way. The heroine said that this was good news, and she had been waiting for this day for a very long time when she could see her lover. The gentleman says that, be that as it may, tomorrow is the day of registration for the internal competition, and Xiao Yan may not make it in time. Because of this little guy, Dai has already delayed the domestic branch for a year. And will she really miss this year too? The girl replies that this is only a matter of a couple of hours, and she must enter this place with Xiao Yan. Until the alchemist shows up for the competition in the internal branch, it will not end, and the girl will keep people. One of the teachers says that Dai is talking nonsense because she is a very talented student, but her actions go against the rules of the school, and no one is going to put up with these. The girl apologizes to the great elder because she realizes that she is behaving impudently and agrees to accept any punishment later. If anyone is unhappy with what is happening, they can fight with Dai, but she still asks to wait for Xiao Yan until he arrives. The teacher says that he admires the student's courage, but he cannot allow her to ignore the rules, so he enters into battle. All the people nearby felt the power of the great teacher, who surprised even Dai with his strength. The man says that if her intention is strong, then she can also withstand his attacks. People were surprised. Is it possible that a great elder who has an ancestor level of 8 will challenge a grand master of the 4th level to a duel? The man says that if the girl can block 3 of his attacks, then he will let the girl do whatever she wants. But if she can't, then no matter how talented she is, she will be expelled along with that strange Xiao Yan. One of the girls was very unhappy that the teacher and great master was really going to kick Dai out of this place. The girl asked her grandfather because he, the rector, would allow the teacher to kick out Dai. The vice-rector says that they will see. How will events develop? After all, every year at this academy, everything repeats itself. But now, something new is happening. Dai agreed with the great elder because he always keeps his word. The girl who watched Dai understands that for the sake of Xiao Yan, she is ready to further lose her education at the academy. The girl looks at the Grand Master of the 8th level and says that she is waiting for his attack. The master decides to attack the student and shows his first attack, saying that she is brave. The girl uses her defense to fend off the teacher's attack. Dai's defense cracks apart after the teacher's attack. The girl still holds on, even though she was a little wounded, and asks the teacher to continue. The men who were in love with the beauty of Dai could not believe that their idol would now suffer from the greatest attack of an 8th level master. The teacher decides to use his strongest attack because no one has yet been able to withstand his ability. Dai got first blood and the girl was thrown back by the master's attack. Suddenly, red fire armor appears and hides the girl inside its insides, not letting her get hurt. Xiao Yan appears nearby, who takes the girl by the waist and moves her towards him, saying that they have finally met. The alchemist apologizes for making her suffer, and he wonders whether the girl is angry with him or not. The guy wipes Dai's tears, and she says that she will never be angry with Xiao Yan because he never disappointed her, and she is grateful that he helped her. Xiao Yan also cried and hugged Dai. After all, they were finally reunited. An 8th level teacher appears nearby and tells Xiao Yan that he is a 4th level, but was able to block his greatest attack, which was expected from the person for whom Dai risked so much. The men from the academy were surprised. Was all the suffering of their pet really for the sake of this gray homeless man who is not at all handsome? The teacher asked for silence at the academy. He says that Xiao Yan is very talented, but the school rules were invented for a reason, and based on them, Dai and Xiao Yan violated the rules and should be expelled from the academy. The main characters were waiting for a continuation from the Great Elder. While teacher Ruo Lin tried to protect these talented children of geniuses who were able to show their incredible strength. The elder says that given the students' talent and feeling for each other, he will give them a chance to pass one test. In addition to these people, there are 49 students studying here who wanted to enter the internal branch. Tomorrow at noon, they will fight against these 49 disciples, and if they win, then the chief elder will recognize the strength of these two and allow them to enter the branch first. But if one of them loses, they will both be expelled. So he asks if the guys agree to such a deal. Dai and Xiao Yan did not think for a long time, and immediately agreed. After all, they could only dream of such an opportunity to show their strength. After some time, the master realizes that so many years have passed since his last visit to the Jinan Academy, and like before, he feels that the essence of the flame is somewhere within its walls. Although earlier it was not felt so strongly, but now he is 100% sure that the essence is in the academy, and therefore Xiao Yan has no right to defeat. The main character was relaxing in the bathhouse at that time and said that he didn't care much about it now because he wanted to rest a little. The guy was also very glad that he was able to meet Dai because he always dreamed of spending a little time with her. She wasn't dating anyone to wait for such a handsome Xiao Yan. The master tries to return the hero to reality and says that the internal branch is the center of the academy. Everyone who is allowed there by the elite and his future rivals are not treated as weak. The alchemist says that the master must believe in his student because for the sake of Dai he will never lose. The master smiles and says that now he is calm because for the sake of Dai this guy is ready to do anything. The man now shows off in front of the mirror and says that he has great muscles and all the girls will definitely look at him. Teacher Ruo Lin comes to the door of the room and says that she has come to give Xiao Yan something. The guy doesn't even listen to who is standing next to him and tells Dai that he is already on his way to her. The girl wanted to give Xiao Yan the academy card, but he immediately ran headlong to Dai. After 15 minutes, the alchemist became lost without a map of the academy. Behind us is a strange guy who says that the new guy turned out to be a real idiot. The guy smells the white flower and says that a guy like Xiao Yan is not worthy of the goddess Dai. The main character says that it doesn't matter whether he is worthy or not because this should be decided by Dai. Apparently this guy is her classmate since she allows him to call her by name. It turns out that this guy is the captain of the cover squad of the goddess Dai. His name is Bai Shan. The goddess Dai belongs to all these guys who appear from everywhere and will not allow her to be assigned to any one person. Bai Shan attacks the main character and says that he is not even worthy to stand next to her. The alchemist easily resists the pressure of the academy students, who did not expect that one person could defend himself so strongly. The hero used a hidden red mist to hit the guys and make them lose their vision and orientation in space. The hero flies away from his rivals who tried to detain him. Dai was already waiting for Xiao Yan. The hero understands that with the help of flight he was able to find the place and was not even late. The hero asks how long his friend has been waiting for him, and Dai says that time flies very quickly when she thinks about Xiao Yan, and today he is very handsome. Xiao Yan says that he is not always so handsome. He also wanted to give something to Dai. He shows smoke bombs against perverts, after all. They are made with a dash of chili pepper. If some strange person in a white uniform starts pestering her, then she can just throw these bombs and get rid of the pestering people. And the guy also shows a medical plaster because it can help with a cut. The hero doesn't want Dai to get hurt because of him, otherwise he will be upset. After all, Dai has the most tender and best face in the world. The heroine was incredibly pleased with the attention of her lover and could not restrain herself, so she smiled at him sincerely. The girl extends her hand to her friend and asks if he can accompany her. The guy would consider it an honor to accompany his princess. They go to the mountain together, and Dai will tell you that they have arrived at their place. The hero says that from this place you can see not only the entire academy, but also part of the peaceful city. This is the secret place of Dai, and all these 2 years she looked towards the empire from here every day and thought what Xiao Yan was doing now. Sometimes she thought that the hero would forget about her. Xiao Yan says that she is stupid because all this time he did not forget her and kept the same precious bracelet that she gave on the day they said goodbye. Dai left. This bracelet and the hero kept it close all these years. This is the purple crystal that Xiao Yan obtained from the royal lion cave. The fiery seed born in the geocentric flame of the blue lotus is also now inside the bracelet. These 2 years the hero went through many dangerous trials, and when it became unbearable, he thought about Dai. He thought that she was waiting for him, so only with the help of these thoughts he was able to overcome all the troubles. The guys burst into tears and hugged each other. The morning has come, and the guys finally go out onto the battlefield where they will fight against 49 participants. The heroes joined hands, and the entire university crowd greeted their goddess Dai and wished her good luck. The girls said that they are supported, but Xiao Yan says that it seems that only Dai is supported because no one really loves him. It turns out that from the Xiao Yan family, there were 3 disciples here who were the children of the elders whom Xiao Yan had recently saved, and they supported their young heir because their heir is the best. The hero understands that despite the fact that no one supports him, these Troys will always take care of him, because now he is a real hero for them. An elder of the 8th level appears in sight and says that the great duel will begin today. Truly, the talent of Dai and Xiao Yan is enormous. It will be a pity to lose such students. However, if they give up now, they will be suspended for a year, and they will be able to recover and continue their studies next year. The guys thanked the elder for the opportunity, but they had already lost too much time, so they were not going to waste any more of it, and wanted to start learning as quickly as possible. Ruo Lin asks the director, "Are these 2 really going to be able to resist 49 students?" But the director says that everything will be fine, and he is sure that these 2 will cope. The Red Warrior appears in the arena with a large sword, and the hero realizes that this bloodthirsty aura belongs to one of their strongest opponents. Dai says that this is the captain of the Academy security squad, and he has already killed many villains in the territory of the Black Horn, and he is known as Bloody Asura. Bloody Guy asks, "Is this brat really going to be able to resist him? He even missed 2 years of training at the Academy." The same girl who is worried about Dai appears nearby. She is apparently in love with the heroine and is going to take revenge on Xiao Yan for taking her away. Dai says that this is the director's granddaughter and she is clearly delighted with her, but also does not want to let anyone near her. Tired guys from the squad of Dai fans appear nearby and are going to take revenge for their night loss. People in the arena understand that this is the captain's squad who apparently suffered at night because something terrible happened to their eyes. The hero says that apparently these perverts attacked him at night, and he had to use pepper gas. The squad of perverts says that Xiao Yan is to blame. After all, yesterday was just a warm-up, and today he will pay for all his actions. Ruo Lin with Dai and the director laughed at these perverts who are just right for losers. The hero says that his goal is to quickly destroy everyone and escort Dai to the inner branch, and he is in a hurry. So he asks the guys to start the battle as soon as possible. The guys surround Dai and Xiao Yan. A guy asks his girlfriend if she remembers what he told her at night. The hero winked at Dai, and his opponents told him not to do this because Dai belongs only to them. The hero counted to 3 and decided to use the learned skill of 3,000 thundersteps. By using your ability together with Dai's ability, they were able to create incredible hurricane forces. The director recognized in Xiao Yan's skill the path of 3,000 lightning bolts that were recently sold at auction. The hero understands that he and Dai were able to destroy most of the enemies. The alchemist was able to deal with most opponents so easily that he managed to run for an umbrella and a throne for his mistress, and people throughout the academy could not watch how the guy was caring for their adored goddess. The hero says that there are only 3 students left, and Dai shouldn't get involved in this because he can handle these himself. Let the girl enjoy the spectacle. The hero says that let her just stay in this place, and he will be inspired by her support and her beauty. Dai remembers the period when Xiao Yan protected her in childhood from formidable predators. when they themselves found themselves in the forest. The girl understands that even now the grown Xiao Yan protects her no matter what. The girl shed tears and said that she would await the victory of her hero. The alchemist looks at the standing survivors of his attack and plans to deal with them alone. The guys realize that they now have much less support because the girls of their academy were shocked by the elegance of Xiao Yan and fell in love with him at first sight. In addition to the girls, Xiao Yan even fell in love with one of the guys who looked 30 years old. But this no longer surprised anyone. Many of Xiao Yan's opponents decided to deal with him because he was very arrogant. The hero saw that 2 opponents opposed him, but he forgot and lost sight of the third. It turns out that all this time behind, the bloody Asura was preparing his hidden attack in order to hit the hero. The alchemist was able to deflect Asura's blow. Blood Air Asura asks, "Does Xiao Yan really have such a good reaction?" And he says that this was expected from the captain of the Academy security squad. His strength and speed are truly outstanding. Unfortunately, the attacks are too bad and the hero can easily deal with Asura if he were to fight him one-on-one. All 3 of the guys attack the alchemist, but the hero is not going to fight with an ordinary sword using his skills. Using the flame-dividing wave skill, the hero attacks all his opponents. The guys did not expect such a serious blow. Therefore, they could not escape in time. Asura was too close to speak. Does Xiao Yan really have no more trump cards? The main character's opponent takes the sword away from him, and the guy remains. No weapons. The guys surround the hero and say that now he is 1 against 3, and even without weapons. Ruolin asks the director if this guy can withstand these guys are using local attacks. The director says that this guy must show his true strength in order to survive. The hero understands that he is not in the best situation, because the attacks of the joint 3 opponents cause him a lot of damage. Apparently, the head of the level 8 school, the elder, wanted the hero to understand something from his beating, but he is not going to just endure it and decides to use his powers. The main character reveals his flame essence and decides not to use childish techniques anymore. He didn't want to use flame essence, but his opponents didn't give him a choice. After all, when he released the essence of flame, the battle would end very quickly. The director's granddaughter says that there is no word surrender in her dictionary, and she swings her weapon to hit the hero. Suddenly, the guy felt some strange feeling, and at that moment he was just hit by the whip of the director's granddaughter. The crowd couldn't believe how it happened, and even Dai was surprised. Why didn't her lovers shy away? The 3 attackers could not understand how such a simple attack went through, while the hero felt that a change was taking place in his heart. Ruolin cannot understand what happened to Xiao Yan, and at that moment the hero realized that he felt a breakthrough. At this time, the guys from the Xiao Yan clan understand that he is going to break through to the next level during the battle, but this can be dangerous. The hero understands that his previous battles spurred the circulation of energy in the body and brought the time of breakthrough closer. But at this point, it might be hurting his battle too much. The alchemist's 3 opponents understand that the hero has no control over the time of the breakthrough. If he is interfered with now, his tendons will not be able to withstand it, and his body will rupture, and this will be a terrible death for the upstart. The guys attack Xiao Yan because they understand that by killing him, they will definitely protect their beloved Dai. The chair on which Dai was sitting crashes into one of the perverts, and she asks how they dared to act so low. The girl stands in defense of her lover and says that these stupid people want to attack the alchemist during the breakthrough. After all, they must show at least a little of their mercy in front of such a glorious warrior. At this time, the hero mentally tells his beloved that he is now having a breakthrough and asks for a little time. The director's granddaughter asks Dai why she fell in love with this guy because she wanted to be with her. The director could not understand why his granddaughter turned out to be a lesbian because he did not expect this at all. Suddenly, the director's granddaughter quarreled with Bai Shan, who also loved Dai. The captain of the city guards asked the 2 perverts to shut up. After all, if Xiao Yan can break through, they definitely won't have a chance. First, they must somehow defeat this alchemist, and only then will they have a way to still gain Dai-Er's favor. An alliance appears between the enemies, and together they must delay Dai-Er and destroy the alchemist. The main character is not going to allow this scoundrel to approach her Xiao Yan. She uses 3 grams of palm, and this ability will hit all opponents combined. Fiery palms appear from the sky and strike the girl's opponents. The guys can't believe that Dai-Er has such a strong ability. What can be an area? At this time, the captain of the city guard approaches the girl and was easily able to dodge the girl's attack. Dai-Er uses defense against the captain and a serious duel ensues between them. The girl is not going to stop and uses her next ability. A huge hand with all its might falls on the captain and tries to strangle the strength in him. The man cannot understand how she dares to be distracted in the battle with him, because he noticed that the girl was protecting Xiao Yan from the attack of 2 perverts. The heroine has to fight with the captain for a long time and does not have time to protect the hero from the next attack. As the pressure eased, Baishan felt that he had a chance to attack the alchemist. The man was able to reach the main character and points a spear towards him to pay for his love. Dai-Er doesn't have time to do anything. In addition, how to protect the hero with your body and drops of the girl's blood fall on the main character's face. Everyone in the room is surprised. Did the pervert who loved Dai-Er hurt her? After all, they didn't expect this. The pervert tries to apologize and is shaking all over with fear because he didn't want to hurt the girl until she bleeds. Dai-Er says that when she was little, Xiao Yan always took care of her. And one day he almost fails to protect her, so she owes her life to this man and will protect him to the end. Now she will stand to the end protecting the guy no matter what, and she will give her life to save him from the attacks of these people. The captain understands that in this battle he will be stronger than Dai-Er. If she surrenders, he promises that he will not touch Xiao Yan. The heroine says that unfortunately for the guard, she has greater strength and her eyes light up orange. People in the stands are surprised where this terrifying force comes from, and the girl says that she will definitely win this battle. Xiao Yan appears nearby, who is still able to break through to the next level and stops the girl, saying that she can calm down. The guys understand that now they have lost, because they definitely won't be able to cope against the evolved Xiao Yan. The girl was surprised whether the alchemist could already cope. The guy sees that there is blood on her shoulder, and apparently the girl had a hard time, so he asks to leave these scoundrels to him. The Dai-Er fans shouted for Xiao Yan, who had completed the breakthrough, to punish the scoundrel who had injured their goddess. After all, they simply adore her. The city guard says that he's had enough, and why all these explanations, because he needs to focus on the battle. The director's granddaughter says that Xiao Yan is a wimp and stop hiding behind Dai-Er's back and let him come here to die. The hero understands that he once promised himself that he would protect his beloved and her every day would be filled with happiness. But if someone hurts her, the hero will punish this scoundrel. The hero promises that he will put an end to these scum and make them pay for Dai-Er's injury 1,000-fold. The pervert says that Xiao Yan talks too much and they will see how the Grand Master of the 4th level with 6 stars can defeat them. The hero says that the 3 mysterious manifestations of the divine flame are his best ability, and he will now show his enhancement. People in the stands understand that this boy's aura definitely cannot belong to the 4th level, and he was clearly able to reach the 5th level because his strength is simply incredible. Ruo Lin tells the director that he is not doing this to win. The elder says that this is incredible, because the return from such a technique will also be huge, because this is no longer like a school competition. The hero says that all this is to protect Dai-Er, and he will show that she cannot be hurt. The pervert shouts that the secret technique that increases Xiao Yan's strength was clearly from the Fire Tribe, but still he is sure that the hero will not be able to withstand the 3 strongest warriors of the academy. The alchemist attacks his opponent, but he dodged, and he understands that next time he will definitely not miss. The girls in the arena supported their new favorite, while the director's granddaughter understood that now the strength of this opponent was equal to level 5 with 2 stars. The city guard laughs at Xiao Yan and says that his interest in this battle has increased. After all, they can no longer retreat, and if the guys don't want to embarrass themselves, then let them use their strongest techniques. The guys decide to show everything they are capable of, and activate their most mysterious and best abilities that they might not have shown before. The alchemist says that it will be useless because he will now show his second flame. The guy attacks the guys with his 2 lights and shows his true strength. The fierce flame of the awakened lotus has incredible power. The people in the stands were shocked by the energy that came out of this guy. A scorched field appeared around Xiao Yan and Dai where the earth was not even preserved. The alchemist's opponents were buried in the ground and lay unconscious, unable to rise. The pervert was the first to wake up and asks what this guy wants to do with him. After all, he has already lost. The hero rubs his fists and says that he wants to take revenge for Dai because he injured her shoulder. The director's granddaughter can barely stand on her feet and says that she cannot accept defeat. She says that Xiao Yan can hit her, but she only asks her not to hit her in the face. The girl shouts that she really likes Dai and she cannot give this beautiful girl to such a homeless person as Xiao Yan. But the alchemist is not going to just leave it like that and slaps the director's granddaughter. The hero says that this girl is stubborn as a sheep, and it was time for her to wake up long ago because making a loved one suffer is not what is called an expression of love. The director's granddaughter looks at the bloody wound of her Dai, whom she loved so much, and realizes that she was with those people who hurt her. The girl falls and bursts into tears, saying that she didn't want this and asks for forgiveness. Dai appears nearby and says that she will not hate this girl because Rita, the director's granddaughter, will always be her best friend, and therefore she asks her to stop attacking Xiao Yan. The girl stopped crying and agreed, because she would only agree to forget Xiao Yan for the sake of Dai. The hero notices that the city's bloody guard was nearby, and whether he can accept Xiao Yan's superiority over him. Bloody Asura laughs and says that he Wu Hao never gives up so easily, and in any case he could not imagine that he would meet such a talented person as this young alchemist. It will be necessary to repeat the battle, but still he Wu Hao recognizes Xiao Yan as the strongest. The competition of 2 against 49 ended with the complete victory of Xiao Yan and Dai, and now the entire academy welcomed its best students. The elder of the academy announces the winners and congratulates them on being admitted to the internal branch. The hero suddenly felt that his strength had left him, and his beloved tried to hold on to her boyfriend while he fell to the ground. When the hero passed out, he dreamed of an episode with Dai, who was very grateful that he decided to save her. She asks, "Is it possible to reward Xiao Yan for the support he provided?" The guy was very happy and decided to kiss her. When Xiao Yan woke up, he saw the teacher in front of him and he was very surprised that he almost kissed him. The master says that after the battle the hero fainted and he slept for 1 day and 1 night. Also, the master does not understand. Why did the hero use 3 mysterious manifestations of divine flame immediately after the breakthrough? Because his body could not withstand such energy, so he passed out. A girl comes into the room and asks, "Has her friend really woke up?" And he shows that he is full of strength and says that he is now just stretching his muscles. The girl tells the alchemist that he looks very energetic, and now she will be calm about his health. The guy asks her to relax because next time he will be more careful. The girl takes the guy by the hand and explains that she understands everything, and he used his power for her sake. But she doesn't want Xiao Yan to expose himself to such danger and asks him to be careful. The guy's friends break into the room. They say that it's time for Xiao Yan to wake up because his new life at the academy is beginning. The heroine says that she just came to the guy and he recently woke up. Still, the party is starting soon, so they ask the alchemist to hurry up. It turns out that the party was held in honor of the transition to the internal branch. Xiao Yan was called by his friends to treat him with some goodies. The director danced karaoke and said that his academy is the best and he himself adores it. The alchemist does not understand what is happening here, and Dai says that every year. After moving to the internal branch, the academy throws such lavish parties. Suddenly a bloody blade moves up to the hero's face and Wu Hao is asked, "Has he really decided to show up here?" It turns out that Bloody Asura decided to share the apple that he peeled on his blade and shows the guy his subtle ability to control the sword. The hero understands that there are a lot of strange personalities in this place, but he is glad that he was recognized and now he has many interesting friends. After talking with the guys, the alchemist invites his friend to leave this place for a secluded place. While the guys were leaving, Xiao Yan heard the conversations of ordinary guys at the academy who said that a new interesting book about Xiao Yan had been published. The hero was surprised what kind of book it was and who wrote it. It turns out that the book was written about the secret of the birth of the main character, about his blood type and zodiac sign. The book was written about the secret of the hero's growth, and he understands that someone decides to simply make money from fictional stories. The guy shows where he bought the book, and the hero sees a bespectacled entrepreneur who makes money on the protagonist's personality. This businessman says that the price for the book is simply ridiculous, some 100 gold, and let the guys rush to buy it because it will cost much more later. Now you can find out the main secrets of Xiao Yan's development. The main character approaches this bespectacled guy and asks, why does he sell other people's records for his own profit? Using the violet flame, the hero attacks an enterprising guy who immediately escapes his lightning attack. The businessman says that he is surprised that Xiao Yan even decided to use fire against him, because now he will show what the fire tornado technique is. The hero says that this pitiful technique is not worthy of his gaze, and he will show the real power of fire. The hero creates an incredibly powerful explosion from which the enterprising guy steps aside. The businessman says that such an attack was expected from the person whom the elder invited to the alchemy faculty, because his flame control skills are simply amazing. The hero is surprised. Was this businessman checking him out? The man replies that this is not true because his name is Lu Mu of the alchemical faculty, and at the same time he is the head of the messenger of the alchemist. Lu Mu says that he is always ready to help his brother-in-law. It turns out that this guy is surprised that Xiao Yan's cousin Xiao Yu didn't tell about the identity of this bespectacled guy. Xiao Yu says that this guy should not tell any nonsense because her patience is already running out. Xiao Yan asks Xiao Yu why she reacts so strongly to this guy. Lu Mu says that he even has evidence of their love and shows a photograph in which his cousin's face was pasted onto the photograph. Ruo Lin calms the guys down and says that now there will be a speech from the director and they need to listen to him. All the students of the academy are peacefully awaiting the speech of their director, who begins to talk about moving to an internal branch where the guys will work and develop together. The director also says that they have the 5 best students and that's it. They receive a special reward, so Xiao Yandai, Bloody Asura, the director's granddaughter, and the pervert will be able to gain secret access to the library. The main character hopes that he will have a romantic scene in the secret library with Dai, but they will still see what happens there. Rita asks her grandfather, will he really take them to the secret library? But they came to the regular library of the academy, and why did he deceive them like that? The director says that Rita will not be able to count on the support of her grandfather in the internal branch because now she is considered a genius. But there she will have to work in a team. The hidden library is a place where the treasures of Jinan Academy are collected. And every year only the 5 best students based on the selection results can enter it. And in it they can find something important that will help in further development. The director opens the entrance to the hidden library. The guys were shocked that the entrance to the secret library looked very old and abandoned. Entering the portal, they found themselves in a completely different world, which was not similar to the place where they had been before, because in this world, there were flying islands. The hidden library really holds many secrets, and the guys were amazed by its greatness. The teacher says that he brought the 5 best students of this city from the external branch and asks the elder to open the gate. A voice inside the library says that this time they were late. Friends are surprised. Is there really anyone else in this place? In the world of the library, 2 elders appear who looked like yin and yang. The hero understands that he did not notice the appearance of these elders, and they also did not feel their aura at all. The elders say that this is the best 5 of their year. These students seem stronger than last year's, so they won't waste time. A spatial passage opens so that students can get into the storage facility, which looks like a mirror. When the spatial transition opens, the main character protects his beloved from a strong gust of wind. The guys understand that the spatial door itself is a powerful barrier left by their ancestor hundreds of years ago. And without the help of these 2 elders, even an 8th-level ancestor will not be able to enter the library. The dimensional door will determine the student's abilities and send him to the required section of the library. The granddaughter decides to try it out first and tries to go into the library. Having touched the window, Rita receives a description that says that she is a talented child and her specialty is speed, and only by becoming calm as a mountain will she become stronger, so the library sends her to Zone 5. Bloody Asura tries next, and the window says that this is a talented child. The killer instinct is too strong and he should tame his sword and he will definitely succeed, so he is sent to Zone 7. A pervert wants to get in next, and the mirror tells him that this talented child is too narrow-minded and has terrible manners. Therefore, he will be sent to Zone 12. Air touches next, and the mirror says that a wonderful future awaits her, and she will definitely rise to the top of the continent. So the mirror sends her to Zone 2. The main character understands that if a great future awaits her, then he can only be happy for his friend. The elders approach the remaining student and say that this boy has the essence of flame at such an early age, and the color of the flame is slightly stronger, and it resembles mountains. It appears to be the geocentric blue lotus flame. One of the elders says that we need to stop stalling and hurry up. The mirror says that people with such talent rarely appear in this world, and his future is limitless, and even the entire Jinan Academy will fall to this guy. The director heard what the mirror said and was surprised at the strength of this newcomer. The main character finds himself in Section 1 of the hidden library, and realizes that it is pitch dark and nothing can be seen. Tablets appear and voices are heard saying that students have only 1 hour, and this energy clock contains the entire collection of the library, and to open these balls, you need to use enough energy. The more valuable the value, the more difficult the discovery. The voice speaks that it doesn't matter what the guys get in the secret library, but they can only take 1 item with them, so the voice asks them to be careful. If you can take only 1 thing, then the guys understand that they need to choose the necessary artifacts well. The alchemist realizes that he doesn't particularly need medical ingredients, so he doesn't need anything in this place. Suddenly the guy saw the sound wave skill and said that this was a good skill. When the guy tried to get closer to the sound skill, it immediately disappeared from him. The hero understands that the situation becomes even more interesting because the skill is running away from him. But the guy definitely won't leave here empty-handed. A little later, the director's granddaughter is the first to leave the portal and says that she is tired, and although 1 hour flew by quickly, she had to run. Next up is Bloody Asura, who looked much better and was warming up after a serious hunt. The guy says that he is happy with the choice because he got a core that will improve his weapon. The girl said that she couldn't decide what to choose, and in the end, decided to take 3 magical thorny seeds. Next up is Air and Baishan cover captain. It turns out that the heroine received a low-level DI rank skill, 9-layer Phoenix Flame. When the guys asked the pervert what he got, he said that it was his personal secret. The main character thinks what Xiao Yan got, and he hasn't come out yet. At this time, the strongest of the strongest in the academy could not reveal the skill that he wanted to obtain, so he was very worried because time was coming to an end. The guys are waiting for the alchemist to appear because he was the last to enter and is about to appear. The hero is already playing out in earnest and uses enough abilities to open the ball. A voice appears in the library and tells the boy that he must know his limit. If he doesn't hurry up, he will leave with nothing and time is up. Therefore, you will have to leave the library. Xiao Yan says that he never gives up and goes to the end, so he activates his flame and understands that he will have to break through with a fight. Using 3 mysterious manifestations of divine flame, the hero concentrates his blue lotus near the artifact to obtain the artifact. A huge, bright light bursts out from inside the portal, and blue flames show their terrible power. Dyer is worried along with the director that the spatial door may be damaged, but one of the elders says that everything will be fine with the door. It turns out that it was the young alchemist who created a serious flash of light, which turned out to be the problem of the strange behavior of the spatial door. It turns out that the young alchemist, although exhausted and bloody, was able to cope and acquire the necessary skill. The elders saw the guy lose consciousness and say that he was able to acquire a top-level Tian rank skill called Destructive Liger Roar. The director's granddaughter understands that it seems that nothing is impossible for this amazing guy. The director says that now the guys can rest for 3 days, and what they received in this place will help in the future. But let the guys remember that the real test awaits them in the internal branch. The elders open a portal and say it's time to leave. The director tells the elders that he is very grateful and wishes to meet the next students in the future. 2 days passed, and inside the city walls, one of the students said that there were ghosts in the mountains. The second friend heard that an evil spirit lives in the mountains and has possessed a stray cat. The guys who stood nearby said that there was probably some kind of dog there that was tortured to death, because from the direction of the mountains, a terrible howl was heard. An entrepreneur appears nearby who says that science will reveal the whole truth of the secret terrible sounds coming from the mountain. The guy says that students can find the whole truth in the Academy's newsletter and offers to buy their books. At this time, the young alchemist was trampling the messenger who was selling Lu Mu, and understood that he would not allow this pervert to marry his cousin Xiao Yu. The hero could not understand why he could not learn the skill. And the master says that the destructive roar of the liger uses energy when the hero releases the air. The sound produced is something between the roar of a lion and a tiger. This roar has crushing power and forces many animals to obey. The hero tries to concentrate his spiritual energy in the lungs and activate the dragon aura. And when everything unites in the throat, he prepares for his great scream. When a guy uses his ability, he just meows like a cat. The teacher laughs at his student and says that he can help speed up the learning of the roar. The alchemist asks what advice he will receive. The master gives his student a cat's tail and paws. But still he guesses. Why does he have such a problem learning this skill? This is because the hero had not heard the roar of a tiger before, and if he had heard it, it would have been much easier to imitate this sound. The hero must learn the power of the roar and the cruelty of the tiger, and only then will he be able to learn the destructive roar of the liger. In difficult times, the hero can find help in the collection of his teacher's things. In order to copy the mysterious attack of the 7th rank snake, the teacher himself showed a lot of strength and lived for 6 months in the snake's den. Sensei shows his animals which he brought to this place so that the guy can have fun with them for several days. Terrifying monsters jump out of the bushes and attack the young alchemist. The master tells what to the hero. There is no need to worry because Leo pushes his child from a high mountain so that he finally matures. So nothing bad awaits the guy in the future. The main character screamed in fear, and these screams were heard from the mountain for the next 2 days, and they became more and more creepy, and a creepy legend was born at Jinan Academy. A few days later, the alchemist met with Dai Er, and she asked why the guy had so many scratches on his face. It turns out that today they are moving to the internal branch, and the guys are very worried. While the Red Asura was very impatient because he wanted to quickly get to the internal branch. A squad of griffins appears in the sky, and the inner branch of Jinan Academy opens. The main character understands that in that place, he can find the essence of flame and become stronger if he manages to find the third fire in his collection. The griffins are picking up guys from the academy to go with them to the branch. Dai Er understands that the internal branch is not located in the academy itself, and its location is classified, and without griffins, it is impossible to find the way to this place. The hero understands that they are accompanied by 6th-level kings and even a couple of emperors, and whether too many guards were sent to accompany the students. Master Elder says that getting to the inner branch is very difficult, and the path to it is not so close. Yes, and difficult to detect. A strange sound was heard, and the legendary elder tells all instructors to listen to his command because they need to activate the protection of spiritual energy. A terrifying black body monster appears in front of the griffin squad, spewing flames from its mouth. The elder will put an end to the existence of the pathetic demon and attack him with his amazing power. The monster falls on its back and lets the griffins through, which move unhindered towards their target. The guys understand that it was a 4th-rank magical beast, and the path to the academy is terribly dangerous. This forest is not as simple as it seems at first glance. It turns out that it was. Only a check and all the high-ranking magical beasts gathered in the path of the squad to prevent it from getting to the branch. The director asks his students to relax because with their protection, they will be safe. The great elder laughed and said that no one was safe now, and at that moment the students were surprised to see a terrible sight. It turns out that the guys flew up to a kilometer-long waterfall, the noise from which they heard from afar, and the griffins immediately went inside the waterfall. Once in the water, the students were scared and did not understand what they needed to do. At this time, one of the groups searched the bedridden students of the academy and took out their cards. One of the 6 told the boss that he was able to find these cards. It turns out that these are cards of pure fire. The boss was glad that they were able to get these cards, while the wounded soldiers said that these guys would pay for everything. The boss says that these naive newcomers always look intimidating until they are beaten. They themselves took part in a game where the strong devour the weak. The boss looks around and sees flying griffins from above, realizing that a new batch of sheep is approaching them. They throw cards on the floor and say that they need to walk around to look at the delicious new ones. At this time, under the waterfall, students ask what this place is and where the griffins went. Looks like you'll have to use your feet to get to the internal branch. The director says that the guys have already walked part of the way, and after passing through these caves and forests, they will find an internal branch. The director says that there is a magical forest not so far away, but there are no magical animals here. But the last test on this path awaits them, which will be much more difficult. The elder tells everyone to be quiet, and he gives everyone cards that they even have to keep to themselves. Students catch cards that fall into their hands. They must hold cards of pure fire in their hands, and the number on them shows the amount of fiery energy. These cards are very important in the internal branch, and hunters are hiding here who will try to attack the students and take away the fiery energy. Hunters will use any tricks to steal fire energy. All the guys have to do is not to lose to the hunters and as quickly as possible. If they reach the internal branch, the greater the reward. The guys understand that this task is easier than ever, but the director laughs, saying that the students are self-confident because hunters will not play with the students. The students joyfully go into battle and tell the director that they will soon be in the branch and not to be afraid of anything. The main character goes out with his girlfriend, and they realize that hunters are hiding throughout the forest. The elder said that this year's fiery energy hunting competition is beginning, and it will be interesting to see who will be the winner. Already in the evening, the first students were caught by hunters who were able to easily deal with them. The guys were very angry, but the hunters were easily able to take the cards from them. The hunters tell the students to forget who they were in the outer branch. Here at the domestic branch, they are nobody, so let them go from here. Still, time is running out and we need to find the rest of the new ones. The hunters are trying to find the students using various tracks, and it looks like they will be able to find a new target. After listening, the guys heard young girls saying that their clothes were wet through and they needed to take them off to dry them because no one could see them anyway. The hunters understand that these are their chances, and they excitedly run to their beauties, who urgently need help with dry clothes. It turns out that in the bushes there was Dai-er and the director's granddaughter who screamed when they saw the greedy hunters in front of them. Surprisingly, all the hunters were caught in the net and simply hunted. Xiao Yan appears and says that they were able to catch another batch of scoundrels and thanks the girls for such a good game. A pervert appears nearby and says that the girls' acting skills are amazing and he is proud of them. At this time, the hunters shout that they were fooled by some newcomers. Do they really think that this net will hold them back? But the grid turned out to be difficult. It was the strongest grid that Rita could create, because she made it with the help of magic seeds obtained in a hidden library. The hunters realize that they are not attacking ordinary newcomers. After all, if these guys were in a hidden library, then these are the best 5 students of the year. The bloody Asura appears nearby and understands that these guys must tell everything they know about this place so as not to get beaten. After a while, the 5 best students fried food on the fire and realized that they only scared them a little. And these stupid people told them everything they knew. The hunters were all beaten and understood that these new ones turned out to be real animals. The main character says that in any case they need to be more careful, and if they had not made this trap, it would have been a tough battle. And they also have a map of this forest, and they know all the hidden places better than beginners. It turns out that students of the internal branch participate in this competition as hunters, and there are 5 people in each group and a total of 10 groups. Most of the students are approximately equal in strength. However, there are 2 groups that are significantly stronger than the others, and they are known as the Black and White Spirits of the Gorge. At this time, student Rita just gave the card a little energy, and the number 39 appeared on it, which means days. In the inner branch, there is a tower called the Divine Sensation Tower, and in it the cultivation speed of a spiritual master increases. Also, the number on the card corresponds to the number of days a person can stay in the tower. In addition, every month a person is credited with 7 days of additional fiery energy, which can be obtained by cleaning the tower and copying scrolls. You can earn energy by winning various competitions, and it turns out that these competitions are the easiest way to get fiery energy. It turns out that hunters consider newcomers to be fresh meat in order to get energy for their cards. Based on the rules, they are new prey, and in order not to be robbed, they must get to the internal branch as quickly as possible and receive a reward. But this is a competition and no one wants to be a victim all the time, so the guy offers to become hunters. Bloody Asura says that besides, this will be good training for all of them. Bloody Astra also made one more promise, and he remembers the day when this happened. The director asked that the granddaughter be able to protect herself inside the branch. Then the director approached the Bloody Asura and asked him to protect his granddaughter. Rita is very stupid and also impulsive, but in any case, Bloody Asura cannot ignore the elder's request. The cover captain asks the guys to stop shouting. In the internal branch, many strong students or guys think that all hunters are the same as these stupid people they caught in the morning. They now find themselves in a competition where the strongest defeat the weak. If the guys plan to survive here and get as many bonuses as possible, they must be united. The pervert says that he is not going to seek death with these guys and girls because he wants to quickly get to the branch and does not want to hunt hunters because it is dangerous. Baishan invites Dai-er to go with him so as not to accidentally attack stronger opponents. Of course, Dai-er refuses, but the director's granddaughter asks that Baishan not leave because it will be dangerous alone. The main character understands that he decides his own fate for himself, and everything will come to this stupid person when he steps on his own rake. At this time, the cover captain was thinking that he would receive a lot of fiery energy when he got to the inner branch, and why he was even wasting time on this strange group. The most important thing is to hurry to the center of the branch. Suddenly, the guy is interrupted by a voice that asks what kind of person this is. A lonely man is walking through the forest. It is rare to meet newcomers one at a time. Also, this guy has a card, and they suggest that the guy give the card and then maybe he won't be beaten so much and they will beat him. The hero replies that he would like to know the names of these people, but he already realized that this is one of the groups of hunters. Baishan tried to gain trust from these hunters, but they said that newcomers always try to fix everything with words. There must always be battles between them, otherwise the hunters will lose. The guy manages to block the attack of one of the hunters, and the hunters understand that this is one of the 5 strongest. Unfortunately, teamwork is important in this competition, and here Baishan realizes his mistake because he alone cannot cope against this strongest group. The rest of the guys appear nearby, along with Xiao Yan, who say that since this is a team competition, they cannot stand aside, so they decide to protect their comrade. Baishan is surprised. Did the guys really come to his aid? But he left them so brazenly. The director's granddaughter, along with the bloody Asura, say that they would not let him go just like that and also would not miss such a good battle. Led by Xiao Yan, the guys fight for all their comrades and will be together no matter what. Baishan smiled and said that they simply could not come to terms with the fact that he is such a great one, because you can't just lose such a serious ally. Now the hunters will know the power of their best 5, and they will be able to cope with them with ease. When the battle was over, Rita was able to tie up all their captives with her very strong rope. Baishan happily shows off their trophies. After all, they were able to obtain very good spiritual energy cards. Rita says that Baishan said that he would be waiting for their company in the internal branch. So why is he getting into the sharing of fiery energy? At this time, Dai-er and the main character happily watched as Baishan tried to get his cards back. At the end of the day, the guys realized that out of 10 teams they had already defeated 2, but 7 more teams remained before complete victory. After all, before that, their opponents destroyed one of their teams, so there were 3 fewer of them. If they continue to defeat one team after another, then it would be better to deal with the remaining ones quickly before they run into the black and white evil spirits of the gorge, who are considered the most powerful hunters. The main character asks Rita not to worry, because this is a team competition, and they must strengthen their team as much as possible. At this time, the girls in the forest with one of the teams of newcomers accused each other of being too noisy, and the students of the internal branch were able to find them. Rita bursts into an argument between her classmates and says that they should stop whining because these villains are happy and they will be robbed more than once. Rita tries to motivate the girls and asks them to quickly defeat these arrogant students of the inner branch and bring back their fiery energy. The students got scared and said that they were too weak for such battles and therefore ran away while Rita called them names. At the same time, in another part of the forest, the pervert Baishan found his friends and the guys realized that the captain was the only chance for victory. Then Baishan told the guys to follow. Behind him, he will be able to help them return the stolen fiery energy. Unfortunately, the cowards were too weak in spirit to fight against the students of the inner branch and refused the help of their leader. The same situation happened with other students, and not one of the strongest students was able to unite the guys. 2 days later, Xiao Yan asks the guys if they were able to catch all the opponents. Rita says that the last one left is the one who must catch Asura. The guys had been attacking groups of senior students for several days now. They have already collected enough energy, and perhaps it is time for them to go to the internal branch. The hero understands that there are too few of them, and if they are surrounded by students from the internal branch, it will definitely be difficult for them to withstand such an attack. Suddenly, students from the internal branch appear all over the forest and say that they are already late because now they are surrounded. It turns out that when the Asura was chasing one of the fugitives, the guys were able to figure out the location of their team by following the bloody Asura. Xiao Yan says that he always treated himself as an elder. With respect in any case, they are not afraid of fights from the students of the internal branch. The students from the inner branch know that these 5 students are very talented, so they are not going to fight them one-on-one. There are many groups of senior students who say that the decline in self-esteem of geniuses from the external branch is a common practice of the internal branch. The hero smiled, realizing that the enemy had fallen into a trap. Apparently, the students from the internal branch decided to take them in numbers, but then the hero asks them to look back. It turns out that the guys secretly recruited their classmates and gathered the entire team of junior students, so they surrounded the senior students. The senior year understands that they were surrounded by many more newcomers. The senior students could not understand how these newcomers, who had always been trash, who could not even resist them, were now gathered to fight against all of them. The hero says that with the help of small tricks, they were able to reignite the fire inside the newcomers' hearts so that they could continue to fight. Rita and the bloody Asura look at each other and remember how they scared the students that they would soon be fed to Yunlan if they did not fight. At this time, the pervert showed racy photographs of the goddess Dai-er and said that if his followers want to get them, then they must fight against the senior students. The Red Warrior and Dai-er used their popularity to recruit followers. The main character also had some abilities. After all, he had photographs of beaten odnoklasniki, and he said that if they did not follow him, then he would then send these photographs to the editorial office of the Academy Bulletin. With such feats and tricks, the guys gathered all the newcomers so that they would take revenge on the senior courses. While the guys were talking, one of the senior warriors appears behind him and says that he will remove their leader, and everyone else will run away. Dai-er covers his friend and does not allow the enemy to attack from behind. The hero understands that when they are together, they are strong and can easily overcome senior courses. Everyone attacks the elders, and Xiao Yan orders his troops to fight together. Bloody Asura leads his followers to destroy the elders who have been terrorizing them all these days. At this time, the Academy Elder says that the newcomers who were able to enter the inner branch are the elite of the outer branch, and naturally they are filled with pride and arrogant. This competition is the last step for them, and it is not intended to give them. Understand how important fiery energy is. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan has destroyed all past ideas about this competition, and it looks like this year's winner will be all the newcomers from the entire group. But the director says that one should not underestimate the strength of the strongest 2 groups from the internal branch, because these guys will be able to cope with all the newcomers who are now dealing with the weaker senior courses. The senior black and white teams will be able to easily help select the strongest and most worthy to enter the internal branch, and newcomers will not be able to break through so easily. In the evening after the end of the battle, all the newcomers were able to receive their cards with fiery energy again, and they were very happy. Rita was in charge of handing out fire cards, and she asked people to stand in line to avoid creating a crowd. Xiao Yan tells her friend that everyone is happy, and just yesterday everyone was scattered. But now they were able to unite all the people into one group, and they defeated the senior courses. The bloody Asura appears behind him and says that he has always admired strength. But since he met Xiao Yan, he realized that besides strength, there are also more interesting abilities, and the main character showed what the power of mind and camaraderie is capable of. The hero asks the bloody Asura not to be so friendly because it's not like him at all. The guy says that he just wanted to say that Xiao Yan united the entire junior year and it was very cool. The director's granddaughter says that some students have disappeared somewhere and the guys are trying to figure out where they went. It turns out that there was no Bai Shan, who still decided to get to the internal branch on his own. A terrible laugh from Bai Shan appears behind him and says that he needs a lot more fiery energy. The guys look around and see their friend who brought the strongest groups of senior students. Now all the fire energy belongs to Bai Shan and the older groups. Red Asura shouts that Bai Shan betrayed them and brought their senior camp. Bai Shan says that the truth is that he never considered these guys to be his comrades. For the last couple of days, Bai Shan was in pain and it was unbearable to look at all these guys as comrades. Xiao Yan asks, was Bai Shan really injured? But he says that everything is fine and he has medicine so he can help Bai Shan. The pervert tells Xiao Yan not to approach him because it's all because of his actions. Xiao Yan did a huge number of atrocities which Bai Shan recorded in his book called The Book of Hatred. Bai Shan began to believe that Xiao Yan hugged Dai and also protected her during the fight and took the blows on himself. He even held hands with her. Bai Shan burst into tears and said that every day he saw Xiao Yan being pestered. To Dai It turns out that this couple in love did not pay any attention to the feelings of other people. Bloody Asura does not see the point in surrendering his comrades for these reasons, and Bai Shan says that he sees nothing wrong in uniting with the strongest. And didn't Xiao Yan commit vile acts in order to obtain fiery energy? Bloody Asura wanted to answer something, but the main character stops him and says that everything is true, because all the time he used various methods to obtain fiery energy. But the main character used these methods only against enemies, and how dare he be judged by such a traitor and trash who sold his comrades? From this day on, and even within the inner branch, all the newcomers led by Xiao Yan will mock Bai Shan, who betrayed them all. The strongest high school students say that it's enough to talk and it's time to fight. The senior students tell Bai Shan to immediately go to the internal branch if he doesn't want to get involved in a fight. Bai Shan asks the newcomers if they heard, because the head of the white evil spirits of the gorge thanked his brother, and the likes of him in the entire academy can be counted on one hand. And Bai Shan is not a fool and joined the strongest. Bai Shan says that if Dai wants, he can take her with him. But the girl says that she will always be with brother Xiao Yan, so she refuses his cowardly company. When the traitor ran away, only beginners remained along with the strongest groups of high school students. Now the main battle will begin. The hero saw the amazing strength of a squad of high school students. After all, they are definitely on a different level compared to the seniors they fought with before. The hero shouts to his followers not to feel panic and to organize links and exchange with others. Now there were 49 newcomers fighting against 10 seniors, and they were surrounded by them. The senior students laughed that these junior students were very naive because their strengths could not be compared. It doesn't matter how many sheep there are. After all, they still remain prey for hunters, and one hunter was able to easily repel the attack of a group of newcomers. The black and white evil spirits of the gorge are really strong, and even Rita and Wu Hao felt their incredible power. Dai tells Xiao Yan that the newcomers won't last long, and the guy tells his friends that it's time to use the bonus rewards they were given. The guys understand. What things is Xiao Yan talking about, and they take out the pills with red contents that Xiao Yan gave them. After eating the pills, the newcomers felt their wounds healed, and their strength returned. Bloody Asura felt his body overflowing with power after the Xiao Yan pill. Rita and Dai saw how the clothes on Wu Hao were destroyed, and they were embarrassed to eat these pills. Now the newcomers were tearing their clothes after consuming the pills, and they had an incredible amount of strength. It turns out that the main character used his alchemy to create the coolest pills for his small army. The strongest high school students say that they will have to use their techniques against their strongest attack. The captain of the white seniors used the extreme cold to confront the newcomers. The black squad felt that this attack was also attacking the allies. Are white people crazy? Xiao Yan, together with Dai, were able to escape the great frost of the white squad captain. At this time, a girl named Han Yue approaches Lin Xiu, and she says that the fire energy hunting competition has been taking place for several days now, and it seems that this year the newcomers are quite interesting. In the forest during the battle, the elder stops the senior and junior course, saying that Xiao Yan must stop this battle. The main character, who easily attacked the strongest senior warriors, is surprised. Could it be that the great elder had come to intervene in their battle? The elder says that if he had not come, someone from the senior year would have died from Xiao Yan's attack. Rita understands that apparently the teachers were watching over them throughout the competition, and since the great elder showed up, the result of the competition was determined. The elder asks the senior students, do they have anything to say? The guys say that these newcomers forced them to admit defeat both in strength and in strategy. The elder says that then he announces that this year's competition is over, and all the newbies of the course who stood near Xiao Yan waiting for what the elder will say are declared winners. The newcomers were happy that they had finally won, of course not thanks to Xiao Yan's strategic thinking and his pills. The guys hug the main character and say that he is a great fellow. If he united them all and created big problems for high school students. The elder says that as a reward for victory, they all receive 20 days of fiery energies, and with what they already have, they will have more than a month to stay in the inner branch. The four strongest Xiao Yan, Dai, Wu Hao, and Rita receive the most, and as a bonus, they will receive green fire energy cards. The hero is surprised. What are these green cards of fiery energy? It turns out that high school students couldn't even think about this because it's a green card. Rita approaches a high school student who clearly knew something about this and asks him if he can help her. The high school student saw how beautiful the director's granddaughter was and couldn't help himself. So he said that fire cards are divided into colors from black to purple, and the black card is the worst. And with it a person can only get to the first and second floors of the Divine Tower. If you want to get to higher floors, then a person must collect 100 units of energy on the card and exchange it for a card of a higher level with 1 unit of energy. The guys greeted their leader Xiao Yan, while one of the heads of black high school students says that these newcomers are the only ones in history who won this competition. The next morning, the main character happily wakes up in the inner branch because he slept well, as if he had slept for several days on a magnificent bed. The hero saw that he had a green card for his victory and was incredibly happy about it. Yes, and Dai sleeps right behind this wall, and they are separated only by a thin partition. The guy imagines sweet Dai in his head, who is resting on her bed, and he would like to be next to her now, to hug and cuddle with her. The master appears nearby and says that he is terribly embarrassed when Xiao Yan tells such things. The main character asks that the master not barge into his personal life and warn him when he appears. The master is trying to remind the student that they must be serious. After all, they would soon be able to obtain the flame essence, and the master could slightly sense the aura of the flame essence in the north of the inner branch. Having opened the window, the guys observed that some people were intimidating other guys, saying that they should obey them. Newcomers said that their patience is not endless, but senior students said that newcomers must pay an entrance fee when they enter the internal branch, and this is the rule. Newcomers say that they have already paid others, so senior students have no right to demand more. The window is opened by a bloody Asura who shouts at the guys, saying that they are disturbing his sleep. Bloody Asura throws pots of plants at high school students and tells them to shut up and not yell under the windows early in the morning. Dai also appears in the window and asks what is happening here and why someone is taking fire energy from others. The high school student saw a pretty girl and said that even if they do not have fiery energy, they will take this beauty as payment. The main character appears nearby and says that these guys are allowing themselves because he didn't hear everything because of the strong wind, and maybe they will repeat it. The alchemist hits the high school students hard, saying that they should be more serious. After beating up the high school students, Rita Asura and Xiao Yan intimidated the kids and told them not to pester Dai anymore. The high school student says that these guys got caught because by attacking them, they attacked the entire White Clan. And as soon as he uses the signal bomb, the brothers from the White Clan will come here and teach Xiao Yan good manners. The heroes take the bomb and say that they can help with this because Xiao Yan is not afraid of them at all. Rita ties the impudent guys to the signal bomb and says that now they can have a good time flying. Having sent a signal bomb, Xiao Yan says that they exploded well, but what kind of White Clan were they talking about? Suddenly, the same people from the White Clan appeared, who were walking towards the main character. The White Clan asks who wanted to get into trouble with their representatives, and Bloody Asura says that they have not seen Bai Shan for only a couple of days, and he has already become even more unbearable, having become the head of the White Clan. Bai Shan says that given their past friendship, he doesn't want to argue with these guys. In fact, the guy was scared of his past partners. Asura already wants to rush into the battle because he is very offended by Bai Shan. But a firewall appears between the two companies, and one of the representatives of the White Clan says that this year's newcomers are arrogant guys. Bai Shan says that this is his brother, who is level 5 with 6 stars, and he is in 34th place in the ranking of the strongest domestic branch. Bai Shan's brother's name was Bai Chung, and he lets the newcomers go, saying that they will not fight with them. This is just a group of worthless newcomers, and if they stage a booth here, others will find out about it, and then the face of the White Clan may lose their ratings. Rita says that she was offended when they were called worthless newcomers, and attacks brother Bai Shan with her whip. Man, he easily knocks her primitive weapon out of the girl's hands. Xiao Yan decides to attack this arrogant guy who is attacking his friends. Bai Chung says that every year newcomers come who were not afraid of death, and they all ended badly. The hero wants to disappoint this arrogant high school student, and he turns his back, saying that he will look forward to it. Rita understands that she lost because the power of the 5th level with 6 stars is too much for her. At this time, Dai brings clothes for the main character to change into. One of the newcomers approaches the main character and says that they fought together in the city of Wudan, and Xiao Yan remembers this guy very well. It was the brave guy. In any case, the hero suspects this guy of what he might know. Why should senior students come and create problems? The guy says that nothing can be hidden from his older brother, and the faction system in the internal branch is very complicated. There are many large and small factions here, and if a person is weak, he will endure attack. Newcomers seek protection from various factions, and the price for this is that all their fiery energy is obtained in the first months. In any case, this was the case before, and other factions can repeat such attacks on the guys and take away all their energy. Moreover, the Academy encourages such behavior when the strong devour the weak. Now, the enemies they fought are far from weak, but the factions also consist of hundreds of students from the internal branch. Now the newcomers are being terrorized, and they believe that if Xiao Yan united them again, they would remember their past merits. The newcomers decided that they wanted to unite around their leader, and a crowd of newcomers appeared from all over the bushes. The guys want to gain strength by fighting together. They will transfer all their energy to Xiao Yan and ask him to become their leader. And when Xiao Yan gathers all the newcomers and unites him, he will become the leader forever in their hearts. They ask Xiao Yan to organize a faction that would include only newcomers, and this faction would show the senior courses what the newcomers are capable of. The main character did not think for a long time and agrees with his subordinates, saying that if everyone believes in him so much, then he will lead them and they will organize a new faction, because together they will become stronger and no one will dare to bully them anymore. Dai says that since their goal is to strengthen positions in the internal branch, why not call their organization the Rock Clan? Xiao Yan says that they will become a rock clan and will be strong like rock because it is a great name, and he hopes that all the newcomers will become like rock and they can firmly establish their position in the inner branch, and no one can destroy them. The hero also says that he has some more details because he is not going to accept their cards with fiery energy. And the first rule of their clan will be not to steal the energy of the weak. After all, they must remember why they created the clan. They do not want to be intimidated, and they will never intimidate the weak. A bell is heard ringing, and it seems that this sound is coming from the server. The hero asks Dai and his other friends to keep everyone together, and he will return soon. The master understands that if the bell of the north rings, then... This says a lot. Red Asura realizes that he cannot stay here when Xiao Yan wants to join in the fun. The guys felt that the aura of flame essence was coming from the place where the bell was ringing, and the main character was heading there. At this time, Bloody Asura tried to pursue the hero who was flying on black wings. The master tells his ward that they are definitely nearby from the essence of the flame, because this aura that sounds from the top tower is similar to the essence. At the very top of the tower, many Jinan Academy students gather who came for power. The guys gather in a huge group and quarrel among themselves, trying to figure out who is worthy of going inside first. Some guys who were standing in line saw beautiful girls who approached them and asked them to move away. It turns out that these pretty girls were from a group of spirits consisting only of girls. And looking at such beauties, they could not help but miss them. The girl asks if the foreman is present here, and her name is Han Yue, and she wants to register to enter the tower. At this time, the main character was flying on his wings while the Red Asura grabbed him by the leg and said that if he was his brother, then let him be released safely to the ground. The elders look at a couple of newcomers flying towards them who are not yet familiar with the rules. Now it will be interesting to find out what happens to them. As they approached the tower, the boys felt their skin turn red and become hot. The hero cannot understand why it is so hot, and he and the Red Asura fall to the floor. The flames seem to have arisen in the depths of the hero's heart, and it felt as if his whole body was on fire. The master explains to his student that there is the essence of flame here, and that is why it is so hot. The teacher asks the hero not to worry because this is just an echo of the essence of the flame and let him use his essence for protection. The hero decides to create the essence of fire around himself in order to protect himself. He feels, after being cleansed with the essence of the flame, that the energy he absorbed has become much purer. Since the echoes of the essence of the plane are not felt here, so she herself must be in the tower. The high school students say that these guys missed the turn, so they are now going to get fried, although the first one is still able to resist. But the Red Asura already smells like bacon. Elder Luke appears behind him and saves the Red Asura, and says that newcomers who want to enter the tower for the first time must register with the Elder of the Tower out of turn. Otherwise they will suffer terribly from the flame of the heart. Suddenly the elder notices another baby who is not registered. And is the force surrounding him really the essence of flame? It is the legendary Xiao Yan who led the newcomers to victory in the competition. The elder is surprised. Could it be that the Han Yue girl was interested in a man because she usually doesn't talk about them? The girl says that would be strange. Don't pay attention to your future opponent. People are surprised because Han Yue has reached the 5th level with 6 stars. And does she really see this newcomer as a rival? The elder at this time is trying to help the hero and get him away from the essence of the flame. Surprisingly, the elder's attack was repelled, and he does not understand how it happened. After some time, the hero was still able to overcome the fire and apologizes for not being able to control the flame correctly. The alchemist saw that it turned out that he had injured the janitor, so he apologizes. The guys laugh because this janitor was an elder who is now scolding Xiao Yan. It turns out that this is the grandfather of the elder of the tower named Liu. The man explains that he is dressed this way because he is very picky in terms of cleanliness, and he will not tolerate even a speck of dust on his territory. The alchemist can't even imagine how difficult it is to keep this tower clean. The hero also helps his friend who was also affected by the flame. It turns out that this is the place. This is the divine tower of key purification, and there is an increased rate of increase in spiritual energy. The old man says that he forgives the alchemist this time only because he is a newcomer, and let him go with the elder who will show the most important place in Jinan Academy. The main character goes to the center of the tower and is amazed. Is this really what he thinks? The master says that Xiao Yan should quickly concentrate the flame essence energy in his eyes and take a better look. Taking a closer look, the hero saw a red fiery serpent spinning inside the tower. The alchemist, taking a closer look at the fiery snake, understands that this creature is breaking out. It seems that this barrier does not allow the fire snake to break out, and the hero. There was no need to worry. The spirit of flame is the spirit of real flame. They found it in the heart of the fallen prophet's flame. Is it really the essence of flame, but it looks truly alive? The flame essence forms slowly, and over time undergoes transformations into a unique form such as how the geocentric flame of the blue lotus looked like a lotus. Moreover, in rare cases, the essence of the flame is born with its own mind and emotions. A flame with intelligence is called the spirit of flame. Its intelligence is comparable to high-level magical beasts. The master says that this spiritual cell was created by the venerable warriors of the 9th level who put all their strength into it, and they decided to train their students next to the spirit of the flame, because this academy is just a bunch of madmen. The elder comes up behind and asks, "Did the guy really see all this?" The elder wants to find out what exactly the alchemist saw. The master understands that he cannot tell the old man about what he saw in this flame. If they find out that the hero knows about the essence of the flame, then they can ban him from entering here because he might steal it. The hero says that of course he is sure that all the air was distorted and it seemed so hot. Maybe it was some kind of illusion. The elder calmed down and said that this is an illusion and let the hero follow him because he will show places for training. The old man is really thinking that maybe he is becoming paranoid, but this guy has the essence of flame. Even the elder can't see the real form of the flame, and this guy looked at the magical spirit for a very long time. Each floor of this academy is divided into 3 absorption zones from low to high, and visiting them costs the same, but the effectiveness is different, natural. The lower one goes, the greater the rate of accumulation of spiritual energy. Therefore, different factions are constantly fighting for rooms with high efficiency. The hero understood the elder, but as soon as they approached one of the rooms, one of the students flew past them. The hero saw how the White Clan was stealing their middle-level room from the students of the academy. A member of the White Clan says that he just likes to train in that room. Anyone who tries to steal a room will end up like these people. The girl says that this guy's name is not written here, so don't let him dare to go to that room. 2 guys immediately appear and put up a sign with the names of this robber. The white man explains that trash should stay away from his dream girl. The guy says that even if he dies, he won't let this guy from the White Owl clan touch his girlfriend. The girl also did not want to meet with this guy. Then the White Owl robber said that the 2 of them would die from his strong attack. A sword appears and gets in the way of the arrogant idiot's attack. The hero says that no one asked this robber to invest so much in the blow. The hero belongs to the Rock Clan and his name is Xiao Yan. The robber says that this is the same arrogant Xiao Yan who created the faction of newcomers. It turns out that this rogue is level 5, and he believes that Xiao Yan will not be able to defeat him. The hero asks Elder Liu if dueling is allowed in the inner branch or if it does not violate any rules. The elder says that personal duels are not prohibited, although usually fights are a very boring topic. The guys exchange glances between each other and the great battle will begin soon. The hero explains that he will protect the newcomers no matter what, because this is his goal. A member of the White Clan says that he will show his real ability, and a huge shark appears from the water and jumps towards the hero. The guy decides to meet the shark with his lightning strike of fire essence. The Fire Lotus immediately left the alchemist's sword and headed into the mouth of a huge shark, tearing it apart from the inside. Unfortunately, the shark managed to swallow the Fire Master. The old man understands that there is no need to be as pessimistic as other guys who already thought that Xiao Yan had died. The shark opens its mouth and an essence of flame appears from inside its belly, tearing it apart. The hero climbs out of the shark and says that forming objects with energy costs a lot. But if the enemy has other techniques, it would be better for him to try to use them. The man was very offended by Xiao Yan, who decides to use his Liger Roar technique. After the Liger's scream, the alchemist's opponent fell to the floor. The hero shows him his sword and asks him not to forget this battle because the White Clan should not bother the Scala Clan. The Rock Clan doesn't want to hurt anyone. But if someone tries to harm them, they will take revenge. And in order to better scare the alchemist, he hits the stone on which his opponent was just sitting with his sword. The old man says that this is all great, but now the main character must pay for the destruction of the Academy's property. Destruction of the floor takes 50 days, and destruction of the wall will still cost a lot. The guys who were saved by Xiao Yan say that they are very grateful for their protection. If the elder needs compensation for fiery energy then, they will take on this responsibility. The hero says that there is no need to be so polite because he just helped them a little. It turns out that all this time behind the enemy, Xiao Yan did not want to give up and decides to attack from behind. The same Han Yue appears behind, who takes the spear from the enemy and says that attacking on the sly when the enemy cannot win honestly is the style of the White Clan, and they are just disgusting people. The guys understand that this is Han Yue from the Spirit Clan and she is the goddess of the inner branch. The girl destroys the spear and says that if this guy touches one of the spirits again, he will end up like this trident, because she doesn't want him to touch any of her members anymore, because one of the girls who was attacked was a member of the Spirit Clan. The guy retreats and says that the Rock Clan and the Spirit Clan will still know the revenge of the White Clan. The hero thanked Han Yue for his help. The girl approaches Xiao Yan and sniffs his scent, which made the guy shy and blushed. The guys, along with the elder, are surprised by the behavior of Han Yue, who never approaches men. The girl says that the main character smells of the essence of flame, and he is most likely an alchemist. The girl says that he should not be mistaken, because she is not interested in guys who smell like milk. The girl whom the hero saved says that Han Yue's sister is from a family of alchemists, so she feels other alchemists and tries to take care of them. Red Asura appears nearby and says that he slept well, and Xiao Yan even started a fight without him. It turns out that the hero was very offended by the words of the head of the Spirit Clan, and therefore was not in the mood. The head of the Spirit Clans tells Xiao Yan that even if he won 6 months of peace from the White faction with his duel, then the counterattack of this clan will be terrifying, and other factions that do not like him will not stand aside. Xiao Yan says that he is very grateful to Mrs. Han Yue for the warning. But after 6 months, the Rock Clan is really a parasite to the entire academy. The girl smiles and says that everything is fine and she will witness the words of Xiao Yan. And these 6 months, the spirits will protect the Rock Clan from unintentional attacks. The old man says that he will be a witness. If anyone from the White Clan dares to harm the Rock Clans within 6 months, he will not allow them into the Divine Chi Purification Tower. Later, in a certain room of a hidden branch, the elders of the tower discussed that its condition was becoming more and more unstable, and if they didn't come up with something, then in a year they would have very big problems. The spatial cell will not be able to hold it for a long time, and a lot of time has passed, and it seems that its strength has also increased. She is the essence of the flame called the Flame of the Fallen Heart. If she breaks out, she will destroy the entire Jinan Academy, no matter what the cost. But the elders are obliged to hide this from the whole world, otherwise they will be in danger. At this time, the high school students were discussing that one of the newcomers named Xiao Yan entered the tower 3 days ago and still did not come out. Maybe he has already been poisoned by fire poison and is now suffering. It turns out that the hero still cannot believe that it is possible to achieve such an amazing effect in 3 days, because he trained hard and saw his enormous progress within the walls of this tower. The guy was able to get the 7th star of the 4th level Grandmaster, and he had a breakthrough. The master tells Xiao Yan that this tower truly lives up to its reputation, and the hero was able to reach the breakthrough stage in a short time. The alchemist's energy became abnormally dense after being purified by the flames of the fallen heart, and it is not surprising that the inner branch sealed the flames of the fallen heart. Once he has experienced the sensation of a rapid increase in strength, you can't just give it up. The master says that we must not forget about the main drawback. After cleansing, the energy of the body is poisoned by fiery poison from the flame of the fallen heart. If the alchemist absorbs so much of this energy for a long time, he will earn himself insomnia, sclerosis, and loss of appetite. Fortunately, they both have the essence of flame and the guys cannot get poisoned. The alchemist says that he doubts whether it was wise to seal the flame of a fallen heart into a cage for the purpose of developing people. The master says that such a flame is impossible. It's so easy to seal it, and the flame of a fallen heart is known for its incredible destructive power. It can be caught and held, but not forever. All this power will someday burst out one day. Then the divine purification tower will be destroyed by the flames, and the most opportune moment will come for Xiao Yan. But before that moment, he must become strong enough to obtain the flames of the fallen heart. Later, Xiao Yan met the entire Scala clan at the residence. They greeted their leader. The hero does not understand what is happening and why people greet him this way. The girl tells Xiao Yan that she has worked on disciplining people so that they greet their master well. Also, the guys from the Rock Clan learned that their leader won them 6 months of peace from the White Clan, and Mrs. Dai created badges for the Rock Clan, and as long as they wear them, no one will dare touch them. This is a very beautiful badge, and Xiao Yan thanks his friend. The hero also saw her friend Rita crying because her clan clothing design was rejected. The hero says that if it's all about money, then he'll just get it. Rita says that this is great, and then her design includes many high-quality elements like in the clothes of the nobility. The girl shows off her samples, which were really expensive. Xiao Yan says that the Rock Clan has only recently formed, and they have a very limited budget, so he thinks they will get by with badges. A red Asura appears nearby and says that there is refreshing air in their clan, and today he fought well at the academy. Xiao Yan asks, was the red Asura really betting on his battles? The guy says that everything is correct, and he earned a lot of fiery energy through the battle. Rita says that only 3 days remained on the map of the fiery Acer. Apparently, the results of the battles were disappointing because he lied that he won a lot. That evening, Dai was reading a book, and her agent said that he doubted it. Should she stay at the academy? This place is useless for the lady, and the task that the family gave her must be completed. The girl closes the book and answers her servant that there is nothing to talk about because she will always be where Xiao Yan is. That about the investigation entrusted to her, she is more worried about the fate of her friend. The agent tells what he discovered. How the Yunlan clan has secret connections with the Hall of Spirits, and the disappearance of the head of the Xiao Yan family is probably connected with this. They are targeting the key of the Xiao Yan family, and that is why they should hurry up. Dai says she's had enough. Even despite their goal, the most important thing for her now is something else, because now she wants to help brother Xiao Yan. At this time, the main character was training in energy conversion. He wanted to try to create a spirit from energy, but so far he had not succeeded. Dai appears nearby and asks Xiao Yan what he is doing. The alchemist says that today he was able to make a breakthrough to the next star. So now it's easier to manage the energy, and he wants to show his girlfriend something. When the girl approached, the hero shows the created copy of Dai using his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the spiritual energy disappears, and he realizes that he needs to quickly reach level 5 in order to better control the spiritual energy. Dai understands that if this alchemist knew her real goal, he would most likely like her less. The Dai family wants her to find the key in the Xiao Yan family and then leave, but she doesn't know if she can do it. The hero sees that his friend is behaving strangely and wonders if he upset her. The girl smiles and says that the portrait is very beautiful. She's just worried about Uncle Xiao Zhan. The girl talks about Father Xiao Yan, and he takes out a crystal that shows a glow. The girl should relax because his father is still alive, and he will never forgive those who almost killed him, and the Yunlan clan will be destroyed. At that moment, the girl saw a family artifact in Xiao Yan's hands and realized that this was the same key. Once upon a time, a great meeting of the Gu clan gathered and discussed the future of Dai as well as their intentions. She is the only owner of divine blood in the last 1,000 years. And do the guys really want to send her as a spy? Father said that this is a very important matter. Although her father still wants an ordinary happy childhood for the girl, so Dai must decide for herself. The girl is responsible for the future of the family, so she decided to agree. Her father then asked if she was sure. As the heiress of the Gu clan, she put the interests of her clan above her own desires. She tells Xiao Yan that in his hands is a jade artifact left from the 12th level god Dou-qi. The hero is surprised about what key the girl is telling, and she says that she would like to know where the hero got this key. Did anyone else see him besides him? The hero says that this thing passes from chapter to the next chapter in their family, and to help in the search for his father. The great elder gave this artifact to Xiao Yan because the whole Xiao Yan family knows about this artifact. The girl understands that she searched all the secluded places in the Xiao Yan estate, and it turns out that they did not hide this key at all. The girl then wanted Xiao Yan to promise her something. She asks not to show it to anyone, this jade even to your closest people. She can't explain everything now, but the secret that this jade keeps is too great, and she doesn't want anyone to want to harm Xiao Yan. So she asks him to promise that he won't show this to anyone. The hero said with a smile that he understood everything and was sure to keep this secret. The girl said that the hero really isn't going to ask her about this artifact. The alchemist says that she is stupid, and why should he do this, because in any case, Dai would not want him to be harmed. The heroine agrees, because the alchemist is the most dear person in her life. Dai flies away and Xiao Yan realizes that this girl has fallen into his soul. The master appears nearby and says that his teacher is so sad because since he came to Jinan Academy, he always puts his love on display. But at least once he thought about the feelings of his teacher. Apparently, the forgotten teacher will have to remain a ghost forever. The hero says that he will always remain a student who thinks about his great teacher who gave him strength. But why didn't his father tell him about the importance of this artifact, which belongs to a level 12 god? The master says that he doesn't understand anything, not to mention the father in any case. This thing is clearly connected with the 12th level god who lived 1,000 years before their time. On their continent, it is very rare to find people who have reached level 11, but the path to becoming the 12th level of god is even more amazing than previous advancements. If we discard ancient times, only one is known to have reached god level 12, and this person lived thousands of years ago, and he is the ancient god Dou-qi, Nephritis. What the hero holds in his hands must be a relic that belonged to this god. If someone finds out about it, the entire continent will hunt for this artifact. The hero could not even imagine that an ordinary thing handed down by inheritance could be so important. The hero learns from the teacher that Dai recognized this artifact at first sight, and there must be terrifying forces behind her. But she warned the hero. She's definitely worried about his safety first and foremost. The hero understands that this is why he must become stronger in order to protect Dai forever. The next morning, the alchemist woke up because the girls wanted to quickly go shopping. Rita says that the main character is a demon obsessed with development, who always hangs out in the tower. Naturally, he does not know that today there is a fair of the internal branch, and this happens only once a month. Xiao Yan understands that this is the same feminine nature in order to go buy something. But when the hero found out that various plants and high-level crystals were sold there, he asked his teacher to go to this place and buy something for potions. The fair was a truly lively place, and all members of the university and the branch attended the fair. The classic dish of the domestic branch fair is fried squid, which was sold in all parts of the fair. There was a huge variety of goods here. The hero understands that it will be difficult for him to restrain himself from buying various goodies because Yao Lao loves everything tasty. The conversation between the master and the teacher is interrupted by the cry of one of the white clan members who hits one of the students, saying that he hates those who bargain. The guys can't understand. Did this guy really not hit his other student just because he was bargaining at the fair? The main character noticed that this guy's eyes are very red, and apparently this is because of the fiery poison that is deeply embedded in his heart and clouds his mind. He makes incredible efforts to control himself so as not to accidentally kill someone. The hero also noticed that this berserker was selling a holy green stem, which the teacher needed for potions. This is one of the most important ingredients for creating an earth spirit pill. The hero asks the giant how much this stem costs, and he replies that it is 400 fiery energy. The hero realizes that he does not have enough funds, and the berserker replies that then he can exchange this product for a Class D skill. The people standing nearby asked, "Is this really nonsense because a die class skill costs much more?" The alchemist says that he does not have 400 units of fire energy or a Class D skill, so he does not know what to do. The merchant replies that then he shouldn't have come here if he doesn't have anything. Let him leave quickly before he kills him. Before the merchant's fist makes contact with the hero's face, he replies that he can help remove the fire poison from his body. The man, who was clearly poisoned by a fiery poison, and it was clear from him that his entire skin was red, was surprised at such a proposal and stopped his fist. Unfortunately, the force of inertia was much faster, and Berserker hits the student who flies to the side. The hero accuses the merchant because he was interested in the offer, but still hit him. It turns out that the merchant wanted to restrain himself, but was no longer able to control himself. So he apologizes for the outburst of aggression. In any case, the merchant was wondering if this alchemist could help him expel the poison. The guy says that he can do it easily, but he will take the stem for the service. The students laugh that in the case of fire poison, even the elder is powerless, and how is this newcomer going to heal the berserker because he is probably a liar? The merchant heard the words of the students and says that the guy is definitely lying. The hero is not going to just stay in place, so a battle breaks out between the guys in which Xiao Yan shows his mastery of the fire essence. The hero was able to withstand the blow of the great berserker, who was of the 5th level, and the students are surprised at the strength of the newcomer. The heroes say that he is from the Rock Clan, and his name is Xiao Yan. The berserker agrees and turns away, after which he goes to all his goods and begins to put them in a bag. The hero is surprised. Doesn't berserker really want to try to cure him using the method of curing poison? Because he doesn't mind helping. The berserker replies that he believes the alchemist. But then the hero does not understand. Why is he storing all his goods? The berserker picks up the guy and puts him on his back, saying that he will go with him. The students could not understand what was happening. Is this really a secret story about how the strongest student will kidnap the youngest and mock him in a closed room? Later, Xiao Yan finds himself in the room where berserker took him, and there were many cuts and various cracks from blows. Apparently, in this room, the berserker tried to calm down his anger. The berserker says that if Xiao Yan completely rids him of the poison, then not only that stem, but also everything that is in this chest will belong to the alchemist. The master, together with Xiao Yan, opened the chest, and there was a huge number of different ingredients for potions, because with these things they can create many good drugs. The berserker closes the chest with his foot and promises that if Xiao Yan disappoints him, death will be his easiest outcome. The hero smiles and says that since he organized everything so seriously, he has no chance of making a mistake, and he will not disappoint his client. The hero uses his fiery flames, and the berserker sees how he pulls out a huge number of different ingredients from his bag to help overcome the poison. The next step is to throw all the ingredients into the kazan and tell them that they will stir it 15 times clockwise and 15 times counterclockwise. Now they will brew this potion. The hero says that everything is ready, and this is a brain-clearing decoction of the spirit of cold, and it will remove the fire poison and strengthen the body. Berserker asks, does this pathetic alchemist really want him to drink this strange liquid and just die? Xiao Yan tries to calm the berserker down and wants to explain everything because you don't need to drink it, and the brain-clearing decoction of the spirit of cold is a medicinal bath created specifically to treat the consequences of the stage of infection with fiery poison. When the berserker sits in this bath, it will hurt a little, but with its help, his meridians will heal, and the process of removing poison will speed up. And Xiao Yan hopes that the master will believe him. Berserker says that he does not need to be convinced because he never associates with suspicious individuals and does not accept anything from them. The hero says that this is good, and you need to take a bath every hour for 7 days. But you should never visit the divine tower of Kai purification, because otherwise everything could go wrong. On the second day, Xiao Yan asks his friends, do they really want to go train with him? Red Asura says that he will not train, but will go fight in the arena, while Rita says that they Dai Air will manage the clan and make it stronger. The hero says that then he will leave the Rock Clan to the girls while he trains, but Rita says that they are already engaged in management, and Xiao Yan's job is just to be the mascot of the Rock Clan and attract people. The hero understands that in 6 months there will be a fierce battle, and he, as the head of the clan, is obliged to concentrate his forces on increasing energy and growth. Dai Air approaches his lover and speaks that he can calmly retire for training and she will try her best to develop the clan. In addition, the hero does not influence the clan in any way, and therefore he should not think about it during his training. Xiao Yan was very upset because Dai Air only cares about him and doesn't want him to be distracted. Upon entering the tower, the master tells his subordinate that in the room he shows, the aura of the flame of a fallen heart is the purest and the effect of training will be stronger than in average-level rooms. The hero sees that there is some kind of sign near the room and he wonders whether he can take this room. The hero throws aside the strange bow that stood near the door to the room and says that he will just go to train. It turns out that this bow belonged to a girl who left it near the room to book it, and she burst into tears when she learned that someone had entered the room. The hero was scared and wondered if this room already belonged to some other clan. The hero enters the room and sees that there was a huge amount of plush toys and a variety of children's furniture. The master says that he feels everything in this room is just wonderful. Besides such pure energy, there are also a lot of teddy bears. In this room, there will be no problem with the purity of the flame energy. And with the 2 elixirs created by the teacher, they can achieve a very high rate of absorption and increase in strength. After absorbing the pill, the hero felt that his character became more hot-tempered. The master says that this is a small problem and is a common side effect, but it should not interfere with training. At this time, Fairy Air, who saw that her bow was lying near the door, realizes that her new ribbon is dirty. The defenders of their mistress ask who did such a bad thing to their pure and innocent Elena. They are brother guards, and will not simply allow this scoundrel to go unpunished. These guys will definitely punish the criminal who dared to occupy Mrs. Fairy Air's room and break the ribbon. The sweet girl smiled at her guards and thanked them, but asked them not to be too cruel. Other students also decide to help their little angel Fairy Air, who has always given them hope. The girl asks these guys not to be so cruel, but the men had already burst into the room with swords at the ready, and they only wanted to kill. Fairy Air understands that men will do whatever she wants for the sake of her smile, and inside herself, the girl was very angry, although on the outside he only shows an angelic smile. The guys wanted to open the door, but it did not open, and the ladies' defenders decided to destroy the door with their own force. Entering the room, they saw a terrible monster who used 2 fires at the same time, and a terrible smile was visible on his face. Xiao Yan used an octane blast and tore apart his guests, thereby sending them into the corridor. Fairy Air cannot understand where such a terrifying person came from in her room and whether this is really one of the strongest warriors of their Jinan. The girl asks Xiao Yan not to beat these kind people because of her. Inside herself, the girl understands that this guy is strong and it doesn't matter, because any of the men, no matter how strong, will fall before her beauty and kindness, and moreover, they will become her tame monkeys. The hero says that since Fairy Air is to blame for everything, he will quickly finish. Let her hurry up and apologize to him, and then she can calmly get out of here. Xiao Yan was also influenced by the enhancement pill, which gave him more cruelty in behavior. The girl says that this guy took over her room, and why should she apologize for this because she always trains in this very place? The little angel burst into tears and cannot understand. How can you be so cruel and heartless? Fairy Air fans asked how this terrible guy dared to make their sweet fairy cry. The alchemist replies that it was a violent seizure of public property for personal purposes and attacks on it without reason and without explanation. So he thinks that in this situation he is not as guilty as Fairy Air. Alina's friends attack the hero and say that when they are together, their strength increases several times. The little angel asks not to fight and to solve everything with words because she doesn't want bloodshed. Inside herself, the girl wanted these guys to fight and kill this new guy who dares to ignore her charisma. Xiao Yan asks, "Did these idiots really decide to attack him with just the 2 of them?" 2 brothers say that they adore their little fairy and will do anything for her. The alchemist shows 2 flames, blue and violet, telling the opponents to approach because he will meet their attack fully prepared. The brothers attack the alchemist. Well, he was easily able to defend himself with the help of his flame. Then the guy decides to use his lotus flame to attack the 2 brothers. The guys didn't expect that such a guy had a fire essence. The little angel asks Xiao Yan not to harm the brothers and cries because he uses such a killing attack. The next moment, there is a terrifying explosion and people run away because they understand that they cannot cope with such force. An old man, the elder of the tower, steps in and asks everyone to stop. After all, they decided to fight inside the tower, and this is very daring on their part. The fairy tells the elder to save her. After all, this psychopath wants to kill her, and she has already burst into tears because of this. The elder asks this little girl to close her mouth because he can tell by his eyes whether a person is lying or not. The elder also decides to punish the brothers and the girl for provocation and attacks inside the tower, and they will be prohibited from entering its territory for a month. The brothers tell the elder that the two of them attacked this guy on their own, and the lady goddess is not to blame for anything. The elder says that if they do not agree with his decision, they can complain about him to the great elder or the director. And now he demands that they all run away as quickly as possible. The elder also says that he also wanted to deal with Xiao Yan because he made a lot of noise, so the punishment will be a fine of 5 units of fire energy. The guy easily gives away his units. The elder also noticed that Xiao Yan had become hot-tempered, and perhaps he needed to take a break from training because he probably already had a lot of fire poison in his blood. The hero says that fire poison is no longer a problem, because with the help of the tears of a frosty spirit, you can be cured of fire poison and restore your meridians. In addition, fire poison will no longer affect humans in the future. But Xiao Yan's aggression was not because of the poison, but because he took the wrong pill. The hero says that he is an excellent alchemist and has developed an amazing remedy. The students are surprised. Is this liquid really that effective? The hero says that he swears by his second cousins that if anything happens, he will return the money for the funds. And people immediately run up to the guy asking him to buy at least 1 bottle. The main character asks the guys not to push each other because he still has a lot of bottles. But it turns out it's just unpurified water from the berserker's bath, and Xiao Yan is just a genius if he can make money from it. At this time, Fairy Air told her 2 servant brothers that they were a complete non-entity, and she was disgraced because of them. The brothers could not believe that their beautiful mistress would abandon them so easily. The girl asked that these 2 non-entities no longer follow her. Fairy Air also thought that she had a cousin who had the number 3 power in the entire academy, and he would definitely help deal with this arrogant upstart Xiao Yan. 3 days later, the main character broke through again and experienced great pleasure from the increase in strength. The master tells his student that he is so calm, but a breakthrough is something significant. The alchemist says that all his opponents are quite strong, so he doesn't know why he should be happy because until he reached level 5, the stars he received don't help him that much. The master says that Xiao Yan should relax because given his development speed, becoming the 5th level is only a matter of time. The hero is also worried about his snake because she hasn't woken up for a long time and even the jellyfish hasn't appeared. He is worried that something might have happened to these guys. The master thinks that probably the soul of the jellyfish awakens in critical situations, and the soul of the snake is suppressed. More likely. The next time she awakens her powers, Queen Jellyfish's body and soul will completely merge, and then she will be able to use the full power of a level 8 ancestor. Xiao Yan understands that at that very moment, the hero will be the first victim. The alchemist understands that then he has little time and needs to send this snake away because it is like a deadly poison. But the master says that until he creates a tablet to connect 2 souls, the jellyfish will not kill him. He should calm down because the jellyfish won't kill the hero just yet because she still needs this spiritual fusion pill. 5 days later, the alchemist walks through the city. The master says that it is not so easy to break through the wall separating the 9th star of the 4th level Grand Master and the 5th level Spirit. The master says that even 10 days have not passed, and the hero has already made 2 breakthroughs, and it's a sin to complain about such a speed of development. And they also got the Holy Green Stem, and are again 1 step closer to their goal. Berserker gave Xiao Yan the stem ahead of time. Although Berserker seems cruel, Xiao Yan still managed to make friends with him. Also, the guy hasn't been home for a long time and hopes that Dai and everyone else missed him. So he opens the door to see what's going on there. Having opened the doors, Xiao Yan saw his friends who all had gloomy faces, and he could not understand why everyone was so upset. Dai says that she failed her friend and tears well up in her eyes. The guys say that all their funds simply evaporated and they cannot understand. How it happened? The hero asks. Did these idiots from the White Clan provoke them, or some other faction decided to create problems for them? Red Asura says that if everything could be solved by brute force, then they would not fall into such despair. After all, they ran out of money. The hero is surprised. Did they really just lose all the money? But how did that happen? Dai says that more precisely they have run out of fire energy. To maintain the growth of their strength, a huge amount of fiery energy was required. Any work should be rewarded, and they should also reward clan members who contributed to development. Previously, they always used their own fire energy as a reward, but now everything has changed. Clan members came to receive the reward, but the elders closed their doors and did not give it out. After all, they had nothing to pay with. The hero imagined in his head that a huge crowd of newcomers was breaking into the building and saying that they deserved a reward for their work, and they were breaking in to take Dai from Xiao Yan, which they would take as payment. The hero understands that managing a clan is not an easy task, and he shouldn't have been so optimistic. Newcomers burst into the door, and the hero got scared. Will his thoughts really come true? The newcomers say that they know that the clan has run out of fire energy, and they ask the head not to worry, because they will not leave just like that. There are many ways to earn fiery energy, and they can get a part-time job and sell their skills in washing dishes, scrubbing toilets, or they can earn money in some other way to help the clan. The hero understands that he first needs to calm down because there is always a way out, and you just need to think with your head. Outside the door, the voice of a crowd was heard who said that they wanted to see the head of the Rock Clan. It turns out that everyone had already found out about the tears of the frosty spirit, which help with training in the tower and get rid of fire poison, so many wanted to buy it. The girls wonder why these people came to them. The alchemist says that a couple of days ago he sold a couple of bottles of tears of the frosty spirit, and he would never have thought that there would be such a violent reaction. Suddenly the hero realized that he was an alchemist, and he had already forgotten that he could make potions and sell them. The hero says that everyone knows that fighting and killing are prohibited in the inner branch. And you can also get a large dose of fiery poison by doing purification in the Divine Tower. With a couple of Xiao Yan tablets, the negative effects can be avoided or greatly reduced. The Restoration Tablet, plus the Tears of the Frost Spirit, plus the Body Protection Tablet are those tablets that are extremely useful in absorbing fiery energy. If this plan works, then the Rock Clan will very quickly be able to get rich and become #1 in the entire Jinan Academy, and soon Xiao Yan will have many fans, and then he will marry Dai, and from that moment his path to the top of the world will begin. The hero imagined all this in his head and realized that a lot of emotions came over him. The guys clapped their leader and said that he was still strange. Xiao Yan asked, "Is everyone willing to start working, and we need to split up and look for medical ingredients, and at night they will start manufacturing?" Dai says they have little money left to buy ingredients. The hero says that there is no problem because he earned a lot by selling the elixir in the tower. But it turns out that he had a total 0 on his card and he spent everything he earned. People from the clan simply approached the hero and said that he could take their energy for the development of the clan. The head has always protected them from bullies, and now it's the newcomers' turn to make their contribution to the clan. Xiao Yan tells his guys that he will definitely not disappoint them and will help them. The guys ask the head of the clan to quickly start producing potions. After all, they won't keep the hungry students who are eager to buy potions from him for long. The next day, the main character gathered a huge crowd near the Tower of Progress, and even the elder was dissatisfied with the behavior of one of the clans. The Rock Clan sold a variety of elixirs and tablets to help combat the poison of fire and increase the time spent in the tower, thereby helping students increase their progress. People immediately run to buy pills and potions to upgrade themselves. Dai said that people should not forget that they also have tears of the frosty spirit, because this is the most important elixir that will help them in the divine tower of purification from poison. People immediately saw the beauty Dai who was selling elixirs, and understand that they need to buy as many elixirs as possible from them. I even had to drive away some perverts who tried to get acquainted with Dai. The main character watched as people bought his elixirs, and it was clear that he did not sleep all night but was making pills, so he hoped that in this way he could help the clan. At this time, neighboring clans realized that the Rock Clan is now selling amazing potions that are more effective and cheaper than their competitors. One of the clans understands that apparently Xiao Yan has decided to compete with the medic clans, and the Rock Clan will now be their enemy. As a result, 50 bottles of restoration pills, 35 bottles of body restoration pills, and 46 bottles of frost spirit tears, and in 3 days of sales, the team received 348 units of fire energy, and the net profit was 245 units of fire energy. The hero shouts joyfully that they have finally overcome poverty. This means that their tablets are popular. Therefore, you need to think about purchasing the necessary ingredients. Red Asura says that for the sake of the future of their clan, Xiao Yan must continue producing these elixirs. The hero throws the bloody Asura away from him and says that he is ungrateful, because he personally made as many pills as the medic clan combined, and Asura still demands something from him. The master says that without his help, he would have died a long time ago from fatigue. Xiao Yan says that after they earn a lot of fiery energy, they will be able to eat every day and eat what the master wants, and thus he tried to motivate his teacher. Dai asks his friend to relax a little because he must have been very tired these past few days. A newcomer bursts into the room and asks his boss to pay attention. The guy says that all the ingredients that the guys asked to buy have already been sold out in all stores, and even those stores with which they have an agreement did not keep their word. Rita doesn't understand how this can be possible, because there are only enough ingredients left in their storage for a week. But Xiao Yan asks them to put aside the panic and need to walk around the market and assess the situation. Rita went into the store where they agreed with the merchant to supply ingredients. But he apologizes and says that he is very sorry for not being able to keep his word. Rita says that they gave an advance in money, and how could this happen? The merchant says that he is still a small businessman, and there are people whom it is better not to anger, but he will return the guys their deposit in double size as compensation, and hopes for their generosity. Xiao Yan heard from strangers on the street that the medic clan was involved in everything, and Asura threatened with a sword that he would kill all those who decided to go against their clan. The hero asks his friend not to be angry. This was most likely done by the medic clan, but you need to work with them more subtly. The hero should have immediately thought that they were competing with the medic clan who control the market for low-level pills. The doctors recognized and bought all the ingredients Xiao Yan needed, and now the medic clan is far superior to them in terms of financial resources. If things continue like this, they will have big problems. At this time, the head of the medics was calmly resting on his royal bed, playing with cards. Each card had 100 points on it, and he was having fun with his money. A servant enters the room and tells his master that the ingredients that the Rock Clan bought have completely changed, and now he doesn't know what to do with them. The head of the medics was very angry. The man says that he had to think with his head and just let the guy buy all the ingredients that the clan switched to, unless they once had problems with money. A couple of days later, the Rock Clan changed their ingredients again, and it seems that Xiao Yan is trying to resist the doctors by constantly changing the recipes. So the boss orders his servants to continue buying everything that these people do because the price does not matter. After another 10 days, Dai hand-fed Xiao Yan and asked if this dish was tasty, and the guy replied that when a girl feeds him personally, the taste becomes even better. The heroine wonders where Xiao Yan learned to speak so well, but then some people block their way. The girl apologizes to the man and says that she accidentally tripped, but the guy takes the girl by the face and says that how could such a beauty hide in such a place? Xiao Yan says that the guy should remove his hands because he will regret it. The guy also grabs Xiao Yan by the face, saying that his appearance is 80 points and his character is 40 points, and he can hardly lay claim to this beauty. The girl demands that this man remove his hands from Xiao Yan. It turns out that the head of the clan of doctors approached him. The head of doctors is interested in how Xiao Yan lives. After all, they are now buying all the ingredients that the Rock is trying to purchase. The domestic branch's pill market has always belonged to the medic clan. If Xiao Yan understood everything then, let him bring his recipes and join their clan, and if he proves himself well, then perhaps the guy will even appoint him as the head of one of their branches. The hero says that if he heard everything correctly, then buy a large number of ingredients for them. This is not a money issue at all. Berserker appears nearby and laughs, saying that the head of the doctors should continue to support their ingredients business. Berserker tells Xiao Yan that if you subtract their expenses, it turns out that over the past few days they have earned 10,000 units of fire energy as they agreed. Berserker gives Xiao Yan half. The main character laughs and said that who would have known that selling ingredients is much more profitable than selling pills. Berserker hugs Xiao Yan and says that this alchemist has come up with a very good and simple method of earning money. If it weren't for Xiao Yan's talent and the Berserker's connections, they would not have been able to earn so much. The head of the medics understands that apparently the Berserker, who sold ingredients for potions, conspired with Xiao Yan, who made them, and they earned a lot of money from their clan. Xiao Yan says that who prevented the medical clan from being smarter, because as long as there are such stupid people with full pockets, he can easily earn money. The doctors tried to calm their boss, who could not contain his anger. Berserker says that the medic clan behaved very badly, so they deserved such great humiliation. Xiao Yan says that they earned much more than they could have earned from the pills, so he is happy with what happened. The main character noticed that one of the newcomers was approaching them, and he said that the medic clan had teamed up with the White clan and attacked their headquarters. At this time, Bloody Asura was protecting the wounded Rita, who could no longer fight. The guys were surrounded by opponents. The White clan and the medic clan explained that it was all Xiao Yan's fault, because in such a short period of time he managed to make enemies everywhere. The guys shout to the Bloody Asura that they will regret that they contacted Xiao Yan because he destroyed them all. The main character appears nearby and repels the attack of one of the opponents. Dai asks Rita and the Bloody Asura how they are feeling. It turns out that they were simply too weak against so many opponents. The main character apologizes for the fact that he was gone for a long time and says that he will now deal with all opponents. The medic clan says that they have united with the enemies of Xiao Yan, and now the Rock clan will sink into oblivion. The alchemist is surprised. Did the head of the White clan decide to break his word and unite with the medic clan to attack the Rocks? It turns out that the White clan always keeps its word, and they would not do anything without a good reason. After all, they are here only because they were hired. The medic clan says that they do not excel in strength, and therefore, with the help of their money and pills, they bought themselves mercenaries. The White clan says that they still have responsibilities to the Rock clan. He looks at the pitiful newcomers and his heart breaks. Doctors ask the White clan to relax, After all, they will pay the Rock Clan for the inconvenience. Therefore, he throws a card with 1 point towards Xiao Yan. The hero understands that these guys have already crossed any boundaries, and he is going to take revenge for his clan. The White Clan can't just stand by. While the Medic Clan will be destroyed by Xiao Yan, they will not allow the hero to harm them. The newcomers were not afraid of the White Clan. Despite their injuries, they go out and tell their leader that they will help during the battle. Dai along with the bloody Asura are also ready, and they will fight together with their leader. The main character understands that everything is happening as he wanted, and now their forces will be united with one goal. From today, Xiao Yan's life and death are connected with the Rock Clan, and he promises that he will fight with the combined forces of the Whites and the Medics until the last drop of blood. The White Clan is not at all afraid of newcomers, so they boldly enter into battle. Suddenly, a huge axe appears in front of the head of the White Clan, which hits the ground and does not allow them to fight Xiao Yan. It turns out that Berserker decided to stand up for the main character because he is now an ally of the Rock Clan. Berserker says that Xiao Yan saved him from the fiery poison, and he is very grateful to him for this, and the two of them have built an excellent business, and he is ready to help his partners. The Berserker says that he alone is stronger than the Whites and the Medics combined, and of course they can also try to call someone from their strong allies to fight the Berserker. But we must not forget that Xiao Yan has strong warriors who together can also pose a great danger to opponents. The Medic Clan is ready to pay anyone who will help fight against Xiao Yan. The Whites began fighting against the Rock Clan. Now they will fight each other until one wins. An elder with a Tower of Progress appears nearby. He says he was a little late. The alchemist explains that everything is in order, and he was wondering why the elder was digging a tunnel underground. The elder says that he wanted to make himself a cellar under the mountain, but it turned out to be much further away. The man also noticed that Xiao Yan staged a real battle and war here, so he asks what is really happening here. The hero tried to explain that they had disagreements with the doctors from the clan. The Medic Clan supported Xiao Yan in his theory. The elder says that they are alchemists, and let the guys just fight in a tournament to create tablets so as not to destroy each other's clans. The head of the Medic Clan agrees to such conditions. The hero still remembers his past battles in creating tablets at a festival in the capital of the empire. From the Medic Clan comes a third-year student of the internal branch of the alchemist of the 4th rank, who is extremely talented, and even the kings of the 6th level turn to him for help. While Xiao Yan is new to the inner branch and his rank is unknown, but he possesses the ascending flame essence. Will it be an easy victory for the doctors, or will Xiao Yan be able to do something against the high school student? Smart Guy with Glasses says that the Academy's messengers will shed light on everything, and the editor-in-chief is responsible for the accuracy of what will happen at this festival. Xiao Yan asks this entrepreneur to at least ask permission to use his name. The entrepreneur tells Xiao Yan that his little secret will help the main character. After all, yesterday, Elder Liu visited the Faculty of Chemistry and took one legendary and very complex recipe there. It turns out that the head of the medics is strong, but he has no talent, so most alchemist students support Xiao Yan. The hero will be grateful if the entrepreneur stops writing complete nonsense and lies. A variety of extraordinary personalities from the internal branch came to watch the fight. Dai understands that many spectators came to admire this action, and Xiao Yan will obviously become famous after this event. Berserker appears nearby and says that the hero doesn't seem to be worried at all. Xiao Yan understands that this battle will attract a lot of attention, but he still wants to be there, hidden for as long as possible. Berserker says that he has already taken the alchemist's side, and he could not miss such events. Of course, he doesn't understand pill creation, but he believes that Xiao Yan can defeat this medic. It turns out that Berserker put all his fiery energy on the alchemist's victory and hoped that the guy will not let him down. Red Asura asks you to remember the most important thing, because Xiao Yan must take revenge for him and Rita, who were very badly beaten by these guys. The alchemist understands that these doctors destroyed their home and therefore he has no choice. In addition, how to show today why the Rock Clan deserves its place in the branch. The pill battle begins and the competitors enter the ring to be greeted by the crowd. The doctor says that if Xiao Yan wants to show his pride, then now is the time, but after the defeat. Let him not cry. The hero smiled and realized that this doctor was simply trying to provoke him. An old man from the tower appears next to the guys and asks them not to ignore the judge. To begin with, he asks to introduce the highly respected elder of the alchemical faculty who decided to attend the Battle of the Tablets, and he will be in the upper house. The internal branch is always happy to support competitions between students, and today the medical clan and the rock clan will resolve their conflicts through the battle of pills. The medics had professional support from girls in disguise, while Xiao Yan had the support of his entire clan. The judge asks the audience to place their bets and watch the show carefully. The hero asks if he wins whether the medic will be able to stop the oppression of the Rock Clan. The doctor agrees, and if Xiao Yan wins, he will give him the 5 best shops. But if the doctor wins, the Rock Clan will transfer all rights to their 3 pill recipes and the rights to sell these pills. Rita understands that apparently this dumbass wants to monopolize the market, and he really wants to rob their clan. Dai understands that there is no need to worry because Xiao Yan. He will not allow their clan to collapse. The judge says that the conditions are accepted, and now the guys can read their assignments. The heroes, together with the medic, carefully study their scrolls with tasks. The judge says that in order to get such a task for the students, they had to work hard, and they were given a recipe for a 5th rank pill, and this is a dragon power pill. This is a rank 5 recipe, and many people have not seen these before. It turns out that the alchemists have not yet reached the 5th rank of alchemical skill development. But the judge explains that the task must be difficult, because without this, it will not be interesting to watch the show. Xiao Yan says that unfortunately for the medic, he does not have the phrase to give up without a fight, so he proposes to start their battle. The doctor says that Xiao Yan really decided to show everyone his worthless stove, because it turns out that the doctor had an elegant, beautiful stove which he showed to everyone. It turns out that the medic has the fiery energy of a precious alchemical furnace and an illusory golden flame. Xiao Yan will definitely lose today, but the hero says that they will know the winner at the end of this battle. The medic says that the enemy is right and his stove is 1,000 times better than Xiao Yan. Therefore, it would be better for him to give up immediately so as not to show his weakness. The judge bursts into the case and throws away the doctor's expensive stove and says that they have, according to the rules. It is forbidden. It turns out that the alchemists will be provided with all the necessary recipes and furnaces along with the ingredients, so they will be on an equal footing. The head of the alchemical faculty is glad that he and his students were able to get rid of old and unnecessary ingredients. This is great because they will definitely increase the budget for next year. Xiao Yan understands that the proposed ingredients are very bad. The master shouts that the judge is turning the creation of medicines into a regular game. People all over the arena are whispering to each other that these ingredients cannot be used, and perhaps the furnace will burst from low-grade ingredients. But the head of the alchemy department asks everyone to be quiet. The head of the faculty shouts that a good alchemist can work with bad ingredients and they should remember the famous Yao Lao. He generally used open fire. How to bake and easily create various tablets in terrible conditions. And it is precisely this master that all modern alchemists should follow. The same Yao Lao says that everything is exactly like this, and this elder clearly knows what he is talking about. The main character understands that they need to start a fight because otherwise they won't succeed. The guys have 3 sets of ingredients, which means only 3 tries. The winner will be determined after comparing the quality of the manufactured tablet. If one of them fails all 3 times, then the second one. To win, you will simply need to create a tablet regardless of its quality. So the fight officially begins. The head of the doctors understands that if this furnace explodes now, his handsome face will be ruined. At the same moment, the alchemist had an accident and his furnace burst. The head of the faculty says that the doctor is talented, but all his problems are due to fear, because he cannot accept the rules of the game, so he is skeptical about the conditions of the task. Looking at Xiao Yan, the guys discovered that he had not even started creating yet. The doctor laughs that the guy probably forgot the prescription, while the head of the alchemist faculty understands that the newcomer is calm, as befits a master. Later, the guys wonder why the hero puts all the ingredients in the oven because this is an irrational waste of resources. The doctor laughs at the main character because he just disgraced himself. The hero says that he simply creates a tablet and shows a blue flame on the tip of his finger. The guys realize that Xiao Yan is going to use the essence of flame. While the head of the alchemist faculty had long wanted to see how strong this owner of the flame was. Immediately, the elder saw that he was using a strange method. Apparently, Xiao Yan wants to clean and prepare all the ingredients at the same time, speeding up the process. This will require very serious concentration. The doctor does not believe that this is possible because each ingredient requires a certain temperature for purification. And even if Xiao Yan has the essence of flame, such control of the entire manufacturing process is impossible. The hero says that the hundreds of tablets that the Rock Clan created for sale every day, every single one, were created by him personally, and he was able to independently create such a number of tablets that doctors for all their clans could not do before. The hero is already accustomed to purifying many ingredients at the same time in order to speed up the process of preparing tablets. When everything was ready after purifying all the ingredients with the essence of the flame, he places them in the oven and begins to combine them into a tablet. People are happy because the head of the Rock Clan is an amazing person. At this time, the head of the faculty realizes that this newcomer is very impatient. The main character, as expected by the head of the faculty, had an accident, and his ingredients glowed brightly. Why did everyone think that he was about to fail? Head asked. Does Xiao Yan really think that creating a 5th rank pill can be so simple and combining is the most difficult stage of creating this pill? So this little guy must find the key to solving this problem in just 3 attempts. The doctor laughs and says that Xiao Yan didn't succeed either. And what if he has the essence of flame? After all, trash is trash, and he won't be able to curb the power of the essence. Doctors are happy that their leader is much better at creating a tablet than last time. Rita asks Dai-er if they should start worrying because the enemy has already started the second creation. But the girl says that they need to trust their leader. Rita sees that their leader is doing everything the same as before. And will he really just repeat his unsuccessful attempt? The hero asks everyone who is rooting for him to relax because he knows what he is doing. 2 master alchemists use their most powerful abilities to figure out how to win this round. In addition to glory, the winner will also receive a huge bonus for defeating the enemy. Despite their failure in the first attempt, these guys intend to win, and no one is going to back down. The second round, and whether anyone will be able to create a level 5 tablet. It is impossible to create this tablet of good quality. But if the medic simply creates it, he will definitely win, because Xiao Yan is unlikely to be able to create it at all. At this time, the head of the faculty says that creating a 5th rank tablet requires a non-standard approach, and he has not yet seen success in the medic. At this time, people had just seen Medica showing the pill from his jug and couldn't believe what he had done. The medic shouts that he has finally created a pill, but the judge tells the medic that he has failed and shows 0 points. The guys from the medic clan don't understand. How is this possible? But Rita is glad that nothing worked out for the medic. The doctor says that even if he failed in creating a high-quality pill, this failure will help him win. After all, at least he created a tablet. The head of the faculty asks if the doctor is sure that Xiao Yan will definitely fail. The medic tells the elder that there is no need to hide everything. After all the ingredients are expired. So it is impossible to create a dragon power pill, even using flame essence, so Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to cope. And if so, then his tablet of this quality will be able to win. The elder says that a true alchemist is always looking for a way to create a great tablet, and the medic disappoints him. The doctor says that there is no reason for him to create the best because he will win and be able to dominate the academy. At this time, the alchemist thought through everything about how to find the key to creating a tablet. One portion of such ingredients is definitely not enough to create a good pill for dragon power. And in any case, victory will be for Xiao Yan because he most likely unraveled the secret that the head of the faculty hid. It turns out that the hero had just used all the spare ingredients, and did he really decide to give up? But the head of the faculty understands that Xiao Yan was very cunning and figured out how to create a pill. One serving of ingredients is really not enough. But if you use 2, you can still overcome the threshold and create a high-quality tablet. The eyes of the faculty rejoice that an alchemist has been found who, even in the face of difficulties, does not give up and is looking for an original approach to solving the problem. The judge notices that Xiao Yan's creation of the pill is happening in an incredible way. The hero shouts that the time has come and it's time to show the result. The pill will appear soon, and the judge says that participant Xiao Yan failed the first attempt. But can he perform a miracle and win this round? The hero does not believe in miracles, but only in his own strength, so he believes that only with his abilities can he win. The alchemist is worried because he feels that it's time to start the unification. But still he put too much on this victory, and everything depends on the result of this stage. The hero activates the formation of the tablet, and immediately the head of the faculty notices that the energy is so great that the furnace could explode at any minute. A huge explosion is heard, and the medic is happy that this guy was able to fail so clumsily. The head of the faculty shouts that the explosion from the 5th-level furnace is not a trifle and asks to quickly help the hero. The alchemist finds himself at the bottom of the crater and asks why they are panicking so much. After all, he had long been accustomed to such explosions, and finally he created a tablet. The hero's friends were happy that finally their head of the rock clan had won and was able to protect their part. The doctor shouts that this is impossible because the guy was definitely cheating, and before the smoke cleared, he most likely switched the pill. The judge says that the recipe was announced only before the start of the competition, and only the elder knew about it in advance, or the doctor accuses their university of cheating. It turns out that the real dragon power pill is red in color and has a strange aroma. Only Xiao Yan achieved the required result. While the medic's tablet came out completely yellow, the hero says that they can test the effectiveness of his pill, and he decides to eat it, but the judge knocks the pill away. The judge says that young people should not take this pill, and it is better for the judge to check its quality. After eating the pill, the old man suddenly grows long, beautiful hair. The girls are surprised by the effects of this pill, and they themselves would like to receive a similar recipe. The head of the faculty approaches the guys and explains to the medic that he lost when he refused to fight, and believed that the enemy could not overcome him. Xiao Yan was able to win because he never gives up and fights to the end even when there is hope. No, he is always looking for a way to be a winner. The head of the faculty announces that the winners of this battle are Xiao Yan and his rock clan. The guys go to hug their boss who defended their honor. The hero couldn't even think that he would lose. After all, if he had betrayed the hopes of his clan, he himself would not have been able to stand before them without shame. The head of the faculty comes up behind him and says that now Xiao Yan will officially sell pills, and based on the rules they must pay a tax of 20% to the academy. The elder says that this is the tradition of their academy, but seeing that there is no one around, he quietly whispers to the guy that one of the elders asked for a discount, and Xiao Yan will pay only 10%. At this time, the head of the medic clan realizes that he has strayed from the path of the true alchemist, but immediately decides that this is not true, because all the blame lies with Xiao Yan, and until this guy disappears, he will not be able to wash away the shame from himself. Later, the Rock clan held a celebration in honor of their leader's victory. They were glad that they were able to defend their financial independence and the honor of the clan. At the festival, the official guest was Berserker, who struggled with fiery poison for 2 years and could not control his strength. And yet he was able to reach 9th place in the ranking. He will finally be able to show his true strength at the internal branch competitions and take a higher place, all thanks to Xiao Yan's medicine. Turns out that also this year there will be competitions of the internal branch. Internal branch competitions are also known as battles for a place in the ranking, and only those who are in this ranking can take part in the fight. If the hero can get into the top 10, then he will have the opportunity to become a candidate for elder. He will also have the opportunity to visit the 9th floor of the tower and use the essence of the fallen heart to strengthen his body. The master says that the reward for entering the 10 is the opportunity to train using the essence of the fallen heart. The hero understands that he must take part in these competitions. This is a good opportunity to get the essence. Dai tells Xiao Yan that she will support him in any endeavor, and the hero laughs, saying that he cannot hide anything from Dai, who even guessed that he wants to take part in the competition. The girl tells Xiao Yan to relax because she has already sent out news that they are looking for alchemists, so soon they will have enough people to replace the head of the clan while he is training. The hero burst into tears of happiness and said that he was very grateful to Dai for the given opportunity to become stronger. Until the alchemists arrive, Dai gives Xiao Yan tasks because he must replace their work for now. Dai also shows additional orders that appeared after Xiao Yan's victory, and it will be easy for him. But this will definitely help their rock clan become stronger. The hero understands that being the head of a clan also means taking on great responsibility, and he cannot refuse to help his clanmates. Later, students came who submitted a request for medicine from Xiao Yan, but the members of the Rock clan tried to calm them down so that they would wait in line. The guys are trying to understand what is happening. After all these people want to get medicines that they did not sell, and they find a leaflet with a drawn Xiao Yan that can cure all diseases. Rita saw that one of the leaflets told the girls that they could enlarge their breasts with the help of Xiao Yan medicine. The guys understand that apparently there is one scoundrel who made these leaflets in order to lure clients to their clan. Apparently this guy's name was Lu Mu, and he was in love with the main character's cousin. Dai mysteriously looks out the window and thinks about his Xiao Yan. He's probably training hard in the mountains of the inner branch right now. At this time, the master told his student that if he wants to wear the crown, he must be ready for responsibility. The guy was tied to a tree with metal wire, and he couldn't understand why it was done. After all, he has already studied the path of 3,000 lightning bolts. The master says that the path of 3,000 lightning has 3 levels from basic to more advanced. If the hero wants to absorb the flames of a fallen heart, then this will be a challenge for him. They cannot relax until the hero perfects his escape technique, because otherwise someone from the academy might catch him, because after absorbing the flame, any teacher will try to kill him. The master acts only for the benefit of the hero and wants to give him a chance. Survive after being absorbed. Suddenly the master felt fluctuations in spiritual energy and realized that something interesting was happening. The hero was already wounded by lightning, But the master takes him and says that he needs to see who is fighting there. It turns out that at the cave, Han Yue is fighting with the enemy using a moonlight strike called an illusory spirit. The hero recognized Mrs. Han Yue. Next to the girl was a guy who was third on the list of the strongest, and his name was Yang Hao. The hero that along with them was the second strongest on the list named Lin Shu, who covered them. The master asks how Xiao Yan learned about the strongest internal branch, but it turns out that the main character bought a book about the scandals and intrigues of the internal branch where he was able to reveal many secrets of the university. It turns out that the students fought with a guardian beast that lived in the cave. The beast tells the pitiful people that they have come to his land and want to steal his precious treasure. The demon from inside the cave says that he will tear everyone into small pieces. Han Yue understands that the guardian beast is about to come out, and he needs to be careful. A cute white monkey appears in front of people waving its tail. People cannot understand how such a cute little animal can be such a formidable opponent. The white monkey shouts at his opponents, and a frosty crystal appears and attacks people. The students have to dodge, and one of the strongest warriors decides to attack the monkey. A duel begins between the two strongest opponents. The student tries to defeat the white monkey using one of the strongest attacks. The ranged attack was supposed to hit the white monkey. The man lands after the victory and decides that he was able to deal with the beast. The guys run up to their friend and realize that he is the strongest student of their generation and was able to break through the barrier of the 5th level if he could use such a strong technique. The guy says that he simply used his strongest technique and is still far from becoming level 6. Han Yue is confident that after they obtain the geocentric cleansing milk, he will be able to reach this level. The master says that this is the purest energy of the earth, which is created under the influence of enormous pressure over thousands of years. This energy is converted into concentric cleansing milk. Xiao Yan understands that apparently this rare thing can help them in their development. The master smiles and says that they will just wait, and the real show will just begin. The snow demon monkey has the blood of a berserker. A white monkey appears behind the students. It turns out that she can transform into her powerful form equal to the 5th star of the 6th level of the king. Students, of course, cannot cope alone against such a monster. Han Yue finds herself in danger because she was closest to the monkey. The guys see how a terrifying monster attacks a girl but do not have time to save her. It turns out that Xiao Yan was nearby all this time, watching the battle, and at the right moment was able to save Han Yue. The girl blushed and asked why the head of the Rock Clan was here. The warriors from the group of students understand that this is the same Xiao Yan who overthrew the Medic clan. Xiao Yan says that this is a long story and he will explain later how he ended up here because what is more important now is not to be close to the 6th level king. After the guys were able to get out of the trap, Han Yue thanked her savior. But he says that he was training nearby and heard the roar of a snow demonic monkey, so he approached out of curiosity. The guys hear an apology from Han Yue because she gave inaccurate information before going into battle. Lin Shu asks not to blame themselves because the berserker mutation is very rare, and they did not expect this from this monkey. Xiao Yan says that the treasure is valuable, but life is more valuable, and the guys, unfortunately, are not so strong to cope with this monster. The master laughs inside the ring and says that if the student wants geocentric cleansing milk, then he knows how to get it correctly. At night, the guys sneak up to the cave and the master tells Xiao Yan not to be afraid, and the demonic monkey becomes weaker after the berserk mode, and during this time the enemy will be helpless. Therefore, the hero must go hunting. The main character tried to enter the cave, but it turns out that the snow monkey was still ready to fight, and therefore did not allow the hero to approach his cave. The master realizes that he has miscalculated, and the snake goes into battle and still wakes up. The monkey feels the snake's aura and understands that it is an amazing beast. The monkey managed to kick the snake with his finger and it fell lifeless on the floor after being wounded. The master explains that the snake has not yet fully awakened from hibernation, so it is quite lethargic. The monkey laughs that the snake has an ancient pedigree but acts too arrogantly when it is so cute. The snake felt threatened by the monkey, so it awakens its true form. After the battle, Xiao Yan understands that it will not be possible to defame a woman with impunity, and the monkey received it from the snake in retaliation. While the great two creatures were fighting, the master takes Xiao Yan to quickly go to the cave and steal the necessary artifact. Yao Lao says that he was not idle all this time because he really is a ghost and can understand. Where are the treasures? The guys enter the large hall where the snow demon monkey's lair was. There were bones of animals that wanted to capture the geocentric cleansing milk. Xiao Yan cannot understand where this spring is located. After all, they would like to get it. When the guys finally find the spring, the master explains that it takes a whole year to create a drop for this spring, so this liquid is priceless. Xiao Yan is surprised by the beauty of geocentric cleansing milk. The master says that this is the essence of the earth that accumulates drop by drop per year. The master says that this product slows down aging and accelerates cellular regeneration and also refreshes the skin, and therefore its effects are amazing. You can't leave such a precious resource to a monkey. The world's treasures protect themselves in a variety of ways, and milk visible from the outside is only a fake, and only the stupidest beginners will be deceived by the appearance and consider a fake to be a treasure. The master says that they will have to go further where the reason they came to this cave is hidden. The guys fly up to the stalactite that was on the roof. The master says that there is an essence inside it. Now the hero needs to use his spiritual energy and feel what is hidden inside the breed. The hero touched the stone and felt pure energy that amazes all senses. After all, it gives strength. The master explains that the cleansing geocentric milk is formed by the spiritual aura of the earth and is so desired by people. Only a few of them know what is hidden inside the base of a 10,000-year-old stalactite. In addition, it is incredibly fragile and sensitive. It can only be stored inside jade vessels, otherwise it will evaporate instantly. Among the things that the hero received, jade vessels were also found. But how is the hero going to extract the liquid from the stalactite? Xiao Yan comes up with a plan. Student is about to use a vacuum grip. With the help of his fire, the hero manages to concentrate enough energy and capture the milk. But this artifact took a very long time to create, so he only took half of the cleansing milk so that it could be restored again. The master says that this is the right decision, and the hero must respect the earth and other forms of life because this is the real path of the alchemist. Apparently this time he chose the right person to become a student. Xiao Yan heard that the snake seemed to be losing the fight, but the master said that Xiao Yan should take some fake milk to use as a face cream. The alchemist ignored the master and went outside but could not find the demonic beasts there. The hero began to look for his lady snake and he promises that he has a lot of fire essence and purple crystal fire for his beloved snake. The hero finds some kind of worm that was hiding in the ground and thought that the snake had turned into a smaller copy of itself, so he burst into tears because it was his fault. Suddenly, a jellyfish appears and attacks Xiao Yan with its foot right in the face. The hero got scared, and the jellyfish tells the boy that the snow monkey was real trash and not an enemy. But why did he leave her alone with this monkey? Xiao Yan asked for forgiveness, but the jellyfish says that before worrying about this, he should worry about his life because the 1-year period has long passed, and the jellyfish wants to get his spiritual fusion pill. The main characters understand that the matter is clearly approaching a fight, and he tries to escape, but the jellyfish says that he will not succeed. The hero finds himself in a spatial cage, and when the jellyfish attacked the hero, the master protected his student. Medusa understands that the spirit who fights for the boy is much stronger than her. The master asks the jellyfish to calm down because the student did not violate the agreement, and this happened because of what happened while the jellyfish was sleeping. The girl is not going to listen to people because she only needs results, and if this strange spirit protects a person, then they will both die. It's useless to talk, and apparently the guys will have to fight. Medusa understands that apparently this entity used to help Xiao Yan fight, and she will have little chance of winning. Still, she believes that now she has much more strength and can try to fight Xiao Yan. The main character notices the danger for the jellyfish, so he throws the sword behind it. The girl attacks the main character, who merged with his master, while the hero's sword did not touch the girl at all, but crashed into the monster who was behind her. Medusa is surprised how the white monkey managed to recover because she beat her well before. Xiao Yan's sword falls to the ground while the monkey was seriously injured. Medusa tells the white monkey that she attacked on the sly and it looks like she really can't wait to die, so she'll have to finish their duel. Medusa asks Xiao Yan who asked him to save the girl, because she would definitely be able to dodge this attack. In any case, the girl noticed that Xiao Yan still thinks about her and her safety, and she is very pleased with this, so she will leave the stupid man his life. But he must remember, for a servant loyalty is everything, and he should not. The girl says that she is giving Xiao Yan 1 more year. If he creates a spiritual fusion pill for her, she will proclaim him her most devoted servant. But if not, then it's better not to know what kind of punishment awaits the guy. The hero asks that the jellyfish not leave, because who would want to become her most faithful servant, because this is not a reward at all. A snake appears which Xiao Yan happily hugs and asks if she wants to eat because he missed her. A little later, the master says that since ancient times, many people have died trying to increase their strength. Xiao Yan is 1 step away from becoming the 5th level of spirit, and this is real luck. That it was now that he found the geocentric cleansing milk. With this treasure and the skill of the teacher, they will definitely achieve a breakthrough for Xiao Yan in his development. Xiao Yan asks the teacher, "Is this really it?" But the master asks him not to distract him. It turns out that the master is actually preparing some kind of soup because he uses ordinary plants as ingredients. Next, the master suspended his student over boiling water. The master says that most people are real stupid. After all, they think that they can achieve the best effect by drinking geocentric cleansing milk. However, the best effect is achieved by absorbing it. The hero does not want to try this method and asks if there is another way to increase his strength. The master says that there is a way, but it is very cruel and the master did not want to use it. The alchemist said that he is not afraid of anything and the master cuts the rope, after which the guy falls straight into the cauldron. A student tries to get out of boiling water. The master says that this method guarantees his breakthrough within 30 days, and he wishes the student good luck. If you plunge into a medicinal decoction, the effect will be best. A month later, events shift to the Colosseum inside Jinan Academy, where Bloody Asura defeated one opponent after another. It was said in the arena that Wu Hao is already a 4th-level Grandmaster with 9 stars, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches the 5th level. The brother of the pervert, whose name is Bai Chung, arrives at the arena. He wants to try the powers of the Red Asura. The guy remembers that the period of peace between their clans has not passed, and does he really want to break it? The head of the White Clan says that he is not trying to harm the clan because it is just a duel. The Colosseum is a place where anyone can challenge anyone to personal battle without any mass wars. Bai Chung says that today he will teach a lesson to all the members of the Rock Clan personally, and if any of them can defeat him, then he will pay 30,000 units of fire energy as a gift from their clan. Asura tried to defeat his opponent, but unfortunately he failed. The newcomers say that they urgently need to inform Dai Air about what is happening here. Bloody Asura, after the first defeat, says that the Rock Clan will not allow itself to be insulted and they will repeat the fight. At this time, Lin Shu tells Rita that Bai Chung is quite treacherous, and he is trying to provoke the Rock Clan to fight him. In the Colosseum, they cannot interfere in this case either. Liu Jing appears nearby, and Han Yue suggests that perhaps Bai Cheng's plan must somehow interact with Liu Jing, and he wants to lure him into a trap. After another attack, Bloody Asura and his opponent disperse to the edges of the arena. The head of the Whites asks where all the arrogance of Asura went, because the Rock Clan is a real bunch of clowns, and stop disgracing yourself and let him leave the arena. Asura says that the winner has not yet been revealed, and there is no need to brag ahead of time, because no one is allowed to provoke their clan. A shadow of madness appears around the Bloody Asura, and he fills his body with bloody energy to unleash a powerful attack. Asura manages to use a fire avalanche attack and turns the entire arena over. Bai Chung says that such attacks are meaningless. Even if he puts all his strength into one blow, it cannot harm him because Bai Chung has long surpassed the 5th level. Appears nearby and says that the Rock Clan never seeks conflicts, but this does not mean that they will be afraid to enter into them, because she will be the enemy of the one who decided to offend their friends. Dai Er asks the guys, "Give a chance to take care of this impudent Bai Cheng." Bai Chung says she is a stupid girl. Does she really think she can win? Dai Er uses her attack and the man meets it with a spear. After exchanging blows, Bai Chung found a cut on his face and was extremely angry that his beautiful face was damaged. The man decides to use his purple snake attack and points his spear towards his opponent. Xiao Yan appears nearby and apologizes to Dai Er because her defender was a little late. The girl says that Xiao Yan showed up on time and the guy asked to leave this opponent to him. The alchemist says to the clown who calls himself Bai Cheng, "Does he really think that he is worthy of fighting Dai Er because a dirty guy like him shouldn't touch a beautiful girl?" Dai Er says that he is leaving this clown to his brother, while Bai Chung asks, does Xiao Yan really think that he can put up against the 5th level? The students laugh and say that the number of level 5 students among their academy is very small. Bai Chung demands that Xiao Yan get out of the arena because he will not be able to resist him. The hero says that he did not expect such a coincidence, and he ejects great power from himself, saying that he is now also the 5th level. The head of the Whites is surprised how this guy managed to become level 5 in such a short time. The guys understand that only 1 month has passed, and the newcomer was able to create such a great power. A battle begins between the two guys, and Bai Chung believes that he will still defeat the newcomer with less experience. The spear of the head of the White Clan crashes into the alchemist's sword. The alchemist's sword flies off to the side and the newcomers run away from the piercing weapon. Bai Chung shouts to the alchemist that his sword has flown away and he will die easily without a weapon. The hero decides to dodge the enemy's attacks and uses the 3000 lightning path ability to dodge all the spears. When the hero manages to escape from all the dangers, he sighs, saying that he was even scared from the speed he showed. The guys understand that even though Xiao Yan is very fast, he still remains. No weapons. The spearman says that he will show his poisonous snakes that can destroy anything. High-density spiritual energy appears around Xiao Yan, and the alchemist responds by saying that these snakes were not even close to his pet. Using the path of 3000 lightning, the hero was able to quickly escape from all the attacks. At some point, the white warrior manages to pierce the guy with his spear. It turns out that this was just an afterimage after the speed that the hero showed. Apparently, the alchemist decided to split into several clones and appears behind the White Master, saying that the head of the Rock Clan has been absent for a whole month. Therefore, Bai Chung probably decided to humiliate the Rock Clan in the arena. Today, Xiao Yan will put an end to the relationship between their clans and use an octane blast and demonstrate his strength to the enemy. Xiao Yan says that now he is taking away their rank in the list of the strongest because now the Rock Clan will become the leader in the academy. The Spearmaster says that although he is wounded, his honor is still with him. Xiao Yan rejoices early because victory will be with the spear, and he eats a strange pill. An afterimage of a spiritual monster appears around the Snake Master and quickly walks towards the hero. Using his spear, the master of the White Clan attacks the main character. The guy attacks to the death, and he may agree. Xiao Yan was an alchemist with many medicines, and he also eats many of his pills in order to gain more power. The hero also had an amazing red pill that increases the fighter's strength, and the hero's clothes are torn from the increased muscles. Girls from all over the academy say that this guy has amazing looks. He demonstrates his muscles, saying that if the guys want the same muscles, then let them join the Rock Clan or buy pills from them. It turns out that the hero advertised his pill, and the clan now had a lot of guys who wanted to buy this unique pill. Approaching his opponent, the main character grabs his spear. Using his energy, the hero twists the enemy's weapon in order to snatch it from the palm of his hand. The White Master threw the alchemist away, but he was able to tear off the sharp part of the spear, thereby rendering the weapon useless. The master of the White Clan tears his clothes and says that even if he has to sacrifice his life alive today, Xiao Yan will definitely not leave this arena because he is a disgrace to the White Owl Clan. Bai Chung decides to use divine demonic transformation and reveals his spiritual energy armor. The guys understand that this spear master is truly insane. The master of the White Clan says that he and the alchemist will go to hell. A divine demonic explosion appears at the top of the arena and is directed towards the main character. The guy understands that since this crazy person wants to die, he can only organize a single session for him, so use his octane burst. With the help of an octane explosion, the alchemist is able to destroy the enemy's attack and his armor. After the battle, the hero alone remains in the arena unharmed while his opponent flew away. The hero says that their clan is small, but they cannot be intimidated. If someone wants to provoke their clan, then just let them remember that Xiao Yan is always behind them. The guys ran up to their savior and said that their head was simply incredible. Dai sees that the hero is feeling bad, and he explains that these are the consequences after several pills. So he asks to quickly return to headquarters and have a good celebration. Mr. Liu Jing appears nearby and explains that this boy was not allowed to leave. Xiao Yan knows that Liu Jing is always training, behind closed doors and not showing your true strength. Liu Jing tells Xiao Yan that there is no need for this to be a show of politeness because he is not here to give advice and wants to say something. The younger sister tells her cousin not to talk to this guy because he was the one who hurt her then. Xiao Yan remembers this Ferrier girl. Apparently, she forgot that she even received penalties for her behavior in the tower. Ferrier says that you shouldn't be as self-confident as Xiao Yan and let him quickly kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Daier appears nearby and hits the girl in the face. Ferrier says that she can't. He can humiliate Xiao Yan if this happens again. Let him wait for no mercy. Ferrier approaches her cousin and says that she is going to tell everything to her auntie, but he doesn't want to hit the girls, but also doesn't want to get problems from the family. The alchemist says that there is no need to attack Daier because it all started because of him, and therefore Mr. Liu Jing should punish Xiao Yan. Liu Jing says that he didn't pull Xiao Yan's tongue, so he will show. Why was he always third in the ranking? Because he will be waiting for Xiao Yan at the tournament of the strongest. After some time, the main character was crying in his room, saying that he was going to die from pain. The master stretched the legs of his student and asked where his courage was. After all, this method was developed personally by the teacher, and with its help you can relieve tension from the muscles. After the battle, the main character screamed so hard in his bed that Daier burst into the room along with the main character's other friends. Red Asura saw that Xiao Yan was half naked in bed and asked what he was doing here. The hero tries to justify himself by saying that he was just learning yoga and doesn't understand why they broke in here. Even the girls are his personal room. Later, piles of sheets are dumped in front of the clan head. Rita says that these are challenge letters for Xiao Yan, and it is not so easy to maintain your rank in the list of the strongest. The hero understands that the closer he gets to the tournament, the more he is asked to fight. Dai says that many people think that Xiao Yan won by chance. So many people want to test his real strength. Rita asks what they will do, and maybe Xiao Yan will take all the calls and they will have to make a schedule. The hero says that the tournament of the strongest is coming soon, so there is no time for these challenges and it's easy. Let them tell everyone that the head of the Rock Clan is resting and recuperating. Having opened the list of the strongest, the hero finds out that Liu Jing is the third in the ranking of the strongest berserker. His friend Lin Yang is the fifth, while Mrs. Rita is 36th and her friend Lin Shu is second. The hero is not understood. Why is there no first place on the list? Dai says that it is difficult to obtain information, especially when their clan is so young, and among them there are few who know about the rules of the internal branch and its history. The hero says that he quickly wants to meet the strongest in the tournament, and he doesn't have much time. Therefore, you will have to use a quick way to development. Events move to the alchemical faculty to the ingredient storage. The head of the storehouse constantly received requests from students for a variety of ingredients. The woman told many students that they were forbidden to take certain ingredients because they did not have enough experience or level. While Xiao Yan was standing in line at the faculty storage facility, the master said that yesterday he was watching the stars and felt a sharp increase in the power of the essence of the fallen heart, and soon the protection will not hold up, and it will explode. So you can't hesitate any longer and you need to create an Earth Spirit tablet. When it's the hero's turn, he realizes that now he only needs one ingredient for the Earth tablet, and he asks to get permission from the woman. The hero wanted to get the fire ice dragon fruit. This is a high-level ingredient, and most likely the woman will not allow it. To the surprise of all the students, Xiao Yan was given admission. The alchemist asked, "Who is this guy who is allowed to obtain such high-level ingredients?" But the woman asks everyone to remain silent. After all, this guy created a rank 5 tablet, which is why he has such large bonuses. The hero is glad that he has connections with the alchemical faculty, because there is a lot of useful things for him here. Having climbed into the storage room, they found themselves among many shelves with a wide variety of ingredients. All ingredients are protected by powerful barriers, and only a person who has received permission can touch them. But if you try to destroy them, the alarm will go off. When the guys got to the required ingredient, they saw that it was not on the shelves and it simply disappeared. Xiao Yan imagines in his head that he could face trial for simply stealing ingredients and becoming a thief. The hero understands that the ingredients that have disappeared are not what they need, and looks at the master's collection. They were able to discover the necessary ingredients. Taking a closer look, the hero saw that after putting the ingredients there, they disappeared again. The master says that he does not feel anyone nearby. Approaching the shelf, where the ingredient was supposed to be necessary for Xiao Yan, he also did not find it. Looking up, the hero saw a girl with purple hair sitting on the cabinet. The master was afraid of the ghost, but Xiao Yan tried to remind him that he himself was a ghost. The girl asked what game this guy was playing. Xiao Yan sees that the girl wants to eat the fruit and asks her not to eat the fruit. When the hero abruptly moved closer to the girl, she was offended because the guy stole her fruit. The master explains that this girl broke through his spiritual energy and she is truly unusual. The girl screamed, thereby creating a sound wave and sending the guy into a long flight. After the incident, the spirit finds the lost fruit and says that if the boy does not stop pestering her, she will eat it as punishment. The hero tries to explain that this fruit is not tasty at all. The girl says that she knows it. It turns out that she wants to grow up, so she has to eat whatever she can get her hands on. The hero says that he has a way to create something tasty and has a lot of energy, and he can make delicacies for the girl because he is a professional alchemist. She replies that if he is an alchemist, he can turn this ingredient into something delicious. If he really makes something delicious, then she will protect Xiao Yan, and her name is Qi Yan, and she is number 1 in the ranking of the strongest. But if Xiao Yan lied to her, then she will simply eat him. Eat. The alchemist is surprised. Is it really a magical beast? And Qi Yan replies that it is true. No wonder she eats the ingredients raw. Only magical beasts with strong bodies can withstand such strong energy from medicinal ingredients. But the hero knows this. The magical beast can only take the form of a human at the 7th Emperor level. The master says that this girl is level 6, so Xiao Yan shouldn't worry. She was too greedy and ate the flower of reincarnation. That's why she has such a terrible appearance. Before that, the girl was a dragon. After the conversation, she said that she would find Xiao Yan to make even more lollipops for her if anyone dared to raise a hand against him. Let him just say it. The hero was glad that he found support in the person of the 6th level king. The next day, the main character was shocked that he would have to pay for a lot. The head of the faculty said that he could still regard the fire-ice dragon fruit as something owed. But as for the diamond grapes, the liver-cleansing purple fragrant grass sprout, all of this must be paid for. Also, the magic core of the 6th level has disappeared, and the hero realizes that it may be the hands of Qi Yan. The main characters thank you for the warning from the elder, and yet realize that you will have to pay for everything. After all this work, he was left without the slightest savings in his pocket. The teacher tells Xiao Yan to cheer up, because if they don't have money, they can always earn money again and look better into the future. After all, they have collected all the ingredients for the Earth Spirit pill, and the plans of the fallen heart are practically in their hands. The hero tries to reassure himself that they can truly become stronger. The teacher tells his student that he is doing well. In the depths of the forest on the mountain behind the internal branch, the main character and the master walked in the direction of the mountain. The master says that to create a 6th-rank tablet, unusual energy is required, and when it is created, divine light appears. Therefore, he needs to find a secluded place. The next step is the key one in the formation of the tablet. Xiao Yan felt a powerful energy nearby. The master tells his alchemist that they will see who is faster. It turns out there was an elder nearby who I felt the powerful energy of an incredibly powerful teacher. Also nearby was Han Feng, who immediately recognized the energy of teacher Yao Lao. The villain remembers that when the master was disappointed with him. On his path of becoming the strongest, even if it is a teacher, he will not receive mercy either. Han Feng shouted that this vile old man would pay for the student's helplessness because he was always coming up with ridiculous excuses not to teach him the flame purification method. A black shadow appears behind him, laughs and asks whether the student will come to terms with this. Han Feng showed the poison and said that in this bottle there is colorless and tasteless formless poison that is difficult to detect even with a high level of knowledge of medicine, and just one drop is enough to kill even a very strong person. The master will die, and even a very high level will not help him. Now a grown man with such an aura. What makes him tremble is his teacher. Is he really alive? The Hanfeng people say that a strong magical smell emanates from this place. The man says that there is a trace left here from the ashes of the fire that penetrates to the bones. If this is the same fire that penetrates to the bones, then the teacher is still alive and still remains strong. Although the guy couldn't get this flame before, but now he has hope. An elder from the academy appears nearby who tells Han Feng that he has violated their boundaries of the Jinan Academy and what his intentions are. The villain tells people from the academy not to get angry. He was just walking and, due to his carelessness, accidentally entered their territory. The teacher says that we need to stop pretending. It would be better for Han Feng not to mess with academician Jinan. The alchemist acted rather secretively, and there was probably a reason for that, since he doesn't want to tell the truth. Let him not even think that he can leave this place with impunity. Han Feng tells his men to stop the old man who is attacking them. The elder tells Han Feng not to fight to the death because his people are simply useless and let him surrender. Han Feng claps his hands and a red light appears in the bodies of his servants. It turns out that the alchemist used self-destruction and his servants explode. Han Feng, before leaving, tells the great elder that if it is so destined, they will meet again. The guys from the academy understand that they have to catch up with this criminal. Unfortunately, now the academy has a more serious problem in the form of the flame of a fallen heart, and they will have to retreat. But still, the aura that the guys discovered in the forest belonged to an alchemist who was much stronger than this Han Feng. Who is this mysterious alchemist who has suddenly appeared in such a crisis for the academy, and is this really a blessing or a curse? At this time, Xiao Yan was out of breath, and it was very difficult for him. The master says that all this is for the sake of the guy's safety, because with the help of spiritual energy, he covered Xiao Yan from the eyes of the 8th level ancestor. The hero understands that it was Han Feng, and he has hardly changed. This concerns his relationship with the servants. The teacher was never able to guide this guy to the true path, and even now used the self-destruction of his servants as an opportunity to escape. The hero says that such bastards don't learn anything, and when he catches this bastard, it won't seem like much to him. Besides, they had to finish the Earth Spirit tablet. The master remembers that this is true and they have already finished the tablet because the tablet is of the highest quality. The hero understands that Han Feng unexpectedly appeared on the territory of Jinan Academy, and this is possible due to the flame of a fallen heart. The master says that everything is correct and they need to hurry to be first. In the courtyard of the academy, the hero opens the doors and realizes that he had to stay in the mountains for 5 days to avoid suspicion, and he is now wondering if Dai missed him. The main character says that they have a problem and were waiting for their commander to return. Next, Xiao Yan rode on the griffin to help quickly. My cousin was nearby. Xiao Yan asks what happened because they haven't told him the situation yet. It turns out that something happened to the middle brother. Shouldn't he be protecting his family in the desert? The hero rushes in and sees the wounded middle brother. The guy says that he couldn't keep his promise and protect everyone. The hero was incredibly angry and shaking with anger because he was wondering who did this from his brother. The brother says that this was the 8th level ancestor of Yunlan. That night they celebrated in their city and had fun. They avoid many troubles when traveling with their family. They were wondering what happened to the younger brother who was able to save the family. Suddenly a strange incident occurred and it seemed as if a wave of energy attack was approaching, so the middle brother protected the girl standing next to him. It turns out that people in white appeared above the city, and it was one of the ancestors of the 8th level of the Yunlan clan whose name was Yun Shang. And he says that he came to avenge the destruction that Xiao Yan inflicted on his clan. The middle brother said that he would destroy this enemy, but the clan elders said that he would simply die in vain and let them help their family members escape as quickly as possible, and leave everything to the elders. The elder was right, and the brothers began to take their people while they distracted the 8th level ancestor. The eldest brother ordered the middle brother to flee so that peaceful members of the clan would not die here. One of the fugitives was wounded in the shoulder with a flexible spear that pierced the guy through. The guys asked who did it, and it turns out that it was the shadow ghosts who used the chains. The hero guesses that these opponents were from the Palace of Souls. Meanwhile, in the Yunlan clan, the former head of the Yunji clan was captured and imprisoned in a cell. Yun Shang comes into Yunji's cell and says that she let Xiao Yan go, and then also tried to help his family, and does she admit her mistakes. The girl says that she didn't want to watch her teacher go the wrong way and be used by the Palace of Souls. Then Yun Shang said that she was short-sighted and he was in charge here. And as long as their influence and fame spread throughout all lands, he did not care what methods were used to achieve this. Yunji believed that the teachings of their clan said not to deviate from the righteous path and not to betray their pure hearts, or the ancestor forgot about it. The master said that Yunji is too soft-hearted when she makes a big deal about her behavior. Then he will release her. The warrior understands that Xiao Yan needs to be careful, and she sighs, realizing the complexity of fate. A representative of the Palace of Souls appears behind Yun Shang, and he asks why the master doesn't just abandon his student, and maybe they should help a little with her training. Yun Shang demands that the man shut up because this matter concerns only the student and his teacher, and he forbids the palace to interfere in this. As soon as they receive the Jade Key, their people must immediately abandon the country forever. A representative of the Shadow Clan says that the gentleman is quite angry, and it is clear that he is impatient. Let's not forget about Xiao Yan and his pathetic life. Yun Shang says that if he dares to show up here, there won't even be a corpse left of him. At this time, the elders were imprisoned in this dungeon and shouted that the clan was vilely using them to lure out their leader. The elder understood that the young leader should not come to them. Otherwise, death would await him. At this time, at Jinan Academy, events returned to the tournament arena. It turned out that a sensation is happening now because Xiao Yan challenged the first on the list of the strongest, and now he will lose 100%. The main character immediately flies into the man who just predicted his loss. His new girlfriend Qi Yan says that maybe he should stop fighting with her. After all, beating people is also hard work, but the hero understands that he is still too weak. The hero said goodbye to his middle brother and they realize that they are still too weak to resist the 8th level ancestor. The Blackhorn territory is just right for the middle brother to train with Xiao Yan now. With the techniques that Dai gave to the middle brother, he will be fine and he should too. Try your best because sooner or later the day will come and the Yunlan clan will pay blood for blood. The hero understands that all this is not enough, and only by continuing to train he can become stronger, but every day is unbearable torture because his relatives are now in danger. The hero tells Qi Yan that they continue to fight, and the girl attacks with a purple meteor hammer, saying that the next attack will hurt more. The hero shouts that he is using a level 8 octane burst and shows his abilities. Unfortunately, the strength of the 6th level king exceeded Xiao Yan's skills, and he was unable to repel it. Dai watched the fight and tells Xiao Yan that maybe she should stop fighting and take a break. The girl doesn't understand. Why do the heroes overload themselves so much? And he tries to explain that all this is because of his mistake. Because he went against the Yunlan clan without enough strength, and now his whole family is suffering because of this. Dai understands that in reality everything is wrong but cannot explain it. Qi Yan appears nearby and says that if Xiao Yan becomes stronger and solves his problems, then let him receive a gift from her. The guy saw that this was a pass to the 6th floor of the tower, which is also a pass to the 1st room. In this room, the effectiveness of training is 30 times higher than in ordinary ones, and he thanks Qi Yan for such a generous gift. The girl says that she is grateful to Xiao Yan for the praise, but she also wants to count on something, and then the hero shows a lot of candies he made, which were very sweet and tasty. The girl says that Xiao Yan is under her protection, and if anyone dares to even lay a finger on him, they will get problems with her. Dai decides to tell the main character something and takes him away from the academy. The girl explains that she has to tell one important story. One day, the emperor of the continent left his palace in which he left a lot of treasures for his people to become stronger, and no one knows where his palace is. What is known is that the key was divided among 8 ancient families. These families swore on blood that they would never interfere in each other's affairs. Over time, relations between the families worsened, and eventually everyone forgot about this secret. But one clan's ambitions played a role, and they decided to collect all the parts of the key and find the emperor's palace, and to get the last part of the key. They sent a little girl to the Xiao Yan family And the last part of the Dou-qi key is now in the hands of Xiao Yan. And this little girl was Dai. The girl didn't want to tell Xiao Yan this because he might have problems, and even worse, he would avoid her. Dai apologizes and must also apologize to his entire family. But the heroes respond that she is stupid and there is no need to worry so much. He doesn't care. Why did the girl end up on his side? After all, they have been living together for more than 10 years and their feelings for each other are real. Dai knew that he had the key and did not tell anyone, and she never tried to harm his family. It's tiring to bear such a difficult time alone. Now the hero invites them to join forces together. The next day, the hero tells the master that he could not imagine that his family was one of the 8 ancient families. The master says that the treasure of the ancient emperor Dou-qi is capable of driving the entire continent crazy. So it is not surprising. Why are they being hunted so seriously now? The master says that he has prepared a lot of body-strengthening pills and then you need to try them. After all, they go to the best gym for training. The guys find themselves in training room number 1, and this is the room with the highest efficiency and also the closest to the flame of the fallen heart. Now, all the guys need to do is wait patiently for the flame to break the seal and then they can get its power. The main character says that he feels strange sensations inside his body and he is trying to understand what is happening. The teacher says that you don't even need much brains here to understand that the flame of a fallen heart is breaking out. People felt that something strange was happening. Inside the tower, the students could not even breathe, and it was very hot. The students begin to organize retreat groups and order everyone to leave the tower. An alarm begins, and everyone must leave before something terrible happens. The hero realizes that the flame of the fallen heart began to break out earlier than expected. Will Xiao Yan try to absorb him today? An elder appears nearby and tells the hero to get out quickly because it's dangerous here. The great elder has assembled a group of elders who are ready for any situation, so they don't need guys like Xiao Yan now. The main character looks at the tower behind him and sees that it is turning into one solid demon. Everyone must focus, and now the elders are trying to somehow help calm this beast. The elders understand that their strength is not enough, but they must try. Otherwise, the entire academy will be in great danger. The chief elder says that they need to start organizing a seal, and they are trying to hold on to the demon's power. The elder uses the art of the sealing demon, and you need to put aside panic and not lose attention because not everything is lost. When the guys realized that they succeeded and the flame began to be sealed again, they were glad that they were able to delay the destruction of the academy. The fallen heart's flame aura calms down, and it is sealed away again. The master says that there was an 80% chance that the flames would start to burst out earlier than expected due to the presence of Xiao Yan essence, and it was very dangerous. The hero understands that they were very close, and if only a little more they would have succeeded. But the master says that with the current strength of Xiao Yan, the flames of the fallen heart would have eaten him, and there would have been nothing left of the person. They were lucky that this time they managed to suppress the flames, and now they have a little more time to prepare, and now the student needs to hurry up and increase his power in the shortest possible time. The hero understands that everything has been said correctly, and the tournament is approaching where he must enter the group of the strongest. Guys from all over the city greeted their favorites and wanted to see their heroes win. Dai and Xiao Yan discovered that there were a huge number of people at the tournament, and Xiao Yan came at the head of his rock clan. The tournament of the strongest is the most important competition of the internal branch. This time, 2 people will participate from their rock clan. Rita says that Dai could easily enter the top 10. But the girl replies that she is not interested in such things because she would rather watch from the stands how Xiao Yan will show his strength together with his friend, the bloody Asura. The heroes are trying to convince their friend that she can count on them, and they will not let you down, and dedicates this victory to her. Berserker and Han Yue appear nearby. who also greets Xiao Yan and understand that he is their main opponent. Han Yu is standing nearby and wants to take Xiao Yan and talk a little together. Nearby is Yao Chen, who was in 17th place and he was considered handsome. Also present here was Liu Jing, who explains what if the guys have any problems. Then they must solve them in the arena. Xiao Yan sees Liu Jing and an understanding occurs between them. After all, they wanted to fight even earlier. The handsome guy notices Xiao Yan and says that if he has even a drop of courage, he won't dare to give up when they fight in the arena because the handsome guy wants to fight him to the death. The main character says that he will fight to the end, and there is no need to worry. The hero is also interested in who this handsome guy is, and Berserker says that his name is Yao Chen. He is the 17th in the ranking of the strongest, and he is one of the most loyal people of Liu Jing, and also one of the suitors of Ferrier, and apparently he wants to take revenge for her. When the time is up, all participants must enter the arena, and this year's tournament of the strongest is officially declared open. The time has come, and for the sake of the flame of a fallen heart, the hero simply must be in the top 10, otherwise he is not worthy to be called the head of his clan. The tournament of the strongest begins, and the fiercest battle for places in the ranking will begin. The hero says that he simply must overcome this step on his way. It turns out that number 1, Xiao Yan, also came to the tournament and was the strongest of all. Some people didn't know the strongest girl in the academy, so they were impressed that this girl could easily stand up for herself, and she doesn't like people who pester her. After the little girl destroyed the people who pestered her, the elder, seemingly not noticing her behavior, explains that one of the students who was 46 in the ranking of the strongest challenged number 1 in the Xiao Yan ranking and suffered a crushing defeat. The girl rarely appears in public, so few people know her, and every time in the tournament there are enough idiots who fight with her. The elder says that the strongest tournament officially opens, and in the first round, each of the 49 participants draws lots, and those with the same numbers become opponents. The main character understands that if there are only 49 participants, then it seems that one will not have enough pairs. And the elders answer that luck is also one of the components of strength. And if the hero draws a lucky number, then you will immediately move on to the next round. If he gets another number, then he will not be lucky. The rule is that this tournament is absolutely honest and fair, and the audience can confirm. They are not interested in who exactly is participating in the fight, because only strength is important. They don't care that, for example, Xiao Yan is a magical beast. Even if she looks like a little fragile girl, she can leave her name in the ranking of the strongest, so the elder invites her to choose. The man handed the girl all the options, and she chose exactly one comb, different from all others, with a gold outline. The girl did not think for a long time and took a specially marked number that automatically transfers her to the next round. The elder says that now others can draw the lot, and they must remember that their rules are honest and fair. The hero turns out to be number 1, and Bai Chung appears behind him and says that their battle was inevitable. After all, he is also number 1. All participants have finished drawing lots, and the first battle of Xiao Yan versus Bai Chung, and he asks the others to immediately leave the arena. Last time Xiao Yan won because of the power of his pills. But today he will experience real horror. The head of the White Clan says that this time he will not leave Xiao Yan a single chance. The man shows fortitude with 8 stars, and they believe that Xiao Yan has lost. The hero realizes that this is some kind of secret technique for increasing strength. If this attack goes through, then Xiao Yan will undoubtedly die, but also the spearman has a limited amount of time. The hero must survive the deadly attack, after which it will be much easier to win. Han Yue says that this attack is very powerful, and Xiao Yan can try to dodge with his speed. The main character at this time feels such pressure that he cannot move, and apparently Bai Chung definitely decided to kill him. Han Yue can't understand why the guy doesn't dodge, and now everyone in the hall is worried whether Xiao Yan will be able to survive this attack. When Bai Chung lands, he laughs, saying that he won and is the strongest, and says that this is real strength, so Xiao Yan did not have a chance to survive. Looking around, Bai Chung is surprised because he saw nearby the same Xiao Yan who was able to dodge. The guys understand that the hero used the essence of flame as armor, and he is definitely the strongest in controlling flames. The hero says that he is really grateful to Mr. Bai Chung for putting everything into this attack. Otherwise, he would not have known that he had such potential. It will be disrespectful to Mr. Bai Chung if he does not reciprocate, and he always pays back debts. So they use an attack of approximately the same strength. Bai Chung received a strong blow from which he could not defend himself. The main character wins with one hit and moves on to the next round, which makes the Rock Clan incredibly happy. The hero asks to relax because he has excellent control of his powers, and the head of the White Clan is only wounded and unconscious. But he remained alive. Master Elder says that Xiao Yan can keep his friendliness to himself, and in the next matches he should watch not to overdo it, because other opponents may be much stronger. The master says it's an excellent job. Xiao Yan was able to learn something new. When no one saw the hero anymore, he showed his weakness and said that in any case, he could hardly control the essence of the flame. And now he is wildly dizzy. The elder announces that they are moving on, and the next students will fight in the next match. After the next battle, there is a new winner, and it was Liu Jing who wants to fight Xiao Yan in the next round to avenge his cousin. The main character looks at Liu Jing, who wants to fight him. The hero replies that he doesn't want to fight this guy, and according to the rules, they must draw lots. The guys call Xiao Yan a weakling, but he doesn't understand what's wrong with a guy following the rules. The elder says that he asks for silence. After all, everyone draws lots in turn based on their position in the ranking of the strongest. There is no place for personal duels. Liu Jing asks you to be calm. After all, he will definitely pull out Xiao Yan's number because his luck is always on top. The hero returns to Dai Air, but when he approaches the girl, he collapses and says that he was just a little weak and had to spend quite a lot of effort. The heroine says that in his current state, if he gets caught against Liu Jing, he will lose. The hero asks, can he really be so lucky? After all, out of 24 participants, he will pull out exactly his sign. At this time, Rita from Asura doubted that the hero would be lucky. The guy understands that he must recover quickly and must be ready for the next round. The next fights will be against stronger opponents. In one of the next battles, Lin Shu wins and confirms his second position in the ranking. One of the winners was also Han Yue, who showed that she was difficult to resist. The first round of the tournament was over, and all the participants who went further will enter the arena, and the determination of those people who will fight next will begin. The first to draw the lot is Xiao Yan, who again chose the golden lot, thereby advancing to the next stage without a duel. The main character was unlucky. After all, he lost the same comb as Liu Jing. The elder says that the academy is against personal duels in the tournament. However, they encourage fights between the strongest students, so there is no need to thank the elder. The hero was very disappointed because he spent a lot of effort. Liu Jing appears nearby and says that he has already waited a long time and Xiao Yan will go for a snack before his battle against the next people. The hero says that it seems this battle cannot be avoided, so he suggests starting as soon as possible to determine who is the strongest between them. Liu Jing asks not to think that he is trying to underestimate Xiao Yan because he is simply not worthy of a man using his spear against Xiao Yan. Liu Jing shows his impudence in front of Xiao Yan, and his character is truly terrible. The alchemist explains, "It doesn't matter whether he's worthy or not, because they will know when they fight." Liu Jing shouts that such an aura shocks him, and Xiao Yan uses a dividing wave of flames, thereby surprising his opponent. Liu Jing uses a tearing technique, and the hero unfortunately could not resist his attack. Liu Jing saw Xiao Yan flying to the side and realized that his level was still too low, so he could easily defeat the alchemist. The hero is not going to give up easily and uses an octane blast to approach Liu Jing. Two incredibly powerful forces are in contact, and it is difficult to determine which of them will win now. Dai is worried about Xiao Yan, while Rita reflects that although Xiao Yan is quite good in close combat, compared to this maniac Liu Jing, he is clearly weaker. Liu Jing grabbed the main character's fist and was clearly trying to suppress his power, so he was very concentrated. Maniac says that Xiao Yan's technique is pretty cool, but unfortunately the difference between their powers is too big. So he uses an attack with his second hand. The hero is not going to just give up and puts a shield with spiritual energy on his second hand. Using the essence of flame, the main character was able to defend himself and strengthen his shield. Liu Jing realizes that this was an amazing technique. After all, no one had blocked his attack in this way before. The hero defends himself from the next explosive attack of a maniac who still does not give up and tries to break through his defense. One of Liu Jing's blows still manages to break through Xiao Yan's shield, and it shatters into small pieces. The hero understands that the time has come, and while a stream of blood flows from his mouth, he uses his strongest technique to end this fight. The alchemist shows a truly powerful attack. After all, he had never used it on the battlefield before. After a huge explosion of energy, the hero stays on his feet with the last of his strength and watches what happened to his opponent. The people who were in the stands understand that Xiao Yan's power is simply insane, and whether this maniac Liu Jing survived such a blow. Even Fairy Air was worried about her cousin. The guys were happy when Liu Jing appeared through the dust, and everything was fine with him at first glance, so people screamed with happiness. Liu Jing laughed and said that he had never met such an opponent. Therefore, he wonders what will happen next. The man takes his spear in his hands and with a devilish smile recognizes Xiao Yan as a worthy opponent. At this time, Han Yue thought that Xiao Yan is capable of fighting against Liu Jing almost on an equal footing, and even if he loses, he can be proud of himself. The hero understands that this guy has strong willpower. Some in the arena thought that Xiao Yan no longer had a stronger attack than the one he demonstrated, so it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat his opponent. The hero at this time surprises everyone by saying that whoever flies out of the arena will lose, so he wants to use the rules of battle too. If you can't destroy the enemy, then let him be removed from the arena. Dai understands that this is a Shuang-class skill, or even a D-class skill, and Xiao Yan has never shown this skill before. They can't believe it, because the more complex the situation, the more potential Xiao Yan opens up. At this time, Liu Jing sees the DI-class skill and realizes that it is very underdeveloped, so he smiles, realizing that he can withstand this attack with ease. Liu Jing swings his spear to destroy Xiao Yan forever by showing his ability. The elder who is watching the fight says that these two are acting too recklessly, and the two forces of Xiao Yan and Liu Jing collide in the center of the arena. When the guys united their forces, a spatial nuclear explosion was formed, which was supposed to destroy a large area around the guys. The elder intervenes and uses a spatial lock and destruction to stabilize the situation. Unfortunately, even using the sealing technique, the elder cannot completely remove the force of the explosion caused by Liu Jing and Xiao Yan. The two guys are thrown to the side and hit the arena wall. Asura finds himself next to Rita, whom he must protect, and say that the great elder forcibly ended the battle if he interfered in it. People see that two opponents simultaneously flew out of the arena. And can the battle really end this way? After all, such cases had never happened before. Master Elder asks who asked these two idiots to use their strongest techniques at the same time. If he had not used the spatial lock in time, no one would have survived in this place. The students shuddered, realizing that they had just witnessed an incredible force that could have just destroyed all of them together. The elder says that there are rules and both participants are passed out. But then Xiao Yan gets up. It's clear that he is ready to continue the fight. The hero says that the tournament is still going on, not finished, and it must definitely enter the top 10. While Liu Jing also gets up and wants to continue their battle. The guys were moving but continued to meet each other halfway, saying that they would never lose. People begin to encourage their idols, telling them not to give up. This duel was amazing because both opponents were opening from all sides, and they show their incredible abilities. An elder appears nearby and lightly pushes the two rivals, causing them to easily fall to the ground. Everyone sees how Xiao Yan and Liu Jing fell and couldn't even resist the elder's touch. The students cannot understand how this happened while the elder explains that Xiao Yan and Liu Jing are unconscious, and based on the rules, the result of this battle is a draw. Dai and his friends run up to Xiao Yan, and even the newcomers from the Rock Clan decided to join them to help their master. While Fairy Air took care of her forge, the guys understand that both of them will most likely advance to the next round. After all, they both left the arena at the same time, and it turns out they both lost. In any case, it was an incredible duel and everyone was shocked. The tournament continues and the participants in the next battle are called to the arena. The guys fight and new winners and new losers emerge. Lin Xiu, along with Berserker and Rita, defeats their opponents with ease. Yang Hao was also able to defeat his opponent and all the students. They were happy that they had gathered to watch the battle, because only the best remained. When the day was coming to an end, the elder said that the tournament of the strongest was over, and now they would announce the results in the rank of the list of the strongest. Number 1 remained Qi Yan, who was very happy about this because she loved defeating her stupid opponents who underestimated her abilities. Number 2 was Lin Xiu, who was considered incredibly handsome. The third was considered Yang Hao, and the fourth was Berserker, who were good athletes. Rita was 5th on the list, after which the next candidates were announced. The elder says that the other judges, after careful consideration and discussion, decided that the result of the fight between Xiao Yan and Liu Jing is a draw, and both of them will be included in the list of the strongest under the 10th rank. Dai was happy because it was great, and brother Xiao Yan achieved his goal and entered the top 10. In the history of the academy, it has never happened that two students ended up in the same place on the list. At this time, Fairy Air cannot accept that her cousin has dropped to 10th place. After all, before that he was 3rd on the list. The guys try to defend their idol Liu Jing by saying that Xiao Yan is an alchemist and most likely cheated because his strength is not enough to defeat Fairy Air's cousin. Fairy Air also says that the entire Rock Clan is just deceivers, and they are all like Xiao Yan and only know how to use dirty methods. At this time, Rita along with Asura were very angry about what this girl said, but Dai was the most cruel of them all. And when she heard that Fairy Air was blaming the class, they said that only one Xiao Yan knows how to fight among them. She decides to enter the arena. A huge explosion echoes through the center of the arena, and Fairy Air falls, realizing that he cannot stand on his feet. Unfortunately, the enemy was much stronger, and pure spiritual energy was an advantage. Fairy Air tells the Great Elder that according to the rules, students not participating in the tournament can challenge students from the list of the strongest to a fight. The Elder says that everything is correct and he is wondering who Dai wants to call. She asks, "Does this girl really want to prove that the Rock Clan is not scum? Let her call Asura, with whom they are friends. Better let Dai fight number 2 Lin Xiu and prove that she is not a coward." Lin Xiu is surprised. Does such a beauty really want to challenge him to a fight and he won't refuse it? Rita says that Dai has good talents and may even be able to resist the blows of second place for a while. Lin Xiu did not take Dai seriously and wanted to stop his blows before reaching the girl so as not to accidentally harm her. The main character uses her transformation and yellow appears in her eyes. Her pedigree allows her to destroy opponents using the abilities of the ancients who left the world thousands of years before the emergence of the Empire. A girl with incredible power attacks the enemy, showing that she is strong enough. All she wants is to defeat the number 2 in the list of the strongest, fighting with all her might, and there is no point in holding back against her. This is the last warning. Lin Shu understands that this girl is really serious about the fight, so she takes out the sword and decides to show off her abilities. The guy uses his sword to organize spiritual energy and create a powerful attack. Dai Er counters the guy's attack using his yellow eyes. Approaching the guy, she extends her hand and a yellow spark pierces his shoulder and ends up near his neck. Lin Shu understands that he lost because the girl's blade was near his neck and he could die, so he gives his position to Dai Er. The heroine says that I am not interested in all these ranks, and she did this only for the sake of brother Xiao Yan. Next, Dai Er approaches Fairy Er, who called their clan weaklings. The girl moved closer to Fairy Er and said that third place in the list of the strongest is really cool. But doesn't she think that Dai Er will be worse than her relative?